After spending his 6th year at Hogwarts a century ago, Harry returned to the stair cupboard of 1991, once again receiving the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Chapter 1. Return. Wake up! Wake up! Hurry! The urgent knocking at the door roused Harry Potter from his slumber. Instinctively reaching for his wand beneath his pillow, he grasped nothing but air. His green eyes narrowed in surprise as he lifted his arm, only to find his limbs frail and weakened. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him as he glanced around, realizing he was confined within a cramped space. The cupboard under the stairs. What a distant memory it was, that cupboard beneath the Dursley stairs. Get up! It had been 6 years since he last heard that voice, nearly erasing the Dursleys from his memory. Harry sat up, surveying the diminutive space around him. This was far smaller than the dormitories at Hogwarts, he mused. Ever since he found that acceptance letter in the cupboard, he had inexplicably arrived at a school named Hogwarts, where he had spent 6 years learning and living. Harry picked up his glasses from beside the pillow, noticing the legs of the spectacles were wrapped in layers of tape. He flicked them gently with his finger. The tape crackled, spiraling around the arms of the glasses and then vanishing into the lenses, while the arms returned to their original state. Putting on his glasses, he pushed open the door to find that Aunt Petunia had already left. A peculiar odor greeted him as he followed the sound into the kitchen, where he discovered the smell emanated from a large iron basin in the sewage. The Dursleys were already seated at the dining table, and he wondered how they could endure such a repugnant stench. Yet, given Dudley's porcine nature, it would indeed be strange if he could not eat. Upon seeing Harry, Uncle Vernon instinctively scowled. Before he could utter a word, the mailbox emitted a clatter, and several letters fell onto the doormat. What are you dawdling for? Uncle Vernon's tone was irritable as he turned to Dudley. Use your smelting stick to make him pick them up. Noting Dudley's malicious intent as he reached for the stick, Harry cast a penetrating glance at him and turned to leave. 3 letters lay scattered on the carpet at the entrance. One from Aunt Marge, one seemingly a bill, and the last inscribed with Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive 4. The cupboard under the stairs, from Mr. Harry Potter. The envelope was crafted from thick parchment, the address penned in dark green ink, and it bore no stamp. Such a letter he had encountered yesterday, and to be precise, 6 years prior, he had also found one in the cupboard, which had transported him to the Victorian era over a century ago. Dad! Dudley suddenly shouted, Dad! It seems Harry received something. As the words escaped his lips, Harry felt someone lunge forward. Instinctively, he raised his hand, and Uncle Vernon floated momentarily before crashing down to the ground. Without a wand, he had cast a spell, invoking silence. This was Harry Potter, the chief of the Hogwarts dueling wand. Wingardium Leviosa, the standard levitation charm. Accompanying it was Descendo, a spell taught to him by Sebastian Sallow of Slytherin House. Considering Uncle Vernon's giant-like girth, Harry instinctively halted the spell just before impact, as the man's nose hovered mere inches above the ground. Harry fanned himself with the letter, hearing Uncle Vernon continue to rant, and with a snap of his fingers, he sealed Uncle Vernon's mouth shut as if zipping it closed. Do you mind? Harry raised an eyebrow, inquiring politely. Aunt Petunia emitted a high-pitched shriek at the scene before her. You haven't even attended that peculiar school, so how can you use magic? As she spoke, she waved the letter in her hand. Aunt Petunia felt a dryness in her throat. It seems you have many secrets. Aunt, Harry replied with a light laugh. His tone relaxed amidst Dudley's stunned gaze and Aunt Petunia's terror-stricken expression. Would you mind sharing them with me? No, it's impossible. Aunt Petunia screeched. Years of abuse could not be overshadowed by 6 years at a magical school, rather. Those memories grew clearer in this moment, even as he bore no grudges against the Dursleys. Yet, Harry was inclined to intimidate her a bit due to her attitude. Aunt, you should know that wizards possess a spell called legilimency, which, as the name suggests, allows one to read the memories of others, Harry stated politely and elegantly. I believe we have not yet reached the point of employing such a spell. Have we? Aunt Petunia gazed at her nephew with a mix of fear and bewilderment. How had he transformed into such a well-mannered individual overnight? She had attended high society gatherings with Vernon, and Harry's demeanor mirrored that of the great personalities she had encountered. Unbeknownst to her, it was the eccentric headmaster Phineas Black who mandated that Hogwarts students learn etiquette, particularly that of the so-called pure-blood aristocracy. Even a stone would develop flavor over 6 years, how much more so for Harry, who was already a clever little wizard. Very well, very well. Aunt Petunia capitulated under Harry's polite threat. Your parents were wizards, and they were killed by a powerful dark wizard for offending him. Isn't that enough? I know nothing of what they learned at that bizarre school. This is all I am aware of. So, you're not a wizard? Upon uttering those words, Harry noticed Aunt Petunia's complexion drain. Thank you for the information, Aunt. I suppose I need not attend that stone-walled school, do I? Returning to the cupboard, Harry opened the envelope and, upon a cursory glance, detected a blind spot. Albus Dumbledore. Harry furrowed his brow, recalling the headmaster named Phineas Black during his time at Hogwarts. Could it be that Phineas Black had passed away? Harry's spirits, previously dampened by the Dursleys, soared at this delightful news. Merlin's bubble sleeves. This was indeed a cause for celebration. Chapter 2. The Admission Letter. Harry could no longer contain his mirth as he sat upon the wooden board that could barely be considered a bed, erupting into laughter. Merlin's bow tie, Headmaster Black, is dead. Phineas Black, the most detestable headmaster in the entire school. Just how loathsome was he? Two students who were strangers to one another could engage in conversation like brothers at the mere mention of Headmaster Black. It was a popular saying at Hogwarts, "If you despise Headmaster Black, then we are like kin." Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry instinctively fidgeted with the letter, for at this point in time, he had yet to be introduced to the wizarding world and, consequently, lacked an owl. If he were to venture to Diagon Alley to acquire one, his impoverished circumstances would render such a purchase impossible. He flipped to the back of the letter, where the list of textbooks was quite extensive, far beyond his financial means, especially considering he also needed to procure a wand. Over a century ago, when he had attended school, it was the kind-hearted deputy headmistress Matilda Weasley who had graciously covered his expenses and assisted him in applying for a scholarship to Hogwarts. Harry removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Should he perhaps borrow from a dark wizard? In the wizarding realm of over 100 years ago, dark wizards were rampant, and thanks to their influence, Harry had often found himself able to procure a fair amount of galleons after practicing spells with them. Thus, he contemplated having Uncle Vernon drive him to the Leaky Cauldron. However, dark wizards. It seemed that his mother and father had been slain by a powerful dark wizard. Harry's hand clenched instinctively. Aunt Petunia appeared to know little about the matter, as the existence of the secrecy law limited what muggles could understand about wizards. He had no intention of probing Aunt Petunia, a muggle who was so uninformed about the magical realm. This was a matter best discussed with actual wizards. At that moment, he heard a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was met with Aunt Petunia's complicated expression. "What is it, Aunt?" Harry maintained his politeness. "When I opened the door, just now, I saw an owl on the mailbox." "I'm talking about an owl," Aunt Petunia said, her tone tinged with impatience, though Harry sensed that this impatience masked a deeper emotion. "Thank you, Aunt. I appreciate it. Could you prepare some food for it?" Harry smiled slightly. Aunt Petunia's demeanor was less than pleasant, yet she turned and walked away. As he exited the small compartment, Harry was pleasantly surprised to find a bowl of sliced sausage and a bowl of water placed at the doorstep. "Thank you," he softly expressed to Aunt Petunia, who was busy tidying the room, before picking up the plate and casually popping 2 slices of sausage into his mouth. The owl surely wouldn't mind, he thought, as he stepped outside with the food in hand. The owl perched upon the Dursleys' mailbox. One leg tucked beneath its fluffy body, assumed a most comical pose reminiscent of a proud cockerel. "Hello," Harry approached and inquired. "Are you my mail carrier?" The owl responded with a couple of soft hoots. "Thank you for your efforts. If you don't mind, please have a sip of water and a bite to eat." Harry gently stroked the owl's head. The owl lowered its foot, craning its neck to gaze at the sausage in Harry's left-hand bowl, its expression betraying a distinct sense of disdain. Subsequently, it drank a bit of water from another bowl and hooted twice. Harry understood its message and shrugged, remarking, "It's truly a pity to waste such fine Cumberland sausage." The owl hooted again, seized a letter with its beak, and took flight, leaving the Dursleys' home, a place devoid of delectable treats. A finicky owl is hardly commendable. Harry shrugged, holding the plate, and elegantly savored the sausage, piece by piece. He did not have to wait long. That very afternoon, he awaited the arrival of someone from Hogwarts to escort him, reminiscent of Matilda Weasley, the deputy headmistress who had once led him into the magical realm a century prior. "Find your own," Aunt Petunia bellowed, pounding on the small door of the stairwell compartment. Initially intending to hurl the term freak in his direction, she recalled her husband's earlier misfortune that morning, just as she was about to suppress her words. The compartment door swung open, revealing Harry's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the haughty, self-important visage he had worn over a decade ago. Aunt Petunia's fury surged once more. Harry, perplexed, understood this to be a flaw inherent to his aunt and uncle. Muggles, alas. Muggles from over a century ago had exhibited even greater resistance upon encountering wizards than Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia did. As he reached the door, he beheld a furry head almost embedded in the doorframe. "Oh, Harry!" The furry head, upon seeing Harry, instantly welled up with tears, large droplets rolling from its eyes. "The last time I saw you, you were just a baby. I apologize for being rather tall. I can't quite fit through this door. His voice trembled with a hint of emotion. Harry sensed the genuine kindness emanating from this excessively tall figure. His first impression was not at all negative. Hello, I am Harry, Harry Potter. Do you know me? He politely introduced himself. Ah, I certainly do, the man replied, brushing off his clothing. I am Rubius Hagrid. It was I who brought you here. Hagrid gazed once more at Harry's face, his nose twitching. Goodness, you resemble your father so closely. And those eyes, you have your mother's eyes. Chapter 3, Hagrid. So you knew my parents? Harry then recognized that it was rather rude to keep someone standing at the door and invited, I apologize for my rudeness, Mr. Hagrid. Please come in. Oh, no. I'm far too tall for this room. I simply cannot fit inside. Hagrid, somewhat bashfully, declined. I still need to take you to Diagon Alley. If you don't mind, we can converse on the way. That sounds splendid. Harry nodded, and Hagrid promptly cleared a path for him to exit the door. It was only when Harry stepped outside that he realized just how tall Hagrid truly was. My goodness, you are extraordinarily tall, Harry exclaimed, tilting his head back in astonishment. All right, Harry, you're not the only one to say that. Let us be off, Hagrid replied, his tone half embarrassed as he scratched his furry head. Should we perhaps inform your aunt? After all, she is your guardian. I believe my uncle and aunt would be quite agreeable to letting you take me away. Harry retorted with a hint of irony. Really? Hagrid asked, skepticism lacing his words. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps echoed from within the house, followed by a thunderous roar. Harry Potter. Harry noticed Hagrid's attention was drawn to Uncle Vernon's voice, and he tugged on Hagrid's sleeve, pointing behind him. Hagrid, what is that? He covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes fixated on Uncle Vernon, and whispered a spell, Confundus. To an outsider, he appeared as if he had merely recalled something important. I must have misseen. I thought that was a motorcycle. At this, Harry suddenly remembered a dream he had often, just like the motorcycle that frequently appears in my dreams. It can fly. Harry, Hagrid's face brightened. I can't believe you remember. It was I who rode the motorcycle to deliver you to the Dursleys. Before he could finish, a rapid knocking at the window interrupted them. They turned to see Uncle Vernon incessantly banging on the glass, his mouth moving in a flurry. What is your uncle doing? Hagrid instinctively sensed that Mr. Dursley's demeanor was less than pleasant. Harry, resting his hand on the awning, explained to Hagrid. Uncle Vernon is trying to convey to me that I must be happy. Hagrid hesitantly lifted his gaze to the still scolding Uncle Vernon, then looked back at Harry. I can't help but feel that's not quite the case. After all, they were muggles, and their expressions of affection differed vastly from those of wizards. As Harry wiped away non-existent tears, he remarked, You know, I've been away from my mother since I was young. Oh, Harry. Hagrid affectionately bent down and enveloped the small boy in a warm embrace. Harry did not resist the comforting hug, and when Hagrid released him, he looked up and asked, So, Hagrid, how should we proceed? I brought everything. It's right here, Hagrid replied. Oh, good lad. Hagrid seemed to be uplifted by Harry's smile, ruffling his untamed hair with his large hand. You resemble your mother more than you know. Now, let us head to the train station. With someone as large as Hagrid, attention was inevitable. He not only got stuck at the ticket counter, but also occupied 2 seats on the train. Once they were settled, Harry initiated the conversation. Hagrid, you seem to know my parents? Oh, I certainly do. Hagrid chuckled innocently, weaving a pale yellow object reminiscent of a circus bag. This peculiar item seemed capable of muffling his voice, yet Hagrid's volume rose. When we were students, I had a good rapport with them, especially your mother, Lily. She was the president of the student council, truly a gentle soul whom we all adored. Is that so? Harry's eyes sparkled with interest. For countless nights, he had yearned for the love of a father and mother. Whenever he observed Dudley being pampered by Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, Harry could not help but wonder if his own parents had lived, would he have been similarly cherished, rather than feeling like an unwelcome guest, subjected to disdain. At this thought, an overwhelming fury surged within Harry. He longed to confront the dark wizard who had slain his parents, the one who had rendered him an orphan, and ensure he felt the weight of his actions. Unbeknownst to Hagrid, he remained oblivious to Harry's change in demeanor, continuing to reminisce about the young couple, nostalgically rubbing his nose. What a pity, 10 years ago. Harry's gaze flickered with curiosity. And who is the dark wizard that killed my parents? At this inquiry, Hagrid involuntarily shivered. It is the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord? Harry raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Yes, the Dark Lord. Hagrid coughed twice, attempting to mask his trepidation. That dark wizard, Noticing Hagrid's fear, Harry placed a reassuring hand on his arm, trying to dispel the apprehension. Honestly, I don't necessarily need to know. Oh no, Harry, Hagrid shook his head. How could I allow you to venture to Hogwarts without any knowledge? However, unless absolutely necessary, I would prefer not to utter his name. No one wishes to do so. So everyone refers to him as the Dark Lord? Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow. Chapter 4, and what about the following day? Indeed, oh dear Merlin's hefty underpants, Hagrid lamented. Even after all this time, people still tremble at the mere mention of him. He is truly vile, his name is. However, as he reached this point, he swallowed hard, unable to articulate further. Shall we write down the name? Harry thoughtfully suggested. No, I cannot spell his name. Let me tell you instead. His name is Voldemort. Hagrid shuddered. In any case, this dark wizard is immensely powerful. Most wizards dare not speak his name directly and refer to him by that title instead. And where is he now? Harry inhaled deeply. With debts to settle and vengeance to claim for his parents' death. As their son, it is my duty. Yet, Harry noted an odd change in Hagrid's expression at that moment. What is it? He asked. At this juncture, Hagrid spread his arms wide, mimicking a firework display. Upon hearing such an answer, Harry's expression mirrored Hagrid's peculiar countenance. Such a formidable dark wizard, vanquished by the mere strength of an infant. The momentum had been fully charged, with intentions of seeking vengeance upon that dark sorcerer, only to discover that this vendetta had been resolved 16 years prior, or rather, concluded a decade ago, by his own hand. This sensation is akin to delivering a powerful blow, only for it to land upon cotton. So has he perished? Harry inquired. Everyone believed him to be dead. After all, a malevolent individual, such as he had not resurfaced to wreak havoc over the span of a decade, suggesting he must have indeed succumbed. Hagrid clenched his fist and struck his thigh twice. But I disagree. How could someone so wicked simply die? He must be lurking in a place unknown to others, waiting for an opportune moment to unleash malevolence once more. Harry nodded in understanding and then asked, So, Hagrid, how formidable is this dark wizard? Why? Harry pressed. Why? Hagrid echoed, his expression suddenly brimming with pride. Because Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in the world. Even the Dark Lord would not dare provoke him. Harry nodded in comprehension, realizing that this esteemed headmaster seemed far more agreeable than Phineas Nigellus Black. Upon hearing the name Voldemort, Hagrid's demeanor grew tense again, prompting Harry to quickly amend his words. Apologies, I meant the Dark Lord. During his reign, did he not slay many wizards? At this revelation, Harry's brow furrowed slightly, and he nodded noncommittally. Well, what about the next day? Hagrid asked, seemingly aware he had misspoken. Harry quickly clarified, no, I meant why did Professor Dumbledore not intervene to stop this Dark Lord? Dumbledore also formed an organization to combat the Dark Lord and his followers. At this juncture, the vehicle had come to a halt. Hagrid ceased his discourse, stowing away the tent, and addressed Harry. I believe it is time for us to disembark, as we have arrived in London. As they exited, Harry listened to Hagrid lament the narrowness of the ticket gates at the London station and the sluggishness of the train. Harry concurred. After all, the Hogwarts Express far surpassed this antiquated subway in speed. Hagrid, towering and robust, guided Harry through the station, striding toward their destination. This was Harry's first visit to London, specifically the London of 1991. He had previously ventured to the Victorian-era city with classmates. The towering edifices stood in succession, and the streets were bustling with traffic, an experience starkly different from a century ago in the Victorian era. Harry felt a sense of novelty, being led forward by Hagrid while glancing left and right, eager to absorb the urban scenery. Everything felt somewhat surreal. Merely a month prior, he had been exploring London with his classmates. For Harry, it had only been a fleeting month, yet for the city of London, an entire century had passed. Here we are, Hagrid announced. Hagrid interrupted Harry's reverie, gesturing towards the small, dingy pub before them. The Leaky Cauldron, a place of great renown, he declared. Meanwhile, a group of fashionably dressed young people passed by, animatedly engaged in conversation, completely oblivious to Hagrid and the pub. Logically, a man of Hagrid's stature would attract attention, particularly from Muggles. Yet, these individuals exhibited no awareness of him, a curious anomaly. It must be the Muggle-repelling charm, Harry pondered internally, before Hagrid ushered him into the pub. The Leaky Cauldron, a venue Harry had frequented many times, was established around 1500 by Daisy Dodderidge, who became its first proprietor. She transformed it into a conduit connecting the non-magical world with Diagon Alley, featuring not only a bar for refreshments, but also rooms available for rent upstairs. On Harry's last visit, he had heard rumors that the Muggle government planned to demolish Charing Cross Road, and, as per the initial proposal, the pub was to be razed to the ground. At the time, the Minister for Magic, Fudge, had deemed it the inevitable fate of the Leaky Cauldron. taking no measures to avert its destruction. In private, Cornelius had even remarked that such efforts were unnecessary, yet he still signed the petition advocating for its preservation. As it appeared now, the pub had indeed survived. Chapter 5. I thought it was Harry Potter. Even after a century, the leaky cauldron remained as Harry remembered it, grimy and cramped. Upon entering, he was met with a strong scent of alcohol, mingled with the stale odor of smoke. The patrons seemed to recognize Hagrid. Upon spotting his towering figure, several customers at the bar raised their glasses, joyfully welcoming him. "The usual, Hagrid?" inquired Tom, the barkeep from behind counter. "Oh, no thanks, Tom. I have pressing matters," Hagrid replied, patting Harry's slender shoulder with a booming voice. "I still need to take Harry to Diagon Alley." At the mention of Harry's name, the raucous noise within the pub abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to Hagrid, or more precisely, to the diminutive figure of Harry by his side. "My goodness, it truly is you," exclaimed Tom, as a glass he had been polishing slipped from his hands, shattering upon the floor. He hurried from behind the bar, approaching Harry with eager strides, grasping his hand with tears of joy in his eyes. Harry was somewhat taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and awkwardness. Could it be that a century later, people still remembered his deeds of vanquishing the Dark Mark and quelling the Goblin Rebellion? If they recognized him, did that imply? He was at a loss for words, as the crowd gazed at him, clamoring to shake his hand. "What honor, Mr. Potter. Truly an honor. I have longed for this moment. My heart is racing." After the wizards had expressed their admiration, Hagrid finally interjected, "I apologize, everyone, but I must take Harry to Diagon Alley for some shopping." As he spoke, he extricated Harry from the throng. "See, I told you long ago, you are quite famous." Hagrid chuckled. Harry smiled back at Hagrid and, with a composed demeanor, inquired, "Why do they act this way?" "Why?" Hagrid exaggeratedly patted Harry on the back, proclaiming, "You have vanquished the most formidable dark wizard of this century. You deserve such respect." Understanding dawned on Harry as he nodded, feeling a sense of relief. It was fortunate he was not recognized as the Harry Potter of a century prior. Moreover, that Harry was one of the heirs of ancient magic, a fact not obscure within the magical community of 100 years ago. Dark wizards coveting ancient magic could openly launch attacks on students during their transition to new schools. And Harry did not regard the dark wizards of this age as any less nefarious. Returning to the age of 11, his magical prowess had diminished to that level. While ordinary dark wizards might be manageable, he could hardly contend with another entity akin to Ranrock. Thus, he resolved to keep this secret from the public eye. Meanwhile, Hagrid continued to guide him, saying, "Count 3 blocks up and then 2 across, step back, Harry." He glanced down and noticed Harry seemed lost in thought, likely still troubled by earlier events. He chuckled and addressed Harry. "Harry, are you listening?" The brick he had tapped began to tremble and shift, revealing a small opening that gradually expanded. Before long, a broad archway, wide enough for Hagrid to pass through, emerged, leading to a winding cobblestone street that seemed to stretch into infinity. "Your memory is quite remarkable, Harry," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. "Welcome to Diagon Alley." Harry returned the umbrella to Hagrid and hesitantly remarked, "Hagrid, I don't have any money." Hagrid reassured him, "Oh, you needn't worry about that. You didn't think your parents left you without an inheritance, did you? Come now, since you're concerned about this matter, we shall visit Gringotts to withdraw some funds." Gringotts remained unchanged, its grand entrance facing Diagon Alley, with a white stone staircase leading up to 2 gleaming bronze doors. Standing beside the entrance was a goblin clad in a scarlet and gold uniform. As Harry and Hagrid entered, the goblin bowed to them respectfully. Upon passing through the first door, they entered a hall, progressing further to the silver second door. Harry noted the inscription engraved upon these silver doors: "Enter, stranger. But take heed, greed begets dire consequences. Those who take without labor shall face the harshest penalties. Therefore, if you seek to extract from our underground vaults wealth that never belonged to you, thief, you have been warned. Beware that what you summon may not be treasure, but rather retribution." Hagrid remarked, "As I said, anyone wishing to rob this bank must surely be mad." The 2 individuals approached the counter in the bustling hall of Gringotts, where Hagrid found a suitable spot to accommodate them amidst the busy goblins. "Good morning," Hagrid addressed a nearby idle goblin. "We wish to withdraw from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp exclamation erupted from the goblin. "Who? You say who?" The surrounding goblins halted their tasks, turning their attention toward the source of the sudden outburst. Hagrid, accustomed to such reactions, understood that as the vanquisher of the Dark Lord, Harry's renown among goblins was not surprising. However, he was unaware that this savior had saved the wizarding world on more than one occasion. "Harry Potter," Hagrid reiterated. "Harry Potter. I know it's Harry Potter. Which Harry Potter?" The goblin insisted, still in a high-pitched tone. Meanwhile, the hall of Gringotts resonated with a hum. As the goblins began to whisper among themselves, seemingly engrossed in fervent discussion. "What other Potter is there?" Hagrid replied, slightly impatient. "It's the one who defeated the Dark Lord, the very same Harry Potter who is about to commence his schooling this year. I brought him to access some funds from the Potter family vault." Upon hearing Hagrid's words, the goblin let out a sigh of relief. "Ah, it's Harry Potter. I thought it was another Harry Potter," he remarked, then resumed a more formal demeanor. "Do you possess the key to the vault?" "Yes, I do," Hagrid responded, rummaging through his pockets. He first produced 2 sleeping ferrets onto the counter, then a fluffy creature, and after a lengthy search, he finally exhaled in relief. "Here it is," Hagrid announced, holding up a small golden key. The goblin took the key, scrutinized it carefully, and then returned it to Hagrid. "There should be no issues. I also have a letter from Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid nonchalantly added, pulling out a crumpled letter from his pocket. "It concerns the item in Vault 713. Harry, aware that Hagrid was discussing confidential matters, found himself unable to ignore the mention of Vault 713, much to his amusement. Was this an overt conspiracy? He thought, bemused. The goblin accepted Hagrid's letter, meticulously examined the magical seal, and after a thorough reading, nodded. "Excellent. I shall send someone to escort you to the cart." With the goblin's announcement, a diminutive figure clad in formal attire approached them. "Very well, let us proceed," Hagrid said, patting Harry on the shoulder, signaling him to follow. "I'll take you to retrieve the money, and then we'll attend to other matters." "Hey, your creature," the goblin at the counter called out loudly. Following the goblin leading the way, Harry and Hagrid boarded a cart, embarking on their swift journey towards the vaults. The cart sped along the tracks, the frigid air whipping past them, causing Harry's eyes to sting from the chill. As he glanced around, neither Hagrid nor the Keeper of Keys seemed to notice him. Thus, he fashioned a small suit of armor for his face, attempting to shield himself from the biting cold wind. "Hagrid, do you truly believe our family is wealthy?" Harry inquired with a hint of concern. "Do not worry, Harry," Hagrid replied, chuckling. "It's amusing that you fret about your family's finances. If James were aware, he would." Before he could finish his sentence, the cart came to a sudden halt with a creak. "We've arrived," the keeper announced in a businesslike tone. Hagrid approached and unlocked the vault with a key. Wow! Harry was momentarily dazzled by the mountain of gold coins within the vault. Deep beneath London, he possessed such a modest fortune. Unbidden, he recalled the beautiful girl with pale golden hair he had encountered on the train in his first year. She had exhibited an air of superiority, flaunting her father's wealth and deriding his poverty, seemingly relishing the idea of making him her follower, especially that summer after his second year. "Oh, what brings you here? To purchase second-hand robes?" Cassandra Malfoy had remarked haughtily, lifting her chin as she regarded the bashful Harry outside the elegant wizardess robes shop. Harry paid her mockery little mind, compared to the Dursleys. Her manner of speaking was relatively gentle. Indeed, Harry smiled at the blonde girl. "Is there anything here that you have worn?" Upon hearing his words, disdain flickered in her gray eyes, and she turned away, departing from the shop. That very afternoon, he received 2 old Slytherin robes. Harry? Yes, indeed. He had never seen so much money before, and he pondered whether this meant he was now wealthier than the Malfoys. These coins were known as galleons, the silver coins as sickles, and the bronze coins as nuts. Hagrid patiently explained, 17 sickles equal 1 galleon, and 29 nuts equal 1 sickle. Quite simple, wouldn't you say? As he spoke, Hagrid helped Harry fill his pockets with coins. Quite simple. Harry often wished to critique the wizarding currency system. When would the wizarding world learn from muggles and reform their currency system? Even the remnants of the old system had been abolished in 1971. Well, this should be sufficient for your 2 terms. I'll keep the rest safe for you. Hagrid filled Harry's pouch with coins and then turned to the keeper. "Now, please take us to the underground vault 713, but could you kindly slow the cart?" Hagrid shrugged at Harry, indicating his helplessness. Harry was not overly concerned. After all, he had his miniature armor for protection. Harry immediately noticed that the door to vault 713 lacked a keyhole. "Step back," the keeper instructed solemnly, extending a long finger to gently tap the door, which began to vanish slowly before their eyes. Apart from the goblins of Gringotts, no one else should attempt this, warned the ringmaster, unless you wish to be drawn into the door and never emerge. In such a remarkably secure underground vault, it was certain that exceedingly valuable items were stored. Harry mused on this as he watched the ringmaster and Hagrid enter, only to reappear moments later. Almost instantaneously, Harry sensed a profound, ancient magical aura emanating from Hagrid's embrace. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have followed them inside to see what it was. Ancient magic was rather peculiar, before the age of 15. One could only sense its presence but not wield it. Yet his intuition told him that with the aid of that object, age would no longer pose a barrier. What could it be? Harry inquired, striving to project the demeanor of an 11-year-old boy. Oh no, Harry, I cannot disclose that, Hagrid replied hastily. This is a task entrusted to me by Professor Dumbledore, to deliver it to Hogwarts. He has instructed me to keep it confidential, so even you, I cannot divulge the details. Please forgive me. That's all right, Harry nodded in understanding. Since it was a secret, he had no right to pressure Hagrid into revealing it. After all, in his heart, the tall and affable Hagrid had become a friend. He had also overheard Hagrid's unfinished thoughts. Since the item was to be delivered to Hogwarts, it implied that it wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. He could study it further once school commenced. Chapter 7. I think he resembles Lily. After exiting Gringotts, Hagrid proposed to take Harry to procure the items listed on his acceptance letter. As they passed a confectionery, Hagrid purchased 2 ice creams, giving Harry one adorned with raspberry chocolate sauce. They savored their treats while making their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Madame Malkin was a plump and kindly witch, her smile warm and welcoming. Upon seeing Harry, she enthusiastically beckoned him into the shop. Harry quickly finished his ice cream and followed Madame Malkin inside. Dear, you've come to purchase your Hogwarts robes, haven't you? We have a wide variety of styles available, and we can customize them to your needs, Madame Malkin informed Harry. Oh, by the way, there's a little witch trying on robes inside. I believe you two will get along splendidly. Following Madame Malkin's direction, Harry spotted a girl with a voluminous hairstyle standing on a stool, while a witch was pinning her robe with a brooch. Madame Malkin instructed Harry to stand beside the girl, and as he approached, he saw her turn around. It was a look of scholarly pride. Yet her prominent front teeth reminded Harry of the sleeping mouse Hagrid had tucked in his pocket. Yes, Harry smiled faintly. Hermione, too, had noticed Harry's attire, not for its worn appearance, but because it was a quintessential Muggle outfit. Upon their arrival in Diagon Alley, Hermione had observed that the majority of young witches and wizards typically dressed quite differently from Muggles. Are you also from a Muggle family? Hermione inquired, her tone infused with warmth. A look of realization crossed her face. Hermione Granger, she introduced, extending her hand, clearly delighted to meet him. Harry Potter, he replied, grasping Hermione's small hand in return. However, upon hearing his name, Hermione's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. My goodness, is it truly you? She exclaimed. I know everything about you. Of course. I've also purchased a few reference books for leisurely reading. A history of modern magic, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century, all of which prominently feature your name. Leisurely reading? Harry mused, contemplating that Miss Granger might not quite be on the same wavelength as him. A quintessential Ravenclaw behavior. A celebrity like you should be living in a magical world. Why deceive me by claiming to come from a Muggle family? Hermione suddenly furrowed her brow. You see, my parents were silenced by Voldemort, Harry explained quietly. So I grew up in my aunt's home, only recently discovering the existence of magic. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hermione bit her lip, apologizing to Harry. I truly am sorry. It's all right, Harry smiled. After all, you were unaware of this matter. Miss Granger? A stern voice interjected. Harry turned to see a witch clad in a dark green robe, adorned with glasses. Professor McGonagall. Hermione cheered, clearly fond of the witch. McGonagall smiled at Hermione before directing her attention to Harry, locking eyes with his vivid green ones. And this is Mr. Potter? Hello, Professor McGonagall. Harry greeted with a gentlemanly bow. McGonagall nodded slightly, a flicker of nostalgia dancing in her eyes. This child. He reminds me of Lily, she thought joyfully. At that moment, Madame Malkin approached. If you ladies and this gentleman don't mind, I must begin taking measurements. She turned to Harry. I shall start with you. I'll take my leave for now, Harry, Hermione said. See you at school. See you at school. Harry nodded in agreement. Goodbye, Professor. After the fitting, Harry followed Hagrid as they meandered through Diagon Alley, purchasing everything on their school supply list. Eventually, they paused in front of the wand shop. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 B.C. Harry lifted his gaze, reading the faded golden inscription on the sign. Quite ancient, isn't it? Hagrid remarked, patting Harry on the shoulder. You know, I bought my wand here when I was a student. In fact, nearly all Hogwarts students procure their wand from this very shop. Harry nodded in agreement, recalling that he had also acquired his wand there a century ago. The previous owner, Garrick Ollivander, had been somewhat eccentric. Hollywood, with a phoenix feather core, 11 inches, he mused, pondering the whereabouts of the wand he once used so long ago. Harry felt compelled to seek out his old companion. The shop was rather diminutive, containing merely a long bench, with nothing else to be seen. Hagrid informed Harry that he would step out for a moment, leaving Harry alone to await his return in the wand shop. Not long after, a gentle voice resonated beside him. "Good afternoon." "Hello." Harry turned to find an elderly gentleman standing before him. If his assumptions were correct, this venerable figure must be Ollivander's son. Indeed, Ollivander nodded repeatedly. "I knew I would soon meet you, Harry Potter. Your eyes mirror those of your mother, who visited here to procure her first wand. It feels like just yesterday. A wand measuring 10¼ inches, crafted from willow, with a delightful swish when waved. A splendid wand. Your father, on the other hand," Ollivander continued, "had a wand of mahogany, 11 inches, supple and powerful. It was particularly effective for transfiguration. He cherished it, though, of course. Is the wand that chooses the wizard." At this juncture, Ollivander leaned closer, invading Harry's personal space. "Your scar," he said, brushing aside Harry's fringe to reveal the distinctive lightning-shaped mark. "I apologize. It was caused by a wand I sold, 13½ inches. Made of yew and containing a phoenix feather. Immensely powerful, yet it fell into the hands of a dark wizard." Harry discreetly stepped back, creating distance between himself and the unbound Ollivander. "I forgive you," he stated. Chapter 8. The Wand and Birthday Gifts. Ollivander opened his mouth, clearly taken aback by Harry's unexpected words. To avert an awkward silence, he opted to shift the topic. "Raise your arm." "Oh, good." Ollivander commenced measuring Harry, from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, and even from shoulder to floor. Harry found himself puzzled. After all, purchasing a wand was hardly akin to buying clothing. Was it truly necessary to measure even his waist? As he measured, Ollivander elaborated on dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, and unicorn hair. Yet Harry perceived that Ollivander was merely sharing facts without elucidating the purpose behind his actions. After what felt like an eternity, the measuring finally concluded, and Harry exhaled in relief. "All right," Ollivander announced as the measuring tape fell to the floor, coiling into a heap. "Now, Mr. Potter, why don't you try this maple wand? Phoenix feather, 7 inches long, with quite good flexibility. Give it a go." "No, this one does not suit you. Try this instead," he said, handing Harry another wand made of ebony with unicorn hair, measuring 8½ inches long and exhibiting strong elasticity. No, try this one," Ollivander murmured to himself. "A wand of white willow, dragon heartstring, 11¾ inches. Mr. Potter, please take it and give it a try." Ollivander assumed Harry had become distracted and prompted him. "Are you certain this one is suitable for me?" Harry replied, "I believe you would ascertain its unsuitability even before I wield it." It seemed clear that they were indeed not a match. Mr. Ollivander seemed oblivious to Harry's sarcastic remarks. This time he buried his head in the counter, searching for a considerable while. "Aha!" he exclaimed, retrieving a box from the depths of the counter and opening it with great reverence. "Beechwood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches. Harry did not take it, but instead looked toward Mr. Ollivander. "Give it a try," Ollivander urged, unperturbed as he presented the wand to him. Only then did Harry accept the wand, and the moment it touched his hand, he felt a warm current flowing through him, while the tip of the wand burst forth in a dazzling display of light, scattering golden sparks like fireworks, even splattering against the surrounding walls. Yes, this is the sensation," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, covering his mouth, deeply moved. "Beechwood, I knew it was beech. You see, a true match for a beechwood wand should possess such qualities. If a youth, he or she must have wisdom beyond their years. If an adult, they are invariably wise and experienced." Harry's lips turned downward slightly as he offered his assessment. "Not bad." He readily produced a galleon, and upon Ollivander's reminder of the price, he laid down 7 galleons on the counter to purchase the wand. Mr. Ollivander then bowed, ushering him out of the wand shop. Outside the shop, Hagrid stood there, cradling a large cake. Upon seeing Harry emerge, Hagrid approached and presented the cake. Harry looked down at it, where the words "Happy Birthday, Harry" were inscribed. Although 2 of the 3 words were misspelled, his name was correctly written. "Oh, Harry," Hagrid said, ruffling Harry's messy hair with his large hand. The snowy owl hooted sweetly, looking rather delightful. "If those Dursleys treat you poorly, just use this owl to write to me." Hagrid, while enjoying the cake at the pub, continued talking to Harry. "Don't worry, this owl will find me." "All right, Hagrid," Harry replied with a nod, saying little more. While eating cake, he found himself lost in thought. To be honest, it had been nearly a day since leaving the Dursleys, and he found himself somewhat missing Dudley. After finishing the cake, Hagrid led Harry out of the leaky cauldron. The duo was quite a spectacle, not to mention Hagrid's towering and imposing figure. Their numerous bags, along with a snowy owl, were enough to draw attention. Fortunately, it was legal in England to keep snowy owls, so no one reported them, but the stares they received were unavoidable. "I actually regret it," Hagrid remarked. "I should have called the night bus." "The night bus?" Harry feigned ignorance, though he remembered it well. Had Hagrid not mentioned it, he might have forgotten entirely. He had the fortune of riding it a few times during his school days, a suggestion from the former Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. Over 20 years ago, the night bus always assists wizards in need. It can transport you anywhere on land, Hagrid explained to Harry. Now, take out your wand and hold it up high. Following Hagrid's instruction, Harry retrieved his wand and raised it into the air. Almost instantaneously, a double-decker bus materialized before him. At that moment, he noticed that the curious onlookers, who had been observing the peculiar duo of himself and Hagrid, suddenly diverted their gazes. Muggle-repelling charm, Harry mused internally. This enchantment was embedded within the night bus. Hey, you two, are you getting on or not? The conductor called out from behind the door. Hagrid promptly hefted his numerous bags and ushered Harry aboard. Excuse me, to number 4, Privet Drive, please, Hagrid stated. As Hagrid conversed with the conductor, Harry found himself pondering how entertaining it would be to witness Dudley's expression if he were to experience the night bus while feeling motion sick. Chapter 9. The Pig with a Wig. Considering that the Dursleys' residence was not far, Harry and Hagrid opted for the 9-sickle package, foregoing hot cocoa and towels. The night bus traveled at remarkable speed, far surpassing any Muggle transport, and all obstacles in its path magically veered aside, rendering the journey both safe and enchanting. Within 20 minutes, Harry arrived at the Dursleys' doorstep. All right, Hagrid, I'll see you at Hogwarts. Safe travels, Harry said, resting a hand on Hedwig's cage. See you at Hogwarts. Hagrid replied with a smile, waving goodbye. In the blink of an eye, the night bus vanished from Harry's sight. The sky remained bright, due to London's higher latitude. It would not fully darken until nearly 7:30 in July. The Dursleys had not yet retired for the night, especially after the tumultuous events of the day. Petunia and Vernon had been deliberating on how to proceed since Harry's departure, ignoring even Dudley, who paraded around his Smelting's uniform seeking attention. Bored and restless, Dudley sat by the door, and when he caught sight of Harry's sudden appearance, a malicious grin spread across his pudgy face. In the past, whenever he felt discontent, he would take it out on Harry, bullying him mercilessly, seemingly having forgotten the day as earlier occurrences. Hi, Dudley, Harry greeted as Dudley approached with ill intent, unperturbed. Could you help me carry these bags inside? Oh, is that so? Dudley cracked his knuckles. What if I say no? You will, Harry replied with certainty, pointing at Dudley's rear. Unless you wish for that pig's tail to remain. By the way, wasn't it once said that you resemble a pig wearing a wig? Upon uttering this, Harry recalled that this nickname had originated before the Victorian era, a fitting description given Dudley's appearance. Dudley, feeling behind him, suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, a pig's tail had sprouted from his backside. Harry Potter. Dudley's face flushed an angry purple, mirroring his father Vernon's expression. Humiliated, he lunged at Harry with outstretched arms. Harry deftly extracted his wand from within his robes and cast a minor curse at Dudley. What have you done to me? Dudley shrieked in terror, his body uncontrollably breaking into a dance. He longed to stop but found himself utterly powerless. The Tarantella, a diminutive spell, elicited a smirk from Harry as he watched Dudley's antics, resting his arms upon Hedwig's cage. Hedwig, if you have never witnessed a pig dancing, you are in for a treat. Make me stop. Dudley cried out in a panic. Mom? Dad, help. Save me. His desperate pleas proved effective as the Dursleys, who had been deliberating on their next course of action, abandoned their discussion and rushed out of the house, one after the other. Darling Dudley, Aunt Petunia gasped, rushing forward to embrace him. Yet, her frail frame was no match for Dudley, who continued to dance unabated. Uncle Vernon lunged towards Harry, his face a deep shade of purple, glaring furiously. What have you done to my son? Perhaps he should shed a few pounds. Harry shrugged nonchalantly. Uncle Vernon's beady eyes narrowed as he pointed an accusatory finger at Harry, ready to unleash a torrent of invective. Just as Harry contemplated whether to cast another spell, he noticed Uncle Vernon suddenly glancing around, his expression shifting to one of relief. Was he searching for Hagrid? Harry mused. And my belongings? Harry gestured toward the heap of packages beside him. I'll help you carry them in. Uncle Vernon snapped. Thank you, Uncle Vernon, Harry replied with a gentlemanly bow, then wagged a finger at Dudley, who halted his movements, the pig tail vanishing into thin air. Just as Dudley was about to follow them inside, Harry said, Dudley, would you be so kind as to carry this parcel inside? The bundle was small, yet Harry relished the opportunity to direct Dudley. With a reluctant sniffle, Dudley ambled over and took the parcel from Harry's hands. Upon entering the house, Harry instinctively headed towards the stairwell, only to be interrupted by Uncle Vernon's sudden proclamation. Your room is upstairs. Your aunt and I have decided that, as you are growing up, it is no longer appropriate for you to stay in the cupboard. Dudley's other bedroom will now belong to you. Why? Harry raised an eyebrow in curiosity. No questions. Uncle Vernon bellowed angrily. Harry recalled that room. He had yearned to inhabit it. Although labeled as Dudley's bedroom, it was, in fact, a storage space filled with items Dudley had discarded. Upon hearing this decision, Dudley reacted as if struck by lightning, wailing loudly, "No, that's my room. I don't want him moving in. Dad, Mom, make a move out. He is not allowed in my room. Do you wish to continue dancing, then?" Aunt Petunia's voice was low and stern. This was the first time Harry had ever heard her address Dudley with such severity. "Listen here, young man." Uncle Vernon extended his hand, grasping Harry's collar, and with a menacing tone warned, "I do not care what tricks you have learned, nor do I expect any gratitude for the years of care I and your aunt have provided. I merely hope that while you indulge in your antics, you do not reveal to our neighbors that we harbor an oddity in our home. Do you understand?" Harry comprehended that Uncle Vernon's true fear was the possibility of the neighbors discovering their household's peculiarities. £1,000. Harry was unperturbed by the grip on his collar, as minors were prohibited from performing magic outside of school, so he had nothing to lose. Uncle Vernon inhaled deeply. 500. Deal. Harry extended his hand. Uncle Vernon released Harry's collar, casting a long look at him before shaking his hand, thereby sealing the agreement. "I trust you will keep your word," he stated. Nearby, Dudley, observing the exchange, chimed in, "No, if I have to vacate my room, I want £1,000 too." Uncle Vernon suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and replied to Dudley, £500. Dudley glanced at Harry. "Let us ask for half again," Harry suggested. Dudley nodded and declared to Vernon, 250. Deal. Uncle Vernon hastily acquiesced. Harry sighed in exasperation. Chapter 10. He owes me thanks. Uncle Vernon was true to his word, perhaps fearing that breaking it would lead to their neighbors discovering the oddity within their home. Thus, the £500 arrived in Harry's room that very night. "I hope you honor your promise," Uncle Vernon said, his expression decidedly sour. For the sake of £500, Harry was willing to uphold his end of the bargain. Lying in bed, Harry felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. Just yesterday, he had been at Hogwarts, conversing with Sebastian about his sister's illness. He recalled Valencia mentioning they had found a glimmer of hope. He wondered how Annie was faring and thought it prudent to visit the Saru family when the opportunity arose. Wizards were long-lived. It had only been a little over 100 years, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the Saru siblings should still be alive. As for Sebastian, one of his closest friends, Harry held a deep trust in him, for he was the man who had taught him the 3 unforgivable curses without reservation. While lost in thought, Harry was startled when the door swung open. He did not need to look up to know it was Dudley entering. Aware of Dudley's presence, he kept his eyes closed, curious about Dudley's intentions. Unexpectedly, Dudley plopped down beside him on the floor. After a moment, Harry heard the sound of soft sobbing. He picked up his wand, its tip illuminating with a bright glow, casting light upon Dudley's ample face. "What's wrong?" Harry asked gently, feeling a twinge of compassion. In response, Dudley's sobs grew louder, though he was still attempting to stifle them. Harry knew that if Dudley truly let go, his cries would rival the notorious Mandrake in volume. "Stop crying. If Uncle Vernon hears you, he'll suspect I'm using magic to bully you," Harry said with a hint of exasperation. "This is clearly my room, yet Dudley is still weeping." "Uncle Vernon purchased it for £250, didn't he?" Harry retorted. Upon hearing this, Dudley was visibly choked. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Then suddenly an idea sparked in his mind. He rummaged through the cupboard and produced a box of chocolate frogs, offering it to Dudley. "Here, this is a snack from the magical world that you have surely never tasted." "What is this?" Dudley's interest was piqued at the mention of food, momentarily forgetting his tears in his room. "Chocolate frogs contain collectible cards, popular among young wizards," Harry explained. "The cards feature famous wizards." "Wizards?" As Dudley opened the chocolate frog and saw its resemblance to a real frog, he exclaimed in astonishment. "This can't possibly be a real frog, can it? How could it be? It's made of chocolate, enchanted with magic," Harry chuckled, though he refrained from mentioning that the chocolate frog would leap once. However, unexpectedly, as soon as the chocolate frog sprang to life, Dudley, with an almost imperceptible speed, seized its leg and tossed it into his mouth. When it came to food, Dudley possessed an extraordinary agility. Delicious. Dudley gleefully savored it, reaching for the card inside the chocolate frog. It depicted an elderly man with a white beard, exuding a kind smile. The name beneath the image was Paracelsus. The back bore a description, which Harry timely pointed out. Dudley dutifully flipped it over, indeed discovering the character's biography. Paracelsus, a wizard contemporaneous with Copernicus and Leonardo da Vinci, a medical genius whose audacious theories challenged medieval thought, and who discovered the language of snakes. Oh no, he vanished, Dudley exclaimed. Of course. Dudley nodded vigorously, his cheeks jiggling. He had no intention of delving deeper into the matter of the card. In truth, it hardly concerned him. Instead, he was more eager to consume several more chocolate frogs. Thus, I can offer you snacks, but you must assist me with certain tasks. Harry gathered a pile of chocolate frogs, and Dudley's gaze remained fixated on them. Just tell me what to do, Dudley insisted, still staring intently at the chocolate frogs. Then, belatedly, he pulled out 250 pounds from his pocket and placed it on Harry's table. Here, this should be enough to purchase your snacks. And you will need some pocket money for school, right? This is all yours. Even 50 pounds is quite a significant sum. Harry had learned that the exchange rate at Gringotts for pounds to galleons was 5 to 1. This amount would be sufficient to convert to 10 galleons. Not to mention, it could easily purchase the same quantity of snacks again. Although the gold standard was not in effect, as it was in the Victorian era, the purchasing power of the pound in this age remained remarkably strong. This is magical world-esque treat, Dudley. Harry raised an eyebrow. You don't think you can buy these snacks with just 50 pounds, do you? To Harry's surprise, Dudley nodded in agreement, evidently persuaded by Harry's words. The animated chocolate frog is indeed a rare treasure. One must consider that his remote-controlled car cost a staggering $4,999. Thus, the edible chocolate frog is of even greater value, even with $4,999 in hand. One might scour all the department stores across the UK and still not find a moving chocolate frog. Consequently, Dudley readily handed Harry the 200 pounds, stating here, take this. If it's not enough, it's fine, just keep it all. Harry, unfazed, casually tucked the 250 into his pocket. Dudley cheered and did not forget to express his gratitude, saying, thank you, Harry, you are truly a good person. Harry shrugged in response, thinking to himself, look, he still has to thank me. I had expected you to bear a grudge for the times I bullied you and seek revenge. As Dudley stuffed the chocolate frog into his pocket, he remarked, oh, right, I almost forgot about that. Harry then reached for a pillow. Noticing Harry's movement, Dudley instinctively swallowed hard. What are you doing? He exclaimed, only to be met with a sudden pillow attack from Harry. Chapter 11. The Start of Term. The pillow fight, laced with playful antics, did not prompt Dudley to call for help. He merely allowed Harry to pummel him with the pillow. Strangely enough, after that night, Dudley became something of a follower to Harry. In the month leading up to the start of school, Dudley treated Harry as if he were an entirely different person. Observing Dudley's plump figure, Harry felt compelled to procure some weight loss potions for him. The $7.50 he had acquired from the Dursleys was entirely spent on Muggle snacks, with a particular emphasis on Coca-Cola. God knows how desperately he longed for a sip of that joyous drink during the Victorian era. Considering the purchasing power of the pound, Harry took a night bus once more to Diagon Alley, where he purchased a suitcase enhanced with a seamless extension charm. He stuffed the Muggle snacks into the suitcase, and, noticing there was still space, added books and clothing as well. This suitcase had cost him 30 gold galleons, and true to the saying, you get what you pay for, Harry was thoroughly pleased with his purchase. A month flew by in the blink of an eye, and the start of school was upon them. As Dudley was also to attend smelting school, the Dursleys set off to London to drop him off. I've always been curious, where did you get that wizard money? Uncle Vernon suddenly inquired from the car. The vehicle came to a sudden halt, nearly causing Harry to bump into the seat in front of him. From the rearview mirror hanging in front, Harry caught sight of Uncle Vernon's face darkening ominously. Was he blaming Harry for not repaying his upbringing? Harry speculated internally, and his mouth blurted out, I know I have money now. I can pay for all those years of support. You're just like your father, Potter. Uncle Vernon exclaimed, his corpulent body swiveling in anger to face Harry. He was just as arrogant and contemptuous. Harry instinctively sought to defend his father. My father is not arrogant, nor am I. If you don't mind, could you please stop the car by the side of the road? Vernon's disdainful grunt accompanied the car as it came to a halt. He turned back, seething with anger, and shouted, Listen here, boy, I couldn't care less about whatever wealth is stored in that ridiculous Gringotts of yours. I love Petunia. I love her above all else. If it weren't for her, do you think I would allow this freak to cross the threshold of my home? Do you know Gringotts? Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow, aware that Uncle Vernon's agitation was sparked by his mention of it. Vernon's face flushed again, his beard trembling as he roared. Of course, I know Gringotts. I remember meeting that freak and your father at a restaurant. Petunia said he was unemployed, and I thought about giving him a job at my company, even without a recognized degree. I even considered supporting him, but your father, Dursley. Good heavens, Dursley. Aunt Petunia sat in the passenger seat, tugging at her collar as if struggling to breathe. Like father, like son. The station has arrived. You may exit. Uncle Vernon barked. Harry looked up, and indeed, they had arrived at King's Cross Station. I'm sorry, he smiled at the Dursleys, then turned to Dudley, saying, I'll be getting off now. Remember your promise. Dudley mimed back at Harry. Harry nodded, retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, pulled out the handle, placed it atop, and turned to leave. That was a grievance of the previous generation. It had nothing to do with him, and there was no need for mental turmoil. Platform 9 3/4, Harry murmured, wheeling his suitcase toward the station's interior. This was not his first time at the platform. He remained unperturbed, leisurely pulling his suitcase, his demeanor serene, until a family with vibrant red hair entered the station ahead of him, at which point he followed them into platform 9 3/4. It was distinctly magical, imbued with the essence of the wizarding world. Harry even spotted a chocolate frog jumping from an open train window, much to the chagrin of its owner. He found a solitary compartment in the rear carriage. Just as he placed his suitcase inside, he encountered a pair of identical red-haired twins. "Are you Harry Potter?" The one on the left inquired, a look of surprise illuminating his face. "Fred, George, are you on the train?" "We're here, Mom." They hurriedly bid farewell to Harry and dashed out. Leaning back in his seat, Harry gazed vacantly at the crowd outside. He could still hear the twins' mother scolding them. "That poor child is not an animal in a zoo. Fred, George, stop staring." The mother's voice dwindled as Harry lost interest in eavesdropping, settling into a comfortable position on the platform. The mother continued her admonition. "I will not allow you to ask him any questions about his scar. Don't let him think of that on the very first day of school." She lowered her voice in admonition. "All the wizards are celebrating the day he vanquished the Dark Lord. Yet for him, it signifies the loss of his dearly beloved parents." "Oh, the poor child. All right, no need to get upset. Someone, was it Fred or George? Interjected, we understand." The whistle of the train sounded. "All right, children. It is time to say goodbye." The mother smiled as she planted kisses on the foreheads of each child. "Get on board now, my little Ronnie, you too. And do not let me receive any more letters from professors about your pranks." The latter remark was directed at the twins. Chapter 12. Ron. The train rumbled to life, embarking on its journey to Hogwarts. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Harry glanced toward the door, where stood a shy boy with fiery red hair and a smattering of freckles. The boy thanked him, stowed his luggage, and took a seat opposite Harry, gazing out at the scenery with an air of nonchalance while occasionally stealing glances at Harry. Harry mused to himself, that vibrant hair must belong to that family. "Hello, Harry initiated E.M. Harry Potter. Ronald Weasley, but you can call me Ron." Ron extended his hand, shaking Harry's with the demeanor of a little adult. "Weasley?" Harry's heart raced as he quickly inquired. "You mean you are a Weasley?" "Yes," Ron replied, somewhat bewildered. "Shouldn't I be the one asking about the illustrious deeds of the Savior? Why is the Savior inquiring about me?" However, Harry's thoughts drifted to Matilda Weasley, the vice principal and head of Gryffindor, who had always been kind to him during his time at school, and to his good friend, Gareth Weasley. A sudden silence enveloped the two, prompting Ron to break it. "So, you really what?" Harry queried. "Do you really live with Muggles?" Ron awkwardly shifted the topic. "I heard this. Is it true?" "Yes." Harry nodded. "I live with my aunt and uncle. They are all Muggles." "What are they like?" Ron asked. "Not very pleasant. They are quite resistant to magic," Harry shrugged, adding with a hint of envy, "I wish I had 2 brothers." "You'll find out how annoying they can be once you have them." Ron shuddered at the thought. "Besides, it's not just 2. I have 5 brothers and 1 sister." "Wow," Harry exclaimed genuinely. "A large family like that has always been my dream." Heaven knows how much he wished for a few Potter siblings to stand by him when he was bullied. Yet, Ron seemed somewhat disheartened. "I'm the 6th in my family to attend Hogwarts, and at home, my mother always wants me to follow their example. My eldest brother Bill is the president of the student council. My second brother Charlie is the captain of the Quidditch team. My third brother Percy just became a prefect. Fred and George, although always up to mischief, have outstanding grades, and everyone thinks they are so cool." "So, you feel a lot of pressure," Harry discerned. Harry nodded in understanding, acknowledging that family expectations often weigh heavily upon one. "No," Ron replied with irritation. "If you have 5 brothers, you'll never have anything new. I'm wearing Bill's old robes, using Charlie's worn wand, and I have Percy's discarded rat." As he spoke, he pulled out a plump, sleeping rat from his pocket. "Look, this is Scabbers," Ron sighed. "He is quite old now, perpetually sleepy. When Percy became a prefect, Dad rewarded him with an owl. So he gave me this surplus rat." Realizing he had spoken too much, Ron fell silent and gazed out the window, not wishing for his new friend to form a negative impression based on such matters. "Look, Ron," Harry said, tugging at his own clothes. "These are my cousin Dudley's hand-me-downs. You see, they fit me like maternity wear. Ever since I can remember, I've been wearing his discarded clothes, never having anything new. You wouldn't believe it. Although Dudley is my age, he is quite overweight, while I am rather small, so it's only natural I can wear his clothes. The rarity of empathy in this world is truly remarkable." Harry's words made Ron feel less unfortunate. He sensed that Harry was not merely being polite, but genuinely understood his predicament. Shared humiliations can swiftly bridge the gap between two individuals. As they conversed, the train had already departed London. Meanwhile, a series of rhythmic clattering sounds echoed in the aisle. A woman with a warm smile and dimples opened the compartment door and inquired, "Dear, would you like something?" It was lunchtime, and the train had departed right on time at 11. Harry had just angered Uncle Vernon and hadn't he had a chance to eat. He was indeed hungry. "No, I brought sandwiches, thank you," Ron said, lowering his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Harry stood up and stepped in the aisle, saying, "I'll take some of that, please." Even after 6 years of schooling over a century ago, he was still, but 16, fundamentally a child at heart. His resistance to snacks was present but limited. The vendor selected a few items from the cart for him, and when it was time to pay, Harry handed her a galleon, 3 sickles, and 4 nuts. He returned to their compartment, clutching the snacks, while Ron's eyes were fixed on the treats, unblinking. Harry was well aware of his friend's longing. "You're really hungry," Ron asserted. "Yeah, starving," Harry replied, pulling out a pumpkin pasty and offering it to Ron. "No, mate," Ron said, retrieving a sandwich from a paper box. "Mom made me sandwiches to eat on the train. She always forgets I don't like corned beef. Let us trade a piece. Come on, let us swap," Harry urged, holding out the pumpkin pasty. "You and T like it," Ron sniffled. "She has to take care of 5 of us, and there's no time." "It's fine," Harry chuckled. He finally persuaded Ron. In fact, after Ron took a bite of pumpkin pie, he never touched the sandwich again. Harry, with an unspoken understanding, chose not to bring up the sandwich, leaving his own portion on the table. Quite delightful. Harry took a bite of the cauldron cake and pulled out a box of chocolate frogs. "You actually bought chocolate frogs?" Ron exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Harry replied as he opened the chocolate frog. "I purchased this earlier in Diagon Alley. It comes with a trading card, though I'm not particularly interested in the cards. The chocolate frogs themselves are quite enjoyable. I have a small favor to ask, mate," Ron quickly interjected. "If you happen to get Agrippa and Ptolemy, be sure to save them for me." "Rest assured," Harry nodded in agreement, retrieving the card. "Oh, it's Dumbledore," he whispered. Chapter 13, Grindelwald. "Dumbledore?" Harry echoed. Ron, assuming Harry was unfamiliar with Dumbledore, said, "Don't tell me you don't know Dumbledore, mate. He is the greatest wizard in the world. Just flip the card over." As Ron snatched the card from Harry's hand, he added, "Let me read it to you. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, is regarded as the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore's renowned contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragoness blood, and his fruitful partnership with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy." Hearing the familiar name, Harry instinctively interrupted. "Who? Nicholas Flamel?" Ron shrugged his partner. "Do you know him?" "No, I meant the other one. Who did he defeat?" Harry inquired. This name, so familiar, instantly transported Harry's memory back to his 5th year, a century ago. "Hey, mate." Harry's roommate, Gareth, nudged him with his elbow. "Did you hear? We're getting a new student this year." "Really?" Harry felt indifferent, merely picking up his cup of water. "Yeah, I heard it from my aunt. You know, she's the deputy headmistress, so she always knows things before us. But the feast has started. Why hasn't she arrived yet?" Just as Gareth finished speaking, the grand doors swung open. Harry turned to see the disheveled Professor Fig standing beside an extraordinarily beautiful girl. Her golden hair shone far brighter than Malfoy's, Harry thought. As if sensing Harry's gaze, the girl turned to him and flashed a sweet smile. "Slytherin," the Sorting Hat proclaimed, and a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the 4 long tables. By the time Harry processed this, the girl had already walked over to him amidst Gareth's envious, jealous eyes. "Hello, may I sit here?" Sure," Harry stammered, nudging Gareth aside, and under Gareth's mournful stare, the girl settled beside him. It was from that moment that Harry met Vilacia, and they became close friends. Thus, Harry could not bring himself to believe that Vilacia would ever become a dark wizard. "How could she be a dark wizard?" Ron mused, chewing on a sweet and glancing at Harry. "Her? Oh no, mate, isn't Grindelwald a man? What was his name again?" "Oh right, Gellert Grindelwald. I've heard his relationship with Dumbledore is rather complicated." Harry inexplicably exhaled in relief, suddenly recalling that it was indeed Gellert. However, that little sunflower parakeet, him? A dark wizard? It was uncertain whether he truly was, but his little face was quite adorable. "Mate, you really should brush up on your knowledge of the magical world," Ron sighed. "You're the chosen one. This one do." "You're right," Harry nodded in agreement. Just then there was a knock at the door. A chubby little boy, tears brimming in his eyes, pitifully inquired, "Excuse me, have you seen my toad?" When both boys shook their heads in denial, the boy erupted into tears. "It always tries to run away from me, and now I've lost it again." "Don't worry," Ron consoled, "you might find it soon." "If I had bought a toad, I would have tossed it away long ago," Ron shrugged. I truly cannot appreciate that creature. Thankfully, I have Scabbers with me. Although he's old and lazy, sleeping like he is dead, he has accompanied me for many years. To be honest, I quite like him. Despite being a rat, he is rather docile when I sleep with him. Harry was astonished to discover that his newfound friend had such peculiar tastes, particularly in sleeping with a rat. Nevertheless, he chose to respect his friend's quirky habit. After all, it was normal to sleep with pets. However, he would never allow Hedwig on his bed. Yesterday, Fred, George, and I learned a spell that can turn this rat yellow. I want to give it a try. Ron produced his old wand from his pocket. Look, the unicorn hair is starting to show, but that's all right. Is this Charlie S? Harry inquired. Yes, Charlie's old wand. Ron replied somewhat helplessly. Harry recalled Ollivander's words about how wands choose wizards. Would using another wizard's wand yield good compatibility? Harry couldn't help but feel concerned. Before he could voice his thoughts, the door swung open once more. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville lamented, having lost his toad. Hearing the familiar voice, Harry looked up and exclaimed with delight, Hermione? Oh, Harry. Hermione beamed, her face lighting up with joy. I was just thinking of looking for you. I saw Neville crying and wanted to help him find it. Are you practicing magic? I've been self-studying some spells at home, but they Haven Tea worked very well. Would you only take a look? Her rapid-fire speech left Ron momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with someone who spoke so quickly. Hermione comfortably settled beside Harry, who casually handed her a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Ron cleared his throat a couple of times and waved his wand. Let me give it a try. Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine, let me transform this foolish rat into gold. An awkward silence ensued, and nothing happened. Are you sure that's the spell? Hermione questioned, eyeing Ron skeptically. Ron awkwardly set down his wand, realizing he had been outwitted by his twin brothers once again. Hermione turned to Harry, inquiring, And what about you, Harry? You just mentioned that boy. What was his name? Harry drew his wand, aiming it towards the doorway, as Neville's toad soared through the air. Hermione placed her hand on her forehead, utterly astonished that both individuals in the same compartment could be so unreliable, one muttering foolish incantations while the other was lost in fanciful thoughts. Did you truly expect that would summon the toad? She asked, exasperated. Chapter 14. How has Slytherin become this way? Harry did not refute Hermione. No sooner had she spoken than a toad flew through the entrance, landing squarely before Harry. Look, is this the toad you were searching for? Harry queried. Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at him. The summoning charm was a spell taught only in the 4th year, something she had noted just yesterday while perusing her books for leisure. This is astounding, Ron exclaimed, sitting up straight in genuine admiration. Bloke, you truly deserve the title of the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. Hermione, who had been mired in uncertainty moments before, felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all, he was the savior. She is rather intimidating, isn't she? Ron remarked, gazing apprehensively towards the doorway. He couldn't quite fathom why he always felt so inferior in Hermione's presence. Harry shrugged, recalling how much more bothersome he had been when he had badgered Sebastian for dueling lessons. No matter what house I end up in, I sincerely hope at ISNT with her, Ron continued. Goodness, she reminds me of Percy. Only more so. He tossed his wand into his suitcase, not bothering to look up. That spell is pointless. It's just another one of George's pranks. Once you get to school, be wary of those too. Do not trust a word they say, and absolutely do not consume anything they offer. Honestly, if you doubt me, you will regret it. Harry nodded in understanding. They had even deceived their innocent younger brother, suggesting that these twins possessed a rather peculiar sense of humor. Which house are they in? Harry inquired, suspecting they were likely Gryffindor. Why do you think that? Harry asked, puzzled. He raised an eyebrow. While Slytherin students were often indifferent to the study of dark magic, such a statement seemed rather presumptuous. Had the division between the houses grown so profound over the century? Why do you say that? Harry pressed, wondering if there had been changes over the past 100 years. Because the Dark Lord hailed from Slytherin, and after him, nearly all Slytherins became his disciples. Ron mumbled. You know who the Dark Lord was. There were no good people following him, just a bunch of heartless dark wizards. Harry sighed. What on earth has become of Slytherin? As they discussed the houses, Ron forced a smile. Noticing his discomfort, Hermione inquired with concern, What's wrong? Are you all right? I was just contemplating what might happen if I don't get sorted into Gryffindor. Ron rested his chin on his hands, recounting to Fred and me that first-year students must undergo an entrance examination to be sorted into their respective houses. In their year, groups of 10 faced a troll. Did you not say that Harry discovered a flaw in their words, and that they should not be trusted? Indeed, that was the case, but I inquired of my father, who surprisingly echoed the same sentiment. Ron's small face grew even more distressed. However, he continued, their year was relatively better, as they only had to contend with an 8-eyed spider in groups of 5. Yet, there was still one unfortunate soul who was bitten and spent a month in the hospital wing before regaining consciousness. At that moment, a haughty voice emerged from the doorway. "So it's true, Harry Potter is on this train?" The 3 of us turned to look, spotting a slender boy with light blonde hair, slicked back with wax, attempting to project an air of maturity. With his golden locks, gray eyes, and evident arrogance, Harry recognized the boy's identity. Another Malfoy. Beside him stood 2 other boys, one tall and portly, the other short and stout, both bearing the unmistakable traits of sycophants. "This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle," the Malfoy proclaimed, introducing his lackeys. "I am Draco Malfoy." Ron stifled a cough to suppress a laugh. "You find my name amusing, do you?" Draco squinted at Ron. "I need not ask to know who you are. With that red hair and shabby attire, you must be a Weasley. My father informed me that the Weasley brood is so numerous that they cannot be adequately supported." He then turned to Harry. "You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others. Unlike certain families, Potter, I trust you do not wish to befriend those of lesser standing. In this regard, I could assist you." He extended his hand, seeking to shake Harry's. Harry felt his temper had been sufficiently restrained. Yet the presence of this Malfoy incited his ire. The boy's pretentious demeanor invariably reminded him of Cassandra. However, Cassandra possessed impeccable manners and would never mock another's family. Nor would she brazenly attack anyone personally. This young Malfoy, in stark contrast, exhibited a lamentable lack of decorum. "I believe you owe an apology," Harry replied coldly. At the very least, children from respectable families refrain from disparaging others' backgrounds. Hermione rose defiantly, standing firmly with Harry and Ron. Ron's eyes brimmed with tears. He had not anticipated such staunch support from these newly acquainted classmates. "And who might you be?" Draco queried, frowning at Hermione. "Ah, just a filthy mudblood. How revolting." "Shut your mouth." Ron sprang to his feet, brandishing his wand at Draco. "How dare you utter that word?" Leviosa. A beam of yellow light struck Draco, lifting him into the air, where he bumped his head against the doorframe. The incantation was not cast by Ron or Hermione, but by Harry. Chapter 15. Educating Your Ancestors. "Well done, Harry," Ron exclaimed loudly in praise. Seeing Harry remain indifferent, Draco turned to his 2 lackeys behind him. "Crabbe, Goyle, what are you waiting for? Just stand there and watch." The 2 cronies snapped out of their stupor and immediately cracked their knuckles, ready to rush in to rescue their leader. Without a moment's hesitation, Ron leaped forward, intent on stopping the advancing duo, oblivious to the disparity in size between himself and the 2. "What a fool." Hermione glanced exasperatedly at Ron, who was poised to charge, and drew her wand, pointing it at Crabbe and Goyle. Petri ficus totalis. The unsuspecting pair was struck by Hermione's spell, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Incredible. Ron marveled inwardly, astonished that this young witch from a Muggle family could conjure a spell to save his skin. "What spell was that?" he inquired. Hermione's tone was mechanical as she maintained her spell-casting posture, fully aware that she had offended the headmaster's son before even starting school, and had cast a hex on a fellow student on the train. She had read the Hogwarts rules thoroughly and understood the potential consequences. Perhaps she would be expelled upon arrival, she thought sadly. Yet, Hermione felt no regret. She did not grasp the meaning of mudblood. But she had certainly heard the offensive remark that followed. Ron was standing up for her, and she felt it only right to assist him in return. "You filthy little mudblood. How dare you?" Draco floated in midair, his face a mask of terror. "I will tell my father. He'll have all 3 of you expelled. So besides your father, what other support do you have?" Harry shrugged. "As a wizard, particularly one from a pure blood family, to be bested by me and Hermione, both of whom hail from Muggle backgrounds." He waved his wand, allowing Draco to descend to the ground, stepping forward to look down at the pair with their frightened gray eyes. "Is this your idea of effort?" The girl's lips curled downward, a hint of mockery flickering in her gray gaze. "I could almost vomit." For some reason, Harry instinctively retorted softly. "Is this what you mean by some families being far superior?" "I could almost vomit." Strangely enough, upon uttering those words, Harry felt a rush of clarity. He couldn't bring himself to hold a grudge against the girl, but returning Draco's earlier taunt in kind was indeed a delightful act. Hearing Harry's sarcasm, Draco's anger surged, and he drew his wand from his robe. Expelliarmus. Harry cast his spell. Draco's wand was sent flying, tracing a graceful arc before landing in Harry's hand. "Relax, Malfoy. I'm merely providing you with a proper education." "Education for whom?" Ron scratched his head in confusion. "For your ancestors." Harry spread his hands. "Cool." Ron grinned, amused by his friend's jest. While Ron chuckled, Draco was far from amused. He felt a mix of fury and terror, compounded by a sense of grievance. All he had wanted was to befriend the legendary savior, and yet, how had it come to this? Lost in thought, he felt a sudden pang in his nose, and uncontrollably began to sob. "I must tell my father," he whimpered. Harry, feeling a wave of boredom wash over him, stepped forward and placed Draco's wand into his embrace, simultaneously lifting the petrification curses on Crabbe and Goyle. "Enough of your dramatic performance, Draco," Harry scoffed. "Your father is not on this train. Take your lackeys and leave my compartment." Upon hearing this, Hermione's face fell. "What are we going to do?" she fretted, raking her fingers through her already disheveled hair. "Now we're surely going to be expelled." "Then why did you lay a hand on him?" Ron retorted. "Don't worry. The school won't expel us over something so trivial," Harry replied nonchalantly. Besides, Malfoy was the one at fault. The words he uttered were indeed grievous insults. "But I don't know what that means," Hermione frowned. "Of course, I recognize that the term was crude, just like the individual who uttered it. That must have been the most derogatory thing he could conjure," Ron explained. "Mudblood is a derogatory term for those of Muggle descent, meaning their parents possess no magical abilities. It's a vile label, suggesting dirty, inferior blood, as lowly as mud. It's truly outrageous." Hermione bit her lip and nodded gently, then turned to Ron. "Thank you for standing up for me just now." No problem," Ron stammered, hastily waving his hand. "Oh," Ron, belatedly realizing, wiped his nose with his sleeve. "No wonder Fred just mentioned I had something dirty on my nose. I thought he was teasing." Hermione exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, recognizing the profound impact that the Weasley twins had on their youngest brother. Shortly after Hermione departed, the train's whistle sounded. A voice suddenly echoed through the carriage. "In 5 minutes, we will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on the train. We will assist in transporting it to the school." After changing into their robes, Harry noticed that his new friend's clothes were somewhat short, even revealing his sneakers. He understood all too well the discomfort of wearing hand-me-downs. "Come on, let us get off." "Mate," Ron urged Harry. Following their skirmish, the bond between them had rapidly strengthened, with Hermione also playing a crucial role during that pivotal moment. Chapter 16, Punishment. The temperature in the Scottish Highlands during September nights was quite frigid. As Harry disembarked, a cold gust of wind rushed towards him, penetrating to the bone. "It's so cold." Ron chattered beside him. "First years, over here," a familiar voice called out. "Come on." "Oh, Harry, I see you. How are you?" It was Hagrid. Harry turned to Ron and said, waving enthusiastically, "Hagrid." "I'm here." Hagrid's towering figure was quite conspicuous as he beamed at Harry, waving back, then addressed the children. "Are there any more first years? Come along. I shall escort you to the school," Hagrid proclaimed. This path was not unfamiliar to Harry. It was slick and muddy, strewn with thorns. It was said to be the very route taken by the 4 founders of Hogwarts, allowing the new students to experience the arduous journey their predecessors undertook to establish the school, a poignant reminder of their struggles. "Just around the bend, you shall soon behold Hogwarts." Hagrid continued. "Ahead lies the lake. We shall cross it by boat. 4 of you to a vessel. Take this opportunity to discuss your groupings." Hermione introduced Neville to Harry and Ron, saying, "This is Neville." Harry helped him find his toad. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Neville said shyly, his gratitude evident. "Not at all. Just call me Harry," Harry replied with a warm smile, which felt like a ray of sunshine to Neville, dispelling his anxiety and warming him against the chill. "Shall we share a boat, the 4 of us?" Ron asked, draping an arm around Harry's shoulders, inviting Hermione and Neville to join. "Absolutely. We are just the right number," Hermione affirmed, though she muttered softly, "I just hope we won't be expelled." "Rest assured, Hermione, we merely used the levitation charm for a bit of theatrics, not," Harry began, but abruptly reconsidered his words. "Not what?" Neville inquired, puzzled. "Alohomora," Harry swiftly redirected the conversation. "Now, let's hurry and board the boat." The others accepted this without question, as students of their age were unlikely to be acquainted with darker spells. The temperature over the lake felt even colder than when they had disembarked, perhaps due to the humidity in the air. The young wizards huddled their robes tightly around them, seeking to ward off the encroaching chill. They endured until the boats finally reached the shore, and they could disembark. Following Hagrid, they approached a grand door. "Wait here, it won't be long." Hagrid's words were interrupted as the door swung open, revealing a stern-looking witch clad in a deep green robe. "Professor McGonagall, the first years have arrived," Hagrid announced. He waved goodbye to Harry and turned to leave through the door. "First years, follow me," Professor McGonagall instructed. The new students followed her into the castle, arriving at a small chamber. "Welcome to Hogwarts," she declared. "The feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, we must first determine which house each of you will belong to. The sorting is a significant ceremony. as your house will serve as your home during your time at Hogwarts. You will attend classes with your housemates, stay in your house dormitories, and spend your leisure time in your house common room. The four houses are known as Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house possesses a rich history and has nurtured remarkable witches and wizards throughout the ages. During your time at Hogwarts, your exceptional performance will earn points for your respective house, while any misconduct will result in a deduction of points. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of which house you're sorted into, you will strive to bring glory to it. In just a few moments, the sorting ceremony will commence before the entire school. I advise you to take a moment to compose yourselves and present your best selves. As she spoke, her gaze briefly lingered on Neville's cloak before sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, please follow me, she instructed, then turned to Draco and Mr. Malfoy. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Hermione felt her knees weaken. "Oh my goodness, Harry, oh my goodness," she said, her voice trembling with distress. "We're going to be expelled." Draco, overhearing Hermione's sobs, let out a harsh chuckle. Harry followed the sound, noticing Draco mouthing the words mudblood at Hermione. This boy truly deserved a beating, he thought. But the immediate concern was finding a way to navigate this predicament. "Hermione, don't be afraid," Ron continued to comfort her. "Even if we do get expelled, you'll have me and Harry by your side, right?" Upon hearing this, Hermione's sobs intensified. Before long, the four were ushered into a small room. Inside sat four individuals, one of whom Harry instantly recognized as Dumbledore, the figure he had seen on a chocolate frog card. To Dumbledore's left sat a short man in formal attire, adorned with a bow tie. Next to him was a plump witch dressed in modest clothing, with several green leaves adorning her. To Dumbledore's right sat a wizard with greasy hair and an aquiline nose. Harry noticed that the wizard appeared momentarily startled upon seeing him, then fixed him with an expressionless stare, leading Harry to suspect that this wizard did not harbor fond feelings towards him. Had he offended him in some way? He pondered. It seemed the situation was becoming clear. The wizard spoke first. Mr. Potter cast a jinx on his classmates on the train, and Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley were his accomplices. Hermione suddenly let out a loud sob. "Calm down, Severus." Dumbledore's gaze twinkled behind his half-moon glasses as he smiled at Harry and continued. "Why don't we ask Harry and the others for their account? Relying solely on one side of the story is inadvisable." Chapter 17. You seem quite nice. Snape cast a deep glance at Harry, conceding to Dumbledore's suggestion. With no objections raised, Dumbledore inquired, "I must say, arguments on the train during the start of term are quite common. I have already heard Draco's version, and I would like to understand what transpired from your perspective. But Malfoy was on the train the whole time." How could Ron's face flushed as he realized that Draco had indeed played the role of the villain first? Draco extracted a mirror from his pocket, a triumphant smile gracing his features. "A double-sided mirror, a gift from my father before the school year commenced." He waved the mirror before Ron, declaring, "You must concede, Weasley, that certain wizarding families are simply exceptional. My father provides me with the finest." Ron's face flushed deeper at Draco's mockery. "Mr. Malfoy?" Professor McGonagall's expression was stern. "Please refrain from discussing irrelevant matters." Unfazed by Professor McGonagall's admonition, Draco raised an eyebrow in defiance toward the trio. On the journey, Harry had been contemplating how to ensure Draco's schemes would backfire. He had heard tales aboard the train. Draco's father, Lucius Malfoy, was a governor of Hogwarts, wielding considerable influence within the school, which could jeopardize the safety of their vulnerable group. Observing Professor McGonagall's impartiality, Harry resolved to approach her perspective. He had previously learned that Professor McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor, and his parents had also hailed from that esteemed house. They had served as the heads of the student council, indicating they were undoubtedly favored by McGonagall. He speculated about the others. The plump witch adorned with herb leaves must be the head of Hufflepuff, and the slick-haired professor was undoubtedly the head of Slytherin. While he did not expect to sway the Slytherin head, he hoped to gain favor from the other heads. "Professor, I believe I have something to say," Harry suddenly interjected. "Speak, Harry," Dumbledore encouraged him with a supportive glance. McGonagall nodded in agreement, bolstering Harry's resolve as he continued. "I apologize, Professor. During the train ride, we did not wish to engage with Malfoy. However, upon learning that Hermione comes from a Muggle family, he uttered a certain word." "What word?" Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she anticipated the answer. "Is this true, Mr. Malfoy?" she demanded, her tone sharp. Under the palpable pressure of McGonagall's authoritative presence, Draco could only lower his head and respond yes. Harry felt a sense of determination swell within him as he glanced toward the head of Slytherin, only to find that Severus Snape was already looking back at him. Enough, Snape declared coldly. Was he about to defend Malfoy? Harry was not surprised. After all, Snape was the head of Slytherin, and it was only natural for him to support Draco. Mr. Malfoy, is this what you consider pure-blood upbringing? I truly wish Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy could visit the school and witness the kind of son they have raised. Here, Snape paused, momentarily resuming his customary impassive demeanor. Following the sorting, your house will be deducted 20 points. Harry was taken aback. He had assumed the head of Slytherin would be difficult to approach. Yet he discovered that Snape possessed a complex nature. A cold demeanor often belied a warm heart, a true embodiment of Slytherin's essence. Not only was Harry astonished, but Ron was equally taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had heard numerous accounts at home about the Slytherin headmaster, who supposedly never deducted points from Slytherin. It wasn't just Fred and George who had mentioned it. Even Percy, the epitome of a model student, had concurred. What on earth was happening today? However, the professors present exhibited no surprise whatsoever. Professor McGonagall cast a penetrating glance at Draco, and then declared, "Since Professor Snape has already imposed a punishment upon you, I shall refrain from doing so. Remember, Mr. Malfoy, that word is utterly prohibited here at Hogwarts." Draco hung his head, dejectedly staring at the floor. He never anticipated that the head of Slytherin would be the first to punish him. Additionally, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall directed her gaze towards Harry. It is commendable to stand up for friends, but we do not condone the use of dark curses against fellow students. Understood. Harry grasped her meaning immediately. She merely suggested it was unwise, not that it was forbidden. Very well, Professor. Harry bowed deeply to the professors present, saying, "We apologize for causing trouble on the first day of school." He led the still somewhat dazed Hermione and Ron to bid farewell to the professors before turning to exit the room. What a polite child, Professor McGonagall remarked, her hands clasped together. She truly resembles Lily. Indeed, Minerva, Dumbledore acknowledged with a nod before casting a glance at the impassive Snape, then spoke, "Let us proceed. The sorting ceremony should be commencing shortly." "My goodness, what have you done? Are you all right?" Neville inquired with concern. His relaxed demeanor was in stark contrast to his earlier worries about expulsion. "Do you think this is the end, Weasley?" Draco's voice echoed from behind. "Our journey is far from over." Just as Ron seemed poised to retort, Hermione quickly restrained him. "Ignore him, Ron," she advised. "He is trying to provoke you to gain leverage." "Oh, you're right." With the external brain link engaged, Ron's intelligence regained its superiority. Chapter 18. Have I sorted you before? Persuaded by Hermione, Ron ceased to acknowledge Draco's provocations and turned his attention to discussing the sorting. After worrying about potential expulsion, he now fretted about the sorting itself. His anxiety was contagious, and soon, all the young wizards from pure-blood families began to fret. Even the typically arrogant Draco appeared pale. My father said he fought a werewolf when he started school." Upon hearing Draco's words, the faces of those around him turned a shade of purple. The crowd buzzed with chatter for a moment, only to be abruptly silenced. The tranquil atmosphere prompted everyone to hush. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and gently placed a four-legged stool before the first-year students. She then set an old, patched, and exceedingly dirty, pointed wizard hat atop the stool. Harry recognized it. It was the very hat used for sorting when he first arrived at Hogwarts. Subsequently, the hat began to twist, and a wide crack formed along its brim, resembling a mouth. It commenced to sing. "You may consider me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by outward appearances. If you can find a hat more splendid than I would gladly consume myself. You may polish your top hats to a glossy sheen, or ensure that your high-crowned silk hats stand tall and firm. Yet I am the magical hat designated for Hogwarts, undoubtedly superior to your mere hats. Any thoughts concealed within your minds are no match for the keen perception of the sorting hat. Try it on, and I shall reveal to you the house you belong to. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where bravery lies deep within the heart. Their valor, spirit, and chivalry set Gryffindor apart. You might belong to Hufflepuff, where individuals embody integrity and loyalty. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, unafraid of arduous labor. Should your intellect be sharp, you may find yourself among the wise of Ravenclaw, where those of wisdom and knowledge often encounter kindred spirits. Perhaps you shall enter Slytherin, where you may discover genuine friendships, working towards shared goals. Come, dummy, fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, you are utterly secure, for I am a hat endowed with thought. As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall, and the hat bowed gracefully to each of the four tables before coming to a standstill. So, we merely need to wear this hat? Ron wrinkled his nose, exclaiming, I must take vengeance on Fred and George for deceiving me into believing I would battle a troll. The troubling part is, I actually believed it. What about your father? Did he not also deceive you into thinking you would confront a giant spider? Harry suddenly interjected. Ron paused. Ah, that need not be the case. Harry chuckled, amused at teasing his good friend. Just then, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, holding a scroll of parchment. She reached out, grasping the tip of the hat, lifting it up. Oh, do not treat the old hat in such a manner. It has endured enough and deserves better treatment, the Sorting Hat grumbled. Laughter erupted from the crowd, entertained by the hat's humor. Professor McGonagall chose to disregard the Sorting Hat's complaints, stating, I shall call out the name of each student, and they will don the hat. Take a seat and await their house assignment. Without glancing at the list, she called out loudly, Hannah Abbott. At that moment, a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 golden braids stumbled forward from the queue, donned the hat, which nearly obscured her eyes, and took a seat. After a brief pause, Hufflepuff, the hat declared. The table on the right erupted in applause, welcoming Hannah to their ranks. Harry noticed the jovial ghost of Fat Friar from Hufflepuff waving enthusiastically at her. Susan Bones, Professor McGonagall called again. Hufflepuff, the hat exclaimed once more, as Susan swiftly joined Hannah at the table. Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, at the second table on the left. Applause erupted. When Terry joined their ranks, several Ravenclaw students rose to shake his hand. Justin Finch Fletchley, Hufflepuff. Hermione Granger. Go on, Hermione, Ron encouraged her. Hermione took a deep breath and hurriedly sprinted to the stool, eagerly accepting the hat from Professor McGonagall and placing it atop her head. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed. Ron let out a satisfied hum. Neville Longbottom. Upon hearing his name called by Professor McGonagall, Neville dashed towards the stool, tripping along the way. When Draco's name was announced, he sauntered over with great confidence, taking a seat on the stool. As the hat barely grazed his head, it shouted, Slytherin. Draco made his way to join his friends Crabbe and Goyle, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. At this point, only a few remained. Mooney not Parkinson. Next came a pair of identical twins with the surname Patil, followed by Sally and Perks, and, at last, it was finally time for Harry Potter. Harry stood up and walked leisurely toward Professor McGonagall. As he advanced, a low buzz of whispers filled the hall, resembling the sizzle of small flames. Potter. Was she calling Potter? Is it that Harry Potter? After all, these children had grown up hearing tales of the Savior. If Voldemort had been used to silence their cries in childhood, then Harry's name was the ultimate lullaby. All eyes turned to him, eagerly anticipating the sorting outcome of the famed Savior. Harry approached, gazing at the familiar old hat, recalling the first time he donned it when it had suggested Slytherin. So, let us see if it would once again urge him towards Slytherin this time. With this thought, Harry took the hat from Professor McGonagall's hands. He was the only one to do so, and thanked her. A flicker of warmth crossed Professor McGonagall's eyes as she stepped back slightly, awaiting the sorting result. Harry seated himself on the stool and placed the hat upon his head. The voice of the old hat echoed in his mind. Strange, am I getting forgetful? Did I not just sort you? Chapter 19. Then Slytherin would gain an outstanding wizard. The hat's words tightened Harry's chest. Oh no, has it been discovered? Really? Harry feigned calmness, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, the sorting hat never errs, it asserted confidently. I remember you. When I sorted you last time, I did suggest Slytherin, yet you insisted on Gryffindor. If not for unforeseen circumstances, he truly would not mind being placed in Slytherin. It was merely during his scholarship application that he had a moment alone with Phineas Black. Upon leaving, he even inquired with Vice Principal Weasley about which house Black belonged to. Even if expelled, I would not attend Slytherin. Well then, will you still recommend Slytherin for me? Harry inquired. I cannot fathom that a person daring enough to consume Polyjuice Potion to impersonate the headmaster could possibly belong to Slytherin. Goodness, you should have seen Phineas's face at that moment. He was utterly incensed. The sorting hat gleefully interjected. You even managed to keep the Gryffindor banner perpetually displayed in the Great Hall, although Phineas swiftly rescinded that order. At this point, the old hat suddenly realized something. Really? Harry responded with skepticism. The sorting hat, since its inception, had never divulged a single secret about any young wizard. Rest assured, it declared. Not even that troublesome matter which vexed Albus. Harry was inclined to trust the sorting hat regarding its integrity. After all, if it were truly capable of revealing the secrets of young wizards, Voldemort would never have emerged as the dark wizard he became. Which house would you counsel me to join this time? Harry pondered. No one would ever betray their own house, would they? The sorting hat chuckled, undoubtedly. You belong to Gryffindor. What are we waiting for? Announce the results. I am ready, Harry exclaimed, feeling somewhat uneasy under the gaze of countless eyes. Although he understood that the sorting hat communicated on a mental plane, he still found it rather disconcerting. How disheartening. Young one, the sorting hat lamented. Old friends should reminisce. Yet you seem so eager to rid yourself of me, which truly saddens this hat. You possess feelings? Harry asked in surprise. I think I have changed my mind. Perhaps you should be sorted into Azkaban, the Sorting Hat retorted, a hint of indignation in its voice. Oh, I apologize. That was not my intention, Harry quickly clarified, jesting, as he certainly did not wish to be sent to Azkaban. He then inquired, in which year did our esteemed headmaster enroll? And why do I have no recollection of him? That is indeed curious, Harry agreed. However, I have never encountered the headmaster in his youth, so there is no sense of dissonance. Ah, you should see young Albus. The Sorting Hat chimed in with a mischievous tone. Really? Which house did he belong to? Harry queried. Without a doubt, Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat replied with delight. Harry nodded in understanding and continued to converse with the Sorting Hat for quite some time. What is this? Harry asked with curiosity, as he removed the Sorting Hat to find a sword hilt within. Intrigued, he grasped the hilt, and with a swift motion, drew forth a magnificent silver sword. Simultaneously, the Sorting Hat exclaimed, undoubtedly, Gryffindor. The great hall fell silent for a moment, and after a brief pause, a resounding applause erupted from the tables of the three houses, excluding Slytherin. We have Potter! We have Potter! The Weasley twins shouted with exuberance, standing atop their benches and waving their arms joyfully. Hagrid clapped enthusiastically, unable to contain his excitement. Dumbledore smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, joining in the applause, while that slick-haired professor regarded him with a hint of disdain. Professor McGonagall, standing beside him, clasped her hands together, visibly delighted that Harry had been sorted into Gryffindor. Allow me to take that, Mr. Potter, she said, accepting the Sorting Hat and the sword of Gryffindor from his grasp. She approached Professor Dumbledore, presenting the sword to him. I never anticipated such a method of sorting. Albus, she murmured. Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback. Oh? McGonagall cast a skeptical glance at him, but ultimately chose to trust his judgment. As Harry made his way to the Gryffindor table, all the Gryffindors rose to their feet, offering him their warmest congratulations. He settled down beside Hermione, with a bespectacled boy, seemingly quite refined, on his other side. Percy Weasley, the boy introduced himself, extending his hand. Harry shook it, recognizing him as the prefect Ron had mentioned. The Weasley family often went by nicknames. For instance, Bill's formal name was William, and Charlie's was Charles. Hello, Percy, Harry replied with a polite smile. Just then, Professor McGonagall called out Ron's name. That's my brother, my youngest brother, Percy quietly informed Harry. Gryffindor, the Sorting Hat declared loudly. Ron joined Harry, collapsing into the seat saved for him between Harry and Hermione. Well done, Ron, splendid. Percy exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. You scared me. I thought you might end up in Slytherin, Ron said, still somewhat shaken. Harry grinned at Ron, replying, well, Slytherin would have gained a remarkable wizard. Ron rolled his eyes. Oh, shut up, Harry. You sound just like my mom. I imagine Malfoy's pressure must be similar to mine, Ron continued. You know, the Malfoys have always been Slytherins. Harry chuckled at the thought. What is it? Ron inquired. Just think about it, Harry replied, suppressing his laughter, addressing both Ron and Hermione. Malfoy asked his father, Dad, what if I end up in Slytherin? And his father would surely point his wand at him and say, Draco Malfoy, you better be. At Harry's imaginative scenario, both of them erupted in laughter. At that moment, the sorting ceremony concluded. Albus Dumbledore stood up, his face beaming as he surveyed the assembled students, arms outstretched. Seemingly nothing brought him greater joy than seeing them all gathered together. Welcome, he proclaimed. Welcome to Hogwarts for a new academic year. Before the feast begins, I wish to impart a few words. Nitwits, ninnies, noodles, tweakers. Thank you all. He resumed his seat. The hall erupted in applause and cheers, Harry joining in wholeheartedly. Had it been Headmaster Phineas Black, the speech would have likely extended for an hour before the feast commenced, even though this junior appeared somewhat eccentric. Having been subjected to a brainwashing session by the old hat, Harry observed that Dumbledore had transformed in his eyes from a headmaster into an elementary school junior. Indeed, the combination of an 11-year-old senior and a junior over a century old was quite rare. As Dumbledore took his seat, an abundance of delectable dishes materialized on the four long tables. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, potato chips, Yorkshire pudding, pea shoots, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and even mint hard candy were all laid out in sumptuous heaps. Harry speared a piece of steak with his fork and placed it on his plate. It was well done, indicative of the meat's superior quality. He recalled having heard somewhere that the Muggle Queen typically dined on her steak well done. It certainly looked appetizing. The ghost with the frilled collar stared intently at Harry as he cut his steak, lamenting, "Oh dear." Harry looked up and nodded at the spectre. "Hello." He almost uttered the name Sir Nicholas, but restrained himself. "You seem familiar," Sir Nicholas mused, gazing at Harry with a hint of confusion. "I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before." Just as Harry thought the ghost might recognize him, Sir Nicholas suddenly clapped his hands together and exclaimed, "I've got it. James Potter, your father, isn't it? You bear an uncanny resemblance." "You knew my father?" Harry inquired with keen interest. "Indeed, young Mr. Potter. James was an exceptional student of Gryffindor," Sir Nicholas replied with a smile. "Oh, I remember now. You are nearly headless, Nick," Ron shouted, pointing at Sir Nicholas. "I prefer you to address me as Sir Nicholas than nearly headless," the ghost responded, appearing somewhat flustered. However, the tawny-haired Seamus Finnegan interjected, "Nearly headless? How does one become nearly headless?" Sir Nicholas looked quite irate, evidently unwilling to discuss the matter further. "Like this," he said impatiently, tugging at his left ear, causing his head to wobble precariously and slide down his neck, resting on his shoulder as though it were hinged. It appeared that someone had not completely severed his head. Nearly headless Nick relished the astonished expressions on their faces. Harry chose to disregard who Bloody Baron was and turned his attention towards the faculty table. Upon doing so, a sudden, intense pain shot through his scar. This was the first time in years that it had hurt, reminiscent of when he had witnessed Sebastian cast the killing curse on Uncle Solomon. It had truly infuriated Valacia, who had bound Sebastian with a spell and transformed to rescue Solomon. Harry also remembered to suppress his pain and cast a forgetfulness charm on Solomon, as he did not wish to see his good friend imprisoned in Azkaban, given Solomon's insufferable nature, comparable to that of Headmaster Black. After a moment, the pain in his scar subsided. He pressed his forehead, ensuring that no one detected his distress. However, Ron still sensed something amiss, with a chicken leg in each hand. He turned to Harry and asked, "Mate, what's wrong? It seems that your complexion is somewhat off." "I'm fine," Harry replied with a smile to Ron, and then turned to Percy, asking, "Percy, who is that teacher?" Of course, Harry was not referring to Snape. In fact, he had already been scrutinized by Snape in the earlier cabin, yet his scar had not ached. He continued, "No, not Professor Snape, but the one beside him wearing a turban, the one who has turned to speak with others." Why would Professor Snape deduct points from Gryffindor when he was angry? Harry still couldn't connect the two events. It was no secret that Professor Snape harbored a dislike for Gryffindor. Percy shrugged. Perhaps it's because he is the professor of Slytherin? You know, Slytherin always has a contentious relationship with Gryffindor. Harry did not dispute this. He was unsure of the current dynamics, but a century ago, under Headmaster Black, the relationship between Gryffindor and Slytherin had been quite amicable. Harry glanced back at Snape and found him also staring at him. The gaze appeared to be quite complex. Harry mused, perhaps he had a close relationship with my parents? With this thought, he smiled politely at Snape. However, he noticed Snape remained expressionless, grunted softly, and turned his gaze away. Chapter 21, The Discovery of Peeves. Harry paid little mind to Snape's reaction. After all, in his understanding, Slytherins were known for their contrasts, such as Omenes, who was cold-faced yet warm-hearted, and Sebastian, who was warm-hearted yet cold-faced. As the ancient serpent of Slytherin, it was only reasonable that Snape embodied the most pronounced contrast. He lowered his head and returned his focus to the sumptuous feast before him. It was still midday when he had snacked on the train, and he was quite hungry by the time he finished the steak on his plate. The food on the table morphed into an array of delightful desserts. The British cannot forego afternoon tea and post-meal sweets, just as the 3D realm cannot do without Tifa. If one must choose between the two, afternoon tea holds slightly greater significance. Eventually, the desserts on the dining table vanished. Professor Dumbledore rose once more, and the dining hall fell silent. "Ah, now that everyone is well-fed and well-watered, I wish to impart a few words. At the onset of the term, I must remind everyone of several important points. First-year students, take heed. The woods on campus are strictly off-limits to students, and some of our older classmates ought to remember this well." Dumbledore's bright gaze swept through his half-moon spectacles toward the Weasley twins, making it clear that by older classmates, he was specifically referring to the two of them, those troublesome boys. The students of Gryffindor, together with the headmaster, focused their attention on the Weasley twins, for most of the points deducted from Gryffindor had been taken by this very pair. Moreover, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors between classes. Filch, cradling a red-eyed cat, stood nearby and let out a distinctive huff upon hearing Dumbledore's voice. Moreover, the selection process for Quidditch players will take place during the second week of this semester. Those aspiring to join the college team are encouraged to contact Professor Hakfurun of the flying class. Finally, I must caution all who wish to avoid unforeseen accidents and a painful demise. Refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Harry chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement. Truth be told, there was scarcely a place within Hogwarts he had not explored, including the Slytherin common room, which he had the fortune of visiting alongside Violetia. However, the experience was far from pleasant. Surely, he cannot be serious, Harry whispered to Percy. Impossible, Percy replied, furrowing his brow at Dumbledore. Curiously, he typically provides reasons for restricted areas, such as the presence of dangerous beasts in the Forbidden Forest. This is common knowledge. I believe he should at least clarify matters to our head boy. It was evident that Professor Dumbledore harbored his own little secrets, perhaps of a nature he wishes to keep hidden from others, Harry suggested quietly to Percy. That makes sense. Percy nodded in understanding. Now, before we retire for the evening, let us join together in singing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed loudly. However, Harry noticed that the smiles of the other professors appeared somewhat frozen. With a gentle flick of his wand, Dumbledore conjured a long golden ribbon that swirled and twisted above the dining table, forming lines of text. Choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore instructed. Ready to sing? And thus, the entire faculty and student body raised their voices in unison. Hogwarts, Hogwarts. As the tune lacked a fixed melody, everyone sang in their own preferred tones, indifferent to the harmony. The great hall transformed into a chaotic scene, far more disorderly than the most tumultuous alley. Harry suddenly comprehended the professor's expressions. He recalled the Sorting Hat's words, noting that Dumbledore had entered the school in the following year after his disappearance, indicating that he too had endured the torment of Phineas Black. Perhaps this was a form of retribution for the annual choral rehearsals conducted in varying melodies during their school years, Harry mused. Yet he vowed he would rather practice a single melody with Phineas than endure such an ordeal. In the end, only the Weasley twins continued to sing along to the slow melody of the funeral march. The heads of each year stepped forward, with the first years of each house following their respective leaders. Hufflepuff's Gabriel Truman, Ravenclaw's Penelope Clearwater, Slytherin's Gemma Farley, and Gryffindor's Percy Weasley, as they made their way to their common rooms. As the Slytherin and Gryffindor groups crossed paths, Harry noticed the despondent Draco, likely disheartened by the 20 points deducted from his house, for the Malfoy family could not wield absolute power even within Slytherin. Even with the surname Gaunt, he would find impossible. Gemma Farley, a striking Slytherin beauty, wore a stern expression, seemingly vexed by the deduction of points from Draco by her own head. It is evident that the severity of the error committed by the headmaster, who is typically biased toward his own house, is quite grave, as he has been penalized. Harry, did you see that? Ron jabbed Harry in the ribs, exclaiming, look at Malfoy's face. It's as if he has consumed something utterly vile. He deserves it. Harry replied with a similar sense of schadenfreude. Just a few steps further, the group abruptly halted. Before them, a bundle of wands floated in mid-air, with Percy mere steps away from the individuals behind him. The others, fearing collision with Percy, came to an immediate stop. This series of reactions resembled a chain of dominoes falling. You bump into me, and I bump into you. It was Peeves, Percy whispered to the first-year students, a ghost notorious for his mischievous antics. He raised his voice, commanding, Peeves, reveal yourself. What responded was a loud, shrill sound akin to a deflating balloon. Do you want me to fetch the Bloody Baron? Percy threatened. With a pop, a comically absurd little ghost appeared, clad in vibrant attire and a large top hat. Unmistakably a figure of mischief. Contrary to Percy's expectations, Peeves did not immediately cause havoc. Instead, he gazed at the new students as if he had discovered a new world. Peeves, they are merely first-year students. If you continue your pranks, I shall summon the Bloody Baron right now. Percy's threat fell on deaf ears, as Peeves soared above Harry's head, seemingly recognizing a familiar face. Chapter 22. Heart-wrenching. Harry was already aware that Peeves was no benevolent spirit. This ghost relished in tormenting others, particularly in opposing them. Familiar? There are no acquaintances here. Percy snapped. They are merely new students. Oh, really? Peeves floated directly in front of Harry. Potter, one to you greet an old friend? Peeves, Percy warned loudly. Harry is merely a first year. Do not harass him. First year, you say? Peeves erupted in laughter, clutching his belly. Oh, I shall never forget that face, Potter. You ought to know my father, James. Harry shrugged and drew his wand. You don't expect to ward off Peeves with a spell, do you? Percy asked in astonishment. To be honest, everyone is searching for a way to affect Peeves with magic. And as you can see, there hasn't been any success thus far. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, when Peeves saw Harry brandishing his wand, he screamed and fled, clutching his tie. Perhaps it truly works, Harry remarked with a shrug. Percy opened his mouth, feeling a bit awkward in the atmosphere. Maybe he had other matters to attend to. He could only explain. Next time you encounter Peeves in one of his pranks, try not to provoke him. Honestly, You should exercise caution around him. Percy led the group onward, advising against Harry's method and suggesting they invoke the name of Bloodman Barrow to intimidate him, for it was only Bloodman Barrow who could truly subdue him. Even the words of the prefects fell on deaf ears. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a rather portly woman clad in pink attire. Password? She inquired in a composed tone. The painting swayed forward, revealing a circular opening in the wall. They all crawled through the wall's aperture, though Neville, somewhat awkward, required assistance to squeeze through. Upon emerging from the narrow passage, they found themselves in the cozy Gryffindor common room, a circular chamber adorned with plush armchairs. Its walls and decor awash in the house's signature scarlet and gold hues. Percy began assigning rooms to the first years, those whose names I call will reside together during your time at school. Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, Neville Longbottom, and Seamus Finnegan. The four, upon hearing their names, exchanged glances but voiced no objections. After Percy had completed the room assignments for both the boys' and girls' dormitories, he continued with his instructions. The school rule is that boys are not permitted to enter the girls' dormitory. But what if a girl enters the boys' dormitory? Seamus called out. Isn't there a rule against that? I'm afraid not, Percy replied, exasperated. However, Fred and George chimed in unison from behind. What is the question? The consequences are your own. Percy responded with a light thump of his book, prompting the two jokers to giggle as they fled the common room. Aren't you worried about damaging it? Seamus remarked. I see you've been clutching your toad. Isn't he afraid of the heat? I'm half and half, Seamus replied, perched on the edge of his bed, one leg swinging idly. My father is a muggle, and my mother only revealed her witchcraft to him after they were married, which quite startled him. Laughter erupted among them, and Harry, rubbing his eyes, said, It's quite normal for muggles to disbelieve in magic. Take my uncle, for instance. He is extremely resistant to magic. Even when I perform it right before him, he refuses to acknowledge it. Oh, I think he's deceiving himself, Seamus said, crossing his arms. I was raised by my grandmother. Neville added, a hint of melancholy in his expression. My grandmother is a witch. She tells me my parents were wizards as well, but sadly, they fell ill and have been in St. Mungo's Hospital since I can remember. When I was 8, my Uncle Algy came over for tea and, in a rather reckless moment, dangled me upside down out of the window. At that precise moment, my Auntie Enid was handing him a piece of cake. He lost his grip, and I bounced up, soaring across the garden and landing on the street. They were all ecstatic. Auntie Enid even cried tears of joy. If only you could have seen their faces when I received my acceptance letter. They had thought my magical abilities insufficient for this school. In his moment of delight, Uncle Algy even bought me a toad as a gift. Neville, like a burst of confessions, began to share his experiences with his classmates. After hearing Neville's tale, Harry suddenly felt that the magical world's failure to rescue him from peril all these years might indeed have its reasons. Just look at Neville. Even his own uncle treated him poorly, pushing him off the dock and tossing him from the second floor. What illness did your parents suffer from? Seamus inquired with concern. They were tormented by the Cruciatus curse and have never awakened since, Neville replied, his tone tinged with melancholy. I'm sorry, Neville, Seamus said, realizing that he had unwittingly pried into someone else's sorrow. The Cruciatus curse, you say? Harry recalled having studied it and having used it on Sebastian. He had even inflicted it upon Veritia more than once. The agony of such a curse is indeed unbearable, not only for the victim, but also a torment upon the soul of the caster. Ah, I remember now, Ron exclaimed, slapping his palm with his fist, only to suddenly realize that mentioning Neville's parents would subject his friend to further distress. Consequently, he shifted the topic and said to Harry, Hey, I remember you have some snacks in your bag. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me, Harry replied, pulling a trunk from beneath his bed. I bought quite a few snacks in the Muggle world. Do try them. Chapter 23, Animagus. Muggle snacks? Ron's interest was piqued instantly. In matters of food, Ronald had never been outdone in his lifetime, except perhaps by Slytherin's Crab and Goyle. Try this, Harry said, pulling out a can of red soda and handing it to Ron. Wow, it's cola, Seamus exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. It's Coca-Cola, not Pepsi. You like Pepsi? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, no. How could I ever enjoy that dishwater? Seamus replied with a look of disdain. Harry formally extended his hand, and Seamus, noticing, reciprocated the gesture. In that case, we're good friends. Friends. Seamus nodded emphatically in agreement. The rivalry between Pepsi and Coca-Cola was as intense as the age-old battle of sweet versus salty. Is this a beverage? Ron inquired curiously, looking at the can in his hand. He pulled the tab, pouring the cola into a cup. Observing the fizzing bubbles, he hesitated, asking, with that color, can it really be consumed? I mean, I've never tasted anything better than butterbeer. Give it a try, Seamus encouraged. Ron lifted the cup, the dark, potion-like color eliciting a skeptical expression, compounded by the fizzing contents. I must ask, is this truly not a potion? Take a sip and see, Harry urged. Since his good friend had spoken, Ron feigned a brave demeanor, closed his eyes, and took a hearty gulp. Wow, he exclaimed, astonished. How is it? Tasty, right? How does it compare to butterbeer? Butterbeer? Ron took another large sip of the cola. What is that? I'm really not familiar with it. At Ron's words, the group erupted in laughter. Harry once again produced a plethora of snacks to share with his newfound friends. It was their initial encounter. Coinciding with their first day of school, no one harbored any desire for slumber, and they engaged in conversation until the early hours of the morning before bidding each other goodnight and succumbing to deep sleep. Upon emerging from his dormitory the following day, Harry noticed whispers trailing behind him, remarks such as whether that bespectacled student had seen his scar. Even students from other houses formed a queue at the entrance of Gryffindor's dormitory to catch a glimpse of him, as though he were a rare creature in a zoo. Wherever he went, they followed, murmuring amongst themselves, devoid of any sense of boundaries. He paid them no mind, reasoning that they would eventually cease their fascination once they grew accustomed to his presence. The first-year students found themselves exasperated by the fact that Hogwarts boasted a staggering 142 staircases. Some were broad and spacious, while others were narrow and wobbly. Certain staircases changed their destinations every Friday. Some would abruptly vanish halfway up, requiring one to remember precisely where to leap. Additionally, there were numerous doors that would not open unless one politely requested them or accurately prodded the right spot. Some doors were mere illusions, sturdy walls masquerading as entrances. Remembering the locations of various objects proved challenging, as everything seemed to be in a constant state of flux. The portraits also engaged in frequent visits, their cheerful conversations echoing through the halls. In a manner reminiscent of a century ago, when he had no home, Hogwarts emerged as the solitary place that offered him a sense of belonging. Ron, astonished by his friend's effortless navigation, quickly accepted Harry's assertion of his remarkable sense of direction. However, the labyrinthine paths of Hogwarts were not the sole source of discomfort for the first years. They also contended with the visible yet untouchable ghosts. Often, just as a first year was about to open a door, a ghost would suddenly materialize from behind it, delivering quite a fright. Nearly headless Nick was more than willing to guide the new Gryffindors. Yet, if one were already late for class and encountered the prankish Peeves, the situation would prove far more challenging than navigating a locked door, coupled with a staircase fraught with obstacles. He would drop trash bins on their heads, yank the carpets from under their feet, hurl chalk at them, or stealthily follow them, seizing their noses while shouting, "Got your nose." Several first years had been reduced to tears by Peeves' antics, distraught over their impending tardiness. What went unnoticed by all was the fact that Peeves never seemed to target Harry. He did not even appear within Harry's line of sight. Ron trailed closely behind Harry, to the extent that he completely forgot about Peeves. As the first-year students acclimated to their new environment, their schedules were relatively relaxed, allowing ample opportunity for exploration of the school. As Harry received his class schedule, he couldn't help but reflect on how times had changed. When Phineas Black was principal, did one even dare to hope for a moment of respite? All were compelled to study decorum. "You brutish little giant." When Harry and Ron arrived at the Transfiguration classroom, only a handful of students occupied the seats within. It seemed that everyone had risen later than usual. Harry mused that perhaps they, like him, had engaged in conversation until the early hours of the morning. At the front of the room, a silver-gray tabby cat was perched. Upon seeing Harry and Ron enter, the cat's tail flicked and its eyes narrowed into slits. Wow! It appeared that Professor McGonagall had brought her feline companion to class. Ron grinned and stepped forward, seemingly eager to pet the cat. "I bet, mate. She intends to use this cat as a teaching aid." Harry quickly grabbed Ron, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. The patterns around the cat's eyes resembled a pair of square spectacles. He certainly remembered that pair of spectacles, for their owner was none other than the stern head of Gryffindor House. What if this cat was not what it seemed? Was Professor McGonagall an animagus? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Thus, he whispered to Ron, "Perhaps we should refrain from approaching Ron. I doubt Professor McGonagall would wish for anyone to disturb her cat, even if it serves as a teaching tool." Ron gasped softly, his imagination conjuring a rather intimidating image of Professor McGonagall. Chapter 24. The Blue and White Bowl. Harry was certainly familiar with animagi, as many within the Ashen Serpent faction transformed into wolves and big cats, creatures known for their agility and ferocity. The consequence of becoming a beast was that Harry could cast ancient spells without psychological burden, effortlessly employing his favorite ancient magic to shrink animals, often leading to unfortunate squashing underfoot. Although not particularly hygienic, it was undeniably stress-relieving. Yet, for reasons unknown. Members of the Ashen Serpent would shriek in terror upon witnessing this magic. Did they not appreciate it? Before long, the classroom was filled with the students who arrived in succession, perhaps spurred by the sight of no one daring to approach the cat. The newcomers merely observed from a distance. Curiosity piqued, yet none ventured closer. Once everyone was settled, the cat suddenly sprang forward, and Professor McGonagall, clad in a dark green robe, appeared before them. "How magnificent!" Ron instinctively exclaimed. "Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Weasley," Professor McGonagall replied. This unconventional introduction immediately captivated the young wizard's curiosity, prompting them to sit up straight in anticipation of the Transfiguration lesson. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of the spells you will encounter at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall declared. "Should anyone misbehave in my class, I shall ask them to leave and never return. I have warned you all. I wager." "Harry," Ron whispered. She must have been thinking of Fred and George when she said that. After meticulously jotting down an abundance of intricate notes, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing them to transmute it into a needle. This task was, of course, a mere trifle for Harry. With a flick of his wand, he transformed the matchstick on the table into a needle adorned with exquisite patterns. "Wow, cool," Ron instinctively exclaimed. "Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall shot him a stern glance. "No whispering during class." "But Professor," Ron protested. Harry turned the matchstick into a needle in an instant. Upon hearing Ron's remark, Professor McGonagall approached and confirmed that Harry had indeed transmuted the matchstick into a needle. "Excellent transfiguration," she commended. 5 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter. The classmates erupted in applause, celebrating not only Harry's remarkable achievement, but also the 5 points awarded to Gryffindor. The students of Gryffindor understood, well, that while deducting points was effortless, earning them was a challenge, even as newcomers. Harry, however, maintained his composure, gracefully expressing his gratitude to Professor McGonagall. If he could not achieve such feats by the second year, it would render 6 years of study futile. Professor McGonagall rarely smiled, but as she gazed into Harry's green eyes, she became increasingly convinced that he resembled his mother. By the end of class, only Hermione had managed to make her matchstick undergo some transformation. Yet, with Harry's exemplary performance as a benchmark, Hermione garnered merely 2 points for Gryffindor. As class concluded, Hermione squeezed between Harry and Ron. "Goodness, Harry, how did you do that?" she inquired rapidly, her words tumbling out like a barrage. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, "You turned a matchstick into a needle. After all, Harry was the chosen one. You don't expect the chosen one to be an ordinary person, do you?" Seamus chimed in from behind them. Strangely enough, Seamus's explanation persuaded Hermione. After all, if he lacked extraordinary abilities, how could he be so prominently recorded? The group continued to the Great Hall and settled at the Gryffindor table. "Hey, Harry," Neville said. "How did you do that? Can you teach me?" "Oh, it's not difficult," Harry replied, draining his cup of juice. He drew out his wand and used his cup as an example. "If I wish to transform it into a bowl, I need to visualize the bowl in my mind." With Harry's words, the cup transformed into a blue and white bowl. "Wow," Neville exclaimed, eagerly brandishing his wand at his own cup. The tip of his wand glimmered, but unfortunately, the cup merely expanded slightly. "That is quite good, Neville," Harry praised. "Achieving even a preliminary change in the cup is a commendable start. Remember, the stronger your desire in your mind, the more pronounced the transformation will be." "Well done, Ron." To his left, Ron had successfully turned his cup into a goblet with a stem. To accomplish such a feat with a wand that did not perfectly match his own, Ron was already among the more exceptional students. The sensation of receiving compliments is invariably delightful. Ron flashed a cheerful smile, albeit laced with a hint of frustration, and remarked, "I have been earnestly pondering that bowl, yet I find myself unable to improve upon it." "You must have faith in yourself," Harry encouraged him, adding, "A believing heart is the finest magic." Bolstered by this encouragement, Ron once more brandished his wand, casting a spell upon the cup before him. This time, the transformation yielded far superior results. At least, in terms of shape, it resembled a competent bowl. "Impressive work, Ron," exclaimed Seamus. Behold, in that fleeting moment, Harry felt a foreboding sensation creeping into his mind. True to his instincts, as Seamus waved his wand, a thunderous crack resonated. The cup did not morph. Instead, it exploded, soaring high before crashing heavily before the 5 of them. In a sense, it did achieve a certain effect. Hermione picked up the cup and remarked, "Look, at least its rim has expanded." The afternoon class was herbology, led by a stout, short witch named Professor Sprout, who escorted them to the greenhouse behind the castle to learn about cultivating these peculiar plants and fungi, as well as their uses. Harry was relatively proficient in herbology, having been taught by the renowned Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, the most beautiful witch of Hogwarts a century ago, whose signature braided pigtails were unforgettable. It must be said that a teacher's appearance significantly influences students' enthusiasm for learning. Cassandra couldn't help but scoff. It's like a dog chasing a flying broom. It will never catch it, and even if it did, it wouldn't know how to ride it. Chapter 25, The Venomous Tentacula. As it was the first lesson for the new students, Professor Sprout refrained from allowing them to practice hands-on, focusing instead on theoretical knowledge. Seamus, however, discreetly practiced transfiguration during the lesson and succeeded, though on his next attempt, he inadvertently detonated a pot of bubotuber. But fortunately, Harry reacted swiftly, transforming Seamus' scarf into an umbrella to shield them from the splattering pus. A commendable transfiguration charm. 5 points to Gryffindor. Professor Sprout declared before reprimanding Seamus sharply. Just as Seamus hung his head in despair, Professor Sprout unexpectedly produced a small cake from somewhere and handed it to him. With his head bowed, Seamus earnestly promised Professor Sprout that he would never cause trouble in herbology class again. She forgave him, but deducted a point from Gryffindor as a form of reprimand. As the class concluded, Harry did not hasten to leave, but lingered in the greenhouse. Mr. Potter? Professor Sprout observed Harry's reluctance to depart. Is there something you wish to discuss? Well, Professor, Harry began, gathering his thoughts, I came across information about the Chinese venomous tentacula in a book, and I find myself quite intrigued by this plant. I was wondering if you have any mature specimens here. The Chinese venomous tentacula is indeed a perilous plant. Professor Sprout did not outright reject Harry. Instead, she delicately expressed, I believe that a young wizard of your age is not suited for cultivating such perilous plants. You ought to observe a real venomous tentacula. Perhaps it will alter your perspective. Follow me. Ron and Neville exchanged glances, intending to accompany her, as did Hermione. The quartet trailed after Professor Sprout to the second floor of the greenhouse, maneuvering around a cluster of foliage until they arrived at a workbench. Upon that bench rested 6 venomous tentacula, their mouths agape and bodies writhing incessantly. Behold, this is the venomous tentacula. Professor Sprout introduced the plant to the group. The depictions in magical herbology and fungi do not do justice to its true terror. As she spoke, Professor Sprout picked up a stick and presented it before one of the tentacula. The plant twisted its rotund body and, with a swift snap, bit down hard on the stick, which emitted a sharp cry as it was severed in two. Such a ferocious temperament. Hermione furrowed her brow. Harry, I believe this creature is beyond our current ability to cultivate. Before she could finish her thought, she saw Harry extend his wand and deftly poke the tentacula from behind. He then reached out his hand towards it. To their astonishment, when Harry's hand made contact, the tentacula nuzzled against him like a playful puppy. I think it has a rather amiable disposition. Would you care to try? Harry inquired, raising an eyebrow. Ron displayed a flicker of interest, also reaching out, only to have the tentacula swivel towards him with a menacing grin. Oh, tentacula! Harry chuckled, reminiscing about Professor Flitwick's delightful dish known as spicy tentacula. Truly remarkable. Professor Sprout wore an expression of discovery, astonished that a young wizard of Harry's age possessed such knowledge of flora. If this were a classroom setting, I would certainly award Gryffindor 5 points. She then added, if you'd like, I can give you a smaller one that poses less danger. Just be sure not to throw it at your classmates, understood? Professor Sprout met Harry's green gaze with a smile. This child is truly reminiscent of Lily. Harry cradled a small tentacula in his arms, leaving the greenhouse contentedly under Hermione's watchful eye. I hope it won't bite Fong, Ron muttered, resolving to keep both himself and Fong at a safe distance from the plant. Neville, however, took a keen interest in the tentacula, frequently tending to it with fertilizer and water, seeking Harry's guidance on herbology. Among the myriad of subjects at Hogwarts, the one Harry was most familiar with was Professor Binns' history of magic. Professor Binns was a ghost who, it was said, dozed off in front of the fireplace in the staff room one evening and inadvertently left his body behind when he returned to teach the next day. Thus, he became a ghost by sheer happenstance. During classes, Professor Binns lectured in a monotonous tone, causing Harry to struggle against the waves of drowsiness that washed over him. So familiar, this feeling, he thought. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The Professor of Charms was a remarkably diminutive wizard named Flitwick, who had to stand atop a stack of books to reach the lectern. At the commencement of their first lesson, he produced the attendance register, and upon calling out Harry's name, he let out an excited scream and tumbled backward, vanishing from sight among the students. What truly disheartened Harry was the defense against the dark arts class. According to Professor Quirrell, garlic was employed to ward off vampires. However, the students voiced differing opinions, suggesting that silver would be far more effective than garlic. To prevent further inquiries from his classmates, Professor Quirrell opted to teach them a minor hex known as the Leglocker Curse. This indeed captivated the students' attention, diverting their focus from the overwhelming scent of garlic emanating from Quirrell to their eagerness to master the curse. In Chapter 26, Potions Class, Harry found himself in stark contrast to his peers, who were diligently trying to learn the Leglocker Curse, as his attention fixated on the back of Professor Quirrell's head. What could possibly necessitate the stuffing of so much garlic to mask something? Could it be that Quirrell harbored a festering sore, or was he under some sort of curse? Harry was not particularly inclined to assist Quirrell with his predicament. Rather, he was simply consumed by curiosity. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, the students engaged in animated discussions about Professor Quirrell. "I wager he has garlic stuff beneath that turban," Fred and George chimed in, suggesting that it would offer him protection from vampires wherever he went. "Then why not just ask him?" Ron remarked, holding a can of cola, "or simply remove that turban. Aren't you both fond of pranks?" The twins exchanged glances before replying in unison. "Oh, Ronnie dear, we certainly do not wish to be expelled from school. Or worse," George added. Receiving a howler from Mum, Fred chimed in. They shared a knowing look and high-fived each other, unsure which fate was more dire. Ron muttered under his breath. Harry's small biting cabbage had also caught the twins' attention, and the mischievous pair frequently visited his dormitory, seemingly fascinated by the vegetable that could bite. Fred even reached out to test it, but fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to avoid a bite. After attending classes at Hogwarts for several days, Harry discovered a startling truth. The magical proficiency of his classmates was alarmingly poor, with some even achieving new lows and developing their own unique styles of ineptitude. The young wizards hailing from Muggle families could be excused, as they had received no forewarning of their wizarding heritage upon receiving their acceptance letters. Nor had anyone taught them magic. However, those from so-called pure-blood families did not fare much better. Notably, Draco Malfoy's two lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, were rumored to be incapable of even mastering the basic Lumos spell. Even Ron, wielding a wand that was ill-suited for him, managed to illuminate it successfully after but 2 attempts. What on earth has caused wizards to devolve into such a state? Harry felt a pang of despair. How could the magical realm possibly thrive with such inept companions? A rather immature notion began to take shape in his mind. What if he were to restart the Elder Wand? After several days at Hogwarts, he had yet to hear of any organization akin to that. On Friday morning, Harry rose early and joined his classmates at the dining table. The note he received was from Hagrid, the handwriting a chaotic scrawl. Hastily, he borrowed a quill from Ron and scribbled on the back of the note, "All right, I'm most willing. Until we meet again," before sending Hedwig on her way. Potions class was attended alongside Slytherin, with the two houses distinctly separated by an aisle in the classroom. Draco appeared to have forgotten the lesson he learned from Harry's levitation spell, as he continued to provoke Ron and Hermione in an attempt to incite them. Yet, Ron paid him no mind, and Hermione followed suit. Lacking the courage to utter the term mudblood, Draco soon redirected his jabs at Neville, just as he uttered a few words. The classroom door burst open with an emphatic bang, and Snape swept in, his dark robes billowing like a storm. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he declared, positioning himself behind the lectern, leaning upon it as he spoke. His voice, barely above a whisper yet distinctly audible, commanded the attention of all present. Like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that enforced order within a classroom. Given that there would be no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this to be magic. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the enchanting essence of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors. You will not truly grasp the wondrous magic that courses through people's veins, stirring their hearts and clouding their wills. I can teach you how to elevate your prestige, brew glory, and even stave off death, but there is one prerequisite. You must not be the kind of bumbling fools I often encounter. After delivering his brief opening remarks, the class fell silent, seemingly awed into submission by his words. Hermione practically perched on the edge of her seat, leaning forward eagerly, eager to prove that she was not among the fools. Snape surveyed the room, evidently pleased with the students' reactions. "Mr. Potter," he said, his gaze honing in on Harry, "our newly minted celebrity." Harry lifted his head, puzzled as to why Snape had invoked his name. "Tell me, Mr. Potter," Snape drawled, his speech languid and slick like his greasy hair, "what would be the result if I were to add daffodil root powder to an infusion of mugwort?" Harry was taken aback. He had recently visited the Victorian era and was well acquainted with Miss Garlick, the herbalist of that time. The advent of the Age of Exploration had ushered in a flourishing of species, horticulture, and botanical culture across the European continent. The relatively conservative etiquette standards of the Victorian era constrained social interactions, leading the upper echelons to adopt the subtle art of conveying hidden messages through flowers. As society developed a fascination for rare exotic plants, literature that introduced floral varieties and interpreted their meanings proliferated, disseminating the myriad emotions encapsulated within these blooms. Miss Garlick, a professor of herbalism, harbored a keen affinity for Victorian florography and had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding flower meanings to Harry. According to the language of flowers, Professor Snape's mention of daffodils actually referred to a type of lily resembling a daffodil, symbolizing my remorse follows you to the grave, while wormwood represented absence and bitter sorrow. Coupled with Slytherin's characteristic demeanor, Harry comprehended that Snape was engulfed in profound grief and regret over his parents' demise. How perplexing Professor Snape's nature was, Harry mused. If you were such close friends with my parents, why not speak plainly? Yet, if he could articulate it plainly, he would not be a Slytherin. It's all right, Professor. Chapter 27. That's Summer, that girl. As a master of mental occlusion, the man capable of infiltrating Voldemort's ranks, Snape had always maintained an impeccable control over his emotions, revealing nothing outwardly. However, he never anticipated that the long-buried secret he conveyed through the language of flowers to the son of the girl he once adored would be so keenly perceived by the boy. Snape's expression remained impassive, yet turmoil surged within him. How could this 11-year-old boy possibly understand the Victorian language of flowers? With curiosity, Snape met Harry's verdant gaze. Those eyes by the clear lake, a red-haired girl cradled a book in her arms, standing there with youthful vitality, her green eyes capable of both joy and reproach. Curving like lovely crescents, the day was bright, the sun enveloping her in warmth, rendering her even more lively and endearing. Upon hearing the girl's voice, Snape nervously tucked the dark magic tome into his robes, only to have it slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Severus, you are studying dark magic again, Lily exclaimed, picking up the book and biting her lip as she looked at Snape, her radiant eyes brimming with sorrow. Dark magic taints a wizard's soul. Professor Dumbledore once warned us of this. Do you wish to enough, Lily? Snape replied, lowering his head. I hope you can understand my position. I so desperately want to leave a good impression before him. You must be aware of his principles, right? Lily's tone turned sardonic before shifting to one of sadness. Severus, you once assured me you would never disappoint me, so you have let me down. Lily, Snape began, his mouth opening to defend himself. Yet the words failed to materialize. Only the book, Whispers Among Petals, provided a semblance of solace to his heart. Indeed, Lily was the mother of this boy, bearing an uncanny resemblance to that haughty, self-important visage. The heart, which had begun to thaw, instantly froze once more. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape's expression remained impassive. His tone languid as he remarked, for your own cleverness, Harry. Hermione whispered, why did you say that? Goodness. I thought it would be Professor Snape who struggled to answer questions. He too was somewhat perplexed by the professor's demeanor. You may suffer, but we Gryffindors are innocent. Why must you deduct points? However, he soon realized that Snape was showing him a measure of leniency. Unlike herbology, where theoretical foundations were prioritized, Professor Snape intended for them to engage in practical work while simultaneously absorbing relevant knowledge. He paired the students into duos and guided them in concocting a simple potion known as the cure for scabies. While the students busily worked, Snape glided around the classroom in his lengthy black cloak, observing them as they measured dried nettles and crushed snake fangs. Almost every student faced criticism, save for Harry, who remained unscathed. It was not that Snape lacked the desire to criticize Harry. Rather, he stood before him for over 10 minutes without identifying a single flaw, each step executed to perfection. Just a scabies potion, Harry mused. If you wish to see me brew Felix Felicis live, I could certainly manage that. When Harry deftly bottled his completed scabies potion, Snape finally offered an evaluation, his expression complex. Quite commendable. For a first year, it is satisfactory. Ron displayed a look of utter disbelief, his head bowed low in fear of revealing his expression to Snape. Should the professor notice, a deduction of 10 points would be the least of his worries. Harry lifted his head, uncertain if he had misread the moment. For Snape's demeanor appeared to soften for an instant. Just as he contemplated speaking, a sudden burst of acrid green smoke erupted nearby, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. It was Neville, who had somehow turned Seamus's cauldron into a twisted wreck, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and burning holes in his classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class had scrambled onto their stools, while Neville, drenched in the potion, was now covered in swollen, red welts and cried out in pain. Idiot! Snape bellowed, brandishing his wand to clear the spilled potion from the floor. I presume you neglected to remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, did you not? Mr. Longbottom? Neville sobbed, The sensation of the unfinished scabies potion splashed upon him, proving most unpleasant, resulting in a multitude of welts in the affected areas. Weasley, why didn't you warn him not to add the porcupine quills? Snape chastised Ron. Do you think his mistake would somehow enhance your own standing? Because of you, Gryffindor shall lose 3 points. In truth, Ron and Neville were not paired together. He was working with Harry, while Neville was situated nearby. This time can be regarded as an unwarranted calamity. Ron, seemingly unfazed, accepted Snape's petty grievances with remarkable composure. Patience is a virtue, a wisdom distilled by Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, and George during their potions class, had been imparted to Ron before the school year commenced. At times, Harry pondered whether every potions professor harbored an inexplicable animosity towards Gryffindor, particularly towards those bearing the surname Weasley. It was reminiscent of Professor Snape's frequent antagonism towards Gareth, who, it must be noted, had a penchant for illicitly smuggling ingredients. Consequently, the potion Harry had brewed to treat Neville's scabies was mercilessly commandeered by Snape, and as it was applied to Neville's affliction, the scabies vanished with remarkable swiftness. With his chin resting in his hands, Harry sighed in resignation. After all, Hagrid had served as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts for many years and was friends with Harry's parents. There was no reason for him to be unaware of the events transpiring between them. Chapter 28. Harry in the newspaper. Having been doused with scabies potion and subsequently splattered by Snape's venom, Neville shivered throughout mealtime. Honestly, mate, Ron began to console Neville, it's not the end of the world. After all, you can't be proficient in every subject. You speak truth, Weasley, Draco's strident voice interjected from the Slytherin table. Perhaps this little chubby one should engage his mind more, rather than relying on that ample backside. Be quiet, Malfoy, Ron said, placing a comforting arm around Neville's shoulders to shield him from Draco's taunts. As Draco prepared to retort, Slytherin's prefect, Gemma Farley, interjected, Mr. Malfoy, silence yourself. Her succinct admonition stemmed not from sympathy for Neville, but from a desire to prevent the professors from witnessing Draco's verbal assaults on his classmates, which could cost Slytherin points. After being warned by the prefect, Draco obediently closed his mouth, though his gaze continued to dart towards Ron and Neville's retreating figures, leaving one to wonder what he was contemplating. In the afternoon, Harry gathered his dormitory mates and Hermione and made their way to Hagrid's hut for a visit. Upon seeing such a gathering of young wizards, all from Gryffindor, Hagrid beamed with joy. Come in, Hagrid exclaimed, noticing Neville's trembling legs and beginning to shoo away his large dog. Hold on, let me secure Fong. He's always so enthusiastic. Once Fong was tethered, Hagrid welcomed everyone inside to take their seats. Harry had brought an assortment of muggle snacks and several large bottles of cola, 25 liters to be precise. Oh, cola, Hagrid exclaimed, seizing a large bottle as though it were a potion, acknowledging that muggles excel in certain respects. This is Ron, Seamus, and Neville. She is Hermione. Harry introduced them. Hello. Hagrid greeted each of them warmly, and when he reached Ron, he chuckled. Another little brother from the Weasley clan. I see. I know your brothers Fred and George, right? To be candid, I truly struggle to distinguish between the two, yet I have expended a considerable portion of my life's South efforts to drive them from the Forbidden Forest. He retrieved a large plate from the cupboard, filled with what appeared to be rather coarse little biscuits. Try this, my rock cakes, Hagrid said, taking a piece from the plate and crunching it between his teeth. Harry's eyelids twitched, judging by the sound. These were not the most agreeable delicacies. He picked up a rock cake and attempted to break it apart with his hands, but it yielded not even a fraction. Thus, he seized Hagrid's water bottle, poured some water into a bowl, and placed the rock cake within, intending to soften it before consumption. When he lifted his head, he noticed his friends observing him with a look akin to that of a sixth-year student. Neville still had a piece of rock cake in his mouth, evidently unable to chew it. Harry shrugged, conjured a fork with his wand, and nudged the softened rock cake towards his mouth. It must be admitted that the softened rock cake was indeed quite delectable, exuding a rich aroma of cream, reminiscent of a souffle. Rather good, he praised, not forgetting to elevate Hagrid's reputation. Apologies, Hagrid, my gums have been inflamed lately, so I can only enjoy it softened. It's quite all right, Harry, Hagrid chuckled heartily. The group then regaled Hagrid with amusing tales from their recent classes, which always elicited hearty laughter from him, perhaps reminiscent of the joyful times he had during his own school days. Professor Sprout's cakes are rather delightful. Hagrid began to critique the professors. As for Professor McGonagall, she is indeed strict, but she is also exceedingly kind. I would say all the professors at Hogwarts are good people. Ron, however, harbored a differing interpretation of this sentiment. Except for Snape, he interjected swiftly. Indeed, Neville almost instantly concurred, and Seamus nodded in agreement with a look of affirmation. How can you say that? Hagrid shook his head. In truth, once you get to know him, you'll find that Professor Snape is also, he suddenly faltered. I feel he is always targeting Harry. Ron did not wait for Hagrid to find the appropriate adjective. You should have seen the way Snape looked at him, as if he wanted to devour him whole. No, I believe it's more complicated than that. Hermione offered a differing opinion. That feeling is hard to articulate. Yes, he is undoubtedly complex. Hagrid smiled at everyone. Why? Harry hastily pressed on. Hagrid, you've been at Hogwarts for so long and were friends with my parents. You must know why, right? I feel that Professor Snape must have known my parents and may have even been friends with them. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Harry's words, Hagrid gasped sharply. Merlin's beard. Why do you think that? Noticing Hagrid's astonishment, Harry quickly inquired. What is wrong, Hagrid? Did I say something incorrect? Well, Hagrid spoke ambiguously. I wouldn't say it's incorrect. Rather, it's fair to say that your parents had a deep connection with Professor Snape. No wonder, Harry remarked with understanding. That is why he would ask such questions. Ask. Ron questioned in confusion. What does that have to do with his inquiry towards you? My dear friend, I believe he is indeed targeting you. Harry recounted the language of flowers associated with Victoria, prompting a collective expression of astonishment from the group, particularly from Ron, whose mouth hung agape. Yet why does he not speak plainly? Hermione sensed she was on the verge of an epiphany, but it eluded her grasp, as if just out of reach. This behavior aligns well with Professor Snape's character. Hagrid chuckled heartily before swiftly diverting the conversation. How is your brother Charlie? He inquired of Ron. I have great affection for him. You know, he has a remarkable way with animals. Indeed, Hagrid successfully distracted Ron, who began to discuss Charlie's dragon-rearing endeavors in Romania. Meanwhile, Harry's attention was drawn to a newspaper lying on the table, partially clipped but not entirely severed. The trimmed section bore reports concerning the illegal break-in at Gringotts, yet Harry's gaze was captured by another segment. It was not a current affairs piece, but rather a nostalgic recounting, akin to a trivia section. It read, On this day, a century ago, the Goblin Rebellion was quelled. Hermione, equally captivated, incredulously picked up the paper, exclaiming, Oh Harry, your name is mentioned here. Chapter 29, a tribute to Dumbledore's old mentor. Suddenly, Harry's scar throbbed intensely. On this day, a century passed, precisely September 6th, 1891. During a fifth-year holiday, he and a few classmates had inadvertently quelled the Goblin Rebellion, confronting the Goblin leader, Gringotts, and ultimately vanquishing him. It was indeed a grueling battle, where even Sebastian's desperate casting of the Avada Kedavra failed to harm Gringotts. Harry instinctively groaned due to the acute pain in his scar. Harry, what is wrong? Ron inquired with concern. Nothing, Harry quickly responded, covering his cheek with his hand. Just a toothache. My gums are inflamed. At the moment when Gringotts, transformed into a dragon, collapsed, Harry had just enough time to cast a protective shield before feeling a surge of red light strike him. In the fading memory, he distinctly recalled the panicked and helpless gazes of Verity and Cassandra. Harry, he finally remembered, those calls were not from his aunt, but from the two girls. Harry Potter, seeing that Harry was unharmed, Hagrid, with his bushy beard, began to enlighten the young ones. Perhaps you have heard his name. I mean the Potter gentleman from a century ago. No, Hermione furrowed her brow. I have perused numerous texts, such as Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of Dark Arts, and Significant Magical Events of the 20th Century, which only mention our Harry as the savior who vanquished Voldemort. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Hagrid, Ron, and Neville shuddered in unison. Oh, good heavens! Hagrid bit his lip and said, Do not speak that name directly. Moreover, that Mr. Potter belongs to the 19th century, a figure of modern times. You certainly won't find his deeds in a history of modern magic or significant magical events of the 20th century. Well then, Voldemort, Harry thought. We have a score to settle. Is it true that he is not even mentioned in the school history? Hermione inquired, furrowing her brow. It turned out that the school history had indeed been edited, and Hermione nodded in understanding. How do you know of his deeds then? Seamus pointed out the inconsistency. Hagrid scratched his head and exclaimed, Oh, Dumbledore told me. By the way, this Mr. Potter was his senior. Had Mr. Potter not perished alongside Riddle, he would have witnessed Dumbledore's sorting in his 7th year. Dumbledore once remarked that even he could not surpass that Mr. Potter. Oh, this infernal lineage. Harry thought to himself, feeling a twinge of frustration. Was he truly that remarkable? Ron asked, astonished. Harry was somewhat speechless, reflecting, was I that intimidating back then? Merlin S. Beard, I never used the killing curse on the goblins. I merely disarmed them and tossed their weapons back at them, or transformed stones into powder kegs and hurled them in their faces. Hagrid continued, However, it is quite a coincidence that his name is the same as Harry S. Is it not? Indeed, Harry smiled at Hagrid, but Hagrid suddenly became serious. Huh? The little ones exclaimed in unison. Harry's heart raced. Had Hagrid uncovered something? This isn't mere coincidence? Seamus asked in disbelief. Don't be foolish, Seamus. Hagrid spread his hands. That Mr. Potter has perished alongside Riddle. In the magical world at that time, wizards referred to him as the Savior, for he not only quelled the Goblin Rebellion, but also, along with a few good friends, vanquished the Ashen Serpent faction. During the days when the Ashen Serpent was rampant, not only wizards, but even muggles had a hard time. Hagrid continued, so Hermione raised her head. A century ago, there was a Harry Potter who was the Savior, rescuing the magical world. And a century later, there exists another Harry Potter, also a Savior, rescuing the magical world? Precisely, Hagrid nodded. To discuss this coincidence, we must speak of James. At that time, the Dark Lord, the mysterious one from Slytherin, was slaughtering the innocent in the magical realm, and the days were truly dark. After much consideration, James Potter decided to name his son Harry Potter as a tribute to that great savior of a century ago, while also hoping that his own child might, like his namesake, defeat the Dark Lord and help the magical world emerge from the shadows. As you can see, Harry has not disappointed his father's hopes. Harry opened his mouth, astonished that his name originated from himself, a rather circular realization. Is he not a member of the Potter family? Ron inquired with curiosity. Certainly not. It is said he hails from Muggle origins. Hagrid chuckled at Ron. Yet the enigmatic figure beginning with A remained unconvinced, asserting that the individual must be of pure blood. It was truly astonishing that the wizarding world had been saved by 2 Harry Potters within a century, exclaimed Seamus in disbelief. What of it? Hermione tossed her wild curls, resting a hand on Harry's shoulder as she began to recite. At times, in our great isle, a burden of responsibility falls upon one who shall lead the people out of the valley of shadows into the sunlit heights of peace and prosperity. Cool. Where did you learn that? Ron expressed his admiration. Yes, Prime Minister, Hermione replied. My father adores that television series. After a moment of contemplation, Harry turned to Hagrid and asked, So, Hagrid, whatever happened to Mr. Potter's friends? Those who fought alongside him? Chapter 30, News of Old Friends. Following the mutual demise of Mr. Potter and Riddle, his friends had also fallen silent. Hagrid shrugged. But it has been a century. Even if they are still living, they would be quite aged. He added, Time is always merciless. But they were remarkable individuals. Harry furrowed his brow. Surely they wouldn't fade into obscurity. Hagrid shook his head. I cannot say, but I have never heard of any of Mr. Potter's comrades re-emerging, leading many to believe that this person is merely a figment of imagination. After a few more exchanges, Hermione noticed an article in the newspaper regarding the recent break-in at Gringotts. It appeared that Gringotts was not as secure as they boasted. Hermione read aloud. Latest reports on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the incident of July 26th is ongoing, widely believed to be the work of unidentified dark forces, both male and female. Goblins of Gringotts reiterated today that nothing was stolen. The underground vault that was searched had, in fact, been emptied earlier that day. As stated by a Goblin spokesperson this afternoon, we cannot disclose what was stored in the vault. It is best not to interfere with this matter. July 26th? Harry then asked, Hagrid, that day coincided with our visit. It is quite possible that we were there when the incident occurred. Try this. Hagrid attempted to divert the conversation. I gathered some chamomile from the Forbidden Forest earlier. Brewing this will be beneficial for the inflammation in your gums. Seeing Hagrid's reluctance to discuss further, Harry refrained from pressing the matter. After all, it was a task entrusted to him by Professor Dumbledore, and it was not something to be taken lightly. He took the newspaper from Hermione's hands and scrutinized the passage about the vault being emptied earlier that day. Coupled with Hagrid's reaction, it became evident that the vault breached by the mysterious wizard must have been the very one they had visited. However, as the vault had been entirely emptied, this implied that the only item remaining was that small cloth pouch. It appears that the enigmatic sorcerer's objective must be related to what Hagrid has extracted. As he pondered, he found himself reminiscing about Omenes, the Slytherin youth who had served as his external brain for several years. Harry mused that if Omenes were present, he would undoubtedly assist him in unraveling the intricacies and discerning valuable clues. While contemplating the Gringotts break-in, Harry also longed for his departed friends. He could scarcely believe that those remarkable classmates would be completely out of touch. Surely something must have transpired. After some deliberation, 2 names emerged in his mind, Cassandra Malfoy and Gareth Weasley. The descendants of these individuals were currently attending school, one of whom was even a close friend of his. Yet how should he approach the inquiry? If he were to directly ask Ron, Hey mate, does your family have an ancestor named Gareth? It would likely elicit the question, How do you know about my great-grandfather? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he overheard Ron speaking loudly nearby. Muggle-flying objects are truly cumbersome, Ron remarked. Once, when I was riding Charlie's old broom, I nearly collided with a glider. Hermione lifted her gaze and cast a serious glance in his direction, conveying the message that she knew precisely what he was about to say. Ron's face flushed crimson as he suddenly remembered that the know-it-all before him hailed from a Muggle family. Oh no, he thought. I've boasted in front of an expert. Fortunately, Hermione merely shot him a glare without exposing his exaggeration, prompting Ron to breathe a sigh of relief. He had planned to salvage his pride, and thankfully, he had managed to do so. However, while he refrained from boasting, Draco at the Slytherin table began to loudly brag. What a pity, Weasley, that you only nearly collided with a glider, he boasted. You should have heard about the time I was flying and almost crashed into a Muggle helicopter. Luckily, my reflexes saved me, and it frightened my father to such an extent that he scolded me afterward. He concluded with, it's a shame that first-year students are not allowed to join the Quidditch team, or else I would surely showcase my talents. Such audacity, Hermione exclaimed to Harry and Ron. A little wizard like him, who can hardly wield magic, would only end up being turned to pulp by a helicopter's rotor blades. Ron was her friend, and she certainly had no intention of exposing him. But Draco was a different matter altogether. She had scolded him since their first meeting and had even brandished her wand at him, expecting her to show Draco any mercy? Dream on. Hey, Miss Know-It-All. Draco abruptly stifled his urge to insult Hermione and began to shout her nickname. Do you think you know a great deal about flying brooms? I dare say you wouldn't even dare to ride one. Malfoy's face suddenly turned red as he began to mumble incoherently about how annoying Muggles were and other such trivial matters, filling the Gryffindor table with a delightful atmosphere. Draco, let us ignore them. With the appearance reminiscent of a lion dog, Pansy Parkinson consoled Draco. They are merely envious of your extraordinary flying talent. Rest assured, when the time for flying lessons arrives, they shall be enlightened. Perhaps Pansy's words of comfort had an effect, for Draco soon regained his haughty demeanor. After all, aside from the rather ludicrous notion of helicopters, his other claims were not entirely unfounded. He held a great deal of confidence in his flying abilities. Since the tender age of 4, Draco had been soaring about Malfoy Manor on a child-sized broom, possessing the prowess of a seasoned broomstick player with 7 years of experience. Yet, he now clearly had more pressing matters at hand, such as seeking information about his old friends. Thus, he thought, let it be under the cover of night. He would visit the map chamber located at the lowest level of the castle. Perhaps there, the ancient magic bearer, Valetia, had left him a clue. Chapter 31, The Order of the Phoenix. The weekends at Hogwarts, like those of schools in the Muggle world, were days of respite. Hence, Harry chose to embark on his journey in the stillness of the late night, both to avoid his roommates and to enjoy a leisurely sleep the following day. The map chamber lay beneath Hogwarts Castle, a secluded space meticulously shielded by ancient magic. Were it not for Harry and Valetia assisting Richard Jekyll in fulfilling his wishes during his lifetime, this hidden realm might never have been discovered. It was precisely this unique place that became their sanctuary for exchanging insights on ancient magic, much to the chagrin of Professor Lockwood, who often lamented that the chamber was permeated with a foul odor. In familiar fashion, Harry cast the disillusionment charm upon himself, though it felt somewhat awkward. Upon glancing down, he noticed that while his body had become invisible, his feet remained conspicuously visible. Damn this age, he silently lamented. For being young meant his magical prowess was insufficient to sustain certain spells. The apparition charm, for instance, required one to be at least 17 years of age to obtain a license, a rule established long ago. In fact, a century prior, one had to pass the apparition examination conducted by the Department of Magical Transportation to use such magic. Countless wizards had met unfortunate fates due to their inexperience with apparition, often leaving behind fragments of themselves. Those with better luck might lose only hair or eyebrows, while the less fortunate faced severed limbs or even dismemberment. Fortunately, Harry was employing the disillusionment charm, which, even if his magical strength was inadequate for full efficacy, spared him from concerns about losing limbs. At this hour of the night, he need not fear being discovered. Thus, an uncanny scene unfolded as a pair of feet pattered down the corridor. Any students out for a midnight stroll who happen upon this sight would likely be terrified into unconsciousness. Ascending the spiral staircase to the castle's lowest point, Harry lifted his gaze with hope, only to be astounded to find not the familiar grand door before him, but a solid wall. Damn it! Harry muttered a curse under his breath as he recalled that this place had been reinforced by the two of them using ancient magic. Unless one possessed the ability to wield such magic, this grand door would remain invisible. The awakening age for ancient magic was 15, which meant Harry would have to wait until his 5th year to unlock this door and enter the map chamber. He had inquired with Valacia about the reason for reinforcing the map chamber with ancient magic. She explained that it was to prevent discovery by those who, like Ranrock, coveted ancient magic. However, Harry sensed that Valacia's true motives were not entirely revealed, yet he lacked any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. After lingering by the door for some time, he found no means to unravel the mystery and reluctantly chose to abandon the pursuit. Beyond the map chamber, there were two other locations of interest. One was the cavern accessed beneath the defense against the dark arts classroom, and the other was the room of requirement on the 8th floor. The cavern had been brought to his attention by Sebastian, and though Amenes had initially reacted with fury, he ultimately acknowledged Harry's involvement. The room of requirement, on the other hand, had been discovered by Valacia after she transferred in during their 5th year. Harry was quite reluctant to venture into the cavern at night, as it always evoked memories of a prison. Nevertheless, the thought of the cavern led him to ponder whether the place where they had once practiced magic together could be of use. Perhaps he should visit the room of requirement first, saving the cavern for another time. With this decision made, Harry ascended to the 8th floor and paused in front of the portrait of the troll Bash Barabbas. To his astonishment, a subtle sound emanated from the wall, and a magnificent door materialized before him. Success! Harry felt a surge of joy as he pushed the door open and stepped into the room of requirement. Since he had envisioned the conference room from years past, everything appeared as it had in his memory, adorned with the emblems of the 4 houses on the walls. From Gryffindor to Slytherin. During the era when Phineas Black served as headmaster, the unity among the houses was unimaginable by today as standards. House prejudice? Non-existent. As long as one shared a disdain for Headmaster Black, common ground was established, even among Slytherin students. Yet, despite the unchanged decorum of the conference room, it was a world transformed. The friends who once filled this space with laughter and joy were now scattered, their whereabouts unknown. The house elf, appointed as his caretaker by Professor Weasley, had been Dobby, who looked after Harry's needs during his time at Hogwarts. After Valacia's transfer, Dobby's responsibilities had shifted from 1 to 2. I believe our organization ought to have a name, Valacia said, gently wiping the beak of the phoenix, Fiona, with her finger. Harry, you are the bond that unites us. This name is rightfully yours to choose. Harry had always struggled with naming things, but upon seeing the phoenix, a spark of inspiration struck him. How about we call ourselves the Phoenix Society? He suggested, after all, we have a phoenix. It was a rather casual name, but felt fitting. Cassandra's gray eyes distinctly revealed a hint of disdain. The Order of the Phoenix? It made me want to retch. I think it's rather splendid. Don't you? Sebastian remarked, draping an arm around Amenes' shoulders, playfully endorsing the name chosen by Harry. Amenes lowered his head, emitting a soft hum of reluctant agreement, not directed at Harry, but rather at Sebastian's utter lack of boundaries. 5-1. Habity Sweat from Hufflepuff raised his hand. 7-1. Gareth and Amit from Ravenclaw joined in raising their hands. However, Cassandra leisurely remarked, voting? How juvenile. I never said I opposed the foolish name concocted by that dimwit. It's bound to pass unanimously. My friends, Harry lifted his head, only to discover the long table before him utterly vacant. I truly miss you all, he said. Chapter 32. The memory charm. Harry sat in place for a while, allowing his emotions to settle completely before he began to search for clues. He picked up his wand and waved it gently. Revelio. Yet, he found nothing. The meeting room of the Order held no traces left by his old friends. After fruitlessly scouring the room of requirement, Harry ultimately had to concede defeat. Ron, on the opposite bed, continued to sleep soundly, even smacking his lips, clearly dreaming of something delectable. The following day, Harry did not awaken until noon. He was not alone. Several of his dorm mates were in the same predicament. Good morning, Ron smiled at Harry. It's noon now. Harry pulled back the curtains and glanced outside. Generally, breakfast time was when young wizards received their parcels. However, due to the weekend, they all indulged in a lie-in, meaning the owls would deliver at midday. An owl swooped in through the door, accurately dropping a parcel into Neville's arms. Oh, food. Neville grunted. Carol, you always do this, he complained as he unwrapped the parcel, revealing a glass orb about the size of half a fist, seemingly filled with white smoke. Look, it's a memory orb, Simon chuckled. Indeed, a memory orb, Neville said with a frown. Grandma knows I have a terrible memory. It will tell you if there's something you forgot to do. See, you hold it tightly like this. And if it turns red, Neville's face suddenly fell as the memory orb glowed a bright crimson. You've forgotten something. Malfoy. Harry, already in a foul mood, stood up, returned the memory orb to Neville. Oh, right. Neville suddenly realized, I forgot to wear my robes. Draco let out a scornful laugh and slammed the memory orb onto the table. He abruptly fell silent as Professor McGonagall, with her perceptive feline instincts, appeared beside them. Draco shot a challenging glance at Harry and Ron before turning away from the Gryffindor table. After this encounter, Harry felt his anger intensify. He now had an overwhelming impulse to cast a memory charm upon Draco's pale, gaunt face. On one hand, it was a minor reprimand for Draco, while on the other, it was an opportunity to seek any memories related to Cassandra. "Well done, Mr. Potter," Mr. Weasley, Professor McGonagall remarked, a hint of a smile breaking through her typically stern demeanor. "Thank you, Professor," Harry and Ron replied obediently in unison. After the tedious history of magic class on Tuesday, the students were to partake in a delightful flying lesson. The transition from the monotonous lecture to the exhilarating flight always lifted spirits, dispelling the drowsiness induced by Professor Binns' monotonous voice in an instant. The flying lesson was a combined class for Gryffindor and Slytherin, and due to Professor Binns forgetting to dismiss them, Gryffindor students nearly arrived late. The Slytherins had already gathered, displaying signs of impatience, with 20 brooms neatly lined up on the ground. "These brooms are quite old," Ron remarked to Harry. "I heard they were used by Bill when he was at school, and they've never been replaced. Fred always complains that they shudder when they fly too high and some of them don't turn properly." "Indeed, it's time for replacements," Harry replied casually. In contrast to Ron's excitement, Neville and Hermione were both visibly anxious. Hermione incessantly recited from a library book titled Quidditch Through the Ages, attempting to dispel her fear of flying with profound theoretical knowledge, while Neville clung closely to her, absorbing her rapid-fire recitation of the fundamentals like a lifeline. Before long, Madame Hooch arrived at the training ground, her short gray hair framing her face, and her keen yellow eyes resembling those of a hawk. "What are you all waiting for?" she called out. "Everyone stand next to a broomstick, quickly. Time is of the essence." Harry, bemused, wondered what urgency she felt. "Extend your right hand over the broomstick," Madame Hooch instructed, then commanded up, up, echoed the chorus of students. Before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, Harry noticed Neville suddenly shoot upwards, soaring into the sky. "Wow!" Draco exclaimed loudly, his hand shielding his eyes as he watched Neville ascend high, only to crash down with a thud. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, and Harry had no time to draw his wand. He merely pointed at Neville, casting a cushioning charm to mitigate his fall. However, given his youth and the distance, he could only slightly lessen the impact. Once Madame Hooch had departed, Draco picked up the memory orb from the ground. "Isn't this a memory orb from Longbottom?" he sneered. "If that chubby boy squeezes this orb, perhaps he'll remember to land on his ample backside instead of his wrist. Hand it over, Malfoy." Harry stepped forward, asserting himself. "No, I intend to hide it and let the little chub seek it out himself," Draco taunted as he mounted his broom, floating up leisurely. "How's the view from the rooftop?" He soared through the air, tauntingly remarking, "What's the matter, Potter? Can't reach it?" Without uttering another word, Harry mounted his broomstick. "Harry, absolutely not. Think about what Madame Hooch just said. You'll be expelled." Hermione urgently intervened. "And you don't even know how to fly." Yet Harry was already adeptly soaring into the sky atop his broom. Hermione gasped in astonishment. She never anticipated that Harry would fly so proficiently on his first attempt. "That is so cool," exclaimed Seamus from below. "Give it to me, Malfoy," Harry warned sternly, "or I will teach you a lesson you won't forget." As he spoke, his gaze bore into Draco's eyes, internally deliberating whether to employ the Cruciatus Curse. "So, Potter," Draco taunted, tossing the enchanted ball, "are you going to stand up for Longbottom?" Harry, genuinely incensed, found himself overwhelmed by the frustration of losing an old friend, compounded by the anger directed at Draco's insufferable face. He drew his wand, aiming it at Draco. Chapter 33, The Most Painful Memory. Just as the Black family motto is to remain forever pure, the Malfoy family motto is to remain ever adaptable, forever flexible, forever infamous. Upon witnessing Harry draw his wand, Draco instantly faltered. He swiftly turned his broom and fled, maneuvering it erratically through the air in a desperate attempt to evade Harry's spell. Unfortunately, Harry lowered his wand. He was no master of the Cruciatus Curse. Even a master would require the target to be at ease, able to meet their gaze for optimal effect, which would inadvertently stir the target's emotions and memories. However, Draco deemed this strategy too precarious and flung the memory ball high into the air. He overlooked the fact that the broomsticks used in Hogwarts flying lessons were far too antiquated to withstand his erratic maneuvers. The result was utter chaos. The broom lost control, and Draco suffered a fate akin to Neville's. Help me! Save me!" Draco cried in terror from the sky. Yet mere cries would not salvage him. As the broom jerked violently once more, Draco was flung away like a kite severed from its string. On one side lay Neville's memory ball, and, on the other, the flailing Draco. In an instant, Harry made a decision about whom to rescue first, but he also felt the need to teach that insufferable brat a profound lesson. Accio! Harry once again used his wand to summon Draco, the magic tugging at his robes, bringing him closer. The summoning charm does not affect people directly, yet the duelist had devised a clever technique to apply it to a target's clothing, effectively pulling the person toward them. Wow! Gasped the students on the ground in awe. What a mess! Draco trembled in fear. You will pay for your actions, Malfoy. As Harry spoke, he grasped Draco with one hand while deftly maneuvering his broom to pursue the elusive memory ball. Despite his glasses, his keen eyes quickly honed in on the orb descending towards the ground. He deftly turned the broom and dove swiftly towards the ball. Draco, fearing they were about to crash into the earth, felt his composure shatter. Please, Potter, don't do this. I could do anything. Yet Harry remained unfazed, amidst Draco's terror-filled gaze. They hurtled towards the ground. With a piercing shriek reminiscent of a soprano, Draco cried out. Just before they were about to collide with the earth, Harry halted the broom, simultaneously seizing Neville's memory ball with his other hand. The Gryffindor students erupted in cheers, encircling Harry. Mate, that was absolutely brilliant, Ron exclaimed enthusiastically. He adored Quidditch, but he swore that even the players of the England national team could not surpass Harry's prowess. Harry smiled at his friends, releasing his grip, causing Draco to plop down onto the ground. I'm going to tell my father, Draco wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Oh, spare us the theatrics, Malfoy. Harry retorted disdainfully. You're not just a drama queen. You're also a snotty mess. You just wait. Draco shot back defiantly. Wait for what? Ron teased, sweeping his broom against Draco. What do you intend to do? Rub your tears and snot on us. Feeling humiliated by Ron, whom he usually looked down upon, Draco glared at him and launched a verbal assault on the Weasley family. I think your mouth could use a good scrubbing, Harry said coolly, pointing his wand at Draco. Scourgify. Instantly, a flurry of pink soap bubbles erupted from Draco's mouth, leaving him helpless in his attempt to expel them. Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from afar, prompting the students to part ways, revealing Harry and his companions. What is going on here? McGonagall's expression turned serious as she casually cast a countercharm on Draco. It's nothing, Professor, Harry replied. Draco's broom went out of control, and when I rescued him, he ended up tasting dirt, so I thought I'd give him a wash. You should be grateful that Professor Snape did not witness this scene, McGonagall said, her tone somewhat frosty. However, as if recalling something, she added, Come with me, Mr. Potter. Harry shrugged and followed. He too believed such an incident should not be seen by the overly protective head of Slytherin. After Harry departed, Draco finally allowed himself a smug smile. See? Potter's going to be expelled, he declared triumphantly. Who is next? I hope you have the courage to say that to Harry's face. Rather than boasting behind his back, Hermione remarked with disdain. You foul little mud-blood, Draco exclaimed furiously, turning sharply towards Hermione. No sooner had he spoken than pink soap bubbles erupted from his mouth once more. This spell certainly proved to be quite effective, providing a cleansing reprieve for his odorous breath. Hermione lowered her wand, her tone icy. She could have prevented Draco from uttering that particular word, but she deemed it necessary to wait until he had spoken it before taking action. Pansy, witnessing Draco struck by the curse, similarly drew her wand, ready to retaliate against Hermione. Meanwhile, Harry remained oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. He followed Professor McGonagall step by step towards the castle, his mind preoccupied with pondering her intentions. He held a certain confidence that expulsion was out of the question, for he had not breached any fundamental school rules. Rather, he had saved a fellow student. Soon, Professor McGonagall came to a halt at the entrance of a classroom. Forgive me, Phileas, she said. May I request Wood to step outside? Wood? Harry thought in confusion, wondering if Professor McGonagall intended to chastise him with her wooden wand. It was known that corporal punishment had once existed at Hogwarts over a century ago, and he recalled a time when he had been severely punished for failing to complete an assignment. Then, he observed a tall, handsome boy emerging from the room, looking utterly perplexed. Wood, Professor McGonagall said, her hands folded, the stern aura about her dissipating entirely. I have found you a seeker. Chapter 34. The Philosopher's Stone and the Maps Chamber. That afternoon, news of Harry's extraordinary entry into the Quidditch team spread throughout the entire school. Even the floating ghosts were engaged in discussions about the matter, not to mention the other students. Seeker Ron, who had forgotten to put a pie in his mouth, exclaimed in astonishment, but first-year students never. You must be the youngest player in the house team in many years. In his 6 years since enrollment, He had not only been unable to participate in Quidditch, but even to watch the intra-school matches. Rumor had it that a student had fallen from a broom in previous years, leading Headmaster Black to seize the opportunity to suspend the Quidditch matches. The students had privately expressed their disdain towards him, with even the ghosts gossiping behind his back, composing songs to extol Headmaster Black's dubious accomplishments. Ron nodded in understanding, recognizing that his good friend was not merely catching the ball. He was also clutching a heavy Malfoy. "I'll start training next week," Harry declared, raising his juice cup to clink with Ron's. "By the way, did Malfoy say anything after I left?" At that moment, Fred and George Weasley entered the dining hall. Spotting Harry, they hurried over. "Well done, Harry," George whispered. "Wood informed us. We are also part of the house team as beaters, and our role is to protect you from being hit too badly. I'll tell you this, we are absolutely determined to win the Quidditch Cup this year," Fred added. "Since Charlie left, we haven't won, but this year, our team shall surely shine brightly." Certainly, Harry, who was practically incoherent with excitement when he told us about this. In Quidditch, he is as strict as a miniature Professor McGonagall, and we are inclined to trust his judgment. However, we must take our leave. Lee Jordan believes he has discovered a new secret passage that leads outside the school. George quickly interjected, "I reckon it's the passage behind the sycophant Gregory statue. The one we found in our first week here. Farewell." To be honest, after the twins departed, Harry remarked to Ron, having known those two for so long, "I still cannot distinguish between Fred and George." "Honestly, I can't tell either," Ron replied, shrugging his shoulders. At that moment, Hermione joined them, cradling a hefty old tome that seemed almost larger than her upper body. "Good heavens, what is that?" Ron asked, astonished. "Post-dinner entertainment," Hermione declared as she thudded the book onto the table. "You call this entertainment?" Ron asked dryly. Hermione shot him a stern look, prompting Ron to wisely close his mouth. "To be honest," Ron said, glancing at Draco, who was laughing and joking with Crabbe and Goyle, "the lesson from flying class wasn't quite sufficient. I believe Malfoy deserves another proper reprimand." The mere mention of Malfoy's name suddenly soured Harry's previously good mood. If Cassandra were to discover that such a scoundrel was a descendant of hers, she would likely cast an unforgivable curse right at his face. With this thought, his spirits sank further, his mind consumed by the impenetrable secrets of the map room. He was certain that the map room held clues. Yet, being only 11 years old, would he really have to wait 4 years until he turned 15 and awakened ancient magic to gain access to the map room? "Look," Ron said, picking up a nearby newspaper. The Daily Prophet is still publishing statements from the goblins of Gringotts, who continue to assert that Gringotts is the safest place. Gringotts? His instincts told him that with the aid of that object, the age restriction of ancient magic would no longer pose a problem. Nevertheless, Harry felt conflicted. After all, it belonged to the headmaster and appeared quite precious. How could he possibly persuade the headmaster to allow him to borrow it? The next morning, as Harry and Ron entered the Great Hall, they had scarcely taken their seats at the table when the owl post began to arrive. Harry noticed 4 or 5 owls, each clutching a slender package, circling in the air before landing right in front of him. "Oh, my chicken leg!" Ron exclaimed in distress as the package knocked his food to the floor. He then became captivated by the package. "What on earth is this? Mate, help me unwrap it. I want to see the letter," Harry said to Ron. With that, he opened the letter. "Do not open the package on the table. Inside is your latest Firebolt 2000. I do not wish for everyone to know you have a new broom, lest they all desire one. Oliver Wood awaits you at the Quidditch pitch tonight at 7 for your first training session. Professor Minerva McGonagall." Harry set down the letter in his hand, attempting to prevent Ron from unwrapping the package, but it was too late. Ron had already torn open the parcel, revealing the brand new Firebolt 2000 within. "Wow, mate!" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the Firebolt 2000 you just bought?" Beside him, Wood gaped, his face suffused with envy. Wood had surmised that this was a gift from Professor McGonagall. However, he refrained from saying anything, knowing that Harry, being not only a seeker with a high demand for broomstick performance, but also from a less privileged background, deserved it. This, however, did not diminish his envy. He was genuinely envious. After all, Harry was merely in his first year, which meant he could enjoy the Firebolt 2000 for at least 7 years. "I will." Harry nodded earnestly. If one were to ask what he had longed for most during his 6 years at Hogwarts, it would certainly be Quidditch, which had been banned by Professor Black. "Black, you have caused so much trouble." Chapter 35, The Pain of Loss. Due to Black's prohibition, Harry's knowledge of Quidditch was rather limited. He was indeed looking forward to Wood's instruction. After Wood had rambled on about the rules of Quidditch, Harry suddenly inquired, "So, has anyone ever died in a match? I mean, considering how high we fly while playing and the need to dodge the bludgers." He attempted to present himself as a novice. "How could that be?" Wood replied, his expression one of surprise. Quidditch might leave you with a shattered jaw or broken limbs. But even if you fall, the field is protected by enchantments that ensure your safety. At least you won't die. Harry was convinced this was part of Black's scheme. After demonstrating a sudden dive and various intricate maneuvers, Wood's initial skepticism regarding Harry's flying abilities transformed into admiration, ultimately settling into firm belief. This year's Quidditch will surely engrave our names in history, Wood declared cheerfully. You know, I've seen your father's name on the Quidditch Cup. James Potter, right? He was a chaser for Gryffindor. I've heard Hagrid mention that my father was quite exceptional at Quidditch, Harry replied. That's right. Your flying prowess is inherited from your bloodline, Wood asserted confidently. So, let our young Potter lead us to victory. Wood merely taught Harry the rules of Quidditch and did not involve him in training. To him, a talent like Harry's was such that he would believe he could fly around the courtyard on a broomstick as soon as he learned to walk. The curriculum at Hogwarts was not particularly demanding. At least Harry always found time to relax. This is truly the worst professor, he thought to himself. Sitting at the Gryffindor long table, Harry absent-mindedly chewed on his sandwich, contemplating a visit to the dungeons beneath the defense against the dark arts classroom during his free period. Just as he was lost in thought, Hermione across from him suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness, Harry, Ron." She seemed to have discovered a new world, tugging at Harry and Ron, her small hand resting upon the thick tome. "What's the matter?" Ron inquired, puzzled. Could there be treasures hidden within this book? Otherwise, why would Hermione be so astonished and exhilarated? "My great-grandfather," Ron shrugged, initially indifferent to Hermione's remarkable discovery, but Harry suddenly lifted his head. "Goodness, you're quite timely." "Your great-grandfather?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes widening. "You never mentioned having such an impressive ancestor." "In truth, I know little about him," Ron replied, raising his hands. Harry contemplated inquiring about Gareth's current situation, yet hesitated, unsure of how to broach the subject. It was not the manner of questioning that troubled him, but rather the fear of receiving distressing news. "How do you know the Bloody Baron fears Harry?" Ron asked curiously. "Isn't it obvious, Ron?" Hermione rolled her eyes. "Have you not noticed that whenever we walk with Harry, we are never tormented by the Bloody Baron? Moreover, on the first day of school, when Harry drew his wand at the Baron, that fellow fled in terror. He must have mistaken Harry for that person." "Cool," Ron said, now intrigued. "Can you find out what that spell is? If we learn it, we need not fear the Bloody Baron any longer." "I will discover it," Hermione declared, her small face embodying a resolute spirit. Harry opened his mouth, eager to reveal the spell to Hermione. "He truly is remarkable," Hermione sighed. "It says here that he invented this spell in his 3rd year. Goodness, I feel like learning charms is quite challenging. What else is there?" Ron crawled from beneath the table, sitting beside Hermione to examine the book together. "How can that be?" Ron's nose turned red. "My great-grandfather could never be involved with the Malfoy family." "Do not speak nonsense." Ron leaned closer, and indeed, the text confirmed Hermione's assertion. Could the historical records in this book be fabricated? Hermione narrowed her eyes. "Regardless, I do not believe it," Ron insisted stubbornly. As the two exchanged unwavering glances, Harry suddenly interjected. "Why not ask the person involved? I mean, your great-grandfather, Mr. Gareth Weasley." "My great-grandfather passed away before I was born," Ron murmured. "Even Bill and Charlie never met him. He left no portrait behind." Harry felt a sharp pang in his heart. "I'm sorry, Ron. I'm truly sorry," he murmured. "Has Gareth already departed? Then what of Sebastian, Ominis? Will they also?" Harry's thoughts spiraled chaotically upon hearing the news of an old friend's passing, and his mood darkened inexplicably. Chapter 36, The Giant. He curled his legs, sitting by the dormitory window, gazing vacantly outside. The moonlight flowed like water through the window into the room, casting a long shadow of Harry. "Shall we play wizard chess, mate?" Ron held the wizard chessboard, expressing his understanding of Harry's troubled disposition. "I know you're upset, but Hermione didn't mean any harm. She was merely curious about the individual who shares your name and sought out information, not intending to invoke Voldemort. Who could have foreseen that incident occurring so close by?" Harry nodded, his thoughts a tempest of confusion. "How about we visit Hagrid after classes tomorrow?" Ron suggested with concern. For a fleeting moment, Harry was lost in reverie. It was in that very room where Gareth had once offered him solace during his homesickness. Now, upon receiving news of his old friend as passing, Harry felt the weight of a century, an ephemeral span for him, yet a lifetime for his departed companion. "Indeed," Ron assented gravely, though his brow remained furrowed with worry for Harry. The following morning, the first-year Gryffindors were jubilantly seated at the long table, partaking in their breakfast. "Do you realize what it means for Gryffindor not to have potions class with Professor Snape?" one exclaimed. Regrettably, the afternoon's flying lesson was also cancelled due to the holiday, a missed opportunity for the young witches and wizards to grasp their broomsticks. Adding to their delight, Professor Flitwick announced that after much study, It was time for the students to learn how to levitate objects. Now, do not forget the delicate wrist movement we have been practicing. He chirped from atop his stack of books, gesturing animatedly. Remember, the incantation is crucial. Do not forget about Professor Baruffio, who mispronounced emphasis and found himself sprawled on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. Harry had long believed that the wrist movements were merely aids for wizards to clarify which spell to cast. In truth, when performing wandless magic, it was not necessary to articulate gestures. The intent alone dictated the outcome. Wingardium Leviosa, he proclaimed, directing his wand at the desk before him, which gracefully soared into the air. Splendid. Truly remarkable, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick squealed, leaping joyfully atop his books. However, as he attempted to descend, he misstepped and began to tumble backward. In a moment of urgency, Harry pointed his wand at the toppling Professor Flitwick and cast a levitation spell. While Wingardium Leviosa superficially differed from Leviosa by only a syllable, the distinction was profound. The former allowed for directional control of the floating object, while the latter simply caused it to levitate. Flitwick, as if swimming in midair, paddled his arms toward Harry, exclaiming, 10 points to Gryffindor. An excellent spell. You must have prepared ahead. Haven tea you? Yes, Professor, Harry replied, skillfully guiding the spell to gently lower Professor Flitwick back to the ground. You truly ought to immerse yourself in the study of explosive spells, like the Thunderous Blast or other similar enchantments. On their way back to the hall, Hermione remarked to Seamus, I believe your talent in this area should be somewhat augmented. Are you mocking me, Granger? Seamus responded with indignation, feeling quite affronted. Oh, come on. Mate, Ron quickly placed a hand on Seamus's arm. Not at all, not at all. I'm sorry, Seamus. Hermione promptly apologized. I didn't mean it that way. With Hermione's apology, Seamus found himself at a loss for words. But whereas Harry, Ron suddenly noticed the absence of his best friend. A wave of worry washed over him. Could it be that Harry was still feeling down? Should they go offer him some comfort? Goodness, he must need company right now. Yet, his attention was swiftly diverted as the table before him became laden with an array of delectable dishes. Perhaps I'll have a chicken leg first before heading over, he thought. However, the doors burst open abruptly, and Professor Quirrell rushed into the dining hall, his large scarf askew on his head, his face a portrait of terror. The students were drawn to him, eager to discern the cause of such disarray from the defense against the dark arts professor. A troll in the dungeon classroom, Quirrell shouted as he approached Dumbledore. I thought you ought to know. Having exclaimed this, he collapsed onto the floor. The hall fell into an instant hush, and as if led by an unseen force, the students began to scream. A troll, good heavens! Dumbledore, pointing his wand at his throat, commanded loudly, silence. Perhaps it was the authority of the headmaster that quelled the students, for they fell silent upon hearing his voice. Prefects, Dumbledore's voice was deep yet resonant. Immediately escort your students back to their dormitories. Just as Hermione intended to follow Percy, Ron yanked her sleeve. Ron, what are you doing? She inquired. Harry, Ron whispered urgently. He is still in the first-floor restroom. We must go warn him. He is in danger. Chapter 37. Hope all is well. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione did not hesitate for a moment and turned to follow him in the opposite direction of the line. The prefects were preoccupied with maintaining order among their respective houses, leaving no one to attend to the two young ones going against the flow. Goodness, I hope Harry is all right, Hermione expressed. How could it not be? Ron replied with certainty. He is the boy who lived. Even the Dark Lord has faltered before him. How could a mere troll possibly harm him? Yet as he spoke, a trace of uncertainty crept into Ron's voice. Trolls are creatures of formidable toughness, renowned for their remarkable resistance to magic. The spells cast by first-year wizards would hardly inflict any harm upon a troll, let alone tickle it. Merlin Essox, Ron silently prayed, please let Harry be safe. I would willingly forego chicken legs for an entire year. Meanwhile, Harry, the object of their concern, was just fastening his trousers. After all, with the banquet bustling with students, the absence of one or two was hardly unusual. The act of utilizing the restroom presented an impeccable excuse for a discreet escape. It was not merely a pretext, but a genuine desire to take a brief detour. As he donned his long robe, an unsettling sensation washed over him. What was the source of that dull, thumping sound emanating from outside? Simultaneously, a putrid stench invaded his nostrils, and in an instant, Harry discerned its nature. The heavy footsteps and foul odor could only belong to a troll. He pushed open the stall door and looked up, only to lock eyes with the troll standing at the entrance. Towering at 12 feet, the creature's skin was dull and lifeless, resembling rough granite. Its head, the size of a basketball, appeared pitifully small compared to its massive frame. In its hand, it dragged a sturdy wooden club, which was even taller and thicker than Harry himself. The troll hesitated momentarily, its feeble brain whirred in overdrive, attempting to comprehend the disparity in size before it let out a furious roar. Harry grimaced in disdain. The creature exuded a wretched breath. Despite its low intelligence, the troll sensed Harry's contempt and indignation, which only served to enrage it further. However, its meager intellect failed to grasp why this diminutive figure did not flee in terror, but instead stood its ground, even displaying an expression of disdain. Harry was furious, infuriated. To be precise, just the day before, he had received the devastating news of a dear friend's demise and had intended to explore the remnants of their past in the underground chambers. Yet here he was, obstructed by this oafish brute. The professors at the school could not possibly be oblivious to the presence of such a creature. By the time they arrived at the restroom, he would be unable to make his escape. The troll raised its massive club, a sinister grin spreading across its grotesque visage. Harry mirrored the expression. Wasn't he rather fortuitous? On a day when his spirits were low, a hulking punching bag had conveniently presented itself. Even with its limited cognitive capacity, the troll sensed an unusual shift in the atmosphere. Before it could react, Harry drew forth a diminutive stick, dwarfed by the club in the troll-esque grasp. Expelliarmus! A flash of red light erupted, and the troll's club slipped from its fingers. However, instead of plummeting to the ground, Harry resolved to make good use of this fortuitous opportunity to vent his frustrations. He inhaled deeply and rolled his eyes at the overwhelming stench emanating from the troll. Perplexed, the creature could not fathom why it suddenly found itself disarmed. "Hey, you big oaf!" Harry shouted, deftly transfiguring the shattered door panel into a robust iron shackle, which he secured around the troll's ankle. The troll grunted rudely, turning its ugly little eyes toward Harry. With a flick of his wand, Harry directed the club, sending it crashing forcefully against the troll's hulking form. Roar! Roar! Despite the ogre's tough hide and robust physique, being struck by the enchanted wooden stick controlled by Harry was undeniably unpleasant. Harry skillfully maneuvered the floating rod, delivering precise blows to the ogre's body while deftly avoiding vital points. The ogre emitted anguished roars, desperately attempting to evade Harry's relentless assault. However, its movements proved counterproductive. The enchanted iron shackles had rendered it unbalanced, causing it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Harry had no intention of relenting simply because the ogre had fallen. He sought not only to vent his frustration, but also to retaliate against the creature that had clearly intended to attack him. Surely, the school would not expel a young wizard for defending himself, even if it meant delivering a thorough beating to the ogre, he mused, all the while continuing to wield the wooden stick with fervor. The ogre, now filled with regret, lamented its unfortunate decision to enter this peculiar abode and provoke such an insignificant nuisance. It could do little but cover the bruised areas of its body, emitting pitiful wails of pain. The anguish, remorse, and pleas for mercy in its cries were evident even to the lowly flobberworm. Ron and Hermione, hearing the ogre's cries, were consumed by anxiety. Was the ogre venting its rage? Had it discovered Harry? Or was it in the process of turning Harry into a mere pulp? Harry, he won't come a harm, will he? Hermione asked, her voice tinged with a quivering note of distress. No, absolutely not, Ron replied, his agitation mounting as he quickened his pace. They had disregarded the imminent danger, their hearts filled solely with concern for Harry's safety. Is it through this door? Ron pondered, listening to the muffled sounds emanating from within, accompanied by the ogre's anguished bellowing. He swallowed hard. Wait, let us quietly peek inside, Hermione urged, restraining Ron from forcefully pushing the door open. We shouldn't startle the ogre. Perhaps it's merely venting its frustrations at the lavatory decor. Recognizing the wisdom in her words, Ron gently nudged the door open, only to be met with a scene that would be etched into his memory forever. Chapter 38. Hogwarts is on the brink of becoming the laughingstock of the magical world. Before Ron and Hermione lay the sight of a colossal ogre sprawled on the ground, clutching its body in pain. Ron now understood why the creature had been howling so desperately. It was suffering. Suspended above the ogre was a massive wooden stick. Hello, Harry greeted, noticing his two friends at the door. He deftly waved his wand with a subtle movement, causing the wooden stick to come crashing down upon the ogre's head. The creature barely had time to emit a muffled grunt before it succumbed to unconsciousness. My goodness, what in the name of all that is holy? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Harry, you've defeated an ogre. Harry felt a surge of emotion. He had not anticipated that, knowing the threat of the ogre, his two companions would still risk their own lives to inform him of the danger. How should one express it? Truly, Gryffindor lives up to its reputation, Harry sincerely remarked, addressing Ron and Hermione. Before he could finish, a sudden, forceful banging on the door echoed through the room, followed by loud footsteps. The three occupants turned to gaze toward the entrance. Moments later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell trailing behind. Quirrell merely cast a fleeting glance at the unconscious troll before emitting a feeble whimper, collapsing onto a toilet while clutching his chest tightly. Harry averted his gaze, a subtle hint of disdain evident on his face. How pitiful! Was this truly the defense against the dark arts professor? At this rate, Hogwarts would become a laughingstock in the wizarding world. What on earth is happening here? Professor McGonagall demanded, her voice laced with icy fury. Her stern gaze swept over the trio, ultimately resting on the troll, sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Consider yourselves fortunate. It could have killed you. Why on earth weren't you all safely tucked away in your dormitories? Apologies, Professor. Harry stepped forward to explain. They were looking for me. I felt unwell during class and needed to use the restroom. Unexpectedly, the troll barged in, and they both knew I was in there. So they attempted to warn me of the danger. Professor McGonagall's stern expression softened. Under these circumstances, Harry could not be blamed. He had shown courage by stepping forward to take responsibility. This child reminds me of Lily, Professor McGonagall thought with delight. With Ron and Hermione's assistance, we managed to defeat the troll together, Harry added at last, deciding to downplay his own role. It would be far too alarming to share that a first year had single-handedly vanquished a troll. Hearing Harry's words, Hermione discreetly pinched Ron, adopting a look of affirmation. Ron nodded along with Hermione, as if the troll's defeat was entirely his own achievement. An impressive transfiguration spell, Professor McGonagall noted, her eyes falling on the troll's shackles, giving Harry an approving nod before shifting her attention to Ron and Hermione. For breaching school rules and straying from the group, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, 5 points will be deducted from Gryffindor. Hermione's head drooped in disappointment. She hadn't anticipated such mercilessness from Professor McGonagall. Ron, too, wore a reluctant grimace, thinking Merlin's beard. Can't our headmistress be a bit more lenient like the Slytherin head? However, Professor McGonagall continued, for the sake of friendship, you bravely risked yourselves, and thus, Gryffindor will be awarded 10 points. Upon hearing the reward, the two looked up in surprise, noticing a hint of a smile from Professor McGonagall directed at them. Finally, she concluded, well, I still maintain that you are fortunate. Few first years can engage and triumph over a fully grown troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor.
I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this incident. You may now leave. Off you go. Off you go. Professor Quirrell stammered as he stood from the toilet.
I will take care of the restroom. You need not worry. Just as he finished speaking, the slumbering troll let out a loud snore. Professor Quirrell was startled, instinctively jumping up. Harry did not glance at Professor Quirrell. Instead, he noticed that since entering the room, Professor Snape had been watching him intently. He did not ponder this for long, as he held no animosity towards Snape, believing the sentiment to be mutual. After all, he was a dear friend of his parents. He thought. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, both smiling. Why express gratitude? Ron beamed at Harry, saying, I assent that what friends are supposed to do. Harry was momentarily taken aback. He had always regarded Hermione as a good classmate, while he had shown Ron extra care due to his connection as a friend's offspring. Yet today, his two companions had risked themselves to warn him, which stirred deep emotions within him. Indeed, we are friends. Harry nodded earnestly, embracing Hermione and then Ron. He welcomed these two friends into his heart. Perhaps a new beginning was in order, he mused. Besides old friends, it would be nice to have some new ones as well. By the way, Hermione suddenly inquired, why did you tell Professor McGonagall that we 3 defeated the troll together? Oh, I merely wished to avoid drawing too much attention, Harry replied, somewhat troubled. You know, they constantly refer to me as the chosen one. If it got out that I single-handedly defeated the troll, I'd likely be surrounded once more like a monkey in a zoo, just as I was at the start of term. Now I understand. Hermione nodded in comprehension, accepting Harry's reasoning. Right, mate? Ron said, slinging an arm around Harry's shoulder. How exactly did you defeat the troll? That was really impressive. It was merely a combination of a few spells, Harry explained to Ron. In my spare time, I've read some books on dueling techniques, and today I subconsciously applied what I learned. You saw the results. They were quite effective. Would you like to learn together? He thought of the ineffectual defense against the dark arts teacher. Even in this era, dark wizards had not vanished, and Harry doubted he could learn anything substantial in that class. Thus, he pondered, why not restart Dueling Club? Let us begin with these two friends, he decided. Chapter 39, Cassandra's Letter. Cool, Ron exclaimed, eyes lighting up. Can I join? Why not? Harry shrugged. Children of this age are most susceptible to the influence of those around them. Under the subtle influence of Harry and Hermione, Ron had set aside his previous carefree demeanor. Moreover, for a young wizard like Ron, the prospect of studying potions or transfiguration might not ignite much enthusiasm, but the idea of learning a few jinxes was undoubtedly motivating. Just imagine how delightful it would be to cast some jinxes on Malfoy's irritating face. However, we seem to need a suitable place to practice spells, Hermione said with concern. The Gryffindor common room doesn't allow magic. Leave that to me, Harry assured her. To avoid drawing attention, Harry opted to explore the dungeon the following day. Ron and Hermione had perfectly reasonable excuses to divert their search for a suitable place to practice spells. While the other students were engrossed in the feast in the Great Hall, Harry stealthily made his way to the lower level of the defense against the dark arts classroom, locating the entrance to the dungeon. The entrance resembled a cabinet, adorned with 4 clock-like dials that needed to be aligned in a predetermined direction to gain access. He withdrew his wand and, employing the technique taught by Sebastian, adjusted the pointers. When all 4 indicators pointed correctly, the cabinet's door swung open with a resounding crash. Harry stepped inside, feeling the familiar sensation of being spun around as he was transported into the dungeon. It seemed as though the dungeon had been untouched for many years. At least that was the impression Harry had, as thick layers of dust coated the entire room. He had to wrap his scarf around his nose to avoid choking on the dust stirred up by his footsteps. Although he could have employed a cleaning charm, Harry feared that in the process, he might inadvertently erase some vital clue, so he refrained from using it. The dungeon earned its name because it was situated at the very bottom of the defense against the Dark Arts Tower, with only a few dim rays of light filtering through the skylight above. Harry drew his wand and ignited the braziers and torches, then slowly approached a nearby desk. A thick layer of dust covered the desk, compelling Harry to use his wand to brush it aside. To his delight, he discovered a letter lying atop the desk, and, judging by the handwriting, it appeared to belong to Cassandra. He extracted the letter, though time had rendered the ink on the paper nearly illegible. After scrutinizing it closely, Harry managed to discern the words. I believe Grindelwald has truly lost his mind. Time is a forbidden magic, an ancient taboo even Merlin would dare not touch. When she emerges from that love shack of Potters, I hope you can persuade that lovesick fool to understand that ancient magic is not infallible. Chi-Chi Malfoy. Harry's heart raced. Time magic? Could it be that upon his disappearance, Veritas was experimenting with some form of time magic in an attempt to locate him? Clutching Cassandra's letter, his mind swirled in confusion. If Cassandra's words held any truth, then it was highly probable that Veritas had encountered a catastrophic failure. This aligned perfectly with why. In this century, only the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald was known, with no mention of his sister. Given her nature, she would never neglect her family. Thus, it was likely she had become ensnared somewhere. Could it be the Chamber of Secrets? Harry recalled Cassandra's sardonic reference to the so-called Love Shack, which was her term for the Chamber of Secrets, as only the heirs of ancient magic could gain unrestricted access to it. Harry tucked the letter into his pocket, his determination to acquire that object solidifying. Even back in the vault, his intuition had suggested that with the aid of whatever lay within that cloth bag, he could transcend the limitations of age and awaken ancient magic. Given that it belonged to the headmaster, Harry mused that perhaps a conversation with him could be beneficial. With a clear goal in mind and a lead to follow, he temporarily set this matter aside. He discovered several thick tomes on dueling techniques among the tomes in the underground chamber and carefully stowed them in a small pocket enhanced by concealment charm before quietly departing the lair. If he were to practice dueling, the room of requirement would be the ideal venue. Here, you have made a mistake, Hermione said, pointing seriously at the errors in their homework, much like a stern teacher. Oh, Ron replied, acknowledging the correction. Harry followed the direction Ron was pointing and indeed saw his own assignment. This was a request from both him and Ron for Hermione, the academic overachiever, to review their work during their leisure time. However, Hermione had firmly declined Ron's request to copy his homework, using the reasoning that they wouldn't learn anything that way, which dissuaded Ron from his unrealistic notion. Harry had only a few oversights in his history of magic assignment. Ronald, Hermione glared at him like a protective lioness. And you, Ronald, look at your mistakes. How many times have I told you? It's Leviosa, not Leviosar. Ron puffed out his cheeks, sulking as he lowered his head. I found it. Harry interjected to shift the topic. We'll go later. This is the book I discovered. The 19th century dueling compendium, The Minor Hexes of Little Consequence. Hermione held the books, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Goodness, Harry, I've never seen these in the library. How do you know they're not in the library? Harry instinctively asked. Hermione shot him a serious glance. Harry understood. Matters concerning academic excellence were best left undiscussed. He then observed Hermione flipping open the minor hexes of little consequence. She merely glanced at it before swiftly closing the book as if she had seen a ghost. Goodness, you call this a minor hex? She whispered fiercely. Chapter 40, Potions Class Detention. Harry had not read the book and was unaware of its contents. But he could discern from Hermione's expression that the hexes were likely troublesome. Where on earth did you find this book? Hermione still appeared agitated, rolling her eyes as she lifted her head. My God, I truly fear this book might land me in Azkaban. I must correct you, Ron raised his hand. Now that you are a witch, God does not protect you. He would rather see you as a human torch. Hermione shot him a venomous glare. What is wrong with the book? Harry cautiously inquired. Do you know what the first minor hex described in that book is? Hermione seethed quietly, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before continuing. It's the soul-sucking curse. A soul-detaching spell. Goodness, what a trivial matter this is. Harry suddenly recalled that this was the book Sebastian had pilfered from the Gaunt residence. It certainly aligns with the Gaunt family's tradition. After all, they are known for compelling their offspring to inflict torment upon Muggle children, believing that the soul leaving the body is merely a trivial curse, which seems quite reasonable. This must be one of the tomes belonging to the Gaunt collection. Without hesitation, Harry chose to betray his friend. I noticed a name inscribed on the side when I took the book. It appeared to read Omini's Gaunt. Oh, since it is Gaunt, it is hardly surprising. Ron interjected. You know, the Gaunt family is descended from Slytherin, and Slytherin himself was a dark wizard. Hogwarts founder? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. Mr. Slytherin was indeed a dark wizard? How can this be? Harry did not dispute this. He had seen Slytherin's manuscript in the Chamber of Secrets, and the content was certainly not something that would be penned by a virtuous soul. Ron merely shrugged, offering no further comment. This book shall not be read again. Hermione whispered urgently. I have no desire to be ensnared by this so-called minor curse, risking imprisonment in Azkaban or, worse yet, expulsion from school. You truly cannot discern which fate is worse, can you? Ron shrugged, only to receive a disdainful glare in return. As November approached, the weather turned bitterly cold. After all, the Scottish Highlands lie at a high latitude, and even the warmth of the North Atlantic drift cannot mitigate the fact that the latitude here is comparable to that of Moscow. The mountains surrounding the school were shrouded in mist, blanketed in ice and snow, while the lake surface was encased in a thick layer of ice, cold and hard as tempered steel. Each morning, frost covered the ground. From the window above, one could see Hagrid, swathed in a long coat of mole fur, donned in rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, de-icing the broomsticks on the Quidditch pitch. For reasons unknown, Hermione appeared to be even more anxious about Harry's first Quidditch match than he was himself, as did Ron. Ron diligently oiled Harry's broom every day, while Hermione borrowed a book titled Quidditch Through the Ages from the library, ensuring Harry could swiftly grasp the rules of the game. Due to the frigid weather, Hermione even conjured several handfuls of blue flames, which could be stored in jars for easy transport. Not only Harry and Ron benefited from this, but also Seamus and Neville. Seamus had long since forgiven any past grievances, feeling a strange urge to express gratitude for these portable flames. On Friday, during potions class, Harry accidentally brought the book Quidditch Through the Ages along with him. Snape stood by his side, his gaze unwavering, scrutinizing every step of Harry's potion-making process. After Harry concocted a perfect draft of living death, Snape emitted a nasal sound that was ambiguous in its sentiment. Whether he was pleased or displeased remained uncertain. Harry simply assumed it was typical of the Slytherin's classic duplicity. However, Snape soon became captivated by a book on Harry's desk. He swiftly seized it, and upon seeing the title on the title page, a sinister smile crept across his lips. As Severus Snape looked down upon Harry with an air of superiority, he reprimanded him for bringing irrelevant books in a potions class, deducting 2 points from Gryffindor. Harry was taken aback, never expecting Snape to penalize Gryffindor for a mere Quidditch book. This marked the first time Snape unjustly deducted points from him. The last instance had been deserved. After class, Ron and Hermione approached him. Have you noticed how Snape seems to be limping? It appears he has sustained an injury, Ron whispered. Harry recalled Snape's peculiar gait, shifting between heights of 1.80 meter and 1.70 meter. You truly are out of your mind, Hermione and Ron chimed in unison. Yet, Harry held a different perspective. He believed Snape harbored a certain fondness for him. After all, how could a friend of his parents possibly despise him? Perhaps Snape merely loathed Gryffindor. With these thoughts, he descended the stairs, intending to visit the staff room in hopes of a stroke of luck. Wow, Harry thought to himself, finally understanding the source of Snape's limp. The visible leg was drenched in blood, with the wound gaping open, revealing vivid red muscle. "Professor," Filch handed him a bandage. "Damnable creature," Snape cursed. "How could one possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once?" 3 heads? Harry furrowed his brow, pondering whether Snape's injury was connected to some 3-headed beast. Before he could delve deeper into this thought, a roar echoed through the corridor. Snape had spotted him. "Potter." Harry looked up to see Snape lowering his robes, his expression dark and menacing. "Get out," Snape bellowed, pointing towards the door. Without hesitation, Harry turned and left. Fortunately, it seemed Snape had forgotten to deduct points from Gryffindor. A small mercy amidst the misfortune, he mused. Yet what had truly caused Snape's injury? Harry resolved to inquire with Hagrid, who was knowledgeable about magical creatures and might possess some insights. Chapter 41. Who plays Quidditch without armor? Harry did not rush to find Hagrid, as the Quidditch match was imminent. Over the years, he had only heard tales of Quidditch, but had never participated himself. Curse you, Black, Harry thought, but he was grateful to Hogwarts for finally granting him this opportunity. The next day dawned bright and cold. Although the sun shone brilliantly, the chill in the air was impervious to its warmth. Harry ordered a plate of sausages and a serving of baked beans, leisurely dining at the Gryffindor long table. It was a classic English breakfast and utterly delightful. Have you noticed? No matter the time, Harry's dining etiquette is always so graceful, Neville remarked. Harry nodded and smiled at Neville, thinking to himself that he would soon realize the importance of elegance when he was soundly thrashed for holding his fork incorrectly. At that moment, the lively chatter at the Gryffindor table came to an abrupt halt, for Severus Snape had arrived. Harry was unaware of when Snape had glided to his side, but upon lifting his gaze, he found Snape already peering down at him. "Good luck, Potter," Snape remarked, forcing a strained smile. "Since you managed to confront a troll, I presume a mere Quidditch match will pose no challenge, even with Slytherin as your opponent." With that, Snape placed the book Quidditch Through the Ages upon the table beside him. Soon, he realized his gratitude had been premature, as Snape furrowed his brow for reasons unbeknownst to Harry. "Yesterday, you trespassed into the staff lounge, and Gryffindor will be deducted 2 points for your troll-like recklessness. I would imagine, if Mr. Potter's mind were not cluttered with fluff, he might recall that today is Saturday." Saturday, of course, meant it was the day for Harry's detention in Snape's office. As he watched Snape's limping figure recede into the distance, Harry felt an inexplicable urge to draw his wand. Wasn't he just seeking every possible excuse to deduct points from Gryffindor? Ron shrugged. The Gryffindor students had all heard about Snape's point deduction regarding Harry. Yet none held him accountable. Instead, they regarded him with sympathetic glances. As the time for the Quidditch match approached, students began to exit the hall, making their way to the Quidditch pitch. Almost the entire school, along with some visiting wizard parents, filled the stands surrounding the arena. After donning their red Gryffindor uniforms, Harry and his teammates were approached by their captain, Oliver Wood. "Nervous, Potter?" he inquired. Harry shook his head. He was certainly not nervous. In fact, he felt thoroughly prepared. "You should be. I remember when I played my first Quidditch match, I felt just the same, would seem to recite from memory." "But the captain says he is not nervous," the troublesome Fred interjected. "Neither are we," George chimed in. "Well, lads," Wood cleared his throat awkwardly. "And ladies," suddenly added Angelina Johnson. "The chaser." "Yes, and ladies," Wood concurred. Before he could finish, Fred interrupted. "This is the moment we've all been waiting for." George followed suit. Indeed, this significant moment. With their playful banter, the tension that had pervaded the team dissipated, replaced by laughter, and Harry too found himself smiling in response. "That was Oliver's speech from last year," Fred remarked to Harry. "I heard Charlie say it was the same 2 years ago. It seems to be the same script every year." "Shut it, you two," Wood admonished, casting them a glare. "This time is different. Now we have Potter, and we shall achieve ultimate victory." The referee, Madame Hooch, blew her whistle, and Wood declared, "Time's up. Lads, let us give Slytherin a good thrashing. Let us thrash them." The team echoed in unison. Harry was filled with anticipation for Quidditch, a hint of nervousness bubbling within him. He took a couple of deep breaths and strode confidently behind Angelina as they made their way outside. "Look, Potter." Angelina suddenly pointed towards the Gryffindor section and exclaimed, "What do you see?" Following her gaze, Harry observed Ron, Hermione, Seamus, and Neville brandishing a large bedsheet emblazoned with the words "Potter for the win." The letters were set against a vivid backdrop featuring a colossal Gryffindor lion, seemingly crafted by the talented Dean Thomas. Hermione had even cast a charm on the banner, rendering it a spectacle of vibrant colors. Upon noticing Harry's attention, his friends cupped their hands around their mouths, calling out his name in unison. How wonderful it is, he mused, to have such friendship. Listening intently, he hoped for a fair and honest competition. Madame Hooch's unwavering gaze was fixed upon the Slytherin captain, Marcus Flint, as though her words were directed solely at him. Harry observed Flint, resembling a hulking brute with uneven tusks, clearly not the sharpest tool in the shed. Flint flashed a toothy grin at Wood, a clear challenge evident in his demeanor. "Watch out for Flint," Angelina whispered. "Slytherin is notorious for playing dirty, lacking any sense of sportsmanship." Though Harry was not well versed in Quidditch, he understood the reputation of Slytherin. Thus, he had ventured to the dungeons the previous day, retrieving a sturdy suit of armor, which he had magically resized to fit comfortably beneath his team uniform. Harry had always wondered why the Defense Against the Dark Arts dungeon housed a collection of knightly armor. But this did not deter him from appropriating a set as protective gear. Perhaps it could serve an interesting purpose in due time. "Come on, let us have some fun." Marcus Flint had, of course, taken note of the diminutive Gryffindor seeker. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Flint felt it necessary to impart a lesson to this renowned boy. Quidditch was not merely a game for the famous. As Harry fixed his gaze upon Flint, the latter bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Chapter 42. A Crisis for Dumbledore's Apprentice. As the match commenced, Harry glided effortlessly on his broom, scanning the skies for the elusive golden snitch. "You stay right there," Wood advised. "Only take to the air when you spot the snitch. We don't want you getting ambushed too soon." "Aye, Captain," Harry nodded in agreement. Cheers erupted from the stands, a cacophony of support from the three houses, interspersed with Slytherin's disgruntled roars. However, Gryffindor's keeper, Wood, was performing exceptionally well, thwarting every attempt to score, leaving the opposing team unable to throw the quaffle past him into any goal. "Look, Gryffindor has launched a counterattack once more. The talented Elia Spinnet, discovered by Oliver Wood, is making waves. Just last year, she was merely a substitute." Lee Jordan, almost breathless, exclaimed, "Goodness, that ball was intercepted by Slytherin's captain, Flint. Let us see how Gryffindor will respond." Oh, what a remarkable interception by Fred, rivaling his previous feat. Alas, what has happened to Fred's pass? It has inexplicably found its way into the hands of a Slytherin player. Merlin's beard. Gryffindor is on the brink of despair. But then, as if by divine intervention, a long pass, unintentional yet fortuitous, was deflected and struck Angelina's well-defined chest. Seizing the moment, Angelina hurled the ball into the goal, and Gryffindor scores again. Just as Lee Jordan finished his rapid-fire commentary, he received a sharp smack on the back of his head from Professor McGonagall. No commentary unrelated to the game. She glared at him. Lee, chastened, continued his narration but lacked the earlier enthusiasm. Gryffindor seized the opportunity to mount another attack. Harry, initially observing from above, heard Wood's terrified shout, "Harry, no!" Harry activated the protective armor covering him by tapping his clothing. Flint, having unleashed a bludger, wore a sinister grin, envisioning the downfall of Gryffindor Seeker. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Harry emerged unscathed, while the bludger ricocheted away. "Harry, are you all right?" Fred rushed to him, forcefully striking the bludger towards Flint. "I'm fine," Harry replied, brushing off his clothes with a calm demeanor. "It's the golden snitch." He promptly pressed down on his broomstick, accelerating towards the glimmering light. Terrence Higgs, Slytherin's seeker, also caught sight of it, and the two sped towards the snitch. Side by side, in that moment, the chasers seemed to forget their own roles, hovering in midair, breathless, captivated by the fierce rivalry unfolding between the two seekers. Harry's broom was exceptional, and his flying skills surpassed Higgs's, granting him a two-position lead. "Danger!" Angelina's urgent warning pierced through the air. Harry was acutely aware of Marcus Flint barreling towards him. He inhaled deeply, bracing himself for the impending collision, subtly angling his arm to prepare for a defensive counterstrike. Thud! With a resounding thump, Flint cried out as he was sent flying like a broken kite. Harry turned, casting a mischievous grin at Flint, suspended in the air. This feeling is simply splendid." However, his joy was short-lived as he suddenly felt his broom dip sharply. Harry quickly lifted his broom to avert a disastrous fall. But soon after, a violent shaking ensued, as if the broom had developed a will of its own, attempting to unseat him. "Who is it? Who is casting a spell on my broom?" Harry immediately suspected that someone intended to harm him, yet after spending such a considerable time at Hogwarts, he had not made any enemies. Malfoy? Oh no, while the boy harbored animosity towards him, he lacked the capability to execute such a scheme. Gripping his broom tightly with his right hand, he struck the handle with his left. "Finite!" he shouted decisively. The broom quickly stabilized, but before Harry could exhale in relief, it began to tremble violently once more. "Harry, look!" Ron shouted in terror from the Gryffindor seats. "Harry's broom is out of control." Hermione snatched the telescope from Neville's hands and held it to her eyes. This shouldn't be happening given Harry's flying proficiency, especially since this was a new broom gifted by Professor McGonagall. How could this occur? Ron muttered anxiously beside her. She instinctively directed the telescope towards Snape's direction and, as anticipated, obtained the desired result. I should have guessed it sooner, Hermione exclaimed, lowering the telescope and pressing it against Ron's chest. Look at Snape. He's up to no good. He's been staring at Harry intently, muttering incantations. He must be the one trying to harm him. But why? Ron asked, perplexed. Wasn't he a good friend of Harry's parents? Why would he cast a spell against Harry? No time for that, Hermione said, glancing up at Harry with concern. Watch me. With that, she hurriedly left the Gryffindor seats, leaving Ron behind. Harry continued to struggle with his broom, casting spells to stabilize it while observing his surroundings to discern what was happening. He could land on the ground, but doing so would make it difficult to identify the person who had cast the curse on him. Instead, he decided to use this opportunity to uncover who harbored ill intentions towards him. With that thought, Harry cast an enhanced vision spell, directing his gaze towards the staff section, where he noticed Snape, intently watching him and murmuring incantations. Could it be him? Chapter 43. Is Hogwarts a stronghold of Death Eaters? Before Harry could formulate a response, he noticed Hermione stealthily approaching the staff section. What was she planning? For a fleeting moment, he forgot to maintain the spell on his broom, causing it to jolt violently and nearly throw him off. Gasps erupted from the stands. What was Hermione intending to do? Ron, holding the telescope, could not locate Hermione's figure and anxiously sought Hagrid's assistance. From his vantage point in the sky, Harry saw Hermione squeeze into the staff section, and before she could act, he felt the force that had been tossing the broom about dissipate. Observing his state, one could not help but feel sympathy for that robe. However, there was no time for Harry to ponder deeply. Just as he became lost in thought, a flash of golden light suddenly streaked past him. It was the golden snitch. In a swift motion, Harry maneuvered his broom downward and deftly reached out, capturing the elusive snitch in his grasp. He raised his hand triumphantly, the snitch buzzing softly within his grasp. Harry Potter had caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor scores 150 points. Lee Jordan shouted exuberantly, announcing the victory. Gryffindor wins 170 points to 60. Madame Hooch, riding her broom, hurried over and blew the whistle to signify the end of the match. Gryffindor triumphed. Harry landed gracefully, and his exhilarated teammates descended around him, showering him with cheers. Potter, 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 especially the Weasley twins, who moved in perfect synchrony, their chants echoing in unison. Professor McGonagall, Harry, holding the golden snitch aloft, called out to Professor McGonagall on the periphery of the crowd. I caught the golden snitch. It's all right, Professor. Harry chose to lie, saying, I didn't catch the broom earlier. I was too nervous. My hands were sweating and a bit slippery. Oh, is that so? Professor McGonagall smiled, clasping her hands like a young girl, exclaiming with delight, How wonderful! We won! We won! Wood raised his fist high, shouting loudly, We finally defeated Slytherin. Goodness knows, Gryffindor hadn't won against Slytherin in Quidditch since he enrolled. It was Snape's doing. Hermione asserted with confidence. Ron, I saw it clearly. He was muttering a spell on your broom, his eyes fixed on you the entire time. Nonsense, Hagrid retorted, maintaining that Snape's attention was solely on Harry, completely oblivious to any actions. How could that be? I just cast a fire spell on Snape's robes from the stands, and then Harry's broom stopped shaking. Hermione stated, This clearly proves that Snape was indeed casting a spell. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hagrid argued vehemently. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts instructor. He has no reason to act in such a manner. If you suspect him, then why would he do that? Yes, why? Hermione opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, but Ron countered. You know, Snape is the head of Slytherin. He has always wanted to ensure that Gryffindor does not surpass Slytherin in points, so he could resort to such tactics. That's still isn't possible. Hagrid replied irritably. If someone else had been cursed, your theory might hold, but Harry? Absolutely not. Why not? Ron asked, bewildered. Don't ask. I won't say anything. Hagrid quickly silenced himself, reluctant to divulge the past grievances. Moreover, he had promised Dumbledore and Snape to remain tight-lipped about such matters. However, Harry interjected, noticing Hermione's desire to inquire further, redirecting her attention. He was equally curious about Hagrid's reasoning, yet since Hagrid was reluctant to disclose it, he refrained from pressing the matter. As you ascended to the staff stand, I took note of it, Harry whispered. My broom had ceased its trembling well before you cast a spell on Snape. At that moment, he was still fixated on me, incanting, yet my broom exhibited no signs of agitation. Bloody hell, how did you see that? Ron inquired, astonished. Mate, you're wearing glasses. Isn't that a requisite skill for a seeker? Harry provided an irrefutable explanation. Hermione rose, pacing within Hagrid's modest abode, one hand resting on her elbow while the other supported her chin. Her brow furrowed as if engaging in soliloquy. If that is the case, then who else could it be? Harry, are you truly certain? I sense that Professor Snape may harbor some disdain for me, yet he is certainly not the one wishing to bring about my demise, Harry asserted with conviction. He then shifted his tone, presenting another query. What perplexes me is that Dumbledore was right there in the stands. Why did he not intervene when my broom was cursed? Alternatively, let us rephrase the question. What audacity did that individual possess to curse my broom in front of Dumbledore? Suddenly, Ron's face lit up as he raised a finger. Wait, could that individual be acting on Dumbledore's orders? No sooner had the words left his mouth than he received a sharp jab from Hermione. Ronald, what on earth are you thinking? Is Hogwarts a stronghold for Death Eaters? She exclaimed, her fury akin to that of an enraged lioness. Ron stuck out his tongue and scratched his head, saying, Of course, I know that's not the case. I was merely trying to lighten the mood. Yet, it was evident that the atmosphere had grown tenser. I would never doubt Professor Dumbledore, Harry asserted confidently, unconsciously drumming his fingers on the table. However, I am merely questioning why he remained passive. Chapter 44. Let the headmaster address the prefect. Aside from that, mate, Ron remarked, today is Saturday. Snape has summoned you to his office for detention every Wednesday and Saturday. I don't think you should go. What if he truly intends to do something to you? Rest assured, nothing will happen, Harry reassured his concerned friends. That evening, Harry dutifully arrived at Snape's office. He did not come on his own accord. Rather, he was escorted there by Filch, despite his persistent claims of being invited by Professor Snape. How could a Gryffindor possibly be summoned by the head of Slytherin? Filch chuckled, his large teeth nearly falling out from laughter. Little did Filch realize that Harry had not lied. He had intentionally allowed him to discover the truth. For Harry merely sought companionship to alleviate his boredom during the journey. Filch's temperament was less than amiable, while Harry's wit was sharp, with a few sardonic remarks. He had Filch seething with rage. If this were decades ago, you would have been whipped raw in the dungeons. Filch spat venomously. His anger only intensified. Yet he found himself powerless to punish a student, and so he begrudgingly led Harry to Snape's office. Professor, he announced, like a treasure being presented. Filch thrust Harry into Snape's office. I have caught a Gryffindor student. He dared to lie and claim to be you. He did not lie, Snape replied succinctly. Filch fell silent, as if he had swallowed a fly, incredulously glancing between Harry and Snape. Harry, unfazed by their exchange, began to survey the dim and foreboding office. Located in the castle's dungeons, the shelves along the walls were laden with large glass jars, each containing various viscous, repulsive substances, such as animals and plants floating in potions of different hues, embryos of magical creatures, and even brains suspended in jars. Have you seen enough, Potter? A greasy, drawling voice emerged from behind him. Without further ado, Snape waved his wand, producing 2 small buckets, one empty, one full, and placed them before Harry. This is your assignment for today. Extract the slime from the flobberworm without the use of magic, Snape stated leisurely. Harry cast a glance at the bucket teeming with wriggling flobberworms, and when he looked up again, he observed Snape grading assignments. He distinctly noticed Snape's expression twitch momentarily as he picked up Marcus Flint's paper, before inscribing 8 on it. He then crossed it out and transformed it into 8. Harry pondered, confused. Wasn't Hogwarts' grading system comprised of outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, and the abysmal dreadful? Embracing his principle of inquiry, Harry asked, Professor, what does the T signify? Just as Harry settled down to tackle the flobberworm, Snape's uniquely greasy tone resonated once more. Troll. Harry shrugged. The answer was hardly surprising. It seemed that Slytherins had a penchant for this, as Cassandra also relished referring to other Gryffindor students as trolls. Wearing dragon-hide gloves, Snape adeptly squeezed the flobberworms, extracting their slime into a small jar, while discarding the lifeless creatures into another bucket. The slime from flobberworms is utilized to thicken potions, Snape's voice echoed above him. Harry kept his gaze lowered, wary of the oil droplet from Snape's hair landing on his face. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Snape's tone seemed less frigid than usual. Then, he was ushered out. Standing at the door, Harry exhaled a slight sigh of relief. He had never doubted Snape, and this detention only reinforced his belief that Snape did not wish him harm, at least not to the extent of wanting his life. If it were Professor Snape, he would surely inquire about my well-being to alleviate any suspicion or directly take action against me, Harry thought. But who then was this person? Just a few steps outside, Harry noticed someone standing before him. The figure before him was clad in a robe adorned with a multitude of stars and moons, with a long white beard cascading down to his waist. As he looked up, he recognized it was Professor Dumbledore, gazing at him with a kind expression, his crescent-shaped glasses twinkling. "Harry?" Dumbledore inquired. "Would you mind joining me in my office for a chat?" Harry thought to himself that he ought to be referred to as senior, yet he felt compelled to urgently explain, "Professor, it's Professor Snape who's been—" "Relax, Harry," Dumbledore replied gently. "Severus has spoken to me about this matter. I have no intention of deducting points from Gryffindor. After all, there are hardly any left, are there?" At that moment, Dumbledore mischievously winked at Harry. "Very well then, let us converse. I have questions for you as well," Harry shrugged. Dumbledore chuckled softly, turning to ascend the spiral staircase behind him. Harry remained silent, following closely in step. His opinion of the headmaster had soured considerably during a Quidditch match. Someone had openly cast a spell on a Hogwarts student, and yet the headmaster had remained indifferent. Just wait. If Vivi's time magic succeeds, she could arrive a century later. If she discovers that you have imprisoned her brother, Gellert. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by Dumbledore's voice, bringing him back to the present as they reached the door to the headmaster's office. The name of a candy, Fizzing Whizbee, seemed to serve as the password, as the enormous stone guardian at the entrance moved aside upon hearing it, revealing a spiral staircase. "Come in, Harry," Dumbledore said, stepping inside first. Harry followed suit, pushing open the shimmering oak door, and the headmaster's office unfolded before him. Unlike the office he remembered, it was now a spacious circular room filled with a cheerful ambience, with various gentle sounds resonating in the air. A long-legged table was adorned with an assortment of silverware, exuding mysterious vapors as if whispering ancient tales. The walls, much like in the past, were lined with portraits of former headmasters. It dawned on Harry that even Phineas Black, the least popular headmaster in history, was still regarded as the headmaster of Hogwarts, receiving the honor of having his portrait displayed posthumously. Oh dear, what if he recognizes me? Chapter 45, The Good Headmaster Phineas. Harry seated himself in the chair opposite the desk, feeling somewhat apprehensive. Dumbledore offered a warm smile, assuming Harry was merely nervous about being summoned by the headmaster for the first time. "Oh, Harry, do relax," Dumbledore said. "I was once a Gryffindor student myself. In fact, I am your senior." Harry glanced up at Dumbledore, only to quickly lower his gaze. He had no intention of arguing, uncertain of the potential consequences. His understanding of the headmaster's reputation was limited to what he had gleaned from Hagrid's words, and without direct interaction, he could not ascertain Dumbledore's feelings towards him. "Lemonade?" Dumbledore inquired. "Very well, with ice, thank you." Harry nodded obediently, showing no hesitation. Before long, a glass of chilled lemonade appeared before him. He reached for the glass and took a sip. "EW." Harry grimaced in distaste. It was exceedingly sweet. He found himself questioning whether Hogwarts sourced its sugar for free, for such a lavish addition to lemonade could only suggest such a notion. Was this truly lemonade, or merely a syrup masquerading as one? "It seems you are not fond of it. What a pity," Dumbledore remarked, shrugging his shoulders as he plucked a cockroach from a jar on the table and popped it into his mouth. Had Harry not known that this was a magical confection, he might have been compelled to vomit right there on the table. "You too, there are still individuals attempting to rest here," the familiar voice echoed from the wall. "Oh my goodness, Albus, you should know that even during my tenure as headmaster, I never held discussions with students at such a late hour." Any student? It was Phineas Black. No matter how much time passed, Harry could always recognize that voice. "Do not see me. Do not see me," Harry silently urged, striving to avoid drawing Black's attention. Yet, the law of Murphy dictates that the less one wishes for something to occur, the more likely it is to happen. After berating Dumbledore, Phineas Black's gaze shifted to Harry, seated opposite him. "Who are you?" He sensed familiarity in the figure before him, but could not place it at that moment. After a pause, a look of realization dawned upon him. "Huh, I knew it. Let me think, a Gryffindor." Dumbledore anticipated that he would expound upon his theories of houses and bloodlines, and thus interjected, "Dolores, might I trouble you for a small favor?" "It would be my pleasure to assist you, Albus." Headmistress Dolores Umbridge curtsied gracefully, her skirts swaying as she rallied a group of headmasters, stepping out of the frame and into Phineas's portrait. "What are you all planning to do?" Phineas inquired, his voice tinged with dread. The headmasters offered no response, advancing in unison to subdue him, binding him tightly to a chair and silencing him in the process. After a brief struggle, Phineas suddenly ceased his resistance, adopting a posture of resignation. He could hardly believe that this Gryffindor lad had not met his demise alongside Longlock, but had instead arrived a century later. Observing him, it seemed that his age had regressed following his temporal journey. What of it? Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would remember him. However, Phineas glared fiercely at Dumbledore beyond the frame, pondering what difference it made if he recognized the boy. After all, who had commanded that he be restrained? Even if you beseech me, you shall not learn the truth. Not a chance. Such was Phineas. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, asserting that he was not a bad fellow, but rather good, and then he faltered. A good headmaster? Harry interjected, feeling goosebumps race down his arms at the utterance of those words. A good headmaster? He? Phineas Black? By Merlin's longest rabbit ears. Dumbledore displayed an expression that was intricate and hard to interpret. He opened his mouth, yet uttered not a single word. He had indeed endured the rigors of Phineas's many rules during the 7 years he served as headmaster at Hogwarts. The portraits of former headmasters surrounding them fell into a profound silence, until one of them, breaking the stillness, erupted into a cacophony of uproarious laughter. Goodness, child, remarked Headmistress Deliris, dabbing tears of mirth from her eyes. If you had attended Hogwarts while Phineas was headmaster, you would truly grasp the absurdity of what you just said. Harry shrugged. He had visited the headmaster's office, albeit in the guise of Phineas due to Polyjuice Potion. It was understandable that the other headmasters did not recognize him, as he had had no prior interactions with them. However, it must be acknowledged that Phineas's prowess in fostering unity among the houses was unparalleled by any headmaster. I am certain, declared Headmistress Euphrasia Moore, that even if the 4 founders were to return, they could not achieve such a feat. Phineas protested vehemently, his chair creaking beneath him. Portraits are truly remarkable, are they not? Dumbledore mused, raising a glass of lemonade in salute to the figures within the frames. Harry felt it was time to address the matter at hand. He was still young, and sleep was a necessity at his age. Well, headmaster, he began, I believe we should discuss the events that transpired on the Quidditch pitch today. Proceed, Dumbledore replied, producing another cockroach and submerging it in his cup. The creature's antennae emerged from the glass, swaying animatedly. I suspect that my broom suddenly lost control due to someone casting a curse, Harry asserted with conviction. It was my classmates who informed me of this. Hermione, perhaps? Dumbledore chuckled, remarking that few witches at her age could surpass Hermione's intellect. Thus, I must inquire, why did the individual who cursed my broom dare to do so in your presence? Harry averted his gaze from Dumbledore, focusing instead on the cup in his hands. Or rather, why were you indifferent to it? Someone has already endeavored to save you, have they not? Dumbledore stroked his silver beard, plucking the cockroach candy from its strands. At last extracting the creature from his beard, he raised his head, only to find Harry still lost in contemplation of the cup. Are you afraid of me? Dumbledore inquired, arching an eyebrow, though he was not surprised. It was indeed unusual for a student to converse with a headmaster in his office without fear. No, Headmaster Harry Blythe. I have read of a certain magic in books. It is said that this magic can unveil another's thoughts through direct eye contact. The spell is called legilimens. He added, but you need not be alarmed. I would never employ such a spell on young witches and wizards. Dumbledore displayed a wise smile befitting his advanced years. I have lived long enough, Harry. For a man over a century old, the thoughts of an 11-year-old child are readily apparent. Yet, he still kept his head down. Dumbledore blinked, his crescent-shaped spectacles glistening with the light of wisdom. I prefer to be addressed as Professor rather than Headmaster. Very well, Professor, Harry acquiesced. After Harry departed, Dumbledore remained seated in contemplation for quite some time. The recent encounter with Harry had evoked memories of a departed acquaintance, a former student of Hufflepuff House, the illustrious magizoologist Newt Scamander. He had never doubted that Harry might be the same one from a century past. After all, time travel was not unheard of, though a century-long leap was unprecedented. Moreover, the present Harry was not merely an 11-year-old novice. He was the child whose birth Dumbledore had witnessed, and the very child he had personally delivered to the Dursleys. The Harry Potter of 100 years ago, who had perished alongside Riddle, was a 6th-year student. Unless Dumbledore had truly lost his mind, such incongruent suspicions were unfounded. The magic of love is indeed magnificent, is it not? Dumbledore seemed to be speaking to himself, or perhaps to Fawkes. The Phoenix tilted his head and chirped twice. The following day, after breakfast, Harry gathered Ron and Hermione and made his way to the 8th floor of the castle. It was Sunday, free of any classes, and Ron had intended to find someone to play a game of wizard's chess. He pointed to a painting of a troll defeating a bumbling man and exclaimed, "Look, this painting is quite amusing." The troll defeating the bumbling man. Hermione provided Ron with some background knowledge. How do you know everything? Ron lamented. I feel as though you were born into a wizarding family. Reading more books would benefit you, Hermione retorted, tapping her temple with a finger. While they conversed, Harry prepared the template for the room of requirement. A large door suddenly manifested on the wall opposite the painting. startling Ron and Hermione. "This is where we will train for dueling," Harry introduced to his friends. "From now on, it shall be our secret base." "Is it truly a secret base?" Ron expressed greater enthusiasm at the phrase. "Incredible. I bet Fred and George have no idea about this place." "Why do you say that?" Hermione inquired, puzzled. "If they knew, then I would know too." Ron shrugged. The trio pushed the door open, revealing a professional spell training area. Surrounding the room were wall mirrors and thick, soft mats were haphazardly piled in the corners. At the far end of the room stood a row of dummies holding wands. "Cool," Ron exclaimed, drawing his wand. "What a pity this is a secret. Otherwise, Fred and George would be utterly envious." "So, which spell shall we practice?" Hermione asked. Harry succinctly remarked that there are things Professor Chilo would not teach us, such as the most fundamental disarming spell. He stepped into the center of the arena and summoned a dummy holding a wand. "See, like this, Expelliarmus." A red beam shot forth from the tip of Harry's wand, striking the dummy's hand, causing the wand to spin and fly into Harry's grasp. "Is this the disarming spell?" Ron asked, scratching his head. "It doesn't seem all that impressive. Not as grand as I imagined. The most powerful spells are often unadorned," Harry explained. "The application of spells is as varied as the levitation charm you've used before." As he spoke, he gently lifted a nearby stool with his wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." "Just like this, see?" With a swift flick, the stool soared upward. "And what if I do this?" Harry gently lowered the stool and once again used the disarming spell to send the dummy's wand flying. Then controlled the wand with the levitation charm, accelerating it towards the dummy's eye. "That's quite savage," Hermione frowned. "Is it really that barbaric?" Harry mused, reflecting on the innocence of those raised in peaceful times. In his own school days, students feared that spells might not be sufficiently fierce to effectively combat dark wizards. "Dark wizards do not engage in civility," Hermione, Harry asserted. "You must understand that dark wizards are truly malevolent beings. Take, for instance, the Death Eaters who tormented Neville's parents. Would you still be concerned with civility or savagery in a confrontation with them? No, at that moment. Your only worry would be the potency of your spells." "Indeed, Hermione," Ron chimed in. "Dark wizards are the most cunning and ruthless of adversaries." "Forgive me, Harry." Hermione nodded in agreement with his perspective. "Like me," Harry patted Ron's shoulder, demonstrating in slow motion for both of them. "This is how you wave your wand. Horizontally and vertically. Expelliarmus." "Expelliarmus." Ron directed his wand towards the dummy in the center, but the atmosphere grew awkward as nothing happened. Not only Ron, but Hermione too encountered the same issue. Harry patiently corrected them, and after more than half an hour, Hermione was the first to master the disarming spell. After a while, Ron, unwilling to give up, also learned the incantation. While Hermione and Ron practiced the disarming spell, Harry found himself deep in thought. Undoubtedly, the disarming spell had been his forte in the past. Bellatrix had even suggested that he develop this spell further, according to her vision. One could place a mark on a target with other magic, and ultimately achieve a chain reaction through this mark to cast the disarming spell simultaneously on multiple foes. In theory, when multiple adversaries are in close proximity, a disarming spell could simultaneously disarm several individuals. However, the route indicated to him by Valatia was to utilize a single disarming spell to incapacitate multiple foes from a considerable or even immense distance. Chapter 47. I have seen him. Creating a magical mark is no trivial endeavor. Harry spent an entire afternoon experimenting in the room of requirement, yet he could not grasp the technique. In contrast, Hermione and Ron engaged in a lively exchange, utilizing the disarming spell to torment training dummies, appearing quite exhilarated. Nevertheless, Harry noted a concern. While Ron possessed considerable talent, his wand did not harmonize with him, rendering his spellcasting efforts laborious and less effective. Ollivander's words resonated with Harry, for he believed that the relationship between a wizard and their wand was indeed a two-way selection process. It was time to contemplate a means for Ron to acquire a new wand, Harry mused, considering Ron's financial background. If his family could muster sufficient funds, they would not have him relying on Charlie's old wand. Perhaps he should gift him one, Harry resolved, yet he feared that presenting a wand outright might wound his friend's pride. He pondered the necessity of finding an appropriate approach. Upon exiting the room of requirement, Ron and Hermione were still left wanting for more. Children are naturally drawn to novelty and possess an instinctive yearning for destruction, and they were no exception. The ability to freely and joyfully cast spells was undeniably captivating for them. "Excellent. Truly commendable. 2 points for Gryffindor," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight as he praised Ron's proficiency in spellcasting. Ron had been the first in class to levitate something other than a feather, as evidenced by the desk, before Professor Flitwick. Although the desk only remained airborne for a brief moment before plummeting, it did not detract from the professor's encouragement. Harry! Harry! I did it! Ron exclaimed, shaking Harry's arm with exuberance. Hermione shook her head in resignation, applauding Ron. She had long since mastered such skills. Yet, Harry had privately advised her to allow Ron some moments in the spotlight, not to overshadow him with her own abilities, which was why she refrained from eagerly showcasing her talents during the lesson. The surrounding classmates assumed Ron was merely celebrating with friends. None realized that his remarkable progress in spellcasting was largely due to Harry's attentive guidance. Every Friday, the trio would visit Hagrid's hut, and Harry, without hesitation, accepted a rock cake from his two friends' accusing gazes. Give it a try. Soak it to soften it, Harry suggested to them. I tried it once when I had a toothache, and it was quite delightful. Hagrid, would you mind breaking it into smaller pieces for us? Of course, Harry. Hagrid replied with a beaming smile, carefully breaking the rock cake into small bites for the three children. He understood that a normal child's teeth could hardly manage to chew such a thing. To express his gratitude for Harry's thoughtfulness, he smiled at him and prepared a cup of honey water for Harry and his two companions. Harry took a sip, feeling a sense of survival as he said to Hagrid, Hagrid, this is what lemonade truly is. The one I had in the headmaster's office a few days ago should have been called lemon syrup. You went to the headmaster's office? Hagrid replied, stroking his beard. Dumbledore is quite amiable, isn't he? He has a penchant for sweets, as we all know. Professor McGonagall often collects his candies, but it seems futile. Most of the tooth potion brewed by Professor Snape ends up consumed by him. At this point, Hagrid leaned in closer, conspiratorially covering his mouth with his hand. The three of them moved closer, eager to hear what Hagrid had to say. According to Professor Snape, the tooth potion should be charged to the board's accounts. But Professor Dumbledore declined the suggestion. Hermione furrowed her brows, exclaiming, Hagrid, you must not understand that Professor Snape was being sarcastic, right? Hagrid suddenly realized, exclaiming, oh, is that what sarcasm is? Indeed, the trio nodded in unison. Oh, I see. Hagrid scratched his head, laughing. That explains why Professor Snape would say such things. Ha. How can I be called a magical creature expert? He shyly scratched his head and continued. Perhaps Professor Snape was bitten by Fluffy. Fluffy? They all inquired. Yes. Fluffy is a three-headed dog I acquired from a Greek fellow. This dog seems a bit peculiar. It falls asleep at the sound of music. However, Professor Dumbledore borrowed it and placed it on the 4th floor. I truly wonder if he can keep an eye on Nicholas Flamel. At this juncture, Hagrid suddenly realized he had said too much and covered his mouth with his hand. Nicholas Flamel? The three exchanged glances. That name was already enough. Harry relaxed in his chair. Who is Nicholas Flamel? Hermione asked. The trio, feeling defeated, decided to leave Hagrid's hut. Nicholas Flamel? Ron murmured. Why does that name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Indeed, Hermione frowned. I too remember that name, but I can't seem to recall where I heard it. Harry, do you have any clues? Ron turned to Harry. You encountered him today. Harry retrieved a chocolate frog card from the inside of his robe. Here, I happen to have it with me. Ron took the card, reading the text aloud. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, recognized as the greatest wizard of our time. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the Dark Wizard Grindelwald in 1945 and discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, along with his partner Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. I learned about this person from the chocolate frog card. What does he do? Isn't it mentioned there? Hermione replied. Nicholas Flamel should be an alchemist. I read about him in a book, she added. Harry, with an unflinching demeanor, declared that Nicholas Flamel had lived for over 6 centuries, from the 14th century to the present day. It was rumored that he possessed a philosopher's stone, a gem endowed with extraordinary powers capable of transmuting stone into gold and granting immortality. Upon hearing Harry's account, Hermione and Ron exchanged a glance, gasping in astonishment. Ron inhaled sharply, awestruck by the stone's remarkable attributes, while Hermione's gasp stemmed from Harry's vast knowledge. You truly know an impressive amount, Harry, Hermione remarked with a hint of admiration. Harry merely smiled gently, his thoughts drifting to the fact that he not only knew of Flamel, but had also encountered him. Chapter 48, The Battle of the Houses. Harry had a vivid impression of Flamel, as few individuals appeared as frail and delicate as a gingerbread man. I've figured out, Ron exclaimed. Figured out what? Ron inquired. Snape is attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione whispered urgently. That must be why he was bitten by the dog. Perhaps he even released the troll to create a diversion while he sought to breach the chamber where the stone is secured, only to be bitten in the process. It certainly seemed plausible, Harry mused, following Hermione's line of reasoning. But why would he do that? Ron questioned. Isn't he a potions master? Does he really need it? precisely because he is a potions master, he would desire such a relic. Hermione asserted confidently, I have never encountered any elixir for immortality in any potions textbooks. Trust me, a mad scientist would find it hard to resist such temptation. But Snape is a professor of potions, not a scientist, Ron countered. All right, perhaps you have a point. He conceded, aligning with Hermione's perspective. What do you think, Harry? Hermione inquired. Where? Ron asked in surprise. Are you suggesting we help protect the Philosopher's Stone? Harry contemplated. Of course, he wished to assist in its safeguarding, as he hoped to converse with Mr. Flammel and explore the possibility of borrowing the stone. Since learning about the Philosopher's Stone, Harry's focus had shifted. Perhaps the emphasis should not solely rest on the headmaster. After all, the stone belonged to Mr. Flammel, who was a friend of the infamous Grindelwald. Mr. Flammel, surely you wouldn't wish for the daughter of an old friend to be in peril. Harry said with unwavering conviction. I am, after all, a student of Hogwarts. At Ron's age, children often fantasized about being superheroes. Upon hearing Harry's affirmation, Ron beamed with enthusiasm. Awesome. Count me in. He then added, we must bring Hermione along. We absolutely cannot do without her. I'm in. Hermione rolled her eyes. To prevent you two from getting yourselves killed. As December approached, the weather grew increasingly frigid. On the second day of December, 1991, the first snow of the season finally arrived. In the days that followed, the trio spent their time attending classes and practicing spells in a room of requirement. Beyond that, they gathered to strategize on potential locations where the troll might appear. Harry had no particular plan, despite having lived in the castle for 6 years. He could not confidently claim to know all its secrets. Even the location of the map room was revealed to him only by Valacia's guidance. This incident deepened Cassandra's already sour demeanor, though she was rarely known for her amiable expressions. As they walked along, Harry was joyfully discussing dinner plans with Ron and Seamus, when suddenly, an angry roar erupted from behind. You must apologize to her, Miss Parkinson. It was Hermione. The trio halted and turned to see Hermione, resembling a furious lioness, standing defiantly before the Slytherin's Pansy Parkinson. Not far away, her roommate Lavender Brown frantically gathered the scattered books from the floor. Why should I? Pansy retorted coldly. You bumped into Lavender, and you owe her an apology. Hermione exclaimed, her anger palpable. Let it go. Hermione, just let it go. Lavender quietly tugged at Hermione's sleeve, wishing to diffuse the tension. She did it on purpose, just because you pointed out her mistake in class. Hermione hissed. Just drop it, Lavender whispered softly. A crowd quickly gathered, all eyes turned toward the unfolding drama. Pansy disdainfully smirked and nudged the blonde girl beside her. Let us go, Daphne. Stop right there. Hermione shouted furiously. Pansy's expression hardened. What do you intend to do? You meddling mudblood? Daphne Greengrass cautiously pulled at her. How can you use that word? Pansy scoffed dismissively. A mudblood like that doesn't deserve to be in the same school as me. Hermione drew her wand from her robes. Oh, are you daring to duel with a wand? Pansy sneered. Don't think just because you scored a few points in class that you're any good, mudblood. You'll soon realize the vast chasm between you and pure blood wizards. She pulled out her own wand. Expelliarmus. Hermione cast a spell, sending Pansy's wand spiraling into her hand. Scourgify. She followed up with another spell. Under the enchantment, Pansy knelt on the ground, spewing pink bubbles. She attempted to curse, but was instead overwhelmed by the incessant bubbles. Your mouth is far too filthy, Parkinson, Hermione said frostily. Consider this a lesson. Hermione. Ron suddenly shouted. Hermione noticed the spell shot by Daphne and quickly crouched down, narrowly avoiding the incoming hex, before disarming Daphne as well. Who else? Hermione raised her chin defiantly. Marcus Flint stepped forward with a malicious grin, flanked by several upperclassmen. The situation shifted dramatically with the boys' appearance, especially considering they were older students. Harry and Ron drew their wands, positioning themselves protectively in front of Hermione. Neville and Seamus, though trembling slightly, resolutely stood by the trio, ready to defend them. Potter. Without a moment's hesitation, Marcus bellowed fiercely, casting a spell that radiated an orange-red glow towards Harry. His intention to step forward was deliberate, not aimed at Hermione, but rather to draw out Harry lurking behind. Marcus was acutely aware of the strong bond between Harry and Hermione. He knew Harry would not stand idly by while his fellow upperclassmen confronted Hermione, and would certainly come to the defense of that mudblood girl. The grudge stemming from their collision during the Quidditch match had been festering within him for quite some time. Having only recently emerged from the hospital, he had meticulously plotted his revenge. However, it would be quite inappropriate for upperclassmen to engage in a brawl with younger students. Such actions would not only lack justification, but would also sound unseemly. Yet, the current situation was utterly unique, Imagine the delight of a senior defending a first-year student from their own house, inadvertently causing the famed savior to break out in unsightly boils. How delightful that sounded. Chapter 49. I mean to say, all of you present are worthless. However, Flint never anticipated that Harry was equally eager to teach this band of Slytherins a lesson. Arrogant and self-important, they strutted about as if they were above all others. Huh. Do they even deserve such pride? They truly bring disgrace to Slytherin from a century ago. With keen eyes and swift reflexes, Harry deftly deflected Flint's spell with his wand, promptly returning a disarming charm in kind. This was an advanced technique. It appeared to be merely a deflection, yet it was in fact a shield charm. The crowd gasped at the silent casting. No one had expected Harry to possess such skills typically reserved for adult wizards. What are you waiting for? Flint shouted. Even without a wand, he still boasted a physique to be proud of. Across from him stood Potter, merely a first year. Once he closed the distance, everything would be resolved. Yet after just a couple of steps, he found himself inexplicably levitating, unable to control his own body. Expelliarmus! Ron's wand emitted a beam of light, successfully disarming the upperclassman behind Flint who had aimed his wand at Harry. The wand spun through the air, landing deftly in Ron's grasp, while Seamus and Neville cheered from behind. Goodness, Ron, how did you do that? Neville's voice was low yet urgent, clearly longing to emulate Ron's feat Harry taught me. Ron replied, brimming with pride. Ronald, Hermione hissed, can you focus on the opponent? For heaven's sake, we are still engaged in battle. He was only a first year and had not yet learned the shield charm, which was not overly harsh to expect of him. In fact, many adult wizards in the current British magical community, even Aurors, struggled to cast the shield charm effectively. The absurdity of it was akin to American police responding to a call without their firearms. Unfortunately for Neville, he was struck by the magic, his body stiffening as he fell straight to the ground. Oh, poor Neville. Ron, still shaken, retaliated with a spell of his own, disarming the other student. Despite being fifth years, the magical prowess of the opposition was truly lacking. The trio had not practiced coordination during combat. Yet even so, the battle-hardened Harry found it more than sufficient to confront the sixth-year students. Within mere minutes, these sixth years were thoroughly defeated. Harry's emotions were tumultuous. He felt no joy at this outcome. What on earth has happened to Hogwarts? These sixth-year students, incapable of even basic protective spells, could not even best a novice wizard with merely a month of training. Have the fifth-year students become so inept? Harry recalled his own fifth-year experience, where he had already been capable of independently fending off 3 Death Eaters with ease. His prowess towered above these sixth-year students. Finite. Harry directed his wand at Neville, casting the counter-charm. Only then did Neville rise from the floor, rubbing the back of his head, which throbbed painfully, and complaining that Ron should have warned him. Mate, it was all too sudden. Ron replied apologetically. I didn't expect that spell to hit you. Potter, put us down, came Flint's voice. I'm terribly sorry. Harry replied nonchalantly. I didn't realize you Slytherins were so fragile. 7 sixth-year Slytherins had stepped forward to defend Pansy, with 2 floating gracefully in the air while 5 lay rigidly on the ground. Apologize to Hermione, Harry insisted. I refuse to apologize to that foul little mudblood. Flint retorted defiantly while suspended in midair. Harry's expression darkened. With a flick of his wand, Flint was unceremoniously dropped to the ground. I said apologize, Harry commanded, and with another wave of his wand, Flint found himself compelled to kneel, terror evident in his eyes. The apple does not fall far from the tree, Harry remarked, shrugging. Your performance clearly reflects the inadequacies of your lineage. How dare you insult the Flint family? You will pay for this. Flint seethed through gritted teeth. Is this too much for you? Harry bent slightly, his tone laced with pity. Did you ever consider the consequences of your insults? It seems only a wretched wizarding family could raise a wizard as pitiful as you. Stop. A melodious voice pierced through the crowd, interrupting Harry's tirade. The crowd parted to reveal head girl Gemma Farley, who entered clutching a book. Miss Farley, it's like this. Instantly, some Slytherin students stepped forward to embellish the tale of events. So Flint, Paul, Derek. Farley's voice was laced with fury. You 6-year students were defeated by 3 first-year Gryffindor newcomers? Look at yourselves. Flint, your family will be disgraced because of you, she admonished sternly. Miss Farley, Potter insulted my family. Flint began, but Farley cut him off. Silence. Gemma Farley raised her head, declaring, You brought this upon yourself. Who do you think you are to utter such words? Slytherin will lose 10 points due to your insolence. And you, Miss Parkinson, shall also be deducted 10 points. She added. The prefect had the authority to deduct points from other students' houses as punishment for violations. Furthermore, they could also impose detention on students. All the Slytherin students were taken aback. They never anticipated that their own prefect would penalize their house. Was your elbow bending outward? Yet, Gemma understood the gravity of the situation. If it was a conflict among lower-year students, it could be dismissed, but this was a sixth-year student bullying a first year. If it fell into the hands of a professor, a mere deduction of 20 points would not suffice. Moreover, Marcus Flint and Pansy Parkinson had openly insulted a Gryffindor student, calling them a mudblood, a term of the utmost severity. "Stop right there, Mr. Potter," Gemma called out to Harry. With a raised eyebrow, Harry inquired, "Is there something you need?" Gemma stepped forward, her long black hair gently swaying in the breeze. "I wish to challenge you to a wizard duel," she stated. Chapter 50. The Wizard Duel. A wizard duel? Upon hearing Gemma Farley's words, the onlooking students erupted in astonishment. A fifth year openly challenging a first-year student to a duel in front of everyone. Was this a perversion of humanity or a decline of morals? Harry lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Gemma's sea-blue orbs. "Miss Farley, you wish to duel me?" "Indeed, Mr. Potter," Gemma replied earnestly, yet she did not draw her wand. "You may choose the time and place. No assistants are needed, just a one-on-one duel." As the prefect of Slytherin, she understood the irrationality of her actions, yet she felt compelled to step forward. Otherwise, how could she maintain the integrity of her house? "Why?" Harry asked. Not that he felt any particular sympathy. A century ago, among dark wizards, there were many women of great beauty, and he showed no mercy when he cast explosives at their lovely faces. He simply wished to inquire. "You can defeat 7 sixth-year students, proving that your capabilities transcend those of a mere first year," Gemma asserted. "If you win, I assure you that no Slytherin student will trouble you. If you lose, you must apologize to Slytherin House." "No, I am not concerned about trouble," Harry replied nonchalantly. "If I win, I expect both Parkinson and Flint to apologize to Hermione. As for any trouble, I do not believe the Slytherins pose any real threat." Harry harbored a deep disdain for Flint. He was well aware that the term mudblood had originated from a man named Derek Flint a century ago at Hogwarts, where discrimination against muggles was not uncommon. However, since that incident, the individual named Derek Flint has not troubled him again. According to Gareth, it seems that the reason for this change in demeanor was a severe warning issued to Draco Malfoy's father by the Board of Governors, which rendered him rather compliant. Despite Gareth's repeated assertions that his aunt, Professor Weasley, is not a member of the board, and that even the headmaster cannot interfere with their decisions, Harry still suspected that the outcome was a result of the deputy headmistress's negotiations with the board. Why did the board members not take action against Cassandra Malfoy? As a first-year student, he pondered this in his mind. Malfoy often mocked him for being lazy, arrogant, and disinterested in studies, even expressing a desire to make him his lackey, which he found quite unbearable. Gemma furrowed her brow slightly. She did not genuinely wish to confront Harry. Her initiation of a wizard duel was merely a reaction to his disparaging remarks about Slytherin. Had she been an ordinary Slytherin student, it would have been one matter, but she was a prefect, a position that entailed not only honor, but also responsibility. "Draw your wand, Prefect Farley," Harry said. He unsheathed his wand, signaling his friends to step back to avoid being caught in the crossfire of spells. Harry and Ron exchanged glances filled with concern. They had heard Percy mention Prefect Farley more than once, commending her as the finest student of Slytherin. Percy's admiration stemmed not only from her exceptional academic performance, but also from her character, which was somewhat atypical for a Slytherin. "Don't worry, Ron," Harry reassured him with a smile. "Take care of Neville. A bump on the back of his head can't be pleasant. I'm here." Ron intended to say more, but Hermione tugged at his sleeve, pulling him aside. "I'll officiate." Draco appeared from seemingly nowhere, casting a malevolent glance at Harry. The onlooking students parted, allowing Gemma to stand in the center, uncertainly asking, "Mr. Potter, do you not need a moment to rest?" "Thank you, but no," Harry replied gracefully, bowing to Gemma. "I trust, Miss Farley, that the fundamental etiquette of dueling is not something I need to teach you." Gemma crossed her wand before her chest, mirroring Harry's bow with a flawless display of dueling courtesy. 3. Draco raised his hand high. 2. 1. Expelliarmus. Almost simultaneously, both cast disarming spells at each other. With a sharp crack, a burst of fiery orange erupted between them, marking the point of their spell's collision. Gemma flicked her wrist delicately, and the statue behind her seemed to animate, advancing aggressively toward Harry. Noticing Gemma's use of transfiguration, Harry waved his wand, animating 2 suits of armor at the entrance, which charged forward, brandishing spears toward the advancing statue. Unbeknownst to him, a vine had stealthily crept to Harry's feet. This exhilarating wizard duel was the first of its kind for the students, particularly the first years, who held their breath, wide-eyed and transfixed on the duel taking place in the center, momentarily forgetting to breathe. As spells flew, Gemma dodged to the side, only to be met by a red curse heading straight for her. Harry had anticipated her evasive maneuver and cast a protective spell ahead of time. Protego! Gemma waved her wand to counter the disarming spell. Yet in addition to this disarming charm, another spell swiftly followed. The protective armor, already weakened from resisting the disarming spell, could not be replenished in time, leaving Gemma helpless as she watched the spell approach her. Incarcerous! The spell struck Gemma, and a rope materialized abruptly, binding her tightly, causing her to fall into the snow with a thud. The Hogwarts uniform, loose and comfortable, now displayed her graceful figure, previously concealed beneath her robes. Without the support of her magic, Gemma's statue crumbled to the ground. Two suits of armor, brandishing spears, crossed ominously beside her neck, as if to suggest that any act of defiance would result in dire consequences. "You have lost, Miss Farley," Harry declared elegantly. He prided himself on his chivalry, believing that treating a woman as a formidable opponent warranted his full effort. "I concede," Gemma readily admitted her defeat. A sigh escaped someone in the crowd, expressing a sense of regret for the vanishing ropes. "Well, it is time to fulfill the promise, Miss Farley." Harry extended his hand. Chapter 51. You won't be so fortunate next time, Potter. Gemma grasped Harry's hand, using it for leverage to rise. "Will they comply with your wishes?" Harry released Gemma, placing his hands in his pockets as he inquired leisurely, "I mean, you lost a first-year student. Won't that tarnish your reputation in the house? If it were Mr. Savior, certainly not. After all, he has defeated the Dark Lord." With that, she turned her head. "Enough, Parkinson, Flint," she commanded, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Apologize to Miss Granger." Pansy and Marcus reluctantly stood up, casting pleading looks at Gemma, yet she remained unmoved. To Harry's surprise, the two obeyed Gemma's orders and approached Hermione, bowing to apologize. Their sincerity was so profound that Harry questioned whether they had indeed changed personalities. Draco lingered in the background, a fleeting look of disappointment crossing his face. "Not all Slytherins are foolish," Harry whispered to Gemma. "At least there are opponents like you, Miss Farley, who deserve respect." "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Potter," Gemma replied with a respectful nod. With the duel concluded and promises fulfilled, the farce came to an end. Witnesses of this remarkable duel began to disperse, animatedly discussing the events that had just transpired. Many were astonished, surprised that Slytherin would yield an apology. Others speculated that the nefarious Farley had ulterior motives, plotting revenge against the Savior Potter. The prevailing thought was that Slytherin would never admit defeat. On their way back, they must have some wicked scheme up their sleeves. Ron murmured, "That is typical of Slytherin, but only this Farley. I admit, for her to receive praise from Percy, she must possess some merit. She truly doesn't resemble a typical Slytherin." No, Harry thought, this is the true essence of Slytherin. What kind of individuals constitute the current Slytherin? With parents who are Death Eaters, what virtuous offspring can one expect from such a lineage? Miss Farley indeed commands respect as a head of house. Hermione concurred, yet questioned whether her actions would incite the wrath of the entire Slytherin house. Nay, Ron asserted confidently, Miss Farley is not merely the head of Slytherin. She has emerged as the foremost among her upperclassmen. Hermione, with a hint of admiration, expressed her hope to attain a strength akin to hers. "Isn't that akin to Harry's prowess?" Ron teased. "Oh, goodness, Ronald." Hermione rolled her eyes. "I truly do not aspire to match Harry's level." Indeed, with spellcasting skills akin to Gemma's, there remained a flicker of hope to catch up. However, Harry's caliber was somewhat suffocating for a first-year wizard. Even a prodigy, such as Hermione, felt a lamentable barrier between herself and Harry. "I am but of average ability," Harry humbly remarked. "By the time you reach your 5th year, you may well approximate my level." Laughter ensued, and after the mirth subsided, Neville timidly inquired, Harry, I heard that Ron and Hermione received private guidance from you, so I was wondering if you might also assist me in Seamus?" He added in a hushed tone, "I know I'm not the brightest, but I genuinely wish to learn." Suddenly, he felt a warm hand resting on his shoulder. "Why not?" Harry smiled. "We are classmates, and it is only right that we support one another. We are all here to complement each other as strengths." "Indeed," Hermione chimed in, "you see, my proficiency in the tedious subject of history of magic is commendable. Harry excels in spellcasting, and Ron brings humor to our group." "Hey," Ron protested. "What do you mean by saying I'm just humorous? I work hard too." Hermione shot him a glance. "When practicing spells, you tend to do just enough. Yet when it comes to actual combat, you always fall short. Did you not notice? That big-headed Flint, you disarmed him twice before succeeding." Ron pouted, offering no rebuttal. He recognized that Hermione's words rang true. Had it not been for Hermione pulling him out of the way of a spell, he would have faced a successful counterattack from that large-headed opponent. Witnessing this scene, Harry was reminded of Cassandra. In his first 2 years, he often indulged in play, relishing wizard chess with Gareth, seeking meals from Professor Hooch, or frolicking with Poppy and her magical creatures. Consequently, his dedication to learning spells was lackluster. His mind was preoccupied with leisure, believing that a casual grasp of spells sufficed. Cassandra would tug him into dueling practice, often leaving him suspended in the air, disarmed, or forced to dance incessantly, all the while mocking his lack of diligence in studies, claiming he deserved the humiliation. "I was almost able to defeat you," Harry protested while dangling in midair. Yet Cassandra, with her wand pointed at his face, uttered icy words that froze the air despite her warm lips. "I perceive that during your studies of spells, you often barely scrape by, and when it comes to practical application, you always seem to fall just short. Potter, will you truly mature?" At that moment, he was utterly vexed by Cassandra's lack of respect towards him, yet it was only in his 3rd year, when he faced poachers in the Forbidden Forest in a state of panic, that he finally comprehended Cassandra's well-meaning intentions. "Next time, we may not be so fortunate, Potter." Cassandra derisively taunted as she shielded him from a spell, nonchalantly directing her wand towards her arm to cast a swift healing charm. Harry! Hermione waved her hand in front of his face. "What's the matter? You seem preoccupied," she inquired with concern. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry replied with a smile. "Neville, Seamus, I hope you won T be those who burn bright for just 3 minutes and then complain after a few days of training." "We won T," Neville and Seamus chorused in unison. "Then let us raise our hands to vote. Our dueling club welcomes 2 new members. I am in favor." Harry lifted his hand. "I am in favor as well." Hermione raised her hand. Ron did likewise. "Me too." 3-0. Harry extended his hand. Then, Neville, Seamus, welcome aboard. Chapter 52. How to Ambush a Professor. An increasing number of students were reluctant to venture outside, opting instead to huddle within the castle, resting by the warmth of the fireplace or seated at the long table enjoying hearty meals, anything preferable to braving the cold. The conflicts with Slytherin remained unbeknownst to the professors. Gryffindor students were not foolish enough to walk into a trap, while Slytherin students felt too proud to lose face. Moreover, several upperclassmen had attacked younger students, even resorting to the term mudblood, and even Snape would have to deduct points from them. After all, apart from Hogwarts, he had nowhere else to go. Yet for Harry, it was not home. Rather, Hogwarts felt more like his true home. On one hand, Hogwarts offered him comfort, and on the other, he yearned to continue exploring within its walls. He sat at the Gryffindor table, idly consuming his breakfast while Ron and his friends, having celebrated too late before the holidays, were still nestled in bed. Perhaps he should gift Ron a wand under the pretense of a present, he mused. Just then, the Weasley twins flanked him. "Our little hero, no. Our little Lion King," Fred corrected George. "He has vanquished Slytherin in every conceivable way. He rightfully deserves our title of Lion King." He crushed that Farley Percy idolized and spat it out, George added, turning to Harry with an invitation. "So, our little Lion King, would you care to partake in a grand scheme?" "What scheme?" Harry asked, munching on his toast. Professor Quirrell, Fred whispered. "His scent is quite overpowering. Who knows what lies beneath that thick turban? I suspect garlic, while George thinks it must conceal some unspeakable secret. Care to place a wager?" "Wager on what?" Harry inquired. Of course, it is the mystery of what lies beneath his large turban that piques their curiosity, the 2 identical twins declared in unison. Harry, momentarily pausing his task of scooping baked beans with a spoon, turned to reassess the 2 promising young men. He was aware of their penchant for mischief, yet he never anticipated they would target Professor Quirrell. Quite clever indeed. Harry harbored a distinct aversion towards Professor Quirrell. Rather than being a competent defense against the dark arts instructor, he seemed more inclined to merely pass the time. What irked Harry further was that, unlike Professor Binns, who lulled students into a trance, Quirrell's incessant garlic odor rendered slumber impossible even amidst the drowsiness of his lectures. Even Hermione, who revered her teachers, referred to him simply as Quirrell, omitting the title of professor. Thus, he found himself somewhat tempted, reluctant to dismiss this opportunity to vex Quirrell. "This job sounds rather intriguing," Harry remarked, the dilemma that had been troubling him now resolved. "I concur. It is indeed a fascinating endeavor. Charlie originally intended to pursue Quidditch, but our mother insisted on a more respectable occupation," Fred replied with a shrug. To spare their mother's feelings, Charlie had to relinquish his beloved Quidditch, despite his enthusiasm for discussing the sport even during meals. "That is truly disheartening," Harry said. "What is your plan? How do we compel Quirrell to remove his turban?" The plan is as follows. Fred and George leaned in closer, whispering their scheme to Harry. Based on our observations, Quirrell departs the defense against the dark arts classroom at 8 each morning to have breakfast in the Great Hall. Given the recent snowfall, we might strike him on the back of the head with snowballs, forcing him to remove his turban for a moment. What do you think? I'm in, Harry nodded, pleased with the plan's subtlety and the plausible excuse it afforded. If we are caught, we can merely claim we were playfully throwing snowballs and missed. Surely, the professor wouldn't stoop to reprimanding us students. The twins exchanged glances and high-fived in celebration. Oh yes, I knew the little lion wouldn't refuse our plan. It's currently 7:40. We must prepare, George added. Harry pondered, feeling that relying solely on snowballs might lack sufficient impact. What do you mean? Fred inquired, curiosity piqued. If the snowballs prove ineffective, we shall resort to that, Harry said mysteriously. With that, he turned and departed from the Gryffindor table. In the dormitory, the three companions remained soundly asleep. With no classes scheduled for the day, Harry decided against waking them. His gaze drifted to the window, where a flower pot sat. The increasingly plump venomous tentacula was writhing its rotund body, and Harry surprisingly discerned a sense of contentment in its movements. Recently, Neville had taken great care of the plant, meticulously attending to its fertilization and watering. Harry could see that Neville harbored a genuine interest in botany. Perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate his interest in this area. For after all, plants can assist humans in battle. For instance, mandrakes, venomous tentacles, and shrieking cabbages serve as excellent allies for wizards. Chapter 53. An Ambush for Quirrell. Harry tucked the shrieking cabbage into a small pocket, one he had previously purchased from a mysterious wizard in Diagon Alley. The pocket, enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, is no longer available for sale. Exceptions exist for trunks, which first-year students must acquire from designated merchants. He also slipped his dragonhide gloves into his pocket. Retrieving a shrieking cabbage without gloves would result in a painful bite. He thought it prudent to acquire some seeds for the shrieking cabbage during his visit to Diagon Alley. And since Neville excels in herbology, he could delegate this task to him. However, the seeds for the shrieking cabbage in Diagon Alley would not be sold to a novice wizard like him. He would need to venture to Nocturne Alley next door to make the purchase. With the small pocket in hand, Harry stealthily exited the dormitory. Upon returning to the Great Hall, it was evident that the twins were becoming somewhat impatient. Fred jested that he thought Harry had been frightened and found an excuse to flee. Relax, even if you two were to abandon the plan, I would not run away. Harry replied, Gryffindor is never lacking in courage, is it? Courage to make the professor remove that suspicious turban? The twins exchanged glances and high-fived, exclaiming hooray. Listen, Harry said, sitting at the table and tapping his fingers. This is the plan. The three of us will lie in wait for Quirrell. You two are responsible for throwing snowballs. If Quirrell removes his turban, so be it. If he does not, I will handle the next part. Understood? Understood. Lionheart, the twins replied in unison. Good. Harry glanced at the clock. It was 7:50, and we had 10 minutes to set our ambush. Just then, Hedwig fluttered in. Perhaps due to the frigid weather, she appeared somewhat lethargic, nearly falling into Harry's arms as she landed. Your owl doesn't seem to be in the best spirits, Fred commented. I think you should consider getting her some owl supplements, especially with the cold weather. You're right, Harry said, reaching out to take the letter that Hedwig had brought. Oh, George exclaimed upon seeing the handwriting on the envelope. It looks like it was written by a girl. All right, George, let us respect others' privacy, Fred said, pulling George aside. He then turned to Harry and said, Harry, we'll go scout ahead for you. After they departed, Harry opened the letter. It bore a faint scent of sandalwood as he unfolded the paper, which read, Mr. Potter, I sincerely apologize for the events of yesterday. The Slytherin prefect embodies not only glory, but also the corresponding responsibility. Yours sincerely, Gemma Farley. Farley? What does she have in mind? Since she had extended an invitation, Harry saw no reason to decline. After all, as a proud Gryffindor, why should he fear Slytherin? Greetings, I certainly recognize you. The tall boy flashed a radiant smile and extended his hand to shake Harry's. Cedric Diggory, you may call me Cedric. Very well, Cedric, Harry nodded. Gesturing towards the hall's exterior, apologies, the Weasley twins are waiting for me outside. No trouble at all, Harry, Cedric chuckled. Off you go, don't keep them waiting. Harry hastily gulped from a cup on the table, bid farewell to Cedric, and hurriedly departed. The Weasley twins had been lurking behind the bushes outside, tightly wrapped in their enchanted robes, gritting their teeth against the biting northern wind, bemoaning their fate. Hello, chaps, Harry greeted, swiftly approaching the bushes, immediately fixating on the formidable cache of snowballs resembling Napoleon's artillery reserves behind the two. What is this? He gasped, his pupils widening. Wasn't our plan to target Quirrell? You two have amassed enough snowballs to pelt every professor in the school. You rascals. Snowballs, the twins replied nonchalantly. Introducing their latest creation. Behold, this is the standard version. Fred lifted a snowball the size of 2 fists and crushed it with a fierce grip. And this is the enhanced version. George similarly picked up a snowball, refraining from crushing it, but instead vigorously rubbed away the outer snow with his thumb, revealing a gleaming ice core within. Harry's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Good heavens, you two are quite diabolical. I merely wanted to toss a Chinese chomping cabbage at Professor Quirrell. What are you two up to? Isn't this a bit excessive? Harry inquired cautiously. Well, Fred shrugged, replying to Harry, it's better than enduring the torment of garlic. I'd rather have Professor Snape cover for defense against the dark arts. Though Gryffindor would lose points, at least we might learn something worthwhile. Shoo! George suddenly hushed them, pulling the others down low. Be quiet, someone is coming. The 3 stealthily peered from the bushes as Professor Quirrell ambled by, a book tucked under his arm, blissfully headed towards the Hogwarts Great Hall. Prepare, Fred whispered. As Quirrell passed by, completely oblivious with his back turned, the twins exchanged glances, seized a snowball, and hurled it with great force at the back of Quirrell's head. Who? Quirrell exclaimed in a fluster, swatting at the scarf encircling his head. However, despite his frantic motions, he showed no intention of removing it. The twins reached for the enhanced snowball, only to be restrained by Harry. Watch this, he declared. Donning dragonhide gloves, Harry, amidst the twins' confusion and eventual awe, retrieved a pot of Chinese chomping cabbage from his pocket, enhanced by the disillusionment charm. The cabbage quivered slightly in the cold breeze and even sneezed. With both hands cradling the pot, Harry swiftly jogged towards Quirrell. Just as he neared Quirrell, he intentionally slipped, tumbling to the ground with a thud. The pot containing the biting cabbage shattered with a resounding crash, sending the rotund vegetable rolling across the ground, bouncing back up to a height of 3 feet like a wayward ball. In an instant, the cabbage pounced upon Quirrell's unsuspecting head, which was busy adjusting his turban. With the ferocity of a lightning strike, a deafening scream erupted from Quirrell, echoing throughout the hall. The sound was so piercing that even the students within the Great Hall could discern it clearly. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Muggle-born student dozing at the Hufflepuff table, jolted awake. What on earth is that? Outside the hall, Professor Quirrell was frantically pounding on the biting cabbage, clinging tenaciously to the back of his head, his anguished cries reverberating throughout the castle. Professor Quirrell? Professor McGonagall rushed over from a distance, accompanied by Professors Flitwick and Sprout. Upon seeing the stubborn cabbage, Professor Sprout quickly approached, employing some unknown method to persuade the vegetable to relinquish its grip, after which it obediently curled up and leaped into her arms. Professor Quirrell, are you all right? Professor Sprout inquired with concern. Shall we take you to the hospital wing? Lying in the snow, Quirrell gazed warily at the trembling cabbage in Sprout's embrace, hastily retreating on hands and knees. The pain of the bite was trivial compared to the potential wrath of a certain individual. He recalled the last Quidditch match, where his impulsive jinx on Potter's broom had resulted in a severe reprimand from that very individual, leaving him feeling utterly disconcerted. I'm fine, Quirrell stammered, blood seeping from the back of his head. The crimson liquid stained his turban a dark red, and as he spoke, 2 bloodied garlic cloves fell to the ground. Harry noticed Quirrell's unusual demeanor. Ordinarily, one would expect a furious response after such a prank. Yet Quirrell's first instinct was to concoct an excuse to leave. Could it be that he harbored some unspeakable secret beneath that turban? Mr. Weasley? Professor McGonagall spotted the twins stealthily slipping into the Great Hall and approached them with a stern inquiry. What are you two doing here? I do not wish to hear that this biting cabbage was your prank. Is that so? McGonagall scrutinized Harry. The Weasley twins exhaled in relief, giving Harry a discreet thumbs up. This young lad has got our backs. Harry promptly nodded. Yes, Professor. Indeed, it was me. Indeed, Minerva, Professor Sprout chimed in. This biting cabbage was a gift I presented to Mr. Potter. What seems to be the trouble then? McGonagall pressed, her skepticism evident. Just as Harry finished speaking, the cabbage's large mouth opened and closed rapidly, emitting a series of muffled sounds, as if it were still unsatisfied. Is this what you call being lethargic? McGonagall's gaze sharpened, revealing her growing irritation. In a fleeting moment, Professor McGonagall seemed to perceive the presence of James. However, she quickly banished the thought from her mind. Merlin, how could that be? Mr. Potter resembles his mother. It is inconceivable that he could cause trouble like his father. It must be an illusion. Apologies, Professor, Harry said, his expression one of innocent distress, his emerald eyes glistening as he looked at her. It was my fault. I lost my footing while walking and accidentally sent this cabbage flying. I never imagined it would. Professor McGonagall's heart softened instantly. Indeed, Lily was so kind. How could her child intentionally engage in such disruptive behavior? It must have been an accident. Her expression softened as she addressed Harry, considering this was not intentional. I shall refrain from imposing any additional penalties upon you. However, Gryffindor will still lose 10 points due to your actions. As for the two of you, she directed her gaze at the Weasley twins. Professor, Fred, and George were merely trying to, but Professor McGonagall had already seen through their ruse. Her face stern as she interjected, "Was it you who launched the snowball cannon from behind the bushes? You two will serve detention in my office after the holidays." She offered the twins no room for protest, immediately delivering her verdict. "Very well, Professor," they mumbled in unison, lowering their heads. Out of her sight, a flicker of relief passed between them. They had feared they would face point deductions or some other punishment, but it turned out to be merely detention. Once Professor McGonagall departed, the twins draped an arm over Harry's shoulders, one on either side. "Lionheart, you truly are a good friend," they chimed in unison. "Indeed, you did not betray us," Harry shrugged and quietly remarked to them. "Now I am even more curious about what lies beneath Professor Quirrell's turban. Just think, even after being struck on the back of his head by a snowball and having a biting cabbage gnaw at him, he still refuses to remove that large turban. There must be some secret hidden underneath." "Absolutely," Fred responded eagerly. "You must have noticed he would rather overlook our transgressions than reveal the secret beneath his turban, which is quite peculiar in itself. Could something be growing on the back of his head?" George pondered aloud. "Like a malignant tumor, or perhaps it could be dragon pox." "If it were dragon pox, there should be signs on his face and hands as well. It cannot possibly be confined to just his head," Harry countered, shaking his head in denial. After a moment's pause, he continued, "I do not believe it to be an illness. Perhaps Professor Quirrell is researching some form of dark magic and chooses to keep it concealed." "Dark magic?" The twins echoed in hushed astonishment. "Isn't he the defense against the dark arts teacher? Why would he be studying dark magic?" "Oh, as the saying goes, one cannot defeat an enemy they do not understand," Harry replied, raising his hands in a gesture of exasperation. "Those who excel in defense against the dark arts often possess considerable knowledge of dark magic. Otherwise, how could they effectively defend against it?" "You make a valid point," the twins agreed in unison. "So, Harry, what makes you so certain?" "This is certainly easy to comprehend. Even if afflicted with dragonpox, there is nothing to prevent one from being seen." Harry began to analyze. He would rather swallow his pride than reveal the secret concealed beneath his scarf. "Apart from dark magic, I can think of no other explanation." The twins' eyes brightened. "What should we do then?" they inquired in unison. Chapter 55. No one understands Malfoy better than I do. "I fear we must wait," Harry replied. The twins exchanged glances and simultaneously questioned, "Why?" After all, a single incident could be dismissed as unintentional, but a second occurrence would imply a deliberate prank on the professor. Harry shrugged. "You have a point," the twins chuckled. "Since we have no classes today, shall we engage in a snowball fight?" "Not today. I have matters to attend to." Harry declined. Just as he intended to head towards the Great Hall, he glanced up to see Hagrid dragging a massive fir tree inside. In Hogwarts, only Hagrid could manage to pull such a gigantic tree using sheer muscle. "Need a hand, Hagrid?" Harry called out. Without further ado, he turned and made his way toward the hall. Regrettably, Sprout had not returned the man-eating cabbage to him. After all, that cabbage was the culprit that had bitten Professor Quirrell on the back of his head. "Hey, mate." Ron had already risen. "Do you know where that man-eating cabbage was placed?" Neville was nearly frantic. Ron leaned back, his eyes wide in astonishment as he stared at Harry. After a moment, he managed to utter cool. Indeed, it was quite cool. Initially, he thought the cabbage was merely ornamental. Never would he have imagined it was intended to munch on professors. As the holidays approached, the spirits of the young witches and wizards grew wild. No longer could they feign diligence in their studies within the Great Hall. Each was animatedly discussing their plans for the upcoming break. After lunch, Harry recalled his appointment with Miss Fairley and departed the hall. "What a nuisance," Hermione grumbled, anxiously tugging at her hair. She had intended to study a bit longer in the hall. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Ron engaged in a game of Wizard-S chess with Neville. "Look at you, always playing Wizard-S chess. It's quite pitiful." Hermione began to admonish Ron. "Of course, I'm familiar with it," Ron replied confidently. "Then tell me, what is the incantation for the stunning spell?" Hermione queried. Ron suddenly faltered, struggling for a moment to recall it. "Let me ask you again, what is the incantation for the bone-breaking curse?" Hermione pressed on. Ron racked his brain, but could not remember the name of the spell. With a look of disdain, Hermione asked, "Let me pose another question. What is the incantation for the petrification spell?" "I know that one," Ron exclaimed, his intuition kicking in. "You used it on Crabbe and Goyle on the train." Hearing Ron's words, Hermione smiled with a touch of satisfaction. "However, Ron's subsequent remark caused her to hang her head in defeat. What was the incantation again? Ron sheepishly scratched his head, then grabbed a nearby can of soda and took a hearty swig. Perhaps you should drink less soda. It's not good for your teeth. Hermione reminded them that her father is a dentist, something he had once told her. It's no matter, Ron replied. The wizarding world has a dental potion. Haven't you heard? It's quite useful, and even our headmaster Dumbledore promotes it. Ron fell silent, taking another sip from his soda. While Weasley Draco's insufferable voice rang out. Noticing Harry was absent, Draco perked up. What you have there appears to be a muggle drink, he sneered. Truly, you and your family have fallen so low, associating with mudbloods and using their products. You are indeed a disgrace to purebloods. Ron's face flushed with anger as he clenched the soda can, ready to hurl it. However, Hermione restrained him, retorting, "Oh, is that so? I wonder how your ancestors would feel seeing their descendant mock the offspring of their comrades." What do you mean? Draco asked, frowning. You don't know? Hermione exaggeratedly covered her mouth in shock. Goodness, the ancestors of the Malfoy family were comrades of the Weasley ancestors in quelling the Goblin Rebellion. You weren't aware of that? I. Draco stammered. Could this mudblood be telling the truth? He pondered, but that seemed unlikely. His father had never mentioned it. What nonsense are you spouting? Draco retorted, furrowing his brow. How could a muggle-born which possibly know anything about the Malfoy family? Oh, it appears you truly are ignorant. How pitiable, Hermione remarked, playfully dragging a finger across her cheek. What a shameful face you have, being outdone in knowledge about your own family by a muggle-born witch. You truly bring disgrace upon the Malfoys. Draco's face reddened at Hermione's words. The issue was not merely her derisive tone, but the implication that she understood the Malfoys better than he did. A humiliation. This was utterly disgraceful. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Draco countered. If this were the case, my father would have certainly informed me. I suspect you are merely trying to defend your little boyfriend with your absurd claims. Hermione pulled out a book and slammed it onto the table, reciting the exploits of Cassiopeia. Draco, suppressing his discomfort, leaned closer as the book's detailed narration sparked a flicker of doubt within him. If this were true, how could the Malfoy family not boast of such glory? If it were false, then why would it be contained within this book? He wanted to refute her, yet he noticed the title page bore the name of Bathilda Bagshot. This lady was a renowned authority in magical history, rivaled only by Professor Binns at Hogwarts. Draco's defenses crumbled. Chapter 56. This is how Slytherin operates. Just as Hermione was engrossed in her reading in the booth, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Is anyone in here? Initially annoyed at the interruption, Hermione looked up in surprise upon hearing the voice. It was Harry and Ron. Harry? Ron? Hermione exclaimed joyfully. How did you two manage to get on the train? I thought you were staying at the castle. Harry expressed his desire to visit Diagon Alley and requested my companionship. Ron shrugged, voicing his concern that Slytherins might cause trouble along the way. Surely not. Harry has already reached an understanding with Miss Farley. Hermione interjected with a smile, inquiring, I heard that Miss Farley arranged a meeting with you yesterday afternoon. Oh, indeed, Harry replied languidly, reclining against the chair's backrest. Hermione and Ron became intrigued. What did you discuss? Indeed, during Harry's era, Slytherin was known for its exclusivity. If one lacked talent, Slytherins would scarcely acknowledge you. However, if you demonstrated considerable prowess, they would bestow their respect. This was markedly different from the current generation of Death Eater descendants, who, blinded by their so-called pure blood status, behaved arrogantly and failed to grasp the changing times. Is Slytherin truly like that? Ron scratched his head, as his stereotypical view of Slytherin was considerably more malevolent. Yet, one could hardly blame Ron, given that today, as Slytherins are the progeny of those who once followed Voldemort. Just look at those Death Eaters, hardly a noble among them. Not to mention their actions. How could one even compare the likes of Voldemort and Bellatrix to Grindelwald or Dumbledore? No comparison exists. He simply lacks the capability, you know, Harry remarked. And what do you say about Voldemort, who all alone murdered a 1-year-old child only to be vanquished in return? His reputation is utterly tarnished. At least Miss Farley is a commendable individual, Hermione nodded, noting that her prior challenge to Harry had stemmed from her position as a prefect and was not born of malice. Honestly, mate, Ron inquired with concern. Did Miss Farley threaten you regarding her family? Rest assured, Harry smiled at Ron. She is not that kind of person. The meeting with Gemma yesterday afternoon was as uneventful as the Eastern Front 52 years ago. Gemma merely expressed her desire to befriend Harry. He did not decline, for as the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and perhaps there would come a time when Gemma's companionship would prove beneficial. Since both of you are here, why not come over to my house for a while? Hermione invited. My home is quite spacious, and accommodating both of you for a time would pose no problem. But we still plan to visit Diagon Alley, Ron replied. Curiously, Hermione asked, I forgot to inquire earlier. What are you two going to Diagon Alley for? What gifts? Hermione's interest was piqued. Harry and Ron exchanged a moment of heartfelt gratitude. Ron gently tapped Harry's leg, turning to gaze out the window in silence. After a prolonged pause, he awkwardly said, Thank you, Harry. Ron then made a playful quip. Oh, well, at least I have an excuse now. Ah, boys, Hermione sighed, shaking her head in exasperation. The train soon arrived at the station, and, as Harry grasped Ron's arm, preparing to bid Hermione farewell, she pulled him back. Very well, Harry reconsidered, acknowledging her point, then we shall not intrude. As the three exited the compartment, Draco and his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, approached them. Harry had anticipated that Draco would say something, but to his surprise, upon seeing the three of them, especially Hermione, Draco hurriedly lowered his head and walked briskly forward, as if trying to evade some dreadful entity. What was the matter? Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. It's nothing, Hermione replied with a sly smile as she watched Draco's retreating figure. Upon exiting the station, the Granger couple was indeed waiting at the exit. Although there were no telephones within Hogwarts Castle, Hermione had her own owl to relay messages home. Her father's name was Ishkin, a distinctly English name, while her mother was named Claire, a gentlewoman. Upon learning that Harry and Ron were Hermione's classmates, the couple welcomed them warmly, inviting them to their home. Ron exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Mr. Granger's car. Isn't that a car? Ron knows about cars. Hermione inquired, turning her head. Of course, my dad has one, Ron replied, raising an eyebrow. But his isn't as attractive as this one, nor does it have that emblem that resembles a golden snitch. Following Ron's gaze, they indeed spotted a majestic emblem poised, as if ready to take flight. It was evident from the car's design that its price was far from modest. Chapter 57. The Malfoy Family, A Hidden History. Hermione's family was in the dental profession, and while it may not be said to be destitute, it could certainly be described as affluent. There's a saying that goes, gold teeth, silver eyes. Dentistry is a profession with considerable financial rewards, particularly for exceptional practitioners like the Grangers, who were quite in demand. A Bentley of such elegance could very well represent Mr. Granger's earnings for half a year. For reasons unknown, Mr. Granger engaged in delightful conversation with Ron, especially expressing keen interest in Ron's father's flying car. To this muggle gentleman, even 100 Bentleys could not compare to the value of a flying automobile. How utterly cool! Throughout the journey, Mr. Granger incessantly inquired about the flying car, even suggesting that Ron ask Mr. Weasley if they could visit and witness the marvel of the flying vehicle during the summer holidays. Ron readily agreed, genuinely enjoying Mr. Granger's company despite this being their first meeting. Upon entering his home, Draco appeared quite morose. Draco? His mother, Narcissa, inquired with concern, What troubles you? You seem quite downcast. Were you unhappy at school? Draco shook his head, burdened with thoughts, his expression revealing an inner turmoil. Let us eat first, Narcissa said gently, noting her son's reluctance to share. Mother has asked Dobby to prepare your favorite beef bourguignon. All right, Mother. Draco smiled at her and followed her into the dining room. Narcissa took her seat beside Draco's father, Lucius, while Draco sat opposite his mother. Oh, Draco, Lucius said, glancing at the Daily Prophet, congratulations on being sorted into Slytherin. You have already congratulated me in your letter, Father, Draco replied. Draco cast a glance at his father, who was concealed behind the Daily Prophet, and an inexplicable boldness surged within him. You deceived me. The Sorting Hat does not require one to battle werewolves. As these words escaped his lips, Draco sensed a faint sound, almost imperceptible, as if his parents had simultaneously stifled a laugh. Was it merely an illusion? Surely not. All right, little dragon, Narcissa said gently. Hurry and eat. Your father has been waiting for you for quite some time. Draco harbored the suspicion that his mother was suppressing laughter, though he lacked any evidence to substantiate this. He merely responded with a non-committal "oh" and began to eat the dishes he normally relished. Now, tasting like ash in his mouth, after enduring the meal, and once Dobby, the house elf, had served tea, Draco held the teacup, struggling to find the right words. Hesitating repeatedly, Little dragon, if there is anything troubling you, do not hesitate to speak with your father, Narcissa gently encouraged, casting a cautionary glance at her husband. Reluctantly, Lucius set aside the newspaper. It is about this, Father, Draco organized his thoughts, and continued, I have heard some unsettling rumors at school. Unsettling rumors? Lucius' gaze sharpened, exchanging a glance with Narcissa. Had some gossip infiltrated their son's ears? What rumors? Lucius inquired. Yes, they pertain to our ancestors, Draco replied cautiously. I wish to ask if one of our forebears was once friends with a Weasley, and together they fought to quell a goblin rebellion, ultimately vanquishing the Ashwinders. I believe her name was Cassandra. To Draco's astonishment, Lucius's demeanor shifted drastically upon hearing the name. Who told you this name? He demanded sharply. A classmate. Draco swallowed hard. A friend of Harry Potter. Silence. Lucius seized the serpent-headed wand and struck it forcefully against the table. How dare you utter that name? Draco recoiled, taken aback by his father's fervent reaction. Harry Potter? Why is that name forbidden? St. Potter. He's my classmate, Draco murmured. Lucius's expression briefly froze, and he exhaled slowly, rubbing his thumb against the silver serpent head of the wand. So you were referring to Harry Potter. I thought you meant that other gentleman. That gentleman? Draco queried, puzzled. Was there another Harry Potter of your? Indeed, Lucius replied, setting down the serpent-headed wand, his voice somewhat hoarse. He lifted the teacup from the table, drinking a small sip to clear his throat, then continued, as you surmise, there was indeed a Harry Potter in those days. Do you know? The title who must not be named was originally not used to refer to the Dark Lord, but to this individual. Was he more terrifying than the Dark Lord? Draco leaned back, filled with newfound respect. Ah, the secrets within have been obscured by fairies for far too long. However, as you are aware, our family did indeed have a Cassandra Malfoy, who was your grandfather Abraxas's aunt. By lineage, she would be my grandaunt and your great-grandaunt. Lucius did not conceal this from his son. After all, the future head of the Malfoy family can only be Draco. Whether he informs him sooner or later makes little difference. So she simply died? Draco inquired. Some believe she perished, while others hold that she did not. With a hint of melancholy, Lucius replied, your great-grandaunt Cassandra was an extraordinarily gifted witch. Your great-grandfather claimed that at your age, she could successfully cast protective enchantments. Then why have I never heard of this name? Draco asked, puzzled. Logically, a witch of such distinction from the Malfoy lineage should be regarded with honor. Why has no one ever mentioned her, neither grandfather nor you? Chapter 58, Family Secrets. Does the Malfoy family fear the fairies? Draco gazed incredulously at his father. No, my dragon, Lucius spoke gently. If the fairies had not shown sufficient sincerity, how could the Malfoy family have acquiesced to such requests? Moreover, your grandfather had also mentioned that the Malfoy family's agreement with the fairies was somewhat opportunistic. The true reason lies in the fact that Cassandra pilfered the family's ancestral treasure, the Merlin's relic, which incited your great-grandfather's wrath, leading to her removal from the Malfoy family tree. Why? Draco asked in confusion. What prompted her to act thus? Where is she now? Perhaps she yet lives? Lucius pondered. Otherwise, why would your great-grandfather have said such a thing? Draco hesitated, feeling an instinctive belief that Cassandra must still be alive. That is because Cassandra was his most cherished younger sister, Lucius explained. People often struggle to accept the departure of loved ones. Draco nodded in understanding. Now, tell me about your classmates, Lucius inquired casually. There's no need to mention Slytherin. Speak of that Potter boy, the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Upon hearing his father's words, Draco began to recount the details of his encounters with Harry. When he mentioned cursing Hermione as in mudblood on the train, both Lucius and Narcissa's expressions darkened significantly. You ought to be more mindful of your companions, my dragon, Lucius said in a somber tone. While we do harbor disdain for wizards of Muggle descent, a well-mannered individual would never utter such words in public, as it would bring shame upon our entire family. Yes, father, Draco quickly apologized. It was my mistake. He then spoke of Harry's prowess in magic, particularly highlighting the dazzling duel with Miss Patil. The Patil girl, you mean? Lucius contemplated, nodding. She is indeed a commendable young witch, her magical abilities rivaling even those of adults. So, you're saying that Harry Potter, a first-year student, could overpower her in a duel? Yes, father, Draco affirmed. With a glance from his father, Draco straightened his posture. I witnessed the duel firsthand. Prior to this, Potter had already vanquished Marcus Flint and several of his companions. Lucius remained silent, pondering for a moment before exchanging a glance with his wife, then addressing Draco. I understand. Perhaps you ought to attempt to befriend Potter rather than persist in hostility. If you were to open your eyes, you would likely realize that Miss Folly may already be in contact with him. But father, Draco furrowed his brow. Potter is surrounded by the Weasley family's pure blood disgrace and a Muggle-born. Draco? Lucius raised an eyebrow, speaking in a melodic tone. What did I just say? Yes, father. Draco promptly replied. The Malfoy family prioritizes its interests. Lucius's expression softened, pleased that his son grasped the essence of their family's values. And he added, and also, family comes first. Upon arriving at the Granger household, Harry and Ron were welcomed with warm hospitality. Mr. Granger was a person of considerable charm. Even in his interactions with the two boys, he exhibited no condescending airs, and his demeanor was refreshingly courteous. During dinner, Harry and Ron indulged heartily, especially Ron, who initially felt somewhat restrained but soon relaxed, now slumped in his chair, groaning. "Who wants pudding?" Mrs. Granger inquired as she brought the dessert to the dining room. "Unless I loosen my belt, dear," Mr. Granger replied, leaning back in his chair, utterly fatigued. "I've already loosened mine," Harry added, similarly reclining. It is indeed a rare delight to savor such exquisite cuisine in England. When the caramelized baby potatoes accompanied by roasted lamb arrived, I was already quite full, Ron remarked, weakly lifting his belt as he praised. "Aunt Granger's cooking is truly exceptional, far superior to my mother's." "All right, gentlemen," Mrs. Granger said, helplessly setting down the pudding. "Why don't you head to the living room? I'll manage here." "Do you mean stand up?" Mr. Granger asked, looking up. "I don't think I can manage that." Harry attempted to shift in his chair, but failed. "I haven't fastened my belt," Ron succinctly explained. "Men," Hermione sighed, shaking her head at the three of them. Under the Granger family's generous hospitality, Ron and Harry had no choice but to stay at their home. "Indeed, it seems to be a season of tumult," Mr. Granger remarked, seemingly engrossed in the news. "I believe I should go to the bank to secure some rubles and exchange them for pounds. What do you think, dear?" The latter remark was directed at Mrs. Granger. "Do as you see fit," she replied, leaning down to kiss Mr. Granger on the cheek. "Then it is settled, Mr. Granger turned to Harry and Ron, saying, "Gentlemen, I happen to be going to the bank tomorrow. I could conveniently take you to the leaky cauldron. Would you like to join?" "Certainly, Mr. Granger. Thank you," Harry responded. He then turned to Hermione. "Hermione, would you like to come along?" At this, Hermione prompted Harry to consider, indeed, what should we gift the professors? Chapter 59, The Soul Leaving the Body. Harry had thoughtfully considered what gifts to bestow upon his professors, as well as his classmates and his cousin Dudley. However, he found himself somewhat perplexed when it came to Professor Snape. Harry was aware that Snape was a master of potions, and he mused that any potion he might gift would likely pale in comparison to those brewed by the professor himself. What to do? Lying in bed, Harry pondered for quite some time before finally arriving at an idea that was not truly a solution. Since Professor Snape shared a close relationship with his parents, why not present him with a photograph of his parents as a Christmas gift? With this thought, Harry resolved to follow through. The photograph of his parents had originally been given to him by Hagrid, who, perhaps fearing he might misplace it, had kindly provided several copies. The next day, as he prepared to depart, Harry made sure to carry a shopping list. In addition to the gifts for his professors and friends, he needed to procure some potion ingredients, such as the aging potion, along with clothing suitable for an older age. The aging potion is a magical concoction that determines the drinker's age increase based on the dosage consumed, which was pivotal to Harry's forthcoming plans. By increasing his age slightly, he would gain more freedom, allowing him to navigate Knockturn Alley without attracting undue attention. After all, Knockturn Alley resembled an underground black market, and an 11-year-old wizard could not freely enter without parental supervision. Within Knockturn Alley, one could acquire rare items not readily available elsewhere, such as seed for the venomous tentacula. Although Harry was not lacking in courage, the influence of his friends had instilled in him a modicum of prudence. Thus, he resolved to procure additional venomous tentacula seeds to compensate for his current lack of combat readiness. Upon disembarking at the leaky cauldron, Mr. Granger had arranged to meet them in the afternoon, after which he hurried off to the bank. Harry, accompanied by Ron, wandered through Diagon Alley, purchasing all the necessary items on their list. To his surprise, at the entrance of Zonko's joke shop, Harry spotted a sign announcing the sale of aging potions. However, the price was several times that of the raw ingredients. Gritting his teeth, Harry bought a collection of joke products, cleverly concealing the aging potion among the prank items to make it less conspicuous. After completing their purchases, Harry and Ron made their way to Ollivander's wand shop. Clearly, having passed the back-to-school season, the shop was now in a quieter period. After calling several times, Mr. Ollivander finally emerged, noticing the presence of patrons, as young wizards visiting at this time were quite rare. Upon seeing Harry, Mr. Ollivander extended his hand and approached warmly. "Hello, Mr. Potter. It's a pleasure to see you again." "Hello, Mr. Ollivander," Harry replied, gesturing to Ron. "This is my good friend Ron, and I wish to purchase a wand for him as a Christmas gift." Mr. Ollivander turned his gaze to Ron, who shyly lowered his head. "Ah, the youngest son of the Weasley family," he remarked with a smile, before asking, "May I see the wand you currently use?" Ron retrieved Charlie's old wand and handed it to Mr. Ollivander. Upon receiving the wand, Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, "Ah, this wand, I recall it well, made of pear wood, with a unicorn hair core, 12 inches long. I dare say, young Mr. Weasley You must experience a considerable sense of obstruction when casting spells with it. Am I correct? Indeed. Unicorn hair typically yields the most stable of spells, exhibiting the least likelihood of fluctuation or blockage. At this point, Mr. Ollivander shifted his tone, adding, however, these cores are the most loyal of companions, often firmly attached to their first owner, regardless of the owner's proficiency as a wizard. Were it not for your relation as the brother of the wand's original master, the sense of obstruction would likely be even more pronounced. Mr. Ollivander then turned his gaze to Harry and gently remarked, Mr. Potter's observations are quite timely. Otherwise, this wand would severely hinder your progress in spellcasting. Is that so? Ron murmured softly. Initially, he had assumed Harry was merely being considerate of his feelings, but after Mr. Ollivander's words, he recognized Harry's genuine concern. Thank you, Harry, Ron expressed gratefully. Mr. Ollivander adjusted his glasses and retrieved a measuring tape from the cabinet, taking Ron's measurements before saying, Come now, Mr. Weasley, give this one a try. He presented a wand, hawthorn, with a dragon heartstring core, 9 inches. No, this won't do for a young wizard like yourself. Perhaps this one, walnut dragon heartstring, 9.5 inches. Mr. Ollivander handed Ron a new wand. As Ron took it and tested it, a gust of wind swept across the table. No, not this one. Mr. Ollivander swiftly snatched the wand from Ron's grasp and offered him another. Willow, unicorn hair, 14 inches. A miracle occurred. The moment Ron grasped the wand, its tip burst forth with a dazzling light. Yes, this is it, this is the one, Mr. Ollivander joyfully exclaimed, stamping his foot. Now, Mr. Weasley, you may attempt to cast a spell with it. Without hesitation, Ron waved the wand and declared, Expelliarmus. A red beam struck a stone within the wand shop. Producing a resounding thud, Ron clutched the wand as if it were a treasured artifact, grinning foolishly at it. Harry felt a surge of happiness for his friend, who had finally found a wand that suited him. After paying Mr. Ollivander 7 galleons, he and Ron exited the wand shop. Shall we go for lunch? Harry suggested, discreetly tucking away a vial of age potion into his pocket. Sure, Ron replied, still buzzing with excitement, clearly eager to cast a few more spells. Even within the British magical community, the finest dining establishments remained French restaurants. Harry led Ron into a bistro, securing a table against the wall. Ron continued to gaze at his new wand with an almost adhesive fascination, completely forgetting about the old wand. After a few bites of food, Harry leaned in and whispered to Ron, I need to step out to the restroom. Upon entering the lavatory, Harry shed his garments and stowed them in a small pocket, subsequently consuming the age-enhancing potion in one swift gulp, accompanied by the audible crackling of his bones. A 19-year-old Harry soon materialized in his stead. This sensation was all too familiar. After donning attire suitable for his newfound age, he exited the lavatory. Noticing Ron still toying with his wand, Harry refrained from calling out to him, collar turned up, striding purposefully out of the dining area. Knockturn Alley was in disarray. Its filth and squalor surpassed even the most dilapidated slums of London. The crumbling cobblestone path, the soiled walls, and the gaunt dark wizards leaning against the walls, resembling cadavers, made it evident that this was no respectable locale. Almost the instant Harry set foot in Knockturn Alley, he became the target of the dark wizard's gaze. Unperturbed, he continued forward with unwavering confidence, purposefully veering into a narrow alley. He soon encountered a gaunt wizard with protruding black teeth and a menacing appearance. You don't belong here, kid, the wizard sneered, sizing Harry up. Hand over your money, and I, Dweema, assure your safety. To his astonishment, this seemingly timid boy not only showed no fear, but also returned a knowing smile. Since you approached me, I shall not be held accountable, Harry mused. He raised his hand to his mouth, his gaze fixed intently on the dark wizard's eyes. Imperio. Chapter 60. This is none of your business. Dweema's mind clouded, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of bliss. If Harry were to choose his most proficient spell apart from the disarming charm, it would undoubtedly be the Imperius Curse. In an era teeming with dark wizards and rampant poachers, lacking the ability to resist the Imperius Curse was akin to serving oneself on a platter to the dark wizards. Thus, Cassandra had often guided Harry in practicing this spell, both of them casting the curse upon one another and forcefully breaking through with their wills, repeating the exercise to build resistance against it. The Imperius Curse does not inflict harm on the caster. Its unforgivable nature stems solely from its capacity to compel others to act against their will, which is why Harry bore no aversion to it. It must be said, the sensation of controlling Cassandra to perform a mechanical dance was utterly delightful. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect with enough repetition. Harry could cast the Imperius Curse without the aid of a wand. Hand me your wand, he commanded, Under the influence of the Imperius curse, Dewema obediently complied, retrieving his wand from his robes and presenting it with both hands. Harry accepted the wand, raising an eyebrow as he regarded Dewema. After securing the wand, he instructed once more, "Take me to the nearest shop. I wish to procure some items that cannot be found elsewhere." "Yes, sir," Dewema bowed, leading Harry out of the alley. Thus, a newcomer strode boldly into Nocturne Alley, and the Dark Wizards could not easily let such an opportunity slip by. However, upon witnessing the sycophantic Dewema walking ahead, their ambitions of exploiting the situation were swiftly quelled. Even the once thriving Dewema has fallen, and the cunning Dark Wizards, skilled in self-preservation, would certainly avoid any misfortune. Their journey proceeded without incident, as Dewema escorted Harry to a somewhat respectable shop, pushing the door open and stepping inside. Approaching the counter, Dewema rang the bell atop it. While awaiting the shopkeeper's arrival, Harry began to survey the establishment. In a glass case beside the counter rested a withered human hand, a stack of blood-stained cards, and a glass eyeball, motionless in its eerie stillness. Sinister masks glared down from the walls, while an assortment of human bones adorned the counter, and rusted, jagged instruments hung from the ceiling. Before the withered hand lay a meditation bowl. Judging by the peculiar items displayed, it was evident that the wares offered were of a rather grim nature. Before long, a man hunched over appeared at the counter, busily attempting to smooth back his greasy hair. Harry thought the shopkeeper might share a certain rapport with Professor Snape. "Dewema, what brings you here?" Mr. Boking inquired, his furrowed brow revealing his lack of enthusiasm for Dewema's presence. Dewema flashed a sycophantic smile and introduced Harry. "This gentleman seeks to acquire some rare items that cannot be found elsewhere, so I thought it prudent to bring him to you, Mr. Boking." Only then did Mr. Boking notice Harry, who stood behind Dewema, his clean and meticulous attire evoking a sense of caution within the shopkeeper. "Greetings, sir," Mr. Boking probed tentatively. "May I inquire your name?" Harry, not foolish enough to reveal his own name, confidently replied with that of his friend. "Sebastian." "Sebastian what?" Mr. Boking echoed, eager to discern the surname. "Apologies, everyone harbors secrets, do they not?" Mr. Boking attempted to regain his composure, his tone as slick as his hair. "It is a pleasure. Mr. Sebastian, welcome. How may I assist you?" "I require some seeds for venomous tentacula, and it would be splendid to acquire seeds for a toxic tendril, if possible," Harry stated. Mr. Boking responded with a slow, regretful sigh. "Alas, the seeds of such magical plants are currently prohibited from sale." It appeared he was reluctant to sell, but Harry remained silent, retrieving 5 gold galleons from his pocket and placing them on the counter. Upon seeing the galleons, Mr. Boking's eyes sparkled with a greedy glint reminiscent of a fairy's delight. Harry placed his hand atop the coins, and Mr. Boking, understanding the unspoken agreement, turned to a cabinet and retrieved 2 small cloth bags. These contained the seeds for venomous tentacula and toxic tendril. "Though they have been stored for quite some time and may require careful nurturing," Mr. Boking explained. Harry drew his wand and tapped the bags. Mr. Boking's eyebrows shot up, but upon seeing the wand's focus on the bags, he visibly relaxed. After confirming the contents were indeed the desired seeds, Harry tucked the 2 bags into his small pocket. "Mr. Boking?" Harry inquired. "Please, go ahead." Mr. Boggin cheerfully pocketed the 5 gold galleons. "What is your relationship with Herbert Bach?" Harry inquired. He smiled at him, saying, "I certainly know him. I have even witnessed his sorting ceremony." Mr. Boggin glanced at Harry's youthful face peeking from under his hood, attributing his words to mere jest. Nonetheless, as a businessman, Mr. Boggin preferred to avoid confrontation, offering Harry a smile without engaging further. Harry recognized Mr. Boggin's skepticism. He shrugged, merely mentioning it in passing. Without anticipating belief, he spoke the truth, as old Bach was indeed unforgettable, being the first to be named during the sorting ceremony, with no member of the Ibel family among that year's students. With his arms laden with goods, Harry left the shop feeling content. "Relax. It was merely a harmless little spell," he said slowly. "This is our little secret. I hope you can keep it well." "You mean let me go?" Dudley asked cautiously. "Not at all. I will choose a method that is relatively safe for me." Harry drew his wand, pointing it at Dudley. In the midst of Dudley's terrified gaze, his form began to contort, ultimately transforming into a continuously wriggling flobberworm. Yet this was not the end. Harry cast another spell at the worm, declaring, "Obliviate Maxima." Chapter 61, Draco and the Diary. It was evident that Mr. Dudley would henceforth exist only in the form of a flobberworm. Harry did not perceive himself as cruel, compared to the victims written on the wanted poster. This punishment seemed exceedingly merciful. However, as he passed by, Harry inadvertently stepped on the flobberworm. "Hey there, mate," Ron greeted. "Why were you gone so long?" "All right, Ron then tucked away his precious wand. Upon exiting the leaky cauldron, Harry spotted the triumphant Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger, he greeted alongside Ron. Clearly, Mr. Granger was quite pleased. Both Harry and Ron received a donut, purportedly from a certain American chain. Overwhelmed by Mr. Granger's enthusiasm, Harry and Ron decided to stay another night at the Granger residence. Eager to test his new wand, Ron was keen to spar with Hermione, but due to the prohibition against underage magic outside school, he could only dream of it. "It's ridiculous. There's no such rule at home," Ron muttered. "Because we're in a muggle neighborhood," Hermione replied. "Just think about it. The moment we cast a spell, the Ministry of Magic could pinpoint our location with precision, and without any need for identification, they would know who was casting the enchantment. Let me see. Who in this little wizard's household is capable of casting spells? Oh, it's Hermione." After spending another night at the Grangers, bright and early the next morning, Mr. Granger drove them back to the leaky cauldron. The dormitory was left with only the two of them, and the room was already filled with Christmas gifts. "Look, this is the sweater my mother knitted." Ron unearthed his own gift from the pile, lifting the sweater adorned with a large R on the chest. "My mother made this. I heard Percy, Fred, and George each have one, and so do you and Hermione. However, you and Hermione have on yours, and hers is slightly larger than yours," Ron remarked. "Girls tend to mature faster than boys, especially since Hermione is a year older than them." Without a moment's hesitation, Harry accepted the gift from Ron and slipped on the blue sweater. "It's quite warm," Harry said with a grin. "I really like this sweater." As he stretched out his body, he noticed a thin package among the gifts. It was from Aunt Petunia. "What is this?" Ron inquired, leaning closer. Harry shrugged and replied, "It's a gift from my aunt. I have no idea what it is." He unwrapped the present and pulled out several photographs. To his astonishment, one of them featured his mother, Lily. "Ah, it's my mother," Harry exclaimed, turning it over. There were 5 photos in total, all related to his mother. Ron leaned in to examine the pictures and remarked sincerely, "Your mother is truly beautiful." "Indeed," Harry chuckled, continuing to browse through the photos. His mind already set on what to gift his aunt in return. Given these photographs, he thought to send some beauty potions. Suddenly, Ron pointed at one of the pictures and exclaimed, "Ah, this person looks so familiar." Harry looked down and saw a girl in the photograph with her arm around a boy, her warm smile brightening the boy's otherwise shadowed face. The boy had greasy black hair and wore a large black robe. It was Professor Snape. Harry recognized him immediately and said to Ron, "See, I told you Professor Snape was friends with my parents. I think I know what I should give Professor Snape as a gift." "What will you give him?" Ron asked. "Just this photograph," Harry shrugged, pulling a letter from the drawer and slipping the picture inside. "Hedwig," Harry called, "please take this photograph to Professor Snape." After sending off Hedwig, Harry continued to unwrap gifts, including a flute from Hagrid, cookies from the Weasley twins, a revitalization potion, and some potion ingredient from Miss Fairley, and a large box of chocolate frog from Hermione. He then uncovered a shimmering silver fabric, resembling a garment woven from water. "Wow, is this an invisibility cloak?" Harry raised an eyebrow. He had seen such a cloak before. Cassandra owned one. "Look, a note fell out." Ron suddenly pointed at the bottom of the cloak. Harry set the invisibility cloak aside and picked up the letter. Written in a delicate, unfamiliar script were the following lines. "Your father left this for me before he passed. It is now yours to use wisely. Wishing you a Merry Christmas." Who sent this? Harry, perplexed, flipped over the note, only to find it devoid of any signature. "Perhaps it belongs to your father's friend," Ron remarked enviously, eyeing the invisibility cloak. "If I could possess such a magnificent item, I would forsake everything else." Holding the note, Harry fell into contemplation, feeling as though he had encountered that handwriting somewhere before. The life of the young master was perpetually unadorned and monotonous. Just as he boasted that his father could procure the finest for him, and his annual Christmas gifts were indeed the best among his peers. However, Draco did not share Dudley's obsession with presents. He spent an afternoon categorizing gifts and placing them in the small study across the hall, a room he was visiting for the first time, said to have once belonged to an ancestor. After arranging the gifts, he heard a soft thud. A notebook had inexplicably fallen from somewhere, landing right behind him. Draco picked it up and examined it closely. The notebook's design was somewhat antiquated, yet remained stylish, its cover glimmering under the light as if freshly crafted, hinting at its extraordinary nature. Almost instantaneously, Draco found himself enamored with the notebook. He summoned a house elf to bring him a quill and ink, and sat at the nearby desk to inscribe his name within its pages. Draco Malfoy. An odd occurrence ensued. He noticed that the characters he penned gradually seeped into the paper. The ink appeared to be absorbed by the notebook, and soon, Draco's handwriting vanished, replaced by elegant script. "Hello, I am Cassandra Malfoy." Chapter 62, Old Dung, the Exploding Potion. Cassandra Malfoy? Draco recalled the ancestor his father had mentioned a few days prior. But wait, wasn't she missing? He wrote in the notebook. Are you truly Cassandra? Indeed, came the elegant reply. But how? Draco inquired, perplexed. How can you suddenly appear and converse with me through this notebook? Is this some dark magic artifact you have created? Beneath his query, 2 more lines swiftly appeared. Perhaps we should discuss you, my descendant. What is your relation to Abraxas? He is my grandfather, but he has passed away, Draco wrote. The words he inscribed took a moment to disappear, and after a brief pause, during which Draco grew slightly impatient, the elegant script reemerged. Oh, how unexpected. Time is indeed merciless. When I left home, Abraxas was still a child deeply immersed in the glory of our family. Forgive me, my descendant. I merely used this notebook to record my spellcraft insights and cannot fulfill your wishes. Disappointment flickered within Draco, yet he was soon captivated by the mention of spellcraft insights. Spellcraft insights? He hastily wrote. Could you teach me, ancestor? I understand that you were the most distinguished witch at Hogwarts during your time. With your guidance, I am certain I could defeat Harry Potter. Very well, my descendant. The notebook responded eagerly, assuring that as long as you diligently learn spells from me, it would be effortless for you to surpass any classmate at Hogwarts. In his mind, he began to envision the sensation of triumphing over Harry Potter and reigning supreme in Slytherin. However, Draco's daydream was interrupted by the writing in the notebook. You must heed my words. First and foremost, you must keep our matters confidential. Otherwise, if this notebook attracts envy and is stolen or taken from me, I will no longer be able to teach you magic. Rest assured, my ancestor, Draco promised earnestly. Moreover, I have left some trinkets at Hogwarts. Once you help me locate them, I shall gladly share them with you. The writing resumed in the notebook. Trinkets? Draco appeared less than intrigued. It has been a century. Ancestor, I doubt your belongings remain unscathed. The secrets of Hogwarts are beyond your imagination, my descendant, the writing declared. The places where I have concealed my secrets are absolutely inaccessible to anyone. I do not believe we should take the risk. After all, before Draco could finish his thought, the writing faded. In its place was the elegant script. Fear not, my descendant. Are you not curious about the treasures of Merlin contained within that chamber? What purpose do they serve? Draco inquired with curiosity. Are you not intrigued by why my spell casting is so exceptional? The writing retorted. As Draco pondered the reference to Merlin's treasures, a realization began to dawn upon him. Could it be related to that very treasure? Draco hastily scribbled in the notebook. I shall assist you, ancestor, Draco stated solemnly, having resolved to help fulfill his ancestor's wish. Yet, he remained unaware that as he conversed with the notebook, a surge of magic was intentionally, or perhaps unintentionally, flowing from his arm into his mind. Under the guidance of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, students began adorning the Great Hall with Christmas decorations. The Weasley twins circled Percy, teasing him that the letter P stood for prefect rather than Percy, prompting Percy to grab a book and chase after them playfully. Ah, youth. Dumbledore sat high at the guest table, adorned with a floral headdress. I suspect Dumbledore must be gay, Ron whispered to Harry, gesturing at the flamboyant hat. How could that be? Harry scratched his head. Surely one cannot make such assumptions merely because he wears a woman's hat? What if he is simply a cross-dresser? Besides, even if he were gay, what sort of person could someone as remarkable as him be interested in? Rather than that, my friend, Ron began to propose after dinner. Let's go out for a snowball fight. Fred and George just invited me, insisting that you must join us as well. I believe we have more pressing matters to attend to, Ron, Harry replied softly. Since we have received an invisibility cloak, why not explore the castle a bit more? Excellent idea. A smile danced across Ron's face before it fell again. That robe can only accommodate one person. I cannot accompany you. Fear not, Ron. I can become invisible without the robe, Harry chuckled. Having grown accustomed to his 11-year-old physique, Harry's magical prowess had also seen a resurgence. At the very least, he could now cast the disillusionment charm without revealing any embarrassing mishaps. Just as Ron was about to respond, Hedwig swooped in, chirping as she entered. It's Hedwig, Ron remarked. No wonder I didn't see her. I thought you had forgotten her. She must be delivering something to me. Harry extended his hand to receive the small parcel that Hedwig had brought her dive. Is it a Christmas gift? Who sent it? Ron leaned in to inquire. Harry picked up the small box, which bore no note. There's no signature. He shrugged, unwrapping the gift to reveal a crystal-clear vial. All right, I'm curious about who sent this. In an instant, Harry recognized the nature of the gift. It was a small bottle of Felix Felicis. Chapter 63. I am the headmaster. Without a doubt, such a lavish gift of advanced potion was undoubtedly from the proud old serpent, Professor Severus Snape. Who else could bestow upon him such an extravagant potion? It seemed that he and my parents were indeed very close friends. Harry examined the vial of Felix Felicis carefully, captivated by the radiant light it emitted. Within the box, there was indeed a note. Harry reached in to extract it, unfolding the paper which read, "Handle with care. Do not allow your inept troll friend to spill it." SS. What is this? Inept troll? Ron asked, perfectly suited to the occasion. Harry said nothing and handed the note to Ron. Upon reading it, Ron's expression soured. "That is incredibly insulting," he exclaimed, though he quickly added, "But this is Felix Felicis, a top-tier potion. Just this alone could fetch several hundred galleons." After a moment's pause, Ron inquired, "SS? Who is that?" "Professor Snape," Harry said, tucking the vial of Felix Felicis securely into his pocket. Severus Snape, of course, was indeed SS. Ron gasped, turning to Harry. "He is surprisingly generous." "It seems you were correct. He truly is a good friend of your parents." That photograph was indeed well placed. "Indeed," Harry smiled at Ron, spearing a piece of beef from his plate. "So, where shall we go now?" Ron picked up a chicken leg, contemplated briefly, then grabbed another, finally revealing a satisfied grin. "Let us go to the room of requirement." Harry leisurely swallowed his beef. "Today, we shall not practice magic. I have discovered a new use for the room of requirement." "A new use?" Ron's interest was piqued. "I must see this." It was a house elf, with sparse hair and an unremarkable appearance, and a pair of crossed eyes. Dumbledore nodded slightly and inquired, "I wish you a pleasant evening as well, Bodwick. It is late now. If there is something you wish to convey, please do so directly. Forgive an old man his bluntness. At my age, sleep is a precious necessity." He was familiar with the elf before him, known as Bodwick the Cross-Eyed, the spokesperson for the Goblin Brotherhood. Voldemort? Dumbledore's gaze momentarily sharpened, sensing a disquieting shift. No. Voldemort was more inclined to directly employ the killing curse rather than resorting to the convoluted means of transforming someone into a flobberworm only to trample them underfoot. No. It was another enigmatic figure. Bodwick shivered. Harry Potter? Harry Potter? Dumbledore paused briefly before realizing that Bodwick was referring to the esteemed elder from a century past. Bodwick. Dumbledore's previously amiable expression darkened abruptly. "I will not permit you to harass my students. Moreover, regarding events from a century ago, it was the Goblin Rebellion that instigated the conflict, that Harry Potter committed no wrongdoing." I understand, Bodwick trembled, speaking in a hushed tone. "I merely wish to meet him and reach an accord. A century has passed. We goblins have no desire to revive such sentiments. Please, let not that gentleman misunderstand. Far too many goblins have perished, and we can bear no further losses. But he is merely a student at Hogwarts, not the individual from a century ago." "You must grasp this," Dumbledore replied, his tone cold. "Regardless, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I will not allow you to disturb my students." "Is it truly impossible?" Bodwick inhaled deeply. "This is not solely for the goblins, but for Hogwarts as well. I trust that a rational headmaster of Hogwarts would not dismiss this proposal." Dumbledore remained silent, a flicker of displeasure crossing his countenance behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. "Dumbledore, you shall regret this," Bodwick exclaimed angrily, rising abruptly. "Bodwick, I am the headmaster," Dumbledore said calmly. Bodwick scoffed in resentment and turned to leave the headmaster's office, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Dumbledore sat back in his chair, his eyes glimmering behind the crescent lenses. Bodwick's recent words indeed stirred a ripple within him. Yet, to equate Harry with the Harry of a century past seemed utterly absurd. He had witnessed firsthand how Harry wielded magic to vanquish several upperclassmen, including Miss Farley, the head of Slytherin. Logically, a first-year student should not possess such extraordinary prowess. Even he had not reached Harry's level in his first year. Could it perhaps be attributed to Lily's ancient enchantments? Dumbledore pondered. In any case, he resolved to observe this child more closely, to ascertain whether he had fallen under the influence of some dark magical artifact. With this thought, Dumbledore set a plan in motion, rising to take action. He knew that a child of Harry's age, upon acquiring an invisibility cloak, would undoubtedly be inclined to venture out and explore. Chapter 64, Cassandra's Notes. After dinner, Harry took Ron to the 8th floor. Before the portrait of the troll-battered Baruffio, Harry silently invoked the entrance to the Order of the Phoenix's common room. This door seems a bit different," Ron suddenly remarked. Harry lifted his gaze, and this time, what appeared on the wall was not the silver door representing the meeting room or the brass door signifying the dueling chamber, but rather the bronze door that led to the common room. "Let us go," Harry encouraged, patting Ron on the back. "You know this room can transform as you wish. It should be a common room." Ron followed closely behind as they entered the room of requirement. Wow! He observed the distinct decorations of the 4 houses, each adorned with their respective embellishments. But why are there more chairs for Slytherin than the other 3 houses? Harry pondered, realizing that with only 8 members in the order, 4 of whom were from Slytherin, it was improbable that the furniture wouldn't be ample. Could it be that a single Hufflepuff or a lone Ravenclaw needed to occupy 4 chairs? Gryffindor is right next to Slytherin, Ron remarked with disdain. Harry shrugged. This layout was dictated by Velatia. It was her discovery, so it is only fitting she designed it. For this reason, Cassandra had been displeased with Harry's demeanor for several weeks, as Velatia's seat was uncomfortably close to his. After voicing his complaints, Ron plopped down into a chair that had belonged to Gareth Weasley. It made sense, after all, as Gareth was his great-grandfather. "This is indeed a nice place, Harry," Ron proclaimed, stretching like a lazy cat in the chair, his fiery hair becoming even more tousled. "I think we should invite Hermione to see this. After all, we still need to bring in Seamus and Neville, right? Perhaps we should move the Slytherin chairs over since we don't intend to let them join us." "Do we?" As soon as Ron finished speaking, 3 additional chairs appeared for Gryffindor. "How cool," Ron exclaimed, rushing to the window to admire the view, which was indeed far superior to that from Gryffindor Tower. Harry nodded, and after Ron wandered off, he settled into Velatia's seat. "Harry?" Velatia wrapped her arms around him, the grandeur of the setting making Harry feel as though he were floating on a cloud. "What?" he replied instinctively, like a bewildered goose. "Come and admire the view with me. You know Slytherin's common room is underground, and we rarely get to see such splendid scenery." Velatia spoke as she pulled him toward the window. "I must remind you, this is the room of requirement, the meeting place of the order." Cassandra's cold voice echoed from behind, laden with disdain. "It is winter, not the springtime, for magical creatures to mate. You too." Her striking violet eyes curved like crescent moons, and her thin lips curled into a triumphant smirk. "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight," Velatia remarked. "The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight," Harry echoed dreamily, gazing out the window. "What is wrong?" he asked absently. "There's a notebook here." Ron bent down and picked up the notebook from the nearby cabinet, discovering a letter nestled within its pages. "Harry," he said, "does C.C. Malfoy refer to an ancestor of the Malfoy family? I know Draco Malfoy's father is Lucius, and his grandfather is Abraxas Malfoy, but there is no abbreviation that corresponds to C.C. C.C. Malfoy?" Harry abruptly stood up and hurried over to Ron's side. "Where is it? Let me see," he urged impatiently. "Oh, here it is." Ron handed the notebook and the letter to Harry, hesitatingly adding, "Harry, this is someone else's notebook and letter. It might not be right for us to look at it like this." Ron shrugged, his curiosity about the Malfoy ancestry waning, as he instead found amusement in watching his 3 brothers playfully bicker. "CC stands for Cassandra, her full name being Cassandra Cecilia Malfoy. Grindelwald, I regret to inform you that I must decline your proposal. Even utilizing a time turner to travel a year ahead would entail considerable sacrifices, let alone seeking out Potter a century later. I urge you to reflect upon your infatuated notions, filled with rosy bubbles. You ought to confront reality rather than foolishly abandon your family for the sake of an elusive hypothesis regarding a boy who has no bearing on my life. Perhaps you, like Potter, are arrogant and conceited. Regardless, I shall not accept your proposal to pursue a boy who is irrelevant to me. Chi-Chi Malfoy." Even with ample mental preparation, Harry felt a twinge of sorrow. Why? Cassandra was so loathsome, always condescendingly pointing fingers and hurling insults. He had thought he could accept this reality, yet upon seeing the letter, a sense of loss enveloped him. Perhaps Cassandra was indeed correct. She had family, a father and brothers who adored her. Harry could not forget the pride and joy that illuminated her face whenever she spoke of her father. A child devoid of paternal affection would not constantly flaunt their father before others. Just as Draco Malfoy, despite Harry's disdain for the boy's insufferable demeanor. He had to acknowledge that Draco was cherished by his loving family. He read the letter 3 times, finally sighing in melancholy as he folded it and tucked it into the back of the notebook. He then opened the notebook, finding Cassandra's name inscribed on the front page. It was Cassandra's notes on spellcasting. As Harry leafed through the notebook, he noticed it chronicled her experiences starting from her first year. The potential applications of the levitation charm. What a pity that Potter ended up in Gryffindor. I had hoped he would become my follower. Look at his eyes, shimmering green and timid like a fawn. How delightful it would be to have a brother like him. Techniques for casting the coma curse. Potter is lazy, arrogant, incorrigible. How could someone like him survive in a world rife with dark wizards? The porter unexpectedly inquired about the old robe I was to don, which left me somewhat perplexed. Harry mused silently. As I turned the pages further, I encountered a blend of spellcraft insights interspersed with Cassandra's accounts of him. The practical techniques for disarming spells and the swift execution of explosive charms were detailed within. Today, I faced a dark wizard in the Forbidden Forest alongside that utterly hopeless Potter. He proved to be a burden, clumsy and inept, struggling even with basic spells. I hope he realizes his own shortcomings and humbly follows behind as my subordinate. Indeed, being struck by a spell is undeniably painful, yet as a proud pureblood, I cannot idly stand by while a dark wizard torments Muggleborns. Yes, precisely that. Harry felt a slight sting in his nose as he raised his head, the silvery moonlight cascading gracefully upon his face. The night breeze caressed his hair, reminiscent of that fateful evening in the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 65, Grindelwald. Do you truly believe my sister would mourn for you, mate? What troubles you? He approached with genuine concern. It's nothing, Harry replied, shaking his head as he produced the letter to hand to Ron. It's a bit melancholic. Ron took the letter, glanced at it briefly, and hastily returned it to Harry. If you ask me, mate, you're getting a bit too immersed in this. That was the rivalry between Harry Potter and Malfoy from a century ago. What does it have to do with you? Yet Ron continued, if I were you, rather than fretting over Malfoy, not studying time magic for that Potter, I would be more concerned about another matter. What matter? Harry inquired, lifting his gaze. Of course. That Miss Grindelwald. Ron gestured in the air. Consider this. What if her brother is the dark wizard Grindelwald defeated by Headmaster Dumbledore? What would you do then? What does that have to do with me? Harry asked in confusion. It has everything to do with you. By the blood of hell, Ron exclaimed sympathetically, gripping Harry's shoulder. You must realize that dark wizards are unreasonable. He would certainly know that his sister abandoned their parents and him for someone named Harry Potter. And you, my brother, share that name. And then? Harry still failed to grasp the crux of the matter. Merlin's beard, Ron exclaimed, cradling his head in disbelief. I cannot guarantee what he might say upon discovering you share the name Harry Potter. Perhaps something like, Mr. Potter, do you think my sister would mourn for you? Then he would unleash a dark curse upon you. A dark wizard wouldn't care which Harry you are. He would only need to know that he has exacted vengeance on a person named Harry Potter. As Harry contemplated Ron's words, he involuntarily shuddered. Ron's musings were mere conjecture. Yet he had indeed ventured to the new Mongard fortress in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, now known as Austria, and had encountered Gellert Grindelwald. Though Gellert had appeared like a small, sun-kissed parakeet at the time, utterly devoid of any magic, with a cherubic face easily molded, the animosity directed towards Harry was glaringly apparent. Especially when V wiped cream from his nose, Gellert's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. As the saying goes, one can discern a child's future character at the tender age of 3, and their lifelong traits by 7. Given the demeanor exhibited by Gellert, it is evident that even as he matures and ages, he will undoubtedly retain this same disposition. Considering Vivi's proficiency in magic, it is reasonable to assume her brother is no slouch either. After a century of refinement, who knows what level of magical prowess he possesses now? In any case, Harry does not believe he is currently capable of confronting Gellert. You make a valid point, Harry replied, tucking away his notebook and the letter. He resolved to thoroughly search the room of requirement once more. With Ron's recent discovery, he suddenly realized that the room of requirement manifests in various forms. It is entirely possible that their friends' belongings are not stored in the meeting room's version of the space. Noticing Harry rising as if in search of something, Ron inquired with confusion, Harry, what are you doing? I'm just looking to see if there are any other letters or anything of the sort, Harry murmured, his gaze downcast. You know, I am quite intrigued by that Harry as well. After all, he is remarkably exceptional, and I am eager to learn more about this namesake of mine. Thankfully, with his head lowered, Ron failed to notice the peculiar expression on Harry's face as he boasted. Well, it certainly would be wise to search. Ron raised an eyebrow. After all, my great-grandfather Gareth was also friends with him. However, after an extensive search, they found no new revelations. With no other choice, Harry reluctantly exited the room of requirement, for the hour was growing late. Cassandra. Sigh. Harry felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Although he could rationally accept Cassandra's decision to cease her search for him, emotionally, he still felt a sense of loss. Perhaps it is for the best, he thought as he walked, only to collide with Ron ahead. What is it? He whispered. Harry, look over there. Ron exclaimed in a hushed tone. Harry lifted his gaze. He was not using his invisibility cloak, but rather the disillusionment charm. In an abandoned classroom not far away stood a mirror. How peculiar, Harry mused. For that mirror was not present when they arrived. Should we take a look? Ron whispered. All right, Harry replied. Ron turned back and continued forward. Not far away, Dumbledore concealed himself, his eyes glinting behind his crescent-shaped glasses, intently observing Harry and Ron's direction. When Ron spotted the mirror, Dumbledore straightened his posture slightly. However, upon seeing the two boys depart without paying heed to the mirror, he let out a soft exclamation. He gestured subtly, and a statue at the corner ahead of Harry and Ron transformed into a greasy-haired, middle-aged man clad in a black robe. The young wizards were all apprehensive of Severus. Dumbledore mused as he maneuvered the statue step by step towards Harry and Ron, intending to use this method to drive them into the abandoned classroom housing the mirror. As night enveloped the surroundings in darkness, Ron could not discern exactly what was approaching, but the telltale black robe and greasy hair instantly conjured the image of Professor Snape in his mind. "Harry, it's Professor Snape." He whispered a warning to Harry, urging him not to let himself be caught, or else they would face severe penalties. "Perhaps we should seek refuge in the classroom we just left," he suggested. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of intrigue. Professor Snape's sudden appearance seemed too fortuitous. It was entirely out of character for him. After being confined for so many days, Harry had come to understand that Professor Snape's routine was as predictable as a clock. At this hour, he would typically be in his office, attending to potion ingredients, not wandering the 6th floor. Furthermore, catching students wandering at night was not his responsibility. That was Filch's duty. The thought of the mirror crossed his mind. Could it be? No, something was amiss. "If we stand here, he won't be able to find us," Harry murmured to Ron, pulling him closely against the wall. Ron obediently pressed himself against the wall as Harry instructed. "Shoo, don't make a sound," Harry whispered. "We'll move once he passes." As Harry and Ron pressed tightly against the wall, Dumbledore's heart stirred with a mix of pride and concern. He felt pleased by their vigilance and composure, yet somewhat disheartened by his own failed plan. However, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, such trivial matters were no challenge for him. He maneuvered the statue, advancing step by step toward Harry and Ron, exuding an air of authority. Then, he noticed Harry discreetly draw his wand, aiming it at the approaching Professor Snape. Dumbledore thought. Chapter 66. He speaks all my words. This child. He recalled Professor McGonagall's comment about Harry's resemblance to Lily. By Merlin's beard. His first instinct upon seeing Severus is to draw his wand. I have no doubt he is a second James. With a contemplative stroke of his beard, Dumbledore observed Harry, who had now aimed his wand squarely at Severus. He then witnessed Harry's lips move, feeling the impact of a spell cast from the transformed statue. A silent incantation? Dumbledore's eyebrows raised. Indeed, this boy was exceptional. This further solidified his conviction that Harry's character warranted a thorough evaluation. The mirror of Ariste reveals the deepest desires of the heart, regardless of age. With this thought, Dumbledore commanded the statue to turn its head toward Harry and Ron's location. Harry was equally astonished. The spell had seemingly failed to take effect. Yet Ron, unable to contain his anxiety, tugged at Harry's sleeve, his voice tinged with desperation. "Harry, what should we do?" Harry frowned, realizing that casting a harmless spell on the professor for their nighttime escapade was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, Snape had gifted him a vial of Felix Felicis, making it unthinkable to act against the professor. Since the confundus charm proved ineffective, retreat was the only option. He grasped Ron's hand, observing how Professor Snape's angle effectively barred their escape, leaving them with but a solitary abandoned classroom as their refuge. Before he could formulate a strategy, Ron tugged him into the deserted room. Once they entered, the sound of Snape's footsteps gradually faded into the distance. "Let's go, Ron," Harry urged. "Wait, Harry," Ron murmured. "You must see this. Come look at this mirror." It was an imposing mirror, reaching all the way to the ceiling, encased in an ornate golden frame, supported by 2 claw-like feet. At the top of the mirror, a line of text was inscribed. Eristra eru oit ube kafir oid onwosi. "What is it?" Harry inquired. "Of course, I believe you." Harry placed his hand on Ron's shoulder and said, "However, this mirror does not offer prophecies. Its inscription seems to be reversed. We ought to read it in a different order. Look, if we rearrange the letters, Eristra eru oit ube kafir oid onwosi becomes I. Show not your face, but your heart's desire," Harry revealed. "This is a magical mirror that reveals one's innermost longings." "Is that so?" Ron scratched his head. "So it merely reflects my heart's desire. No wonder." When VV put this mirror in the room of requirement, the members of the Order of the Phoenix rushed to behold their true desires. It was evident that everyone was quite pleased, except for Cassandra, who lingered for a brief moment before disdainfully stomping away. The last time Harry gazed into this mirror, he beheld his parents. He lifted his eyes to the inscription once more, contemplating who had brought forth this mirror and placed it here. "And what about you, Harry? What do you see?" Ron asked. Harry looked into the mirror, which did not reflect the abandoned classroom, but rather the layout of the room of requirement. There was a long table, with his parents seated at its end, gazing tenderly at him from beyond the mirror. Behind them, it appeared to be the Potter family, tiptoeing to adorn the Christmas tree, some even arranging the decor. Noticing Harry's gaze, They all turned to him with warm smiles. "I see my parents and my family," Harry whispered softly. As he shifted his gaze closer to his mother, he noticed someone seated beside her, with another figure standing behind. Sitting next to his mother was Vilacia, who was deftly knitting with 2 needles, seemingly engaged in conversation with her, her violet eyes fixed intently upon him. Standing behind his mother was Cassandra, her usual disdain replaced by an unexpected gentleness. How could Cassandra exist? Harry felt a twinge of confusion. He was indeed grateful for Cassandra's guidance over the years, but to say he desired to live alongside her seemed to him a mark of insanity or perhaps a grave affliction. "So, Harry, how do you know that this mirror reveals one's innermost desires?" Ron inquired once more. "I just know," Harry replied enigmatically. Just then, footsteps echoed at the door. Before Harry and Ron could render themselves invisible again, Professor Dumbledore's figure appeared at the entrance. "Harry, Ron," he greeted them, gesturing with his fingers. "I must say, Harry, it is rare for a young wizard of your age to possess such keen observational skills." Dumbledore smiled kindly. "As you mentioned, this mirror allows one to behold their truest desires. So, Harry, what is your genuine longing?" Harry did not meet Dumbledore's gaze, but instead turned to the mirror. In its reflection, Vivi noticed his attention, smiling gently and waving the woolen socks before him. "I saw my parents, my family, and what else?" Dumbledore prompted with a smile. Harry, noticing Vivi's encouraging nod, gathered his thoughts. "In woolen socks," he replied. Dumbledore, Chapter 67, Lessons from the Headmaster. Additionally, Professor. Harry turned his head toward Dumbledore's beard. "I believe it unwise to place this mirror here. I do not think that the other students at Hogwarts possess Ron's formidable willpower to resist the ethereal temptations this mirror presents." Ron, who had felt somewhat guilty after being caught by Dumbledore, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as they turned to Harry. If young wizards become obsessed with the illusory scenes they see, unable or unwilling to accept them as mere fantasies, it would be more than just a loss for Hogwarts. Harry reiterated. From the moment Dumbledore appeared, Harry had completed the mental loop. This was undoubtedly a trap set by Dumbledore, designed to draw him before the mirror of Ariste. What purpose could this serve? Harry pondered for a long while, without arriving at a conclusion. Dumbledore suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. This was precisely the lesson he intended to impart to Harry. He looked at Harry and found the boy gazing back at him. The young lad radiated the brilliance of a rising sun, dazzling yet not blinding, exuding only a sense of righteous integrity. "Perhaps I am being overly cautious," Dumbledore mused. "Such a child must surely be the finest of them all. I must concede, you are quite right, Harry," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "Later, I shall arrange for this mirror to be removed." "Very well, Professor. Then Ron and I shall not disturb your rest any longer," Harry said, pulling Ron along. "Good night, Professor Dumbledore. By the way," Ron suddenly interjected, "what you see in the mirror, Headmaster?" Dumbledore lifted his head, contemplated for a moment, and replied with a smile, "Me? I find myself in agreement with Harry's observations, particularly regarding the woolen socks. Merlin, I initially thought Professor Dumbledore would deduct points from us, yet he turned out to be surprisingly amiable." Ron plopped down on a chair, carefully folding the invisibility cloak. As he lay in bed that night, Harry pondered why Dumbledore had placed the mirror of Ariste there, seemingly luring him closer. He did not believe that the headmaster was merely driven by an insatiable curiosity to glimpse the desires harbored within the heart of the Savior. However, Hermione, upon hearing Harry's analysis, offered a differing perspective. "I do not believe that Professor Dumbledore harbors any malice towards you," Hermione began to elucidate. "He is, after all, the greatest white wizard in the world. If he wishes to assess your character, it may simply be to see if you might succumb to the allure of the mirror." I concurred with Hermione's viewpoint. Ron raised his hand, adding, "Yet Harry's concerns are not entirely unfounded. Could it be that your remarkable performance has caused him to suspect you of engaging with some dark magical artifact?" "Who can say?" Harry replied nonchalantly, twirling his pen. Perhaps he applied too much pressure, as a spurt of blue ink shot forth from the tip, splattering Draco's face as he passed by. "My apologies," Harry muttered to Draco, who merely shot him a glowering glance before wiping his cheek and continuing on his way. It was hard not to notice that his complexion appeared even more pallid than before the holidays. Hermione leaned almost entirely onto the table, exclaiming, "Goodness." I felt as though his gaze was as venomous as a serpent. It was truly unsettling. Harry paid little heed, considering that Draco had said nothing in return, and besides, it was he who had inadvertently splattered ink upon him first. When Draco finally took his seat at the Slytherin table, Pansy gasped, "Goodness, Draco, what happened to you?" She rushed over with a handkerchief, concernedly dabbing at his face. Draco endured Pansy's ministrations, all the while feeling an internal agitation. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, he settled into a secluded corner, instructing Crabbe and Goyle to stand guard against any unwelcome intrusions. Before long, delicate script began to materialize on his notebook. Relax, my young protege. The great me would never deceive a child like you. Yet Draco's impatience surged. I can no longer wait. I wish to cast a curse upon Potter's insufferable face right now. He scribbled furiously, perplexed by the intensity of his emotions. Indeed, what is happening to me? He mused. Yet he remained oblivious to the faint magical essence that coursed through the notebook. This interference only fueled Draco's agitation, causing him to dismiss his prior confusion. Consequently, he grew increasingly vexed with the notebook itself. While at home, it had been evasive, insisting it would teach him spells once he arrived at school. Yet now that he was in school, it showed no inclination to impart any knowledge of magic, and his patience had worn thin. If you wish to vanquish the Harry Potter, I happen to possess an excellent suggestion. The words of the notebook are enticingly persuasive. Draco, blinded by emotion, found himself utterly captivated by the notebook's discourse, gritting his teeth as he inscribed. What is it? Speak freely. Elegant characters materialized upon the parchment. Have you heard of the heir of Slytherin? The query prompted Draco to write. The heir of Slytherin? Indeed, my descendant, the words continued. A friend of mine is the heir of Slytherin. Through him, I discovered a place that is absolutely safe and utterly secret, where my Merlin's treasure lies hidden. Upon reaching this point, the writing vanished entirely. Before Draco could inscribe a response, the text reappeared, albeit in a more disorderly and scrawled manner. Do you wish to know? Chapter 68. I truly do not understand you Slytherins. In the blink of an eye, the new term commenced as anticipated. Most students appeared lethargic, lacking enthusiasm, still lingering in the afterglow of their holiday, save for a few academic overachievers like Hermione. The professors, however, seemed to maintain their usual demeanor, particularly Professor Snape, who appeared in notably better spirits than during the break. This was evident from the dwindling points in the Gryffindor gem jar. Yet, there were exceptions. During the first potions class following the holiday, Harry deftly concocted a potion under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Impressive potion-making skills, Professor Snape remarked from behind him. Harry turned, slightly discomfort, massaging his shoulder with his other hand, his face obscured by his arm, revealing only his striking green eyes. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Snape's expression seemed to harbor a hint of pleasure. 3 points to Gryffindor for your potion proficiency. Ron, seated beside him, suddenly widened his eyes, then swiftly narrowed them again. By Merlin's socks, Professor Snape actually awarded points to Gryffindor. He exclaimed, Good heavens, is the sun rising in the west today? He stealthily glanced up, wondering if the professor had washed his hair. Alas, Snape's hair remained as greasy as his tone. Draco's demeanor darkened further. He merely scoffed disdainfully, saying nothing. At lunchtime, the entire Gryffindor house buzzed with chatter about this unprecedented occurrence. Goodness, Professor Snape awarded points to Gryffindor. Ron declared incredulously. Heaven knows Gryffindor hasn't received points in potions since Snape became the professor. Never mind Professor Snape. Hermione whispered urgently. Before the break, I specifically instructed you to keep an eye out for where the room of requirement is guarded. Don't tell me you achieved nothing during the holiday. Had she not just mentioned Snape, she might have nearly forgotten that matter. Ron found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts caught in his throat. During the holiday, aside from visiting the Grangers, all he could think about at school was indulging in a few extra drumsticks or perhaps engaging in a game of wizard chess. As for seeking out Looney, that thought had completely slipped his mind. Indeed, I had no respite before the break, and now that the holiday has come, I find myself equally occupied. Has this holiday turned into a futile endeavor? What about you, Harry? Hermione glanced at Harry. Harry cleared his throat. Throughout the vacation, he had been engrossed in Cassandra's notes, or rather, her diary, hardly giving a thought to Looney. Yet, in this moment of urgency, inspiration struck him. Do you remember Professor Dumbledore mentioning that room on the 4th floor? Harry whispered, if all goes as expected, that abandoned classroom must surely be the hiding place of Looney. How can you be so certain? Hermione furrowed her brow in inquiry. Meeting Hermione's skeptical gaze, Harry replied quietly, after all, it is a place that Headmaster Dumbledore has expressly forbidden us to enter. Regardless, we will discover the truth once we pay a visit. I would rather not, Hermione retorted. You know that it is strictly off-limits by the headmaster's decree. I have no desire to be expelled due to your suggestion. Hermione is right, Harry, Ron murmured. I firmly believe that Dumbledore has his own reasons. Indeed, Harry chose not to elaborate further. He did not wish to involve his friends in such perilous affairs. It would be better to wait until he was in detention with Professor Snape before venturing there alone to ascertain the truth. As long as the Philosopher's Stone was safeguarded, he could borrow it from the Lemmes during the summer in France, and everything would fall into place. By then, he would gain access to the Chamber of Secrets without issue. However, you should have it easier, Ron remarked to Harry, at least during detention. Professor Snape wouldn't be subjecting you to his venomous torment. It was evident that the effects of that photograph were quite favorable. What photograph? Hermione asked, puzzled. Harry's aunt had sent him several photographs of his mother from her youth. Among them was one featuring Professor Snape. Ron explained to Hermione. Harry had chosen that particular picture, gifting it to Professor Snape, and in return, he received a bottle of Felix Felicis. It seems your assumption was not unfounded, Harry, Hermione queried. But why is there only a photograph of your mother with Professor Snape, and none of Snape with your father? I do not know, Harry shrugged. Perhaps a photograph of my father with Professor Snape is hidden elsewhere. That must be the case, Ron asserted. Undoubtedly, Professor Snape felt a sense of gratitude upon receiving the photograph. In truth, that was indeed the case. That very evening, when Harry arrived at Snape's underground office for detention, Snape, unusually, did not assign him the usual task of handling various potion ingredients, but instead instructed him to brew a batch of Thunderbrew. Thunderbrew, once thrown, could conjure a lightning storm at the point of impact, capable of harming foes. Professor Snape, with deliberate slowness and a slick demeanor, began, "The recipe for this potion is..." At that moment, he abruptly paused. "What is it, Professor?" Harry inquired. "It was your mother who discovered it among the lost tomes." Professor Snape's voice suddenly softened, suggesting that, given your proficiency in potions, you might just be ready to learn this particular recipe. This was Garrett's favorite concoction, with all the ingredients procured at no cost from the modest storehouse of Professor Sharp, the then potions master. However, the true potency of the Thunderbrew relied upon Cassandra. The Malfoy family indeed lived up to their reputation as platinum aristocrats. It seemed that Cassandra could never exhaust her supply of Thunderbrew, and no one knew just how many magical items were tucked away in her small pouch. 2 ounces of leech juice, 2 shriveled figs, and 3 1/3 ounces of corpse odor essence. Professor Snape spoke slowly and clearly. Generally, one might find corpse odor essence on a zombie, though your esteemed professor would not recommend such a course of action, considering that a zombie is not something a young troll like you could handle. After Snape's demonstration on how to brew Thunderbrew, Harry found himself inexplicably expelled from the underground office, clutching a freshly brewed bottle of Thunderbrew. He couldn't comprehend the ways of Slytherin, he mused. Chapter 69, The Petrified Cat. Wednesday's defense against the dark arts class was as monotonous as ever, with the added amusement of Professor Quirrell now taking jabs at Gryffindor. What has gotten into him? Hermione whispered, observing Quirrell's demeanor. Goodness, I swear even Snape wouldn't look at him with such eyes. What misunderstanding? Hermione inquired softly. He just accidentally tossed that biting cabbage at the back of his head, Ron casually remarked, picking up a drumstick from the table, his eyes gleaming as he licked his lips like Gollum and murmured, "My precious." Hermione froze at Ron's words. "You call that a minor misunderstanding? What else would you call it?" Ron bit into the chicken leg, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. Harry didn't mean it, besides. It wasn't serious enough for Madame Pomfrey's treatment. Goodness, Hermione shook her head in exasperation. First we had Professor Snape, and now there's Quirrell. This year's House Cup. Relax, we weren't going to win the House Cup anyway. You can't expect Professor Snape to refrain from deducting points from us, can you? Ron took it all in stride, turning to Seamus and Neville. Hey, Seamus, Neville, tonight is your official night for participating in the dueling club. Then I shall test your mettle today. Ron, Seamus eagerly responded. All right, remember to bring Harry 2 sandwiches. He is still confined in Professor Snape's office. Ron suddenly recalled his friend hadn't eaten, deftly changing the subject. He certainly did not wish to be blown away by Seamus's spell. Better to wait until he mastered the shield charm before discussing practical training with Seamus. Don't just bring sandwiches, bring something else too, Hermione reminded him. Today's caramel pudding is delightful, and add some fruit for a balanced diet. As Harry's companions were engaged in researching dietary balance, he remained in Snape's subterranean office, receiving one-on-one tutelage from the esteemed professor. Today's special lesson revolved around the brewing of Thunderbrew, albeit with roles reversed, as Harry took the helm in its preparation. Observing Ariès deft technique. Snape's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and the corners of his mouth, which had been drawn downward, began to curl upward. This child, it seemed, bore a striking resemblance to his mother and had evidently inherited her talent for potion-making. Unbeknownst to Harry, who was half absorbed in the brewing process and half preoccupied with thoughts of how to confront Quirrell, Snape's expression shifted. Harry was increasingly convinced that Quirrell harbored some dark secret beneath that oversized turban. During class, he had surreptitiously employed the disillusionment charm, only to discover that Quirrell's headwear was shielded by an enigmatic force, rendering it impenetrable to his gaze. Suddenly, Harry's stomach emitted a loud growl, a reminder of his prolonged hunger. Did I just hear something? He wondered, scratching his head. Snape, too, had heard the rumbling from Harry's belly. With a dismissive huff, he remarked, "At your age, a growing giant certainly requires sustenance. Your considerate old professor will not detain you for long." There is no need to protest in such a manner. At a loss for words, Harry chose to remain silent, instead taking the container to fill it with the completed Thunderbrew. Just then a chilling voice echoed, "Blood. Slaughter." Startled, Harry looked up, sensing that the voice emanated from directly above him. "Professor, did you hear that?" he asked Snape. It sounded cold and spoke of blood and slaughter. Snape gazed at Harry with his emotionless, obsidian eyes. After a prolonged silence, he finally replied, "Class is dismissed." "Thank you, Professor," Harry said hurriedly, rising to his feet with hands that were less than pristine, grasping the filled Thunderbrew bottle as he prepared to leave. "Stop," Snape commanded, halting Harry in his tracks. As Harry turned around, Snape extended his hand toward him. Reluctantly, Harry returned the bottle, thinking him rather stingy. With an exasperated sigh, Snape took the Thunderbrew and, without delay, placed it back in the cabinet. Once again, the icy voice resounded, "Tear you. Slaughter you." This time, Harry clearly heard the voice, which was unmistakably hovering above him. "Professor, you truly do not hear anything?" He pressed Snape for confirmation. With a slight twitch of his lips, Snape coldly replied, "I believe I've already granted you permission to leave for your meal, Mr. Potter. There is no need to imply otherwise." Feeling somewhat disheartened, Harry bid Snape farewell and exited the underground classroom. Upon stepping outside, he pressed his ear against the wall, hoping to catch the voice once more. As he anticipated, the voice echoed again, "It is time to kill." The sound grew fainter, accompanied by the rustling of something moving. Following the direction of the voice, Harry ventured forward, ascending the stairs and reaching the entrance hall. The sound finally faded away, and Harry discovered that he had stepped into a puddle. Looking down, he withdrew his foot from the water, where a vibrant, flickering flame was reflected, alongside which something appeared to be hanging. Raising his gaze, he focused on the object above. There dangled a cat. It was Mrs. Norris, the feline companion of Filch. No longer did she parade around in her usual pomp, seeking out students, but instead hung stiffly beside the torch, her mouth wide open in a grimace. "My goodness, what are you doing, Potter?" Filch materialized from nowhere, stumbling towards Mrs. Norris, helplessly extending his hands in vain as he leapt, only to find he could not reach her. Meanwhile, the clamor grew louder as the students, finishing their dinner, departed from the hall and congregated in the outer foyer, oblivious to the students behind him. Filch unleashed his fury solely upon Harry. "It's you. You've killed Mrs. Norris," he screamed. I'll kill you." With that, he lunged at Harry, claws bared. Harry let out a derisive snort, drawing his wand from his pocket and aiming it at the approaching Filch. Hungry and now wrongfully accused, his temper flared. Chapter 70. Potter is our king. To be candid, Filch was rather unlikable. Even Hagrid, who was generally amiable, wore a face of disdain when mentioning him. Now, Filch's loathsome demeanor charging at him reminded Harry of Uncle Vernon. Yet, Uncle Vernon was different, for he was ostensibly a relative and had at least provided sustenance. Filch, on the other hand, had done nothing but be a nuisance. These thoughts only fueled Harry's anger further. Accuse me of petrifying your cat? Huh. If I were truly a first-year student, perhaps I would exhaust all arguments to defend myself against the claim that I was the one who petrified that cat. But now, even if I did petrify her, what could you do about it? Depulso, he cried, pointing his wand at Filch, and a spell shot forth, striking Filch as he lunged. Filch was sent hurtling backward, as though struck by a speeding truck with a resounding thud. Ah! Filch shrieked, flailing helplessly in midair. Harry! Dumbledore's urgent voice echoed from within the foyer. At that moment, a cushioned mat appeared behind Filch, softening his fall and sparing him from serious injury. Filch barely managed to utter a word when another spell from Harry followed suit. Petri Ficus Totalis. Filch's body stiffened, rigidly frozen atop the mat. Just then, the students exited the hall, witnessing the scene unfold. Potter is our king. The Weasley twins cheered, reveling in the chaos. Filch's reputation was far from favorable, given that the chains and handcuffs hanging from his office ceiling gleamed from his incessant polishing, ready to be used for punishing wayward students, a pastime he relished. He even resorted to intimidating students with these very chains and handcuffs, leaving many too frightened to speak up, thus allowing him to impose menial tasks upon them. Now, Harry had audaciously chastised Filch outside the Great Hall, in front of the entire student body and even before Headmaster Dumbledore, igniting a wave of exhilaration among his peers. The crowd erupted in cheers, particularly the Gryffindor students, who had often found themselves the targets of Filch's intimidation, while the Slytherins refrained from applauding. Their gazes betrayed admiration and recognition. Remarkable indeed, this young man. Professor McGonagall, despite her ire, maintained her composure, addressing Harry with courtesy. I believe, Professor, you should assess the entirety of the situation before passing judgment. McGonagall's lips trembled as her thoughts sank in. This boy was another James. To openly assault the castle's caretaker before the entire school was a grave misstep. No, even James would not have dared such an act. He would merely have cast a couple of minor hexes. Had it not been for Albus's timely intervention, Filch might have spent months recuperating in the hospital wing. An impressive combination of spells, exceptional dueling skills. A sharp voice emerged from the crowd, and Harry turned to see Professor Flitwick, the Ravenclaw head, elevated on his toes. One hand raised as if to touch the ceiling, giving Harry a thumbs up. Professor Sprout discreetly restrained Flitwick, recognizing the inappropriateness of such praise in this context. Oh, I fear it is not the time for commendations from Mr. Potter, Filius, McGonagall asserted, drawing her wand and casting the countercharm on the immobilized Filch. A flash of red light signaled the release of the spell, and Filch regained his mobility. Now free, Filch rose, suppressing his fear of Harry in light of his anger towards Mrs. Norris's predicament. Trembling, he pointed an unsteady finger at Harry, stammering, That Potter killed my Mrs. Norris. He even hung her on the wall. I will kill him. I will kill him. You see, he was the one who attempted to kill me first and even acted upon it, lunging at me. I believe anyone hearing such claims would not remain indifferent, would they? Professor? Harry replied, unflustered. The young boy exuded elegance, strength, and composure, defying his mere 11 years of age, making him impossible to underestimate. He truly belonged to Slytherin. Miss Fairley, the Slytherin head, lamented. Harry was taken aback. Could the fair and stern Professor McGonagall truly be protective? This statement essentially branded Filch. Was he indeed slandering you? The subtext is her willingness to believe in Harry's innocence. He is right here, Filch bellowed, his plump, sagging face turning a deep shade of crimson. Who else but the culprit could be present at the crime scene? Moreover, why were you not in the Great Hall? You ought to explain what you were doing outside. I did it, and what of it? Harry retorted, crossing his arms and coolly gazing at Filch. Not only did I petrify your cat, but I would also dare to petrify you in front of the entire school. A gasp rippled through the crowd. No one expected Harry to be so audacious as to admit it on the spot and openly threaten Filch in the presence of professors and the headmaster. Allow me to interject, a greasy, drawling voice chimed in from nearby. I am here to testify from Mr. Potter. He was just in my potions office brewing a potion. Professor Snape swooped in like a gust of wind, asserting that Mr. Potter merely found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. We cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent. Just as Harry was about to express his gratitude, he noticed Professor Snape shifting his tone. Of course, we must not overlook any wrongdoer. Mr. Potter assaulted the castle's caretaker, especially doing so brazenly in front of the professors. I believe Gryffindor should be deducted 50 points as a reprimand. Harry raised his head, catching sight of Snape's smirk, brimming with self-satisfaction. It was clear that regardless of which Gryffindor breached the rules, Snape would undoubtedly be there to impose a penalty. Chapter 71. Are you teaching me how to do my job, Dumbledore? With Professor Snape's testimony, Filch was left with no choice but to silence himself. At that moment, Dumbledore approached from the inner side of the entrance hall. He first waved his wand to lift Mrs. Norris from the wall, then magically inspected her before raising his head to say, Rest easy, Argus, Mrs. Norris is not dead, but has been subjected to a petrifying curse, an intricate form of dark magic, one even I am powerless against. This also affirms Harry's innocence, as first-year students cannot possibly engage with such dark arts. Dumbledore added, My cat. My cat. Filch's face contorted in rage. Someone must pay for this. But that does not mean an innocent should bear the cost. Argus, Dumbledore responded solemnly, turning to Harry. At the same time, Harry, you too shall face consequences for your actions. Next Thursday evening, you will accompany Hagrid on patrol in the Forbidden Forest. Given that Professor Snape has already deducted points from Gryffindor, I shall refrain from imposing further punishment. Yes, Headmaster, Harry said, standing tall, but I do not believe I have done anything wrong. The expressions of the assembled students shifted from shock to admiration. They could hardly fathom that after physically confronting a school staff member, Harry was boldly refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing in front of the headmaster. Were it another student, they would have long since capitulated to the headmaster's authority. Yet here was Harry, boldly asserting, "I'm not wrong." This was no ordinary bravery. Oh, certainly not. Dumbledore smiled meaningfully at Harry, saying, "Harry, your mistake lies in casting spells in the presence of others." Harry glanced at the venerable elder, sensing that he was being instructed on how to conduct himself. Nonetheless, he conceded this point, nodding in agreement. He discerned the underlying message of the headmaster's words, implying that if one is not observed, then one incurs no fault. Following this brief interlude, Harry and his companions abandoned the notion of visiting the room of requirement. After all, having just deducted 50 points from Gryffindor, and having publicly confronted the castle's gatekeeper, it would be rather inappropriate to embark on a nocturnal adventure at this juncture. Who could predict whether Professor Snape would be vigilantly monitoring their movements, ready to impose further penalties upon Gryffindor? Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry anticipated a barrage of criticism from his peers, for regardless of the rationale, he had indeed cost Gryffindor 50 points. To his surprise, however, he was greeted with a hero's welcome. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he could even discern several Hufflepuff badgers amidst the Gryffindor jubilations. "Harry, you are the one," exclaimed Lee Jordan, flashing a dazzling smile that shone like the moon against the backdrop of his dark complexion. "It's too bright," Harry thought, puzzled as he looked at Hermione, who was applauding him, and then at the surrounding classmates who were cheering. "Did I not just deduct 50 points from Gryffindor? Why are you all celebrating?" The Weasley twins chimed in unison. "Goodness, Harry. The fact that you managed to earn 3 points for Gryffindor from Snape is enough for us to boast about for a lifetime." "I concur with that sentiment," Percy said, straightening his posture and applauding Harry, though he added, "I must say, Harry, you clearly had a better way to handle the situation." "Oh, Percy, do not be a wet blanket." The Weasley twins rolled their eyes in unison. Their remarks received unanimous approval from all Gryffindors, and even the Hufflepuffs nodded in agreement. "We brought butterbeer and cookies," announced a tall, handsome Hufflepuff boy. "Let us throw a party in celebration of Harry's triumph over that wretched Filch." It was Cedric Diggory, whom Harry recognized. "Hooray!" The students cheered. "I have some muggle snacks," Harry said, inviting everyone to partake. "I'll go get them," Ron volunteered. Moments later, Ron emerged, dragging Harry's trunk behind him. Harry felt a jolt of apprehension. "Goodness, lad, are you intent on depleting my stash?" Nevertheless, he did not deter Ron. Such opportunities to foster camaraderie among classmates were exceedingly rare. "Oh, for our Lion King," Fred proclaimed loudly from atop a stool. "Potter, Potter, Potter." The crowd roared in unison. "I do not comprehend," Hermione inquired amidst the raucous crowd, turning to the older Angelina Johnson. "Why is everyone so jubilant, as if it were not Gryffindor that lost points? While it is indeed regrettable that Gryffindor has lost points, the news of Filch receiving a thrashing is undeniably exhilarating." Angelina exclaimed, "When I was in first year, I was confined for the slightest infraction, and Filch actually threatened to hang me from the rafters in shackles for a spanking. I have been threatened too. Me as well." "I share the same sentiment." The surrounding students lamented with Hermione, their expressions brimming with resentment towards Filch. "His cat is as bothersome as he is, with a nose more discerning than a dog's." One classmate lamented, "I am utterly exasperated by both of them. Neither the cat nor Filch deserves any sympathy from me. None whatsoever." However, Hermione suddenly interjected, "Headmaster Dumbledore intends to send Harry to detention, and it will be in the Forbidden Forest. I remember at the beginning of the term, Dumbledore warned that the Forbidden Forest is an exceedingly perilous area, and young wizards are strictly prohibited from entering. Could he be in danger?" "Danger?" Angelina picked up a can of soda and asked, "How does this work?" "Allow me," Hermione replied as she took the can, popped the tab, and handed it back to Angelina. "Delicious," Angelina remarked after taking a sip, a look of satisfaction spreading across her face. She set the can down and exaggeratedly said to Hermione, "Goodness, Hermione, how could you even think that? Our savior has already proven his mettle. What you should be concerned about is not whether he is in danger, but rather whether the Forbidden Forest poses any danger." Elias Plinett took over the conversation. Despite what her classmates said, Hermione felt a tinge of worry. Harry was merely a first-year child. Could Hagrid truly protect him from the dangers lurking in the Forbidden Forest? Chapter 72. Online chats are risky. Invest wisely. 2 days prior, in the Slytherin common room. "Tell me about the wizarding world." The handwriting in the notebook bore a languid quality. "I've already shared the secrets of the Slytherin chamber with you. It is only fair you enlighten me about the changes in the wizarding realm. I have been away for many years. Moreover, knowing what occurs afterward would enable me to guide you better. Where should I begin?" Draco mused, rubbing his sore hand. Once the discomfort subsided, he wrote in the notebook, "Apologies, ancestor, but if I were to recount events from the moment you departed the wizarding world, I could write for 3 days and nights without end." Just tell me about your headmaster. Is it still Phineas Black? The handwriting inquired. Oh, no longer. The current headmaster is Dumbledore. Draco's penmanship exhibited a clear sign of irritation when writing about Dumbledore. That sanctimonious fellow actually permits mudbloods to attend the school. My father says that having such a person as headmaster is a surefire way to ruin Hogwarts. I trust your father's judgment, the notebook replied, the handwriting reflecting a sense of delight. So, what tales does Dumbledore have to tell? He defeated a dark wizard named Grindelwald, Draco wrote, and the world hails him as the most powerful wizard. The most powerful wizard? The handwriting in the notebook bore a hint of urgency. So, my dear Junior, aside from Grindelwald, does this great white wizard have any other adversaries? Draco pondered for a moment and truthfully inscribed in the notebook, yes, there is the Dark Lord. I know who it is. The handwriting became elegant again. Don't jest, Draco. How could I possibly know who this individual is? It is Voldemort, for he has promised to restore our rightful status as purebloods. The notebook's handwriting appeared quite pleased. Indeed, as pure blood wizards. We are naturally meant to be the elite. The notion held by this Voldemort is rather commendable. So where's he now? Draco hesitated for a long while before writing, Harry Potter. It is said he is the chosen one, prophesied to be the one who can vanquish Voldemort. When Harry Potter was but a year old, the Dark Lord attempted to kill him, but, for reasons unknown, he suddenly vanished thereafter. It is widely believed that Harry Potter was responsible for the Dark Lord's demise. In fact, he too has not been seen for a decade. The notebook fell silent. Ancestor, he wrote. Who would have thought that the handwriting in the notebook became suddenly chaotic? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a 1-year-old child defeat him? Ancestor? Why are you so enraged? Draco was puzzled as to why the ancestor was so furious regarding Voldemort's failure. The notebook remained silent. After a long while, it leisurely wrote, I merely find it astonishing that this Dark Lord is so inept that he could not even kill a 1-year-old child. Draco hesitated for a time, ultimately allowing reason to triumph over emotion, refraining from agreeing with his ancestor's sentiment, merely stating, Indeed. Do not say such things, ancestor. Perhaps he was ambushed by Dumbledore. Very well, Draco. The notebook's handwriting regained its elegance. I recall you mentioning that your defense against the dark arts teacher is inept. Tomorrow, take me to his class. I shall provide you with targeted training to address his shortcomings, allowing you to more swiftly master spells and dueling techniques and defeat that wretched Potter. Yes, ancestor, Draco exclaimed joyfully, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The following day, which was Tuesday, he indeed brought the notebook to the defense against the dark arts class. Just as he eagerly opened the notebook to jot something down, the notebook had already rendered its opinion. Put me away. Draco obediently closed the notebook and tucked it into his pocket. Professor Quirrell, who had been lecturing about the uses of lizard blood, momentarily faltered, pausing briefly before continuing to educate the students. Unbeknownst to Draco, within the consciousness of the notebook, a tempest was brewing. Depraved, incompetent, clinging to another Snape. To linger in this world in such a pitiful manner, do you still deem yourself worthy to be my guiding spirit? Ancestor, why do you wish for me to confine you? He inquired. I could hear his words even within my pocket. The notebook recorded, stammering, trembling. Can such a person truly serve as a professor of the dark arts? The writing remained, and Draco understood that his ancestor had yet to finish speaking. Therefore, my descendant, I require a modicum of strength. What kind of strength? Draco eagerly pressed. Is that so? Draco felt elated, after such a lengthy discourse. Could his ancestor finally manifest before him? He quickly scribbled in the notebook. How can I bestow you with strength? Am I capable of this? No, my dear child. The writing in the notebook flowed gently. You are my most cherished descendant. How could I bear to draw upon your power? Ancestor. Draco's eyes glistened with moisture. He was genuinely moved. Listen to me. The notebook inscribed again. I recall you have 2 lackeys, Crabbe and Goyle, correct? Their physiques appear quite robust. You may have them hold my notebook, and I shall borrow a little strength from them. Crabbe and Goyle? A twinge of jealousy stirred within Draco. Yet since the ancestor had spoken, he acquiesced. Before long, the tall and short figures entered the room, standing side by side like a beer bottle and a can of corned beef. You two take this notebook. Draco handed it to them. Without suspicion, Crabbe and Goyle grasped the notebook, each holding one side. Simultaneously, faint golden letters spelling Tim Riddle emerged on the notebook, only to vanish swiftly, replaced by the name C.C. Malfoy. Chapter 73. Dressed as a woman, yet Tom Riddle. Draco sat anxiously, uncertain of how his ancestor intended to draw strength. Crabbe, I feel quite famished, Goyle remarked, rubbing his stomach. So do I, Goyle, Crabbe echoed, also massaging his belly, but I distinctly remember we just consumed a great deal. Draco regarded the two with disdain, when suddenly a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Famished? Could it be that the ancestor had already siphoned strength? All right, you two. Draco instructed. Hand me the notebook and go eat. Certainly, boss. The two promptly passed the notebook back to Draco, then hurried towards the door. Starving. We need a proper meal. Hey, don't block my path. Crab nudged Goyle, who was obstructing the exit. Both were equally stout, making it impossible to exit simultaneously. Once the door was securely closed and their footsteps faded into the distance, Draco eagerly seized the notebook, placed it on the table, and wrote, Ancestor, is this sufficient? A golden shimmer danced across the notebook. An elegant golden script appeared. Very well, my child, step aside. Draco obediently moved away, his eyes fixed intently on the notebook. Before long, the notebook glowed once more, its brilliance blinding him. As he opened his eyes once more, a transparent maiden with long, flowing black hair and a gentle visage appeared before him. The young girl possessed a pair of light crimson eyes, resembling the rarest rubies in existence. Ancestor? Draco gazed at the strikingly beautiful maiden before him, feeling his heart flutter wildly like a startled rabbit. The enchanting girl gently brushed her throat with her thumb, casting her gaze down upon the dazed Draco, her captivating crimson eyes curving into a beguiling smile. How lovely her smile is, Draco thought, quickly shaking his head to dispel the notion. No, Draco, she is your ancestor. How could you entertain such sacrilegious thoughts? Ancestor? He suddenly felt a flicker of confusion and, lifting his head to reconfirm, he asked, Ancestor, why do you have black hair? The maiden tucked a strand of her long hair behind her ear and replied, It is due to a touch of dark magic I employed in crafting this notebook. My child. Ah, so that is the reason, Draco realized with clarity. The maiden continued, However, I believe I should adopt a new name. After all, Dumbledore is likely familiar with the name Cassiopeia Malfoy. You may call me Mellop. Mellop? Draco mused. What a beautiful name. With a beckoning gesture, Mellop transformed the gilded lettering of C.C. Malfoy on the diary into Draco Malfoy. This is our secret. This notebook shall henceforth belong to you. Mellop extended a finger towards Draco, adding, But since you have just assisted me, it is time for me to bestow upon you a reward. What reward? Draco inquired eagerly. Mellop stepped closer and placed her hand upon his forehead. How cool, he remarked. Immediately, Draco felt a peculiar energy surge from her touch, flowing into his body and invigorating his limbs. Even his somewhat flagging spirits were revitalized. He now felt strong enough to fell a bull. Take up your wand, Mellop instructed, tilting her head slightly. Draco obediently grasped his wand and looked up at her. Like this, envisioning your target as you strike them down. A flick, a line, stupefy, Mellop demonstrated. Draco imagined her movements, flicking his wand, stupefy. A beam of light shot forth from his wand, striking the unfortunate chair before him, which shattered into pieces. Draco stood in shock, staring at the dismantled chair, incredulity washing over him as he lifted his wand, entranced by its power. Did I just cast that spell? Good children are rewarded, Draco, Mellop said with a soft smile. I borrowed a portion of your two companion strength and infused it into you as compensation. As you can see, your progress is unmistakable. Mellop. Draco's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Upon witnessing the duel between Potter and Miss Weasley, a profound despair enveloped him, extinguishing any flicker of hope that he might someday triumph over Potter. This despair gnawed at his soul like a relentless specter, leaving him in a state of uncontainable sorrow. Yet now, Mellop rekindled the embers of his hope. Could this be the path forward, my child? Mellop approached, whispering softly in his ear, gently coaxing him. Perhaps you might consider introducing me to your trusted Slytherin peers. What? Draco lifted his head. I can assist them with their queries and even guide their studies in spellcasting. Mellop continued to tempt Draco, akin to the serpent in Eden enticing Eve to fall. All they need to relinquish is a small portion of their power to sustain my daily needs. Naturally, as my cherished child and the one who facilitates my introductions, I could reward you with a share of that power. Mellop, Draco stammered. What, are you unwilling? Mellop's demeanor was not one of anger, but rather a subtle smile graced her lips. Yet that smile did not reach her crimson eyes. No, you require that power far more than I. Draco hastily shook his head, fearing that the enchanting girl might misinterpret his intent. Compared to that, I wish for your obedience, Draco. Mellop's expression grew more satisfied. As my most treasured child, how could you be outdone by others? Only by wielding formidable power could you better command your subordinates, and the classmates you bring forth will become your most loyal followers in the future. Draco, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, Melop, you are truly kind, a remarkable person. Go forth, my child." Melop leaned against the table, softly stating, "As long as you find 2 more individuals for me to replenish my strength, we shall venture into the Chamber of Secrets. I shall do it at once." Draco, filled with eagerness, turned and dashed away. As he watched Draco exit the dormitory, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Melop's eyes. She did not disclose to Draco that the power she granted him was not a permanent enhancement. However, Voldemort, why can't the Master Soul be me? Chapter 74, The Little Secret of Slytherin. In recent days, the professors at Hogwarts have suddenly noticed that Slytherin students frequently doze off during classes. While dozing off in history of magic and defense against the dark arts could be forgiven, it was utterly unacceptable for someone to fall asleep in Professor Snape's potions class, even causing a significant mishap when a cauldron was knocked over during a nodding fit. Professor Snape, furious to the point of apoplexy, could hardly fathom that a Slytherin student would dare to succumb to sleep under his severe scrutiny. The student who lost 20 points did so because their drowsiness resulted in potions spilling onto the classmates seated in front of them. The potions class for Gryffindor was shared with Slytherin, meaning that while Slytherin faced the consequences, Gryffindor was not spared either. Nevertheless, Gryffindor students made an effort to restrain themselves. Even if Snape sought to penalize them, their points would not be drastically affected. Even Harry was caught in the turmoil, suffering a point deduction from Snape for merely stirring a tad too briskly. Under the scrutinizing gaze of Snape's large hands, the points for Gryffindor dwindled alongside those of Slytherin, plummeting from 1st and 2nd to 3rd and 4th, with the surprising leader being none other than Hufflepuff. The Slytherin students stomped their feet in frustration. Yet, this was not the most absurd incident. Joseph Rowell, a second-year Slytherin, had the audacity to doze off on his broom during flying lessons. "Goodness, you truly can sleep. Can't you, Sleepy Joe?" His classmates mocked, using Joe as a nickname for Joseph. He paid little mind to their jeers, viewing it merely as a trivial exchange with the erudite Miss Melop. However, Miss Melop was truly captivating. Why was she not the professor for defense against the dark arts? Other professors noted this discrepancy, but the Slytherin students distinguished themselves in class, excelling in every spell as if they had rehearsed them countless times prior. Professors could only attribute this to the diligence of the Slytherin students, advising them to take care of their health amidst their rigorous studies, without giving it much further thought. Given Slytherin's continuous accrual of points in other classes, Snape chose to turn a blind eye, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Thus, every evening after dinner, Draco would stand guard at the dormitory entrance, glancing about with a small notebook in hand, meticulously recording the names of those waiting in line. As weary-eyed classmates stumbled out of the dormitory, Draco would call the next person based on the list he had prepared. Before bedtime, Miss Melop would dutifully share a portion of her power with Draco. He had ventured to the Chamber of Secrets, but could not recall what transpired there. However, since then, Miss Melop no longer required him to bring notes to the chamber. Instead, she remained in the Slytherin common room, showing no inclination to leave. Meanwhile, all was proceeding normally in Gryffindor. After dinner on Friday, Harry, along with his newly recruited members Neville and Seamus, found themselves in the room of requirement. Ron took on the task of instructing Seamus, while Hermione focused on Neville, and Harry attempted to practice the disarming charm, offering suggestions to address their shortcomings. After over a dozen attempts at the charm, which resulted in explosions rather than success, Harry stepped forward to interrupt Seamus, who was eager to try yet again. "Listen to me, Seamus," Harry said to the frustrated boy. "I believe I see a different path for you." "A different path?" Seamus looked up in intrigue. "Among wizards, some possess inherent talent, much like Cassandra Malfoy, who is a natural master of the stunning spell," Harry explained, gently placing a hand on Seamus's shoulder. "All her spells carry the attributes of stunning." "Which book did you read that in?" Hermione inquired, approaching with interest. Seamus's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. "Really? Are you saying that I—" "Yes, Seamus," Harry affirmed. Harry spoke with unwavering determination, reminiscent of that esteemed Mrs. Malfoy. "And you, my friend, are a natural master of explosive spells. Perhaps we could attempt to transcend the disarming charm and delve into the realm of explosive incantations." "Sounds great," exclaimed Seamus, his enthusiasm palpable. "Observe as I wield my wand," Harry instructed, gesturing toward the dummy before them. With a flourish, he cast the spell, Confringo. A vibrant orange beam erupted from Harry's wand, striking the dummy and igniting a dazzling display. Boom! The dummy, subjected to the explosive charm, shattered into fragments, scattering across the dueling arena conjured by the room of requirement, returning to the ether as dust. Incredible! Seamus's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although his mother was a witch, His father was a non-magical muggle, and in his youth he often watched television with his father, particularly captivated by scenes of warfare. What man could resist the allure of a cannon's roar, obliterating foes with explosive might? Yet, Seamus hesitated, his recent unsuccessful attempt at casting the spell sowing seeds of doubt within him. Harry, do you really think I could do this? He scratched his head, voicing his uncertainty. I read about this spell, but it's taught in the 6th year, and I'm just a first-year student. Trust me, Harry replied earnestly, his green eyes brimming with encouragement. You can do it. Seamus felt a warmth in his heart and nodded vigorously. He approached the dummy, raising his wand. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Harry. As expected, Seamus raised his wand, pointing at the dummy, and shouted, "Confringo!" A red light shot forth, striking the dummy and producing an explosion louder than Harry's previous incantation. Harry barely had time to conjure a protective shield, shielding himself from the impending chaos. Hermione and Ron instinctively ducked, their movements synchronized in a display of alarm. The dummy erupted into a flurry of debris, with one of its arms soaring through the air, landing with a resounding thud atop Neville's head. Why does misfortune always befall me? Neville lamented, clutching his head, tears welling in his eyes. Chapter 75. This was no ordinary poacher. Decisive action was required. After a collective vote among all present in the dueling room, it was unanimously decided to revoke Seamus' privilege to use explosive spells in the room of requirement. His capabilities were deemed too perilous, while he struggled with other spells. Explosive incantations came to him with ease. I shudder to think of the consequences if you were to use that on a person. Seamus, Ron remarked, his voice slightly hoarse. Yet, Harry noted that Seamus's explosive spell, while startling in sound and visual effect, lacked the true potency of an adult wizard's magic. Nevertheless, for a first-year wizard, it was undoubtedly formidable. Even a century prior, it would have impressed the likes of Sebastian. Seamus expressed his disappointment, resigned to repetitively practicing the disarming charm, hoping to transform his explosive tendencies into a mastery of wand spells. You are truly remarkable, Neville said with admiration. I feel so inept. I can't even master a simple spell. Despite Hermione's extensive teaching, I still find myself at a loss. Each individual possesses their own areas of expertise. Neville, Harry reassured him. I believe your talent in herbology is commendable. Just look at how well you've nurtured that biting cabbage that Sprout gifted me. It clamped onto Quirrell's forehead and wouldn't let go. Yet, that's merely about plant care and offers no assistance in dueling, Neville replied, squatting on the ground, his spirits dampened. Who says that, Neville? Harry chuckled, sitting beside him and speaking softly. In fact, magical plants can aid wizards in combat. Imagine, during a confrontation, if you were to unleash 10 biting cabbages. Believe me, most wizards would struggle to escape. Really? Neville's eyes glistened with hope. Hermione, catching on, added, the book states that when mandrakes are uprooted, their humanoid roots emit a deafening scream that can induce dizziness or even death. Indeed, Harry said, smiling to comfort Neville. Just think of the chaos that could ensue if you unexpectedly brandished a screaming mandrake in battle, or perhaps record a message featuring the mandrake's shrieks. As Harry spoke, Neville's eyes brightened. You are right, Harry. I think I should heed your advice. I actually enjoy herbology. At the same time, do not neglect your spell practice, Harry encouraged, patting Neville on the shoulder. After all, spells are the very foundation of our wizarding existence. Revitalized by Harry's words, Neville resumed his spellcasting practice. It wasn't until Harry needed to go to Hagrid for a punishment that Neville managed to cast the disarming spell, albeit inconsistently. Harry was quite satisfied with his progress. Considering Neville was not naturally gifted, Harry entrusted Neville with the seeds, assigning him the task of cultivating the biting cabbages. Before venturing into the Forbidden Forest, Harry retrieved Durmstrang's wand, reasoning that it would be a prudent precaution. With it in hand, he felt prepared to use some harmless hexes should danger arise in the forest. He tucked the wand securely and exited the Gryffindor common room. Ron and the others awaited him in the foyer. As he descended, Ron stepped forward, saying, Harry, let's accompany you. It's quite late, and I don't think you should go to the Forbidden Forest. Neville murmured. I've heard my grandmother mention that the Forbidden Forest is filled with all manner of creatures, even werewolves. I must seek Professor Dumbledore, Hermione exclaimed, turning to ascend the staircase. Ron grabbed her arm, saying, Dumbledore may not be in his office at this hour, and even if he were, he might not entertain your request. Moreover, have you forgotten? Harry has defeated a troll. I think you should be more concerned about werewolves than about Harry. Oh, thank you, Ronald, Hermione retorted sarcastically. Your best friend is heading into the Forbidden Forest, and you still find time to joke. Harry, Ron, Hermione? Hagrid's voice resonated from outside the door as he lowered his head and stepped into the entrance hall, where he encountered two others. Ah, Simon and Neville. You're both here. The 5 children raised their heads, and behind the towering figure of Hagrid loomed a massive stone crossbow, with a quiver filled to the brim, slung over his shoulder, instilling a sense of security within them. All right, Hermione, Harry smiled at him, bid farewell to the others, and turned to leave with Hagrid. Filch didn't want to come for you, so I took it upon myself, Hagrid remarked to Harry as they walked. That old codger. Don't let him get to you. He is quite afraid of you now. He always bullies the weak, but ever since Voldemort's downfall, the school has undergone a reform, and many rules have vanished. Filch, the caretaker, has lost the authority to physically punish students. I heard Arthur, Ron's father, still bears the scars from being whipped by the former caretaker, Apollyon Pringle. You're aware of this? Harry asked with keen interest. He knew that the Hogwarts caretaker had once possessed the power to punish students, but it seemed that the administrators from a century ago were less inclined to impose discipline on their current students. Molly often mentions this to educate her children. As you've seen, the effect seems rather negligible, Hagrid chuckled. Look at those twins. They remain as unruly as ever. Indeed. Well, we should proceed inside. The two arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid raised his lantern high and pointed to a narrow path gradually disappearing into the dense woods. See that silvery blood on the ground? That belongs to a unicorn. One was wounded in the Forbidden Forest, and this is the second occurrence this week. Here, no one would harm such a sacred creature, except for poachers. We must find that poor unicorn and alleviate its suffering. Poachers? Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. To dare harm a unicorn was the act of no ordinary poacher. Decisive action was imperative. He wore an innocent smile. Why not find the poacher and relieve him of his misery? Chapter 76. The Mars of this night was glaring. Hagrid seemed to perceive some fanciful notion. Looking down at Harry. Find a poacher? Oh, Harry, that is not something a first-year student should be undertaking. His furry head shook as he spoke, his beard quivering. Harry noticed singed marks beneath his beard. Just a suggestion, Hagrid, Harry replied, then inquired with concern, Hagrid, what happened to your beard? Oh, it's nothing. Hagrid waved his hand with a benevolent expression. It was Norbert. It's of no consequence. Norbert? Who is Norbert? Harry asked, intrigued. Could it be that Hagrid was harboring some magical creature in his hut? Norbert is my Norwegian Ridgeback. Hagrid began, but abruptly covered his mouth with his hand. Having known Hagrid for quite some time, Harry had come to understand his nature. This gentle giant, it seemed, was incapable of keeping secrets, as though he had ingested a truth serum. Breathing fire, it reminded Harry of the fire dragon, particularly the Norwegian Ridgeback. He glanced at Hagrid, who, with his tousled hair, nodded in affirmation. Meeting Harry's emerald gaze, he no longer concealed the truth. Indeed, it is a Norwegian Ridgeback. It regards me as its mother, quite endearing and clingy. Endearing? Clingy? Harry struggled to reconcile these descriptors with the notion of a fire dragon, but regrettably, he faltered. Did you purchase it? He inquired with intrigue. You know, a dragon egg costs a fortune. I recall you mentioning that your dream was to raise a dragon. No, it wasn't a purchase, Hagrid replied while wiping his nose. I won it just last month while drinking in Hogsmeade, playing cards with a stranger. To be honest, that man was likely desperate to be rid of it. Such a dragon egg could fetch a considerable sum in Knockturn Alley. Why would he be so eager to part with it? Harry regarded Hagrid, sensing something amiss. If this were the only peculiar incident, it might be manageable, but it felt too coincidental, reminiscent of how he acquired the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, leading him to suspect something was amiss. Hagrid, sensing the unease, suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. He looked down at Harry. Wait a moment, Harry. How do you know about Knockturn Alley? I heard it from someone. Harry deflected. You should be cautious, Hagrid. That man may harbor ulterior motives. Who knows? Hagrid shrugged, his massive crossbow nearly poking Fong, who was at his feet. Let us move on, Harry urged, showing no signs of fear, instead appearing quite pleased. Hagrid glanced at the back of Harry's head, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Are first-year students truly this resilient nowadays? Faced with such a dark forest, they can remain composed, even showing a hint of anticipation. We're not here for amusement, Harry. Hagrid attempted to instill a sense of seriousness. Recognizing that Harry's earlier nonchalance was not conducive to their venture into the Forbidden Forest and could lead to peril due to complacency. You are currently grounded, he reiterated. All right, Hagrid, Harry replied with a smile. The nighttime Forbidden Forest was eerily quiet, apart from the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. The gentle sound of flowing water could be heard. Clearly, there was a stream nearby. If memory served, that stream was known for its abundance of creatures called murtlaps. whose tongues could be used in potion making. Walking in silence grew somewhat tedious, and Harry felt the urge to converse. Hagrid, are there many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest? I mean, your hut is right on the edge of it, so you must frequently encounter them, right? Oh, to be honest, I consider them all good friends, Hagrid chuckled. The magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest are quite charming. If it weren't for the time constraints today, I would certainly take you to meet my old friend, Aragog. Aragog? Harry found the name somewhat tongue-twisting, and it seemed to suggest a connection to some arachnid creature. Indeed, he is a delightful little one I adopted during my school days. Hagrid's expression was tinged with nostalgia, yet before he could finish his thought, he suddenly became alert. He seized Harry and swiftly retreated behind a nearby tree. From the quiver slung over his shoulder, Hagrid extracted a massive feathered arrow, knocking it onto his crossbow, and raised it, aiming in the direction of the sound. Who goes there? He bellowed. Show yourself. Do not hide. I have you in my sights. Fong, Hagrid's dog, darted about at Hagrid's feet, his keen eyes fixed on the source of the noise, barking fervently. The bushes rustled once more, and just as Hagrid was about to lose his patience, a voice emerged from within. It is I, Hagrid, Ronan. Hagrid relaxed slightly, but still did not lower his weapon. Moments later, a centaur emerged from the thicket. It was a red-haired centaur, its upper body human and its lower half equine, both its coat and mane a rich chestnut hue. A tail swished behind it, exuding an air of discontent. Ah, it truly is you, Ronan. Hagrid finally lowered his weapon, stepping forward to shake the centaur's hand. Ronan appeared less than pleased. His expression shadowed with sadness as he remarked, "The knight is not well. Hagrid, it seems you were prepared to shoot me." "One must remain vigilant," Ronan, Hagrid replied, patting his quiver. "There is a rogue creature roaming these woods. By the way, this is Harry Potter." He finally remembered Harry, introducing him to Ronan. "Harry, this is Ronan. As you can see, a centaur." Harry found nothing extraordinary in this. He had encountered centaurs before, when he and Hermione had ventured into the Forbidden Forest to care for small creatures. They had had an unfortunate encounter with a rather unkind centaur who mistook them for poachers. The outcome was evident. While Hermione often exhibited gentleness, she seemed to lack patience when confronted by centaurs. "Good evening," Ronan's melancholy tone rendered his greeting somewhat perfunctory. He gazed upwards at the night sky, his demeanor unusually grave. "Mars shines quite brightly tonight," he declared. "Brightly?" Hagrid and Harry both looked up, attempting to locate Mars in the sky. Indeed, as Ronan had mentioned, they quickly spotted an unusually bright star. "It is indeed quite glaring," Hagrid remarked, then inquired, "Have you seen anything peculiar around here lately? Do you know anything about an injured unicorn?" Hagrid helplessly patted Harry, saying, "Did you see that?" Centaurs are always like this. They refuse to give direct answers, always looking to the stars. It's exasperating. They seem indifferent to everything but the night sky, and they're the worst at being straightforward. Riddlers, are they? Harry mused, reflecting on his limited interactions with centaurs, which had largely consisted of harsh encounters and their pained cries. Once, he had thought Hermione's approach a bit harsh, but now it seemed they had it coming. This was indeed a lesson well-deserved. Yet, they possessed a certain wisdom. Look at them. Hagrid chuckled and said, "If you don't like it, just say so." They truly love this forest and its wondrous creatures. The two of them passed Ronan, who was still gazing at the starry sky, and continued onward. I felt a striking resemblance between them and Professor Dumbledore. Harry kicked a branch underfoot and remarked to Hagrid, "They share the same habit of leaving their sentences unfinished." "Indeed, you may have a point there," Hagrid replied, shaking his shoulders and lowering his gaze to the ground. "Look, the ground is soaked with the blood of that poor unicorn, and the roots are stained as well." After taking a few more steps, they encountered a fork in the path. The trails at the fork were marked with splattered unicorn blood, appearing fresh as if the creature had not fled long ago. "Let us split up to search, Hagrid," Harry suggested. "I believe that poor creature hasn't gone far. If we hurry, we might still save its life." Hagrid hesitated. He wanted to rescue the unfortunate unicorn, but was also concerned about Harry's safety should he venture alone. "Do not worry, Hagrid. I will be cautious. If I find myself in danger, I will send up red fireworks for help," he reassured. Hagrid seemed swayed by his words, nodding and saying, "Very well. I shall send Fawn with you. Though he is a coward, he is sufficiently astute." Harry lowered his gaze, doubting the usefulness of the large dog before him. "You think he is our phoenix, Fox? Capable of swallowing curses?" Nevertheless, he accepted Hagrid as goodwill, replying, "All right, Hagrid, I will take Fawn with me." "Be careful," Hagrid cautioned, lifting his crossbow again and heading down one of the paths. "That poor unicorn does not have much time." "Hagrid," Harry said, taking Fawn and moving forward. After nearly half an hour of walking deeper into the forest, The trees grew denser, and the path became nearly impassable. The bloodstains became increasingly patchy, coalescing into a small silver puddle on the ground. It appeared that the unfortunate unicorn was nearing its end. Fong seemed more agitated, darting around Harry's feet and occasionally tugging at his robes, trying to pull him back. Harry ignored the dog and continued to explore the direction indicated by the unicorn's blood. Before him lay a tangle of ancient oak branches through the thicket. He could see a clearing ahead. A faint, pained groan echoed, imbued with a sense of purity and nobility. As Harry pushed aside the branches, he beheld a pristine figure on the ground, desperately struggling, its eyes shimmering with a plea for salvation. The bewitched Fong barely managed a whimper before collapsing, rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, a rustling sound emerged from the bushes beside the unicorn, as if something was stirring within. Harry's attention was instantly captured as he fixated intently on the quivering thicket. And then, from within, a hooded figure emerged. It crawled along the ground, resembling some twisted, shadowy entity, slowly inching closer to the unicorn. At last, it reached the unicorn's side, lowered its head, and began to voraciously drink the unicorn's blood from the wound. The unicorn cried out in anguish, seemingly pleading for help. At that moment, a searing pain pierced through Harry's skull, akin to his scar being set ablaze. The last time he felt such agony was when he witnessed Sebastian cast the killing curse. Suppressing the intense pain in his forehead, he raised his wand, aiming at the figure that was harming the unicorn. Stupefied, the figure, caught completely off guard, was struck by the stunning spell and tumbled away. Seeing someone cast a spell to rescue it, the unicorn struggled momentarily, a glimmer of hope shining in its eyes. Had it been subdued? Harry cautiously advanced, mindful not to let his guard down, pointing his wand toward the direction from which the dark figure had vanished. As he stepped forward, just as he anticipated, the shadow re-emerged, standing upright, resembling a grim reaper clad in a dark robe and hood. A scythe in hand would have completed the image perfectly. As the figure floated upward, the pain from Harry's scar intensified, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his wand. He realized he had to act. Meanwhile, the robed specter surged toward him with a chilling rush. The burning agony from his scar felt as if something within him was ablaze. "Run!" A faint, ethereal female voice echoed, seemingly spoken with the last remnants of her strength. Enduring the pain, Harry pressed one hand against his scar while wielding his wand with the other, aimed at the approaching shadow. Crucio. Chapter 78. Old Friends. The curse shot forth from the tip of Harry's wand, the unique glow of the Cruciatus curse casting an eerie crimson hue upon the surrounding forest. The dark figure, caught off guard, was struck directly by the curse. It emitted a wail that no human could produce, akin to the sound of stones scraping against glass, sending a shiver through anyone who heard it. The figure that had been diving toward Harry now spiraled away like a kite severed from its string, rapidly disappearing into the depths of the forest. The pain on Harry's forehead had dissipated, or rather, he had transferred that torment through the Cruciatus curse to the shadowy figure. Gasping for breath, he reflected on the unpleasantness of the experience. Had it not been for the debilitating pain that disrupted his focus, he might have opted for a less unforgiving spell instead of the Cruciatus curse. "Harry, is it you?" The faint and fragile voice echoed once more in Harry's ears. "Who?" Harry suddenly lifted his head, recalling the bottle of invigorating potion he had stashed in his pocket. He deftly removed the cork with his thumb and drained its contents in one swift motion. A warm sensation radiated from his throat, spreading through his limbs and revitalizing his spirit. Although casting the unforgivable curse comes with its repercussions, Harry's aftereffects seemed remarkably milder than those of many others. He experienced no torment of a torn soul, nor any tumultuous negative emotions, merely a slight mental fatigue after each use. "Harry, I am here," following the sound of the voice. He fixed his gaze upon the unicorn lying on the ground. She was truly exquisite, even as her long legs curled in pain, failing to obscure her beauty. Her mane lay sprawled across the dark roots of the trees, as white as pearls. "You can speak?" Harry furrowed his brow. "Are you a unicorn?" He approached her and retrieved 2 vials of invigorating potion from his pocket, uncorking them to pour into the unicorn's mouth. He then stowed away Davyma's wand and drew forth his own, directing it towards the wound still oozing silver blood. Episki. However, his efforts were in vain. The ghastly wound showed no sign of healing, the blood continuing to flow profusely, staining the pristine white fur and trickling onto the ground. "Harry, it's futile." The unicorn's voice echoed once more, gently braying twice and gazing at him with tenderness. If Vivi were to witness you using such a tormenting spell again, she would surely be quite upset. Harry sprang to his feet, Incredulity etched across his face. Who are you? He could not recall ever having known a unicorn, especially as this particular breed seemed to harbor a gender bias, always keeping their distance from him and Omenes, while frolicking with Vivi, Cassandra, and Poppy. Could this unicorn before him have once been a companion of theirs? I believe you ought to administer to me some blood-replenishing potion, the unicorn stated. Only potions crafted by master alchemists yield optimal restorative effects, regardless of whether this unicorn was a friend of Vivi's or a complete stranger. Harry could not bear to witness her life ebb away. After consuming 2 vials of the blood-replenishing potion, a glimmer of vitality returned to her eyes. Although the gruesome wound still bled, it no longer gushed forth as it had before. This is a most malevolent curse, the unicorn remarked. That man earlier bore a potent aura of dark enchantment. I know not who he is, but he is undoubtedly a formidable and terrifying dark wizard, akin to Victor Rookwood. Heeding the unicorn's warning, Harry discovered, indeed, a dark magical curse upon the wound. He grasped his wand once more, aiming it at the injury and reciting the purification incantation that Vivi had devised. Puruser. The effect was remarkable. The dark enchantment upon the wound gradually receded. Elated, Harry continued to wield the purification spell to disperse the remnants of the curse. Alas, once the curse reached a critical threshold, it ceased to diminish, stubbornly entrenched upon the injury. Such a spell is of no use, unless it is lifted by one who is 15 years old, or by Vivi, the unicorn murmured softly. It was then that Harry remembered there were still questions he had yet to pose to this unicorn. How do you know who I am? Have we met before? As she spoke, the unicorn perked up and stood tall once again. She circled Harry twice, nudging his clothes with her nose, her face adorned with an extraordinarily human-like smile. Since your disappearance, the Order of the Phoenix has become almost non-existent, the unicorn lamented gently. Vivi has even ceased attending classes. She mentioned searching for you, but many believe you to be dead. Even Headmaster Black urged her to accept this fact. Yet, after thanking everyone for their kindness, she vanished, and I have not heard her since. Harry felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be? Could Vivi truly be trapped somewhere? Or perhaps ensnared within the currents of time? Otherwise, why had she not appeared to seek me? What of Sebastian and Omenes? Harry inquired further. Those two. The unicorn pondered momentarily before shaking her head. The last I heard of them was back in 7th year, but there has been no news since. Harry's mind raced, pondering where Sebastian and Omenes could be. Could they have been imprisoned in Azkaban due to the fallout from Solomon's affairs? Do you not wish to hear about others? The unicorn lowered her neck, tilting her head to regard Harry. For instance, Cassandra? Chapter 79, The Magical Animagus. Cassandra? Harry hesitated upon hearing that name. He shook his head, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. No, I have read her letter. She should have long. The unicorn interjected, shaking her head. No, that is unlikely. Is there no one else you wish to inquire about besides Cassandra? As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Harry's robe with her mouth, shaking it back and forth. Harry! Harry! In an instant, enlightenment struck Harry. That is why this unicorn lady exudes such familiarity. That is why she possesses so much knowledge. This familiar gesture and tone brought to mind an old friend. Pabbity Sweat from Hufflepuff. He gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment, his hand trembling as he pointed at the unicorn in disbelief. You were Pabbity? You only just realized. The unicorn, no. Pabbity in unicorn form, retreated her horn and nuzzled Harry's embrace, seemingly expressing her displeasure at not being recognized by an old friend. But how could you transform into this? Harry asked, still in disbelief. Pabbity was human. How has she become a unicorn? Animagus, she replied. Poppy remarked that the cost of becoming a magical animagus was indeed like this. However, it also afforded the delightful opportunity to engage closely with these wondrous creatures and frolic with them, which is quite joyous. Wouldn't you agree? The greenhouse that nurtured magical beasts was established upon Poppy's suggestion. Naturally, Poppy once again playfully tugged at Harry's long robes, reminiscent of a little girl who used to pull at his robes for attention. But your injury should be of no grave concern, right? Harry hesitated as he glanced at Poppy's wound, which was still seeping blood. Shall I fetch Professor Dumbledore? He is the greatest white wizard of our age, and surely capable of addressing the curse upon your injury. Or perhaps Professor Snape would suffice. He is a master of potions, after all. The blood-replenishing potion you just consumed was brewed by him. He certainly appears to be far more competent than Professor Sharp. Doesn't he? Poppy smiled at Harry and leaned in, curiously inquiring, Tell me, are there any Weasleys in your year? If I recall correctly, the potions professor always seems to have a bone to pick with them. Indeed, there are 5 brothers in their family, all in Gryffindor, Harry replied wryly. The relationship between Professor Snape and them cannot be described as harmonious. One might say it is one of mutual animosity. And what shall become of your curse? Harry scratched his head, perplexed. That would require your assistance. Poppy nudged her head against Harry's face. You are the heir of ancient magic. Perhaps when you're able to wield it once more, you can aid me. Very well, Harry nodded earnestly. Trust me, Poppy, I shall be able to assist you soon. Oh, splendid. Poppy tugged at Harry's robes excitedly. Each night, I shall bring the blood-replenishing potion to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to seek you out. An unhealed wound is not a trivial matter. Sound good, Poppy replied. Suddenly, she lifted her head and warned Harry, be cautious. Someone approaches. Harry swiftly drew his wand and traced and in the air. Revelio. With the spell enhancing his perception, he discerned a tall, blue figure emerging from the direction of the bushes. This spell had been developed collaboratively with Vivi, allowing one to perceive the presence of creatures within its range. Blue indicated friendliness, while red signified hostility. It was Hagrid. He sheathed his wand, exclaiming, my friend. Oh, Poppy gasped softly. Indeed, rustling sounds emerged from the bushes as Hagrid emerged. Harry. Hagrid lowered his crossbow and approached, thumping his chest as he said, Oh, thank goodness you are unharmed. Good evening, Miss Poppy. You're injured? Good evening, Hagrid. Poppy's voice regained its ethereal quality. She cast a meaningful glance at Harry before addressing Hagrid. It is thanks to this young friend that I narrowly escaped the fate of being slain by a dark wizard. A dark wizard? Hagrid raised his crossbow again, surveying the surroundings with caution. He has fled, Hagrid. Harry reassured him, tugging at Hagrid's arm. I drove him away. Is that so? Hagrid looked at Harry with a cheerful smile and remarked, Indeed, I did not misjudge. You are as courageous as your parents. For a young wizard of your age, possessing the bravery to confront dark wizards is already commendable, let alone defeating one. Poppy remained silent, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Oh, Hagrid, do you have any inkling of how many dark wizards young Harry has faced? Moreover, is Miss Poppy's injury of no concern? Hagrid inquired once more, suggesting perhaps a visit to Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. All right, Miss Poppy, Harry nodded in agreement. Poppy shook her head, pressed her face against Harry's, and then turned to leave. Oh dear, Hagrid wiped away a tear, visibly moved. I always believed unicorns were drawn solely to the purest of maidens. Yet here they are, showing affection to boys as well. That's because my heart is quite pure too, Hagrid, Harry said, patting Hagrid's arm. Just like you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to befriend Miss Poppy. Would you? Oh, Hagrid reached out to ruffle Harry's tousled hair, revealing a warm smile. This child always speaks so reassuringly, warming one's heart. Chapter 8. Her. Hagrid hoisted his crossbow and addressed Harry. The hour grows late, and you have classes tomorrow. If I recall correctly, tomorrow morning is Professor Snape's potions class. And you wouldn't want to be tardy, would you? Even Hagrid had heard of Professor Snape's formidable reputation within the school. Very well, Harry replied. Following Hagrid out of the Forbidden Forest. Before long, they encountered a centaur. Harry noticed that this centaur was quite handsome, with hair the same platinum color as Draco's, adorned with a silver horse body, resembling the princely figure of countless maidens' dreams. Hagrid, the centaur approached them, anxiously inquired, How is the unicorn? And the dark wizard? Fear not, Firenze, Hagrid reassured, patting Harry's shoulder. Miss Poppy is well. She was rescued by Harry, and the dark wizard has been driven away. However, Miss Poppy does bear some injuries. That is good to hear. Firenze exhaled deeply, turning to Harry with a friendly smile. Harry, is it? Thank you for saving Miss Poppy. It was the least I could do, Harry replied modestly. Are you the boy from the Potter family? Firenze asked, his sapphire-like eyes gleaming. What did you tell him? Bane galloped over, irate, declaring, Remember, Firenze, we swore an oath. We must never defy fate. Do we not discern the omens indicated by the celestial movements? I believe Firenze acted out of goodwill, Ronan said uneasily, scraping the earth with his hooves, his sorrowful voice resonating. Bane glared at Ronan, exclaiming, Goodwill? What does that have to do with us? The centaurs concern themselves with the prophecies of the stars. We need not foolishly chase after lost humans in our forest. Miss Poppy is injured. She's so kind. The dark sorcerer dared to assault her. Tell me, Bane. At this moment, Firenze suddenly reared up on his hind legs. Do you remember who rescued you when you were surrounded by the eight-eyed giant spider in your youth? The secret of the planets? Is that the secret you speak of? Firenze's anger caused his mane to billow. I must resist that scoundrel. I shall not allow him to harm Miss Poppy again. Bane, the centaurs are not an ungrateful race. If necessary, I shall stand alongside humanity. With that, Firenze turned away from Bane and Ronan, gesturing for Hagrid and Harry to follow him. Why is Bane so furious? Harry inquired, puzzled. Firenze sudden lealtid. Hagrid and Harry, unsure of his intentions, paused as well. Do you know what unicorn blood can be used for? He asked. It is a heinous act to injure or kill a unicorn, Firenze stated solemnly. Only one who possesses nothing, yet desires everything would commit such an atrocious crime. The blood of a unicorn can prolong your life, even when you are on the brink of death, but it comes at a terrible price. To save your own life, you would slaughter a pure, innocent being, and from the moment its blood touches your lips, you shall possess a life that is half alive, a cursed existence. Harry pondered for a moment and replied to Firenze, if I must bear a curse for eternity, I would rather die. Indeed, Firenze concurred, unless you merely use it to prolong your life in order to drink something else, something that fully restores your vitality and magic, something that grants you immortality. Mr. Potter, do you know what lies concealed within the school at this very moment? Harry almost instantaneously envisioned the target of the shadow. The Philosopher's Stone, he exclaimed. Are you suggesting that the one who seeks to steal the Philosopher's Stone is? He felt himself nearing the answer, his heart racing within his chest. Some say that person is already dead, slain by him at the age of 1. Yet he hesitated to believe that such a powerful dark wizard could perish so easily. But now, Firenze's words quickened his breath. It seems that the truth is singular. The taste of revenge is sweet, is it not? It appears you should understand that there has been one who has silently awaited for so many years, yearning for a resurgence, one who clings tightly to life. Biding their time, Firenze was quite pleased that Harry had grasped this point. This boy ought to study divination, he thought. Impossible. Hagrid interjected. The Philosopher's Stone cannot be so easily stolen. It is protected by Professor Dumbledore. As long as he is at the school, the Dark Lord shall not prevail. The stars have revealed to me my prophecy. Firenze lowered his head and spoke softly to Harry. Trust in the Centaur's astrology. We are seldom mistaken. Soon, the edge of the Forbidden Forest came into view. Well then, let's part ways here, Firenze said to the two of them. Hagrid waved goodbye to Firenze, expressing his gratitude for the reminder, stating that he ought to alert Professor Dumbledore. Just as Harry and Hagrid stepped into the castle, thunder rumbled in the spring sky. A pristine unicorn traversed the woods, akin to a woodland sprite, moving with grace and agility. Raindrops fell steadily, piercing through the heavy veil of night, cascading through the branches and landing upon her. She approached the stream, gently leaning against a perpetually green pine tree, seeking a patch of shade. A brisk, cool breeze mingled with the rain as it swept through the forest, accompanied by the distant calls of animals, enhancing the desolate atmosphere of the glade. A pale luminescence flickered about the unicorn, and soon after, a beautiful girl clad in Hufflepuff robes with shoulder-length hair appeared at the spot. Though her form was ethereal and translucent, Pabby leaned against the pine, sitting weakly on the ground, her hands covering her face as she began to weep softly. Silvery tears from the ghostly figure slipped through her fingers, falling onto the dark earth. Chapter 81. One cannot expect first-year students to guard the Philosopher's Stone, can they? In a haze, Harry felt someone nudging him. Wake up, Harry, came the voice of Seamus. It's the Bat S class today. Do you want to be sprayed with his venom? This was Ron's voice. The Bat? Harry rubbed his eyes. Oh, it's Snape, Ron clarified. Fred and George said he dresses in a long black robe, making him resemble a bat. Unable to contain himself, Harry chuckled. As they sat together for breakfast, Ron quietly inquired, Harry, how did you fare in the Forbidden Forest last night? I think it went well, Harry shrugged, scooping some baked beans with ketchup onto his bread, adding a slice of sausage and bacon. The Forbidden Forest is indeed perilous, but I made a friend there. After lunch, I'll introduce you to her. New friend? Ron perked up. Is she a centaur? No, she is a unicorn, Harry replied with a mysterious smile directed at Ron. Cool. Hermione leaned in with interest. How did you meet her? I thought unicorns were drawn only to the pure-hearted, particularly women. I didn't realize they could befriend boys too. She was attacked by a dark wizard, and I happened to pass by and saved her, Harry recounted truthfully. And how did you defeat the dark wizard? Neville suddenly asked. I used a rather innocuous little curse on him. Harry took a bite of his bread. The tangy, delicious baked beans combined with the unique flavor of the sausage and the smoky essence of the bacon provided some satisfaction to his empty stomach. What else could I say? Hermione perked up at the mention of the innocuous curse. What did you say, Harry? She whispered. You didn't oh my, did you really use? At this point, Hermione seemed to choke on her words. Well, in a moment of danger, attempting such a spell isn't entirely out of the question. But let us hope no one found out. No one. As Harry spoke, he suddenly thought of Fong. Oh no, when he left with Hagrid yesterday, he had forgotten to bring Fong, who had been struck by the stunning spell. He hoped the creature was all right. While contemplating, He spread some scrambled eggs on toast, added a few slices of bacon and some sausages, and finally topped it off with a slice of tomato and cheese, crafting a delicious sandwich. No wonder. Hermione diverted the earlier topic, yet her brow furrowed in contemplation. But why would that dark wizard attack a unicorn? It is a creature of utmost purity and nobility. Regardless of the motive, assaulting a unicorn is an unforgivable crime. No wonder. Hermione lowered her head, pondering for a moment before posing another question. So, the Philosopher's Stone is within Hogwarts. Who would dare to steal it right under Dumbledore's nose? There is indeed someone, lurking for many years, yearning for a resurgence. Yet now in a shattered state, he believes this is the only way to regain his former power. Harry devoured the homemade sandwich in a few bites. Can you guess who? Who? Ron sipped his pumpkin juice. Is it Voldemort? Hermione exclaimed in a hushed tone. At the mere mention of that name, Ron nearly dropped his pumpkin juice, which clattered onto the table. Fortunately, it was a thick glass, and he had consumed most of it, thus avoiding a mess on himself. Seamus gasped, uncertain whether it was due to the name or the news of Voldemort. As for Neville, his face turned completely pale. Among the 5 friends present, only Hermione and Harry remained unperturbed by the name. Hermione was simply unfamiliar with Voldemort, while Harry felt no fear towards him. How could this be? Ron stood abruptly, causing the entire Great Hall to turn their gaze upon him. He quickly sat down, lowering his voice, saying, "It's impossible. Dumbledore is at Hogwarts. How could he dare? But what if Dumbledore is not at the school?" Hermione stared at Ron, reminding him that the headmaster is not always on the premises. Once he leaves, it will be the perfect opportunity for Voldemort to strike. We must alert Professor Dumbledore. His mind was solely occupied with 2 matters. Firstly, to find the Philosopher's Stone, and secondly, to remove the curse from Neville's injury. Since Harry had stated this, Hermione felt there was little more to say. Indeed, since Professor Dumbledore was already aware of the situation, he would undoubtedly devise an appropriate response. Surely we cannot expect first-year students like us to protect the Philosopher's Stone? Potions class continued under Professor Snape's sharp scrutiny. This time, even Hermione was not spared, as her mind was elsewhere, resulting in her inadvertently adding half an ounce too much of bat liver. After Harry successfully brewed a perfect engorgement potion, Snape curled his lip, begrudgingly awarding Gryffindor a point. However, he later deducted 5 points due to Neville accidentally burning the cauldron dry. The students of Gryffindor have grown accustomed to the reality that Professor Snape frequently deducts points from their house. Yet, despite this, it does not diminish the fact that Slytherin currently languishes at the bottom of the House Cup standings, having suffered a staggering deduction of 150 points due to Snape's decrees. At the end of class, Harry instructed Ron and the others to wait outside. He had purchased several vials of blood-replenishing potion in Diagon Alley, but honestly, potions sourced externally could never compare to those concocted by a master like Professor Snape. If it were merely a common individual in need of such a potion, it would suffice, but since Parvati was an old friend, he would rather endure the splatter of Snape's venom than provide anything less than the finest potion for her. Professor Snape, of course, had also noticed that Harry had not yet departed. He smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm, and inquired, "Is there something else, Potter? Does the great savior have some trivial adolescent dilemma he wishes to discuss with his poor old professor?" Chapter 82. Professor Snape is surprisingly accommodating. It is indeed the case. "Professor," Harry replied, striving to frame his words in a manner that would not seem too offensive. "I have a friend who is injured and in need of a blood-replenishing potion." So you have reduced your poor old professor to the status of a mere clerk at a potion shop? Or perhaps you mistake his office for Madame Pomfrey's infirmary." Snape continued, his tone as ominous as ever. "Given that you are the only master of potions among my acquaintances," Harry raised his gaze, sincerity radiating from his eyes. Not daring to blink, Snape maintained a stoic expression, scrutinizing Harry's eyes for what felt like an eternity before letting out a dismissive huff and turning toward the cabinet. "Even if your injured friend were a troll, this potion would suffice," Snape remarked, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he shifted his tone. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. I had forgotten you do indeed have a few rather inept troll-like friends." "Thank you, Professor," Harry exclaimed, gratefully accepting the potion and bowing deeply, his gratitude evident. After Snape issued his dismissal, Harry obediently exited the classroom. "My goodness, how dare you linger in the potions classroom?" Ron exclaimed dramatically. "I would wager that if Neville were to interact with Snape for even 30 seconds, he would likely have wet himself by now." "I think you're correct, Ron," Neville replied, completely unfazed, believing Ron had greatly overestimated him. He was certain that 10 seconds would suffice. "So, what did you discuss with Professor Snape?" Seamus inquired. His interest piqued. "Oh wow," Ron gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shakily pointed towards the potion. Merlin, did you rob Snape's potion cabinet? No. The professor gifted these to me, Harry chuckled, tucking the potion bottles into his robes. My goodness, Harry, Seamus marveled, struggling to find adequate words to express his profound admiration. Ron and Neville gazed at Harry with a sense of reverence, fully aware of their extraordinary companion's uniqueness. Yet, they were utterly astonished that he had managed to procure 6 vials of blood-replenishing potion from the head of Slytherin House as a student of Gryffindor. Should one mention that Harry had vanquished dark wizards like Voldemort, they would merely nod, accustomed to such feats. After all, Harry had defeated the most formidable dark wizard when he was but a year old. However, to claim that he had acquired items from the Slytherin headmaster without any cost was indisputable. My dear fellow, you are indeed a living legend of Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley? A greasy voice echoed from behind them. 10 points from Gryffindor for discussing a professor behind his back. With that, Snape swept away like a great bat, leaving a gust of wind in his wake. Goodness, one can never predict when he might appear, can one? Ron remarked, still shaken. After lunch, Harry packed some food, including sausages and bacon, and ventured with his 4 companions to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. There, Poppy awaited them, eagerly bounding forth, tugging at Harry's clothing. All right, Poppy, Harry said, scratching her ears before retrieving the potion he had brought for her. Poppy obediently took the vial and tilted her head back to drink it in one go. The taste of the blood-replenishing potion was hardly delightful, as it was not brewed for Snape's own consumption, but rather for its efficacy. This potion will last a week, Harry, Poppy murmured, no need to use it daily. It was given to me by the potion's professor, who is quite amiable. Poppy, Harry chuckled. The 4 companions behind him gasped in disbelief. Harry, you mean to say Professor Snape is amiable? Neville exclaimed, incredulous. Goodness, this world must be mad, or I must be mad, to hear such words. The others nodded vigorously, with Neville serving as their most vocal representative. Do you not wish to introduce me to your little friends? Poppy inquired, eyeing the 4 companions behind Harry. Oh, I was so busy feeding Poppy the potion, Harry said, pulling Ron closer. This is Ron Weasley, the lad from the Weasley family. That sturdier fellow is Neville Longbottom. And this one with the missing eyebrow is Seamus Finnegan. And this is Hermione Granger, the most Ravenclaw-like among Gryffindors. Hello, I'm Poppy, Harry's dear friend, she chimed, her voice light and melodious. Goodness, are you truly a unicorn? Hermione stepped forward, careful not to offend Poppy, maintaining a respectful distance. You can speak. Magical creatures are always quite extraordinary, are they not? Harry chuckled softly, retrieving the food he had prepared for Poppy. Upon seeing Harry produce bread, butterbeer, sausages, and bacon, Hermione quickly interjected, No, Harry, unicorns do not eat such things. They only enjoy berries before she could finish. Poppy let out a delighted sound and joyfully began to nibble on the bacon sausage sandwich from Harry's hand. Hermione spoke in a daze, interrupted mid-sentence. It seemed even the know-it-all Miss Granger had her moments of ignorance. Ron, along with Seamus and Neville, whispered among themselves, nodding in agreement. They appeared eager to approach Poppy, but the thought that unicorns only drew close to the purest of hearts made them hesitate. After all, the sharp horn atop a unicorn's head was not to be trifled with. Should they provoke this unicorn lady, they might find themselves punctured with a transparent hole. Chapter 83. Harry and I have been acquainted for over a century. Once Poppy finished the meal Harry had brought, the group settled on the grass to engage in light conversation. Poppy reclined on the ground, inviting Harry to lean against her. The others, however, were not as fortunate. The 4 of them could only sit opposite Harry, gazing enviously at his close proximity to the unicorn. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would have always believed unicorns only befriended the most innocent of maidens, Hermione remarked with admiration. Yet, it was hardly surprising, considering Harry had saved Miss Poppy's life. Not quite, Hermione, Poppy corrected. It's not merely because Harry saved me. It's because we are old friends. Old friends, the group exclaimed in unison. They were well aware that Harry had grown up with his aunt and uncle, hardly having any exposure to the magical world. How could he possibly be old friends with a unicorn? Harry tilted his head, asking, Do you really want to reveal that, Poppy? Indeed, Harry and I have known each other for over a century, Poppy replied, playfully swatting Harry's face with her tail. To be precise, it has been 105 years. 105 years. Hermione calculated in her mind. 1992 minus 105. How could that be? 105 years ago was 1887. Hermione's disbelief was palpable. Harry is only 12 years old, and the life of a unicorn is indeed long. Poppy laughed brightly. Oh, believe what you will, it matters not to me. With a twinkle in her eye, she continued, "To be honest, this is simply how it is. No one is likely to believe it. Actually, I visited the Forbidden Forest before and met Poppy then. We became good friends," Harry vaguely recounted, omitting the details of their past. This explanation was readily accepted by the group, who deemed it the truth. "It seems you have mistaken Harry for the Harry of a century ago, Miss Poppy," Ron remarked while hugging his knees. "Are you referring to that Harry?" "I knew him too," Poppy replied with a cheerful laugh. "Wait," the four of them exclaimed in surprise, unable to fathom that this unicorn lady before them could know the Harry of 100 years past. Indeed, Harry was quite the figure in this school a century ago. Poppy said with a beaming smile. "Now what do you think of this forbidden forest behind us?" "What do we think? It's certainly terrifying," Seamus eagerly interjected. "There are all sorts of creatures within, werewolves, trolls, and I've heard rumors of spiders as large as cars." At the mention of car-sized spiders, Ron visibly paled. For the first time in his life, he despised the strength of his imaginative abilities. With just a brief sentence, he had already conjured a rough image of that spider in his mind. "Oh, really?" the four of them inquired together. "Of course it's true," Poppy replied with a beaming smile. "Things are vastly different now than they were a century ago. Back then, upon stepping outside Hogwarts, one would encounter numerous dark wizards, and the Forbidden Forest was teeming with poachers. They even had a poachers' association, where fire dragons were auctioned off in the black market. Then why had they all vanished?" Hermione asked in confusion. "Logically, poaching in the Forbidden Forest should be highly lucrative. I can't believe such a vast organization of poachers would simply disappear. Of course, they have all perished." Poppy raised her head, her face adorned with a remarkably human smile. "The infamous Ashen Serpent Society, which was once so fearsome that even the Ministry of Magic dared not provoke them, was utterly obliterated by Harry Potter and his companions. All the dark wizards who dared to resist perished beneath their spells. From that moment on, the name Ashen Serpent Society became nothing but a relic of history." "I see," the four of them expressed with admiration. To them, Poppy was a first-hand witness to history. Her words were undoubtedly true. Moreover, the name Harry Potter held a special connection for them, as he shared the same name as their own Harry, fostering an innate sense of closeness. Poppy settled into a comfortable position and began to recount tales to Hermione. Yes, Harry had several good friends, among them Gareth Weasley from Gryffindor. At this, she turned to Ron and said, "He is your ancestor, Ron." "Yes, he is my great-grandfather," Ron exclaimed proudly, thumping his chest with satisfaction at having an ancestor who was friends with the illustrious Potter. "And then there is Miss Soccer from Ravenclaw, Poppy Swedden from Hufflepuff," Poppy continued, "and Omini's Gaunt and Sebastian Sallow from Slytherin. Additionally, there were two girls closely associated with Harry, Cassandra Malfoy and Viritia Grindelwald." At this point, Poppy slyly glanced at Harry, only to find him appearing unfazed. "Grindelwald." Seamus furrowed his brow. "That surname sounds familiar." "Oh, right," Seamus exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, then asked Poppy, "Miss Poppy, what is the relationship between Miss Grindelwald and that dark wizard, Grindelwald?" "It would be best if you didn't let either of the Grindelwalds hear you say that," Poppy said, casting a sympathetic glance at Ron. For some reason, she felt that Ron might find himself ensnared by Gellert. However, Hermione grasped the crux of the matter and turned to Poppy. "Miss Poppy, you just mentioned a Hufflepuff named Poppy Swedden. Is your name related to hers?" Chapter 84. But You're Truly a Dog. Upon hearing Hermione's question, Harry cast a worried glance at Poppy. To his surprise, Poppy lifted her head and joyfully exclaimed, "Ah, you've discovered me. I am indeed Poppy Swedden from Hufflepuff." "Cool," Ron exclaimed. "I knew you were extraordinary. You are indeed that Miss Sweeting." "Oh, be quiet, Ronald." Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, bemused by his simplistic reasoning. "There are no animagi that can transform into magical creatures. At least, the books have warned us. Never, ever attempt to become a magical being." Poppy's eyes sparkled with mischief. She knew that no one would believe the truth if she spoke it. Rather than resorting to lies to conceal oneself, it is far better to reveal the truth. It is well known that lies require a multitude of deceptions to cover them up, whereas the truth stand alone. "Oh, so Miss Unicorn can deceive as well?" Ron asked pitifully. Poppy remained silent, offering him a knowing look. "Well, Ron, you truly are a foolish child," Hermione lamented, shaking her head in exasperation. "Am I really that foolish, Miss Poppy?" Ron implored, gazing at her with wide eyes. Poppy shook her head and smiled. "Foolish child. How could you possibly be foolish?" Ron puffed out his cheeks, turning away in a melodramatic display of sadness. This pitiable gesture elicited peals of laughter from the group. Just then, Hagrid arrived with Fong by his side. At that moment, Harry was engaged in conversation with Firenze, discussing matters concerning Voldemort. Meanwhile, Hagrid was preoccupied with relaying this news to Dumbledore. causing him to momentarily forget Fong. Miss Poppy, and all of you, good afternoon. Hagrid greeted, clutching something in his arms. Good afternoon, Hagrid, they chorused in unison. Hagrid approached and plopped down beside Ron, with Fong trailing behind him. He fainted, startled by that hooded figure, Harry succinctly explained. Upon hearing this, Fong perked up, staring incredulously at Harry, as if shocked that this bipedal creature would dare to accuse him. Reluctant to accept this, Fong trotted up to Harry, barking defiantly, his eyes fixed on him with a look of utter indignation. Harry understood. Fong's expression clearly conveyed, I may not be human, but you are undeniably a dog. You don't know how I fainted? Fong seemed to say. Did you see that? Harry remarked to Hagrid. He is upset. I have no doubt he wishes he could speak. Poppy chimed in, nodding in agreement. This is bad. The cowardly dog act has intensified. Goodness, Harry. You truly know a unicorn. Hermione exclaimed, still somewhat enchanted. Unicorns are such noble creatures. Harry offered her a simple smile in response. Harry, Potter. Two voices simultaneously encircled him, as Fred and George squeezed him in a playful embrace. Come chat with your big brothers. They chimed in unison. Just be sure not to let Miss Know-It-All discover what we're up to. Hermione flicked her hair, choosing not to engage with their antics. I advise you to tread carefully, Ron cautioned. Those two are not to be underestimated. Oh, Ronnie darling. Fred and George were in perfect sync once again. You really resemble our mother. Ron, who had intended to say more, felt his cheeks flush and bowed his head. Retreating to the dormitory, the impact of that remark was overwhelming for him, second only to being penalized by Snape during potions class. Upon arriving at the common room, Harry inquired first, Hey, how have you two been? Any leads on what lies beneath Quirrell's turban? No, Fred and George replied in unison. Since we completed the defense against the dark arts class this week, I haven't seen Professor Quirrell. It's as if he has vanished from Hogwarts. Really? Harry scratched his head, sensing something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. However, we haven't come to discuss that matter, Fred continued, producing a biscuit from his pocket and offering it to Harry. Here, Harry, take a look at this. What is it? Harry picked up the golden biscuit, examining it in the sunlight, but unable to discern its nature. Cannery cream, our newest prank product, George grinned. Once consumed, it will temporarily transform you into a human-sized canary. Quite an amusing little trick. Harry glanced at Fred and then at George. It seems you both have a knack for pranks. He placed the canary cream back on the table, as he had no enemies at school and could not fathom who might be the recipient of such a treat. The twins, noticing Harry's lack of enthusiasm, whispered, Just think about it, Harry. If Quirrell were to eat this biscuit and transform into a canary, wouldn't the secret beneath his turban be revealed? They exchanged mischievous glances, their eyebrows raised in shared amusement. Imagining Quirrell as a canary, Harry hesitated. Wasn't that a bit excessive? Suddenly, he felt a twinge of sympathy for Quirrell. No, guys, it's just a prank, he replied. Besides, he is the defense against the dark arts teacher. Fred shrugged. If he were competent, he wouldn't overlook the oddity of this biscuit, would he? You make a valid point. Harry nodded in agreement. Dudley? The thought of his gluttonous muggle cousin reminded Harry of Smelting's school, the private boarding institution he attended, implying that its students came from affluent families. If such a prank item were to be sold to his cousin at Smelting's, could it not become a sensation throughout the school? The Weasley family was not particularly well off. Perhaps this venture could earn them some extra income, alleviating some financial burdens at home, and at least Ron wouldn't have to wear old robes anymore. Moreover, the Potter family was not endlessly wealthy either. Eventually, their resources would dwindle, necessitating the exploration of suitable avenues for income. However, the canary cream was too conspicuous. It would be wiser to devise some harmless little prank items instead. With that thought in mind, Harry looked up at Fred and George and said, Fred, George, I just thought of something even more intriguing. What is it? The twins inquired in unison. Do you have any other ideas? Harry tapped the canary biscuit. Aside from this biscuit, do you think the canary biscuit lacks punch and that Professor Quirrell needs a different approach? Fred and George exchanged glances and high-fived, exclaiming, Cool. I told you our Gryffindor Lion's vision would never be limited. No, is there something less magical? Harry suggested, lifting the biscuit. Something a bit lighter. That muggles wouldn't notice? Now that's something we hadn't considered, Fred and George replied in unison, then inquired, So what do you propose? Harry looked at them, tapping his fingers on the table. You must know I've always lived with my aunt, right? They nodded in unison. I have a muggle cousin who currently attends Smelting School. If he were to promote your products at his school. Harry paused, leaving ample room for their imaginations to roam. The twins exchanged puzzled looks, still not grasping Harry's intent. You mean for your muggle cousin to sell our products at school? Fred asked. But he's a muggle. That's where your imagination comes into play, gentlemen, Harry replied, tapping the table again. Muggle money can be exchanged for galleons. If I recall correctly, 5 pounds can be traded for 1 galleon, and the students at Smelting are quite affluent. Affluent? George's interest peaked as he was drawn in by Harry's enticing vision. Very affluent, Harry affirmed seriously. Though they may not rival the Malfoy family, they are certainly not far behind. Harry was contrasting the Malfoy family of his time, which held significant influence in the wizarding world. Cassius Malfoy, the father, wielded considerable power within the Ministry of Magic, with many believing that the then-minister, Cornelius Fudge, was merely a puppet, with Cassius as the true leader of the ministry. The current Malfoy family, however, seemed to be on a decline. Nevertheless, even a diminished Malfoy was still better off than the Weasleys could ever imagine. Harry's words ignited a spark in Fred and George's minds. Indeed, Muggles have money. Why not seize the opportunity to earn from them? We're on it. Fred and George hurriedly dashed off. Harry opened his mouth to offer suggestions, but it was perhaps for the best that they would explore this avenue at their own pace. To his surprise, for 2 consecutive weeks, Professor Quirrell was absent from the defense against the Dark Arts class, replaced by the substitute Professor Snape. This turn of events proved unfortunate for the Gryffindor students, as aside from a select few who received special attention, everyone faced significant point deductions. The fortunate few, while not losing major points, were still scrutinized for various minor infractions, resulting in 1 or 2 points being deducted. To a certain extent, Professor Snape embodies a sense of equality, for he would never spare a student simply based on commendable classroom performance. Upon witnessing Neville's remarkably adept execution of the disarming spell, Snape's expression grew even more severe. This was not due to the standard of Neville's incantation, but rather because Neville had shown a modicum of proficiency in defense against the dark arts, while remaining utterly inept in potions, akin to a troll in ignorance. With this stark contrast, Snape's disapproval of Neville intensified. "Mr. Longbottom," Snape remarked with an air of significance, "that was a commendable disarming charm. Gryffindor shall receive 2 points for your proficient casting." In that fleeting moment, the entire class collectively inhaled sharply. Professor Snape? Could it truly be him? Apart from Potter, he was actually awarding points to another student? And to Longbottom, who performed the worst in potions? Neville, equally incredulous, raised his head, his expression clearly questioning, "Professor, have you taken a wrong potion?" Unfazed by any perceived affront, Snape merely curled the corners of his mouth and coldly stated, "In light of Mr. Longbottom's performance, you shall join Potter in the potions classroom for my individual instruction every Wednesday and Saturday." In an instant, Neville's countenance soured. He had never anticipated that his impressive disarming spell would lead to the dire consequence of being confined by Professor Snape. Individual instruction? Surely. Everyone knew that such sessions with Professor Snape were akin to a VIP experience of a one-on-one potion baptism. At the end of class, Neville still found it hard to accept this reality. "What's wrong, Neville?" Ron inquired, noticing his roommate's despondent demeanor. "I'm going to be confined by Professor Snape." "Goodness, I truly hope to see the sun rise again tomorrow." "Relax, Neville," Seamus encouraged. "It may not be as dreadful as you think. Look at Harry. He is doing just fine." "Indeed, Neville," Harry chimed in, "Professor Snape can be quite gentle and accommodating. I learned a great deal of useful knowledge during my confinement." At this remark, Neville, Seamus, and Ron cast incredulous glances toward Harry. "No, mate. One cannot generalize experiences among individuals." Chapter 86. The Lingering Aftermath of Pain. Regardless, Neville ultimately accepted this reality. Even if sorrow flowed like a river, it could not alter the fact that he was to endure Professor Snape's unique tutelage. Thus, he reserved his anguish for dinner, devouring several hefty portions of steak with fervor. Having just concluded his meal, a paper origami crane appeared before Harry. It was a letter from Gemma. "Harry," it read, "there are matters I wish to discuss with you in person. I shall await you in an empty classroom on the 2nd floor. Sincerely, G. A. Farley." All right. Ron did not pry into Harry's plans. His focus solely on his chicken leg. Following the direction Gemma had departed, Harry ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor of the castle. He withdrew his wand from the lining of his robe and concealed it within his sleeve. Preparedness was a habit he had cultivated under Cassandra's guidance. Approaching the empty classroom where he last met Gemma, he confirmed through his animagus form that she was alone inside before pushing the door open. There he found Gemma seated on a stool, her expression fraught with concern. "Harry, what is it?" Gemma inquired, raising her head as if to ascertain whether anyone else was present at the entrance. Harry chose not to interrupt her, instead taking a seat across from Gemma, listening intently. "A mysterious notebook has appeared in the Slytherin common room," she continued in a hushed tone. "It was provided by Draco Malfoy. Those who have used it claim it possesses a consciousness of its own, capable of aiding them in swiftly completing assignments or rectifying their shortcomings in spells. However, they must pay a small price in return. I once reported this issue to Professor Snape, but he dismissed it, seemingly preoccupied with more pressing matters. In an instant, Harry grasped why the Slytherin students had been so lethargic. It was as if this object was siphoning their soul's energy. A notebook? Harry furrowed his brow. What kind of notebook? Are you certain it was provided by Draco? Is it possible this notebook is a relic of Cassandra's? Indeed, Gemma replied. It is said to be a family heirloom of theirs. Others have mentioned that within the notebook resides a beautiful young woman of remarkable magical prowess. A young woman? Harry's heart skipped a beat, yet he suppressed his excitement, calmly inquiring, could she be an ancestor of the Malfoys? This information is quite valuable. Thank you, Gemma. Harry said sincerely. He felt a mixture of anticipation and an indescribable emotion. On one hand, he wished fervently that the young woman was Cassandra. On the other, he hoped she was not, for this object was undoubtedly a creation of dark magic. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to see Cassandra interacting with other boys. A century ago, Cassandra had remained aloof, showing no interest in any male other than him, and she had never extended any warmth towards Harry either. I hope you can assist me, Harry, Gemma said, rubbing her temples. My instincts tell me that notebook is anything but benign. I have heard that Malfoy's father, Lucius Malfoy, was a loyal associate of the Dark Lord. Perhaps that notebook is an artifact of his dark magic. I truly do not wish for it to further endanger Slytherin. Then why seek my help? Harry asked, his tone remarkably calm, as he genuinely sought to understand. This is dark magic, malevolent dark magic, Gemma asserted confidently. Who but dark wizards would trade using soul energy? Besides, I am, after all, the prefect of Slytherin, Gemma remarked. It would suffice to discuss this matter with Professor Snape, but if I were to report it to the headmaster, the family of Folly would inevitably face ostracism from the pure-blood families of Slytherin. Harry nodded in agreement, as this indeed resonated with Slytherin's character. In exchange, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you, Mr. Potter, Gemma continued. Those from Slytherin were acutely aware that assistance came at a price. However, Slytherin also prioritized self-preservation. Gemma was keen on seizing the opportunity to align herself with the chosen one. Harry neither accepted nor rejected the terms presented by Gemma. He merely offered her a smile. I shall provide you with appropriate assistance, Gemma. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Please do not be so formal. Just call me Gemma. Harry stood up. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The notebook Gemma mentioned had indeed piqued his interest. Nevertheless, he did not wish to disclose this matter to Dumbledore just yet. He needed to ascertain whether the notebook belonged to Cassandra. This situation required careful deliberation, especially as it unfolded within the Slytherin common room, and, as a Gryffindor, he felt it unwise to intrude recklessly. A week passed pleasantly, with Harry feeding Pabby at the same time each day and training duel techniques with his companions at the dueling club in the evenings, leading to a fulfilling routine. During the next defense against the Dark Arts class, Harry and his fellow Gryffindors arrived at the classroom, as usual, preparing to endure yet another round of Professor Snape's acerbic lessons. However, Harry sensed something amiss. In an instant, he uncovered Quirrell's little secret. It must be acknowledged that VV was a prodigious witch, deserving of Professor Fig's unparalleled praise. Under her tutelage, even minor curses, such as the soul-sucking curse and the heart-piercing curse, left subtle, undetectable marks on their targets. And Quirrell bore one of these very marks. Chapter 87. Do not assume the worst of your professor. Harry merely lifted his head for a moment before lowering it once more. To inform Dumbledore? Almost instantaneously, he dismissed the thought. With Voldemort currently clinging to life by relying on others, subsisting on unicorn blood, it was evident that such a weakened state rendered him incapable of posing any threat. It would indeed be a shame if all the training he had endured under Cassandra and VV a century prior came to naught. Perhaps it would be wise for him to withdraw from Hogwarts and live a mundane life as a muggle. However, Harry resolved to wait a bit longer, intending to act when Quirrell ventured to the 4th floor to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This way, he could justifiably utilize the stone. Employing minor curses in front of classmates, even if harmless, could indeed be rather alarming. He suppressed this thought and continued to listen attentively to Quirrell's lecture. It was true, Quirrell's teaching was typically halting, and the content was nearly non-existent. Yet his hypnotic effect was undeniable. Do not speak of Gryffindor, for even Ravenclaw cannot muster the enthusiasm to attend class. Dismissing the defense against the dark arts and the history of magic as equivalent subjects, Quirrell is indeed suspect. Harry, seated upon the sofa, confided to Ron. I have only just discovered this myself. Really? Hermione leaned in, whispering, no wonder he has taken such a prolonged leave. Harry, what have you uncovered? Do you recall when I mentioned that Voldemort lurks within Hogwarts? Harry inquired of Hermione. She hesitated before nodding. I remember, but what does that have to do with Quirrell? The one who attacked Parvati in the Forbidden Forest was Voldemort. When I drove him away, I inadvertently left a mark upon him, and today in class, I sensed that very mark on Quirrell. Harry elucidated. This indicates that Quirrell is Voldemort, and Voldemort is Quirrell. Ron asserted with a decisive fist. No, that cannot be. Hermione furrowed her brow, one hand supporting her elbow while the other cradled her chin. Voldemort's attack on Miss Patil signifies he is currently gravely weakened, yet Quirrell merely appears somewhat pale, not nearly at death's door. I got it, Hermione exclaimed, striking the table in excitement. Why does Quirrell wear such a large turban? If the mark that Harry felt is indeed accurate, then beneath Quirrell's turban must lie Voldemort's hiding place. Seamus raised his hand first. Say, that can't be, can it? I mean, after all, the Dark Lord is a powerful dark wizard. How could he cling to someone like a parasite, wrapped in a scarf and smelling of garlic? That seems implausible. With that, Hermione hastily departed the common room. She truly is quite the impatient one. Isn't she? Ron remarked with raised eyebrows. This is bad, Harry. Hermione hissed. I just visited Professor McGonagall, and she informed me that Professor Dumbledore has received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and has already set off for there. Did you not mention Quirrell to Professor McGonagall? Ron inquired. She does not believe me, insisting I should not think ill of my professor, and cautioned against speaking words that might harm the unity of the school. Hermione lamented, her face buried in her hands, clearly distressed. Harry sensed something was amiss. Logically, as the greatest living white wizard, Dumbledore could not be oblivious to Quirrell's actions. Could it be a scheme of Quirrell or Voldemort, intending to lure Dumbledore away from the school, thereby allowing them unimpeded access? We can no longer wait, Harry declared, rising to his feet. He felt the reassuring weight of his wand concealed within his robes, and declared to Ron, I must thwart his plot. With that, he strode toward the exit. Wait, Harry, you must need a companion. Ron protested. I shall accompany you. I'll go too. Me as well, echoed the others. I must remind you, this is not a practice duel in a room of requirement. Harry surveyed them with a serious glance. Why seek to thwart is this century's most formidable dark wizard? Voldemort. I understand, Ron earnestly remarked, but we are friends. I cannot bear to see you face danger alone. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, replying, I appreciate your goodwill, but Voldemort is not a challenge that a first year can contend with. I understand, Harry. Upon hearing Voldemort's name, Ron trembled slightly for a fleeting moment. Yet he quickly steadied himself and firmly declared to Harry, Harry, do you remember when you told me about dueling? I am your aide, and if you were to perish, I would carry on. Hermione chimed in. Indeed, Harry, Dumbledore instructed Hagrid to place the troll on the 4th floor, and surely there is more than one challenge. With us by your side, we can assist you in navigating through the obstacles. Wait a moment, Harry interjected. Upon returning to the common room, the 4 friends eagerly awaited him. If you have any regrets and wish to withdraw, now is the time, Harry said earnestly, standing before them. After all, we are about to confront Voldemort. Feeling fear is nothing to be ashamed of. The Dark Lord's minions tormented my parents, Neville stammered, though he stood tall. For their sake, I cannot back down. We are Gryffindors. Ron thumped his chest, proclaiming, we possess the courage buried deep within our hearts. It is our bravery and spirit that elevate our house above the rest. Chapter 88. Gryffindor, Courage Above All. Harry gazed at his companions, aware that a greenhouse cannot nurture robust trees. A century ago, Hogwarts students excelled because the magical world itself was fraught with peril. A mere stroll outside could lead to encounters with poachers or dark wizards. Observing their eagerness to thwart Quirrell, Harry realized that dissuading them would be futile. It was better to accept their company than to have them stealthily follow him, as this would also allow him to keep an eye on them. Additionally, Harry wished to challenge these friends, just as Sebastian and the others had once challenged him. Merely protecting them would render them as delicate as greenhouse flowers rather than resilient trees standing tall. This is Felix Felicis, Harry announced, holding up a small vial of the potion. Its effects need no elaboration. At the very least, it will ensure your safety. Each of you should take a small sip and share it among yourselves. With a flick of his wand, Harry conjured 4 tiny cups, pouring an equal measure of the potion into each and handing them to the 4. And what about you, Harry? Ron inquired. I do not require it. Harry winked at Ron. Once the 4 had drained their cups of the potion, Harry continued, this time, we will engage in a practical duel in the dueling club. And I hope everyone will follow my lead. Understood. Harry, they all responded in unison. Harry nodded, handing them the invisibility cloak. Follow me and don this. The cloak was ample enough to cover all four as they moved forward. Neville, you stepped on my foot, Seamus whispered in complaint. Oh, my apologies, Neville quickly replied. Ascending the staircase to the fourth floor, Hermione removed her invisibility cloak and approached the door, whispering, Look, this door has been opened. Evidently, Quirrell has already entered. A low growl emanated from within, and upon opening the door, Hermione shared an intense gaze with the three-headed creature. She then drew her wand, directing it towards the harp, her delicate hand gently swaying. The harp responded with a melodious tune, causing the 6 eyes of the creature, previously fixated on the outside and howling, to droop heavily, succumbing to slumber almost instantaneously. Quickly, let us go inside, Hermione urged, continuing to conduct the instrument-esque performance with her wand. It won't wake up, will it? Neville asked, glancing apprehensively at the creature. No, Harry replied, stepping through the door first, followed closely by Ron. Upon entering, Ron searched the walls for a way forward, but found nothing after a considerable time. Over here, Seamus called to them. Beside him was a trapdoor resembling a cellar hatch. Lumos, Harry illuminated his wand and peered down, but the depths were obscured from view. Revelio, he waved his wand again, yet discovered nothing. I'll go down to scout ahead, Harry announced to the group. If all is well, I shall call you down. And if there is trouble, Ron inquired. Then you'd better summon the professors. Harry rolled his eyes and leaped down. As he descended, he remembered to cast a cushioning charm upon himself. He felt as though he floated gently onto something soft, which he surmised to be a sort of vine-like plant. Come down, Harry shouted towards the opening above. It's fine. The opening appeared in his view, no larger than a fingernail-esque glimmer. Accompanied by 4 shrieks, his companions landed beside him. You know, when I was in the air, I almost felt like throttling you, Neville murmured. Honestly, I'm grateful for this mass of plants cushioning our fall, Ron remarked. Grateful for what? Hermione screamed. Something's wrapped around me. Oh dear, it's constricting my leg. At Hermione's exclamation, the others became aware of the predicament. Ron struggled fiercely, only to find the tendrils tightening further. Ugh, he gasped, finding it increasingly difficult to breathe. Harry discreetly cast a spell to alleviate Ron's discomfort. He recognized the plant, but wished to use this opportunity to challenge his friends. Don't struggle, Ron, Neville suddenly shouted. It's a devil-esque snare. The more you resist, the tighter it binds. Oh, how delightful, Ron complained. Now that we know what this wretched thing is, what do we do, Neville? Aren't you keen on herbology? Professor Sprout had mentioned. Neville mumbled a few words, then suddenly shouted, Seamus, set ablaze. This thing is afraid of fire. No, don't, Seamus. Ron barely had time to scream before a crackling explosion erupted beside him. The devil's net swiftly dissipated, and several individuals fell to the ground in succession. Look, sometimes I believe I am rather impressive, exclaimed Simon, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. It seems these devilish nets are quite fearful of my thunderous explosion. If only you could substitute that thunderous explosion with a roaring flame, I would be most grateful, replied a sullen Neville. His face darkened. Simon's spell had been directed towards Neville, rendering him the first victim of the spell's eruption. Thankfully, Neville had a keen interest in herbology. Otherwise, we would all be meeting our end here, Ron remarked, somewhat relieved. All right, let us continue forward, Hermione said, wiping the corners of her mouth and suppressing a smile. They traversed down a stone corridor, descending step by step, the only sounds being their footsteps and the occasional drip of water. Did you hear something? Neville whispered. It sounded like a buzzing akin to that of a fly. Hermione replied, lifting her head to gaze ahead. Let's go investigate, Ron declared, boldly leading the way. He felt a surge of confidence, perhaps fueled by the effects of the Felix Felicis. Upon reaching the corridor's end, they found themselves before a brightly lit room, adorned with a high vaulted ceiling. Countless birds, shimmering like jewels, flitted about, flapping their wings in a delightful frenzy. Opposite them loomed a heavy wooden door, blocking their path. It appears they are not birds, Simon remarked, looking up at keys. But which one is the correct key? The largest one. Look, its azure wings seem to be injured, Neville exclaimed, pointing at the large key with bright blue wings. Ron and Hermione scoured the ground, spotting a flying broomstick placed beside the door. Harry, Ron shouted excitedly, pointing at the broom, you're the seeker. It's your time to shine. Harry responded with an O and raised his wand towards the flapping large key. Accio. The key struggled weakly against the spell-esque pull, but could not escape. Harry seized the key and raised an eyebrow at Ron. Sometimes, being a seeker doesn't require a broomstick. Chapter 89, Avada Kedavra. Remarkable, Ron said, giving a thumbs up. Harry approached and inserted the key into the lock, twisting it, which produced a satisfying click. As he pushed the door open, The next room lay shrouded in darkness, utterly invisible. Yet, the moment they stepped inside, the room burst into light, revealing a shocking spectacle. They stood at the edge of a colossal chessboard, facing black pieces that towered over them, seemingly carved from obsidian. At the opposite end of the room stood white pieces, equally imposing. The faces of these towering white pieces bore no features, appearing quite terrifying. Neville let out a whimper, clutching Simon's arm. "If you grip any harder, my arm will snap." "Neville," Simon retorted with a sarcastic tone. Though he had been frightened moments ago, Neville's grip seemed to alleviate his fear. "What shall we do now?" Hermione inquired. Ron lifted his gaze towards the chess pieces, his expression grave. It was evident that a game of chess was necessary to advance to the next chamber. Perhaps there were alternative methods? Seamus, filled with eagerness, drew his wand and aimed it at the king among the white pieces, exclaiming, "Confringo!" The chess piece shattered in response, and just as Seamus revealed a triumphant smile, the fragments on the ground began to tremble violently, swiftly reconstituting into a king piece. Clearly, attempting to circumvent the rules would not suffice, Hermione murmured. "In my view," Ron stated, "we must act as the pieces ourselves." He approached a black knight and reached out to touch the knight's steed. Instantly, the stone animated. The horse began to paw at the earth, and the knight turned its helmed head to regard Ron. "Do we need to, join you to claim victory?" Ron inquired. The black knight nodded in affirmation. Ron turned to Harry and Hermione, saying, "We need to deliberate. I fear we must replace the 5 black pieces here." The others remained silent, observing Ron as he pondered. After all, Ron was a master of wizard chess, and only he could secure victory in this match. After careful consideration, Ron remarked, "Now, please do not take offense. It may seem blunt, but truth be told, your chess skills leave much to be desired." "We're not offended," Seamus quickly interjected. "Just tell us what to do." "All right, Harry, you will take the place of the bishop. Hermione, you stand beside him, assuming the role of the castle." Ron continued directing. "Neville, you go to the opposite side to replace the other bishop. Seamus, you stand next to Neville, taking the place of the castle." "And what about you?" Hermione asked loudly. "Me?" Ron inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "I shall be a knight." The chess pieces appeared to be listening intently. As soon as Ron finished speaking, 1 knight, 2 bishops, and 2 castles turned around, facing away from the white pieces, exiting the board and leaving 5 vacant spots for the 5 of them. According to the customs of wizard chess, Ron took a deep breath. The white pieces moved first. No sooner had he spoken than a white pawn advanced a step forward. "Harry, move 4 spaces to the right." Ron commanded loudly. Harry complied with Ron's directive, advancing 4 spaces. I'm a bit nervous," Seamus gulped. "Ron, please don't send me in to take a beating." "Go ahead, Neville," Ron instructed, revealing no signs of emotional fluctuation as he directed Neville forward. "You must take down the opposing bishop." "Me?" Neville trembled slightly. "I'm to attack the white bishop?" Nevertheless, he obediently drew his wand and cast a disarming spell, dispatching the white bishop. Soon, a heap of lifeless black pieces lay scattered against the wall. On 2 occasions, Ron adeptly noticed Seamus and Neville in perilous situations and devised means to extricate them. Meanwhile, Ron charged across the board. The number of white pieces he captured nearly equal to the black ones they had lost. Let me think, Ron sat atop the Black Knight, his countenance contorted in deep contemplation. At that moment, the White Queen turned her faceless visage towards Ron. "I need someone," she declared. Ron swallowed hard. A person willing to be consumed alongside him. What consequences might arise? Seamus gulped nervously. Ron remained silent, casting a glance at the disjointed remnants of the black chess pieces scattered across the floor. "No," Hermione shouted. "You'll lose your life, Ron." Yet Hermione yearned to argue further. "Hurry, don't waste time," Ron commanded, urgency seeping into his tone. If they delayed any longer, the Dark One would seize the opportunity. "Let me do it." Seamus stepped forward. "It can't be Harry. He is the destined adversary of the Dark One here. Ron, I hope my sacrifice is not in vain." Harry clenched his fists tightly, aware that while his comrades lacked the magical prowess of the Order of the Phoenix, their resolve was undeniably formidable. "Are you ready?" Ron inhaled deeply, his pallor contrasting with his unwavering determination. "I will go first, then Seamus to A1, and Harry, you are to confront the dying king." "Understood." Harry nodded emphatically. Ron took a step forward, and the White Queen lunged at him. She raised her stone arm and struck Ron's head with a tremendous blow, sending him crashing to the floor before she dragged him off the board and cast him aside. Hermione gasped, yet she remained rooted in her square. "I'll follow," Seamus declared, casting a glance at Harry and Hermione as he trudged toward A1. "Check." The White Queen, previously blocking the space between Harry and herself, slowly turned to stand beside Seamus. "Tell my mother I love her," Seamus uttered, just before being knocked unconscious by a powerful punch from the White Queen and hurled from the board. "Seamus!" Neville cried out. "Don't move!" Harry shouted at Neville, stepping before the White King, lifting his chin defiantly. "Checkmate!" The White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. As the White King made his move, the remaining white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing a path. Harry and Hermione covered their mouths, whispering, "You must be careful. Fear not." Harry reassured Hermione with a nod, then patted Neville's shoulder. "Neville, look after Hermione. You're a man. Stand tall." "All right." Neville nodded gravely. Harry watched them depart before turning to press onward. Ahead lay a stunned troll, likely incapacitated by either Quirrell or Voldemort. Beyond the troll awaited a series of potion challenges, seemingly devised by Professor Snape. After a brief assessment, Harry seized the smallest vial and drank it in one gulp. He then passed through the flickering black flames into the next chamber. Indeed, within the new room stood a solitary figure. As Harry had surmised, it was Professor Quirrell, with the mirror of Ariste looming behind him. Upon seeing Harry enter, a sinister smile crept across Quirrell's face. Before he could finish his words, he noticed Harry drawing his wand and aiming it at him. A sinister green light surged forth from Harry's wand, infused with the essence of death, hurtling toward Quirrell. Avada Kedavra! Chapter 90. Who on earth is the Dark Lord? The cramped room was instantly illuminated by the ghastly green glow. Quirrell, indeed a man favored by the Dark Lord, swiftly dodged to the side, evading the lethal killing curse. However, to his astonishment, the curse split upon striking the ground, sending a shard of green light racing toward his face. Caught off guard, Quirrell was struck squarely in the forehead by the splintered green beam. With a resounding thud, Quirrell collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. Harry, wand raised, pointed it unwaveringly at the lifeless Quirrell and cautiously approached. As the killing curse had fractured, he realized Voldemort still clung to the back of Quirrell's head. He dared not let his guard down. Upon reaching Quirrell's side, he hesitated not at all and incanted once more, Avada Kedavra. The curse struck Quirrell again, leaving him with no chance of survival. This was a prudent habit Harry had cultivated over the years. A former classmate had once been careless in defeating a dark wizard, only to be counterattacked by the feigned dead. Such a bitter lesson had been imparted to him daily by Vivi and Cassandra. For Quirrell, Harry felt no compassion. His lust for power and ambition to seize control offered no justification to entangle oneself with a wretched dark wizard like Voldemort. After ensuring Quirrell was truly defeated, Harry turned to the mirror of Ariste. To his surprise, this time the reflection did not reveal the Potter family or his two female classmates, but rather himself. The version of him in the mirror flashed a mischievous grin, winking as if holding a stone. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? He had indeed seen such an artifact in Vivi's collection, identical to the one the mirror's version was grasping. Curiosity piqued, Harry gazed into the mirror, only to witness his reflection placing the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. Simultaneously, he felt a weight in his own pocket, as if something had been deposited there. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry could scarcely believe that the legendary object had come into his possession so easily. He reached for his pocket, the stone's cold touch sending him into a reverie. "Harry Potter," a hissing voice echoed, instantly alerting him. He quickly retreated, discovering a terrifying visage materializing in the mirror. The face was ghastly, devoid of a nose, resembling a skull in its horror. "Voldemort?" Harry asked uncertainly. At that moment, he waved his wand, tracing a spell's trajectory. Revelio. A wave of energy surged forth, rapidly radiating in a spherical manner from the tip of the wand. However, the spell failed to ascertain the whereabouts of the face it sought. The visage within the mirror grinned enigmatically and spoke. "There is no need to exert yourself, Harry Potter. I never anticipated that we belonged to the same ilk." As he uttered these words, the tumultuous emotions within him had yet to subside. Who, indeed, is this Dark Lord? A mere first-year student resorts to a killing curse upon our first encounter, and, astonishingly, can target two victims simultaneously? Had it not been for Quirrell intervening, he would have found himself in dire straits. Simultaneously, he questioned the identity of this Harry Potter before him. Could he possibly be a mere imposter, disguised by Polyjuice Potion? Logically speaking, a first-year student should not possess the capability to cast Avada Kedavra. Even if they could, their aim would be so imprecise that it would merely result in a trickle of blood from a grown wizardess nose, hardly inflicting any fatal harm. Yet, this Potter before him managed to strike at two individuals at once, executing the killing curse without any emotional buildup, employing it with alarming ease. Have the students of Hogwarts become this merciless? While he pondered these thoughts, Voldemort's lips continued to move without pause. I long to show Dumbledore the true nature of his golden boy. You are destined to be a dark wizard. Come, join me, Potter. Let us together dominate the wizarding realm, conquer the world, and attain the power of eternal life. Oh, why should I place my trust in you? Harry retorted, uncertain of the figure's precise location, and thus momentarily at a loss for a counter. He chose to mock. I don't believe a parasitic creature clinging to another's nape has such capabilities. You ought to be Dub-Duck King instead of Dark Lord. For you can only quack aimlessly like a hapless duck. Suddenly, the face in the mirror contorted, for he had never expected that the boy before him could wield words as viciously as his own curses. Even Severus Snape, one of his most loyal followers in the past, could not match this child's malevolence. The thought of the Dark Lord being reduced to a mere jest, Dub-Duck King, filled him with dread at the ridicule he would endure. You insolent orphan! Voldemort seethed, his fury boiling over. Silence! How dare you? You wretched! Voldemort screamed hysterically. How could you know that? Harry opened his mouth, realizing that perhaps his flippant remark had struck a nerve with Voldemort. The Dark Lord's countenance revealed a clear breach in his defenses. He had indeed hit a raw spot. Could it truly be so? Goodness! The insults he tossed were reminiscent of the lessons learned from Professor Hao-Ying, the magical creatures instructor from China. Professor Hao-Ying not only excelled in culinary arts, but was also a master of invective. Harry recalled witnessing her scathing remarks, delivered with the precision of a rapid-fire barrage, akin to the venomous beauty of a Shakespearean sonnet. This resulted in their cohort possessing formidable prowess when it came to verbal duels. He felt that his words lacked sufficient force, for Professor Quirrell had even invoked his 18 generations of ancestors. Oh, I must apologize to you, Mr. Voldemort, Harry said sincerely. I'm truly sorry to hear that your parents abandoned you at such a tender age. Yet, to Voldemort's ears, this was akin to the most vicious mockery. Lies inflict no harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. In the past, his mother, Merope Gaunt, had fallen deeply in love with Voldemort's father, a Muggle, and seduced him with a love potion. However, when the truth came to light, Merope was not only cast aside by Tom, but also shamed by her own family. Pregnant and banished by her kin, Merope led a life of dire poverty in London, compelled to sell her invaluable Slytherin locket for a mere 10 galleons to the shopkeeper Borgin. On a dark, stormy night, she gave birth to Voldemort in a Muggle orphanage and heartlessly abandoned him. Such heart-wrenching memories, ruthlessly exposed by Harry, were bound to incite Voldemort's wrath. He glared fiercely at Harry, his fury reaching a peak, yet strangely, he found himself less enraged, his emotions gradually settling. The immediate priority was to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Once he possessed it, everything would be right again. Ah, the inherently malevolent Potter. I accept your apology, Voldemort coldly replied, a new scheme brewing in his mind. Your magnanimity could fill a restroom. Harry courteously bowed, a girl's restroom, no less. Voldemort choked, snorted disdainfully, and continued, enough of your banter, Potter. You must understand that Dumbledore will not come to your rescue, just as Quirrell foolishly attempted to curse you during the Quidditch match. Foolishly? Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, so it was Quirrell who cast the spell. Why would he do such a thing? Voldemort sneered, of course, to draw Dumbledore's attention, to make the great and selfless Dumbledore aware that he was plotting against the Savior, in hopes of gaining Dumbledore's assistance to free himself from my control. Alas, Potter. Dumbledore paid him no heed. To him, everyone is expendable. Harry sensed something amiss. It appeared Voldemort was stalling, and his previous remarks were clearly intended to sow seeds of doubt regarding Dumbledore. Had he been a first-year student, he might have fallen for Voldemort's deception and questioned Dumbledore's integrity. However, having encountered numerous deceitful dark wizards who would lie to survive and to harm others, he trusted not a single word Voldemort spoke. He reached into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the Philosopher's Stone. In the mirror, Voldemort continued his verbal assault. As for you, Potter, you too are a pawn in his game. Anyone could be a sacrifice to Dumbledore, as long as they can vanquish the great Voldemort. Just think about it. Your parents, and you, do you not wonder why your parents caught my eye? Because you are a pitiful wretch deprived of a mother's love. You harbor jealousy towards me. Harry taunted mercilessly, continuing to absorb the energy from the Philosopher's Stone. Potter, Voldemort bellowed, my patience is wearing thin. I find myself more curious as to why your mother abandoned you. Harry smirked defiantly. You are undoubtedly a murderous fiend, wishing to slay my parents solely for your own desire, with no regard for others. Yet, I'm far more intrigued as to why your mother forsook you, and even your father rejected you. By the way, we have conversed for quite some time, and I am yet unaware of your surname, Mr. Voldemort. Did your parents not teach you the importance of politeness towards others? Oh, my apologies. Harry feigned a gesture of covering his mouth with exaggerated astonishment, gazing at Voldemort. I forgot, Mr. Voldemort, your parents no longer wanted you. This expression he had learned from Cassandra. Harry felt no guilt. After all, the Voldemort before him was the very enemy who had slain his parents, a notorious murderer responsible for the demise of countless innocent wizards within the magical realm. Such a being did not warrant any compassion. Moreover, being in the light while Voldemort lurked in the shadows, it was prudent to utter taunts that might provoke Voldemort into revealing his presence. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice hissed ominously. I have changed my mind. You must die. As his words echoed, Quirrell suddenly rose to his feet. A flash of green light appeared from thin air. Harry, ever prepared, directed his wand towards the stones before him, transforming them into a colossal shield that blocked the terrifying green light. I demand retribution, Quirrell hissed. Harry understood that Voldemort had taken possession of Quirrell's body. Expelliarmus. Harry cast a disarming charm, while his other hand clutched the Philosopher's Stone tightly, drawing upon its energy. The stone truly lived up to its name, filling Harry with an overwhelming sense of power. Voldemort, with a flick of his wand, dispelled the charm and extended a hand, forcefully blowing forth a surge of black flames. He let out a sinister laugh, reminiscent of a demon from the deepest abyss, as the flames roared and transformed into a twisted giant serpent, poised to strike at Harry with its gaping maw. It was fiend fire, one of the most advanced dark magics, a fire that grew increasingly powerful, capable of morphing into monstrous shapes and relentlessly pursuing anything that could burn, indiscriminately hunting down its targets. Inadequate wizards often found themselves ensnared by its uncontrollable nature, leading to unnecessary destruction, while only the most powerful sorcerers could wield it with precision. A dark wizard like Voldemort could undoubtedly command fiendfire with ease. Harry gripped the Philosopher's Stone tightly, drawing upon the energy it harbored. Philosopher's Stone, grant me your power. An unceasing flow of magical energy surged into his body from the point of contact between the stone and his hand, filling him with strength. He raised his wand and swung it forcefully before him. As he moved, a circle of deep blue flames ignited around him, forming a protective barrier of fire. Chapter 91. Oh no, I have become a soul artifact. This was the spell he had initially developed with Vivi, and the flames were the legendary eternal fire, Gobrathian flame. To master such flames, Harry had exerted efforts and sweat beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. Protego Gobrathian. Harry intoned the incantation, and the flames blazed brighter and fiercer. This was a fire that could burn eternally without the need for fuel. Voldemort's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Harry, utterly astonished that a first-year student could wield such profound magic. However, while Grindelwald's flames were a fierce fire, the flames before him were Gobrathian flame. Known as the Eternal Fire, Gobrathian flame is a magically enhanced fire that can burn forever. This is an exceedingly advanced form of magic, achievable by only a select few wizards. Most importantly, it is not dark magic. This spell is too intricate to be included in Hogwarts curriculum. Even a century ago, very few students could master the Gobrathian flame. Harry had gradually mastered this flame by studying a spellbook retrieved from the Malfoy family library, thanks to Cassandra. Utilizing Gobrathian flame for protection was the concept of Elatia. Replacing armor with this eternal fire proved to be remarkably effective. The fiery serpent summoned by Voldemort thrashed wildly, attempting to breach Harry's flame barrier, yet could not budge it in the slightest. With the Philosopher's Stone backing him, Harry's spellcasting strength had reached an insurmountable level. As the energy of the Philosopher's Stone began to wane, Harry felt an instinct within him intensifying, as if it were about to break free from his physical confines. Following this instinct, he waved his wand, transforming a nearby stone into a barrel of explosives, which hurtled towards Voldemort with a fierce whistle. Voldemort's heart raced. He conjured a protective shield, but the barrel detonated directly, sending him staggering a few steps back from the force of the blast. Seizing the opportunity, Harry unleashed a disarming spell aimed at the reeling Voldemort. The Gobrathian flame surged forth, consuming the incoming curse entirely. As Harry brandished his wand, a rumble of thunder began to echo above Voldemort. What spell is this? A sense of foreboding rose within Voldemort as he quickly retreated. However, the thunderous sound relentlessly pursued him like a relentless shadow. With no other choice, he fortified his defense above. Unfortunately, as but a remnant of a soul inhabiting Quirrell's lifeless body, he could barely exert a fraction of his power. The ominous feeling in Voldemort's heart intensified. He cast a killing curse at Harry, and, seizing the moment, transformed into black smoke, vacating Quirrell's body. In that instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking Quirrell's form directly. The battered form of Quirrell was instantaneously shrouded in an inky darkness, as if it had been purified by the surges of high voltage. Harry aimed his wand at the fragment of Voldemort's wretched soul, poised to cast a spell, when an ominous premonition suddenly seized him, sending a shiver from his neck to the back of his head. He swiftly rolled to the ground, just as a voice echoed, Avada Kedavra. The ghastly green light grazed Harry's body, striking the ground with no effect. He quickly turned, and, in that fleeting moment, Voldemort's remnant seized the opportunity to whip up a gust and escape. Harry scanned his surroundings, perplexed by the source of the spell. Yet the assailant seemed disinclined to launch any further attack. Cautiously, Harry elevated his wand slightly. With the flickering of the protective flame, he expanded his shield. Revelio. Still, there was no response, and Harry sensed no hostile entities nearby. Meanwhile, he had finally absorbed the energy of the Philosopher's Stone. A wave of dizziness engulfed him, and he staggered, collapsing onto Quirrell's charred form. Upon contact, the blackened professor disintegrated into dust. In his final moments of consciousness, he expended his last strength to hurl the Dark Wizard's wand into the flames. Harry did not dispel the protective fire, unaware that the caster of the killing curse had already vacated the chamber. However, Voldemort was not as fortunate. Upon emerging from the basement to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he collided with a specter of a Slytherin beauty, draped in flowing black hair. Instinctively, he felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not recall where he had encountered her. Without any warning, the apparition lunged at him, tearing away a significant fragment of his shadowy essence. "Who are you?" Voldemort questioned, incredulity flooding his voice. A notebook, one he recognized all too well, materialized before him. "Impossible," he exclaimed. This was his diary. After learning of Cassandra's exploits from Abraxas Malfoy, he had disguised this Horcrux diary with transfiguration to adopt a feminine appearance, even signing it with a false name belonging to Malfoy. His intent was to have it meticulously safeguarded within Malfoy Manor, preserved unnoticed by all. Subsequently, he had entrusted an identical diary to Lucius Malfoy, his most loyal servant, for proper custody. But why had this genuine Horcrux appeared here? Before he could ponder further, the spectral beauty coalesced his dark essence into a mass and pressed it into the diary. "This is bad. I've become a Horcrux," was Voldemort's final thought before he succumbed to unconsciousness. The diary then reverted to its tattered state, surrounded by a swirling vortex, silently vanishing from existence. As Harry reopened his eyes, he found himself gazing into a pair of crescent-shaped spectacles. It was Dumbledore, who was smiling warmly at him. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore cheerfully greeted. "Professor," Harry replied, glancing around. He lay upon a bed adorned with pristine linen sheets, while the table beside him was piled high, resembling a small mountain, as if half a candy store had been transported there. To his left, Seamus and Ron lay in a deep slumber. "These are gifts from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "Your actions in the dungeon to thwart Professor Quirrell have remained a complete secret, yet secrets have a way of spreading, and thus the entire faculty and student body are aware. As far as I know, your friends Fred and George initially intended to present you with a toilet seat. They undoubtedly meant it as a jest, but Madame Pomfrey deemed it unsanitary and confiscated it." Harry couldn't help but laugh. He truly couldn't fathom the purpose of gifting a toilet seat. Perhaps it was indeed just for fun. "How long have I been here?" Harry inquired. "Only one night," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "I had expected you to remain unconscious for a longer duration, yet you awakened before those two." He was undoubtedly referring to Ron and Seamus. However, Harry furrowed his brow, hesitating to continue. He wanted to ask Dumbledore if he knew how Quirrell had met his demise, but felt a twinge of apprehension. Dumbledore gently smiled and remarked, "It seems that the protective flames I conjured were of some utility, at least in safeguarding you effectively. Furthermore, I had to conjure a broom to sweep away the remnants of Professor Quirrell. It is love," Dumbledore continued softly. "Your mother sacrificed herself for you. If there is one thing Voldemort cannot comprehend, it is love. He failed to realize that a love as profound as your mother's leaves an indelible mark upon you. Not a scar, nor a visible trace, but the memory of being so deeply loved, even if that love emanates from someone who has long since departed, grants us a perpetual shield. It resides within your very being. This is precisely why Quirrell could not touch you. His heart was consumed by hatred, greed, and ambition. Having sold his soul to Voldemort, to lay hands upon someone bearing such a beautiful mark would inflict upon him unbearable torment." For a fleeting moment, Harry was taken aback. No wonder. No wonder V had informed him in the Slytherin common room that he bore a powerful protective charm, rendering the Cruciatus curse ineffective upon him. He had initially thought that V was simply reluctant to inflict such pain, but it turned out she spoke the truth. For the first time in his life, Harry felt his mother so close to him. "Mom," he murmured, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. Dumbledore remained silent, feigning a keen interest in a small bird outside the window. Seizing the moment, Harry wiped his tears, suppressing the tremor in his voice, and asked Dumbledore, "I heard Voldemort mention that Professor Quirrell sought your help, yet you chose to ignore him?" Dumbledore shook his head and said to Harry, "I am truly sorry, Harry. Although I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, there are limits to what I can accomplish." He willingly devoted himself to Voldemort, even if there were a fleeting moment of regret. It is highly probable that it was merely a part of his nefarious plans with Voldemort. "I'm pleased that you inquired. But I must emphasize that even if he were genuinely remorseful, I would have no means to assist him, for his choice to aid Voldemort had already sealed his fate." "I understand, Professor." Harry nodded sincerely. Given his knowledge of the cunning nature of dark wizards, he harbored no illusions of martyrdom. Had this elder student believed Quirrell, he would not have become the greatest white wizard in the world. "What, the Philosopher's Stone?" Harry continued. "I felt the energy of the stone surge into my body." "Professor, is the stone safe?" "Oh, the Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said, patting Harry's shoulder. "It is no longer of any use. I must also remind you that you should remain here for a few more days. Ordinarily, a young wizard like you, absorbing all the energy from the Philosopher's Stone, would be at risk of exploding, quite literally, I mean. But I am perfectly fine, am I not?" Harry laughed, devoid of any concern. "I personally believe it is so. Moreover, I am inclined to think that the spell left to you by Lily absorbed all the energy of the Philosopher's Stone. I have a vague sense that your protections have grown stronger." Dumbledore sighed. She was a brilliant witch. Only she could master such profound ancient spells. Harry exhaled subtly, relieved that the headmaster's conjectures spared him a considerable amount of explanation. "Then you cannot do so, Professor?" Harry asked with a curious tilt of his face. "Those without the gift for ancient magic cannot learn it in their lifetime." Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with wisdom behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Harry had an inkling that this headmaster was perceptive in ways he had not anticipated. He then recalled the Lemieux and asked, "Professor, what about the Philosopher's Stone and Mr. Lemieux?" "Rest assured, Nicholas has stored plenty of elixirs of immortality." Dumbledore winked at Harry. "Moreover, we intended to destroy the stone once our business is concluded, so there is no need for concern." "One last question, Professor." After a moment's contemplation, Harry asked directly, "I have the distinct feeling that you are intentionally guiding me to the dungeon, to confront Professor Quirrell or perhaps Voldemort." A flicker of surprise crossed Dumbledore's face, as he had not anticipated such directness from Harry. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder and said, "Harry, when Voldemort returns, everyone faces two choices: to submit under his terrifying reign or to perish in resistance. However, you, over a decade ago, caused him to lose face, clinging like a parasite to another's nape. Believe me, he is a vengeful being. In this world, you have no other choice." "I understand, Professor." Harry nodded gravely. "Well, you have asked enough questions. I suggest you begin to enjoy these sweets." Dumbledore rose from his seat and casually retrieved a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from the table. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. How unfortunate I was in my youth, having inadvertently consumed a bean of foul flavor, which has led to my aversion to this confectionery ever since. However, I believe that choosing a toffee-flavored bean is always a safe bet. Wouldn't you agree? "I suggest you try a different one," Harry sincerely remarked. "Quite delightful indeed. Chocolate flavor," he added with a smile. Chapter 92. The Map Room, a Reunion. During this time, many came to visit him, but were sternly rebuffed by Madame Pomfrey. Both Seamus and Ron awoke that afternoon, having spent 3 days in the hospital wing, and left with Harry. Without the company of his two friends, his days would have been utterly dismal. Upon returning to the common room, Harry was greeted with a hero's welcome. "Potter is our Lionheart," chanted the Weasley twins, particularly Fred, whose voice rang the loudest. Every young heart yearned for tales of heroism, especially in Gryffindor, a house renowned for its courage. Harry single-handedly thwarted Professor Quirrell's nefarious plot, which was a testament to the values esteemed by his peers. Perhaps Dumbledore intended it this way, for the rumors circulating did not disclose Voldemort's existence, merely mentioning Professor Quirrell's involvement. But that was enough to incite fervor, as it was, after all, a professor. A first-year student, with the assistance of his friends, navigated through the challenges set by the professors and ultimately confronted Quirrell alone, successfully averting his scheme. Truly, he is the savior. Not only Gryffindor students, but also a few from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were present in the common room. Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff, along with his classmates, applauded Harry enthusiastically. Harry, well done. Harry was not overwhelmed by the accolades pouring in from all directions, nor did he allow pride to take hold of him. He extended his arms, signaling for everyone to pause. As his classmates looked on in confusion, uncertain of his intentions, Harry began to speak. Thank you all for your support. But my success is not solely my own. I owe much to my friends who have supported and helped me reach this point. His classmates fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge Hermione Granger. Harry waved to Hermione, who stepped forward. Had it not been for Hermione's ingenuity in locating the means to pass through the three-headed dog and her spell to lull that fearsome creature to sleep, we might not have even made it past the first door. Upon hearing Harry's tribute, the students erupted in cheers for Hermione's name. Granger, Granger, Hermione, I knew you were brilliant, came Lavender's exuberant shout. Hermione's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, her smile radiant like that of a jubilant beaver, her large front teeth barely contained. As the crowd cheered for a while, Harry seized Neville, who was attempting to slip away, pulling him to the forefront. He draped his arm around Neville's shoulders and addressed the group, and let us not forget our dear Neville Longbottom, who discovered the weakness of the Devil's Snare, allowing us to triumph in the first challenge. Longbottom, Longbottom. The room erupted with exuberant applause, echoing throughout the common room. Neville, with a slight quiver of his lips and reddened eyes, gazed around at his classmates who genuinely cheered for him. Heaven knows, he had always lived under the pressure of his parents, even believing himself to be a non-magical dud. Could someone like him truly earn such applause? Neville, do you see this? Harry called out, you are magnificent. Neville is the best. Ron shouted from behind, clapping fervently. Neville is the best. The classmates joined in, the atmosphere becoming increasingly fervent. Thank you, Harry. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Neville turned and embraced Harry tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Harry coughed twice, feigning a struggle, and exclaimed, all right, good heavens, Neville, if you squeeze any harder, you'll make me regurgitate last night's dinner. Neville quickly released him, and upon seeing Harry wink at him, he finally managed a smile. And now, our very own Seamus Finnegan. Harry pulled the enthusiastic Seamus forward, addressing the crowd. Seamus used a spell to dismantle the Devil's Snare and bravely stepped up at a critical moment, securing our vital victory. Finnegan, Finnegan. The crowd applauded and cheered. Seamus, filled with excitement, waved his hands and brandished his wand, declaring, does anyone want to see the spell I used to defeat the Devil's Snare? Oh heavens, please don't, Seamus, came the chorus of voices from around him. As the applause gradually subsided, Harry finally called upon Ron. I must say, Ron Weasley, you are the greatest chess player I have ever known. You sacrificed yourself on the board, and at a crucial moment, you stood resolutely alongside Seamus, granting us the opportunity to win that harrowing game of wizard chess. I must declare, Ron, you are the bravest person I have ever seen, a true Gryffindor. Weasley, Weasley, Weasley. The crowd erupted into wild cheers, acknowledging Ron's noble sacrifice on the chessboard, a testament to his unparalleled courage. Who could be more of a Gryffindor than he? Ronnie, my dear Ronnie. The twins danced playfully, shaking their backsides like cheerleaders at a Quidditch match, utterly devoid of any sense of shame. This is my brother, my youngest brother, Percy shouted amidst the jubilant crowd, his face radiating with pride and happiness. Such a celebration was a dream come true for Ron, who had often felt overlooked at home. And now, the Mirror of Ariste had transformed this dream into reality. Harry, is this truly happening? Ron released Harry and nodded emphatically. He was not only elated by the realization of his own dreams, but also genuinely delighted to have a friend like Harry. Among the throngs of people, the loudest cheers did not come from Gryffindor, but rather from Hufflepuff. The Badgers of Hufflepuff held a particular admiration for Harry's humility and his unwavering loyalty to his friends. Such qualities are indeed rare and perfectly embody the spirit of their house. Hence, they cheered wholeheartedly for the chosen one. All right, everyone, Harry proclaimed. Let us raise our glasses in celebration of our friend's bravery. Hooray! Celebration. The students echoed in exuberance. The welcome feast continued from morning until dusk. As they listened repeatedly to Ron and Seamus recount their adventures, along with tales they had heard from Dumbledore. By the time it concluded, the attendees were left yearning for more. It was an adventure of the Savior and his companions at Hogwarts, so close to them. Cedric, while sipping butterbeer, appeared several times as if he wished to say something to Harry, but ultimately held back, choosing silence instead. Harry, oblivious to Cedric's unease, continued to revel in the celebration with his classmates. He was, of course, overjoyed. He could now wield ancient magic, which meant the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets was wide open for him. When the gathering dispersed, he and Ron made their way to the Great Hall for dinner. Hagrid had been waiting there, and upon seeing Harry, he rushed over, seated himself beside Harry, and took his hand, sobbing uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. I told that fiend how to subdue the dragon. I revealed everything to him. He knows it all except for this, and I just had to tell him. You nearly lost your life, all for a dragon egg. I'll never drink again. I deserve to be cast out, to live as a muggle forever." Harry understood his big friend's sincerity. Hagrid, being the gentle giant he was, could never keep a secret. "Hagrid," Harry gently embraced him, whispering, "It's not your fault. That man is the most cruel and cunning dark wizard of this century. Even if you hadn't told him, he would have found out regardless. But you're safe now." Hagrid sniffled, picking up a claw from the table to blow his nose, producing a loud sound. "I'm fine now, aren't I? And that villain's scheme has been thwarted." Harry continued, leaning close to Hagrid's ear. "In fact, I've received many gifts for it, and my classmates have celebrated for me. I truly cherish this feeling." "Really?" Hagrid, wiping away his tears, responded with a smile. "You reminded me. I brought you a gift as well. Is that so?" Harry inquired with interest. "Of course, take a look." Hagrid pulled from his pocket a beautifully bound tome that resembled a book. Harry accepted it and gently opened it, revealing moving photographs of wizards. There were images of his father and mother, each page adorned with their smiling faces, waving at him. Hagrid remarked nearby, "I sent an owl to your parents' old friend to request some photographs. I am aware that you do not possess any images of them. Do you like that?" "Thank you, Hagrid," Harry replied, extending his hand to gently caress the album. "I truly cherish this gift. I adore it." This was his first encounter with such a multitude of photographs of his parents. Hagrid allowed Harry to be, bidding him farewell softly. Harry remained seated, perusing the album, reluctant to close it. It was not until Ron reminded him that dinner was served that he finally shut the album, tenderly tucking it away in his embrace. He intended to treasure this album dearly. "Harry, it's already 10 o'clock. Aren't you going to sleep?" Ron yawned, having just finished a game of wizard chess with Seamus. Ever since he had experience being a piece on the board, Seamus had developed a penchant for the game. "You must not have eaten enough at dinner. I recall you hardly touched your meal," Ron said as he lay on his bed. "If you wish to visit the Hogwarts kitchens, you should go to the entrance beside the Hufflepuff common room. The doorknob is shaped like a pear, and you must tickle it for the handle to appear." "All right, Ron. I've got it," Harry nodded. "I'm heading to bed now. Good night." With that, Ron turned over and swiftly drifted into slumber. Youth is truly wonderful. Falling asleep at a moment's notice, Harry thought as he tiptoed out, casting the disillusionment charm upon himself. Having acquired the power of the Philosopher's Stone, he felt compelled to explore the hidden chamber beneath. His emotions were a blend of excitement and trepidation, fearing that the chamber might yield nothing of significance, or worse, bring unwelcome news. He made his way to the dungeons of Hogwarts, and this time, empowered by the stone, he indeed witnessed the ancient magical fluctuations before the hidden chamber. A swirling mass of black and white energy writhed, emitting an indescribable sound. Approaching the roiling magical energy, he lifted it with his wand, drawing an archway from left to right. Under the influence of ancient magic, the energy obediently transformed into an arch, and within it, a shimmering curtain of water rippled. Peering through the curtain, he discovered that the door obstructing the hidden chamber had vanished. This was the marvel of ancient magic. Those endowed with such gifts could unveil places concealed by ancient enchantments, while those lacking such talent could exhaust all efforts and remain utterly lost. As Harry stepped through the shimmering curtain, he was gratified to find that the door to the hidden chamber had indeed disappeared. He could enter. Even after a century, the hidden chamber remained unchanged, just as it had been 100 years prior. Directly before the entrance lay the book belonging to Vivi. He raised his gaze towards the portraits, which were arranged in a line from left to right, showcasing 4 grand images. Harry held vivid memories of the portraits. On the far left hung the image of Principal Neophel Fitzgerald. The second from the left was Professor Charles Lukewood. The third was Professor Percival Bockham. The far right position remained vacant. However, as Harry gazed at the empty space, he was astonished to find another figure within the portrait. The figure looked at him with a gentle gaze. "Harry!" The girl, noticing him, was the first to greet him, her beautiful smile radiant as her flowing hair. It was Vivi Valerity Grindelwald. Vivi. Harry stood frozen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the girl he had constantly thought of had transformed into a portrait, now adorning the walls of the map's secret chamber. "It has been a long time," the girl said softly. Chapter 93, The Past. Harry's throat burned as if pricked by needles. Countless possibilities raced through his mind, yet he never anticipated that upon entering the secret chamber, he would encounter the portrait of the girl. "Vivi." His voice was hoarse, Principal Charles? Murmured Principal Fitzgerald. Close your mouth and come with us. Professor Lukewood cast a disgruntled glance at Harry before turning to follow the two professors away from the portrait. I waited for you for so long. Valerity's voice was gentle. Harry's throat tightened, rendering him speechless for a moment. Finally, he managed to ask, "Are you all right?" "I should be fine," Valerity replied softly. Harry sank to the ground, utterly unable to accept this reality. To him, Valerity was not merely a dear friend. She was a mentor, a sisterly figure. Though their time together was brief, in this world, Vivi had been the one person capable of unconditionally embracing him. Harry. Tears streamed down his face. "Is this what you call fine? Remaining trapped in a portrait? I think you misunderstand." "Harry," Valerity said with a playful smile, winking mischievously. "I have not perished. I have merely left you some clues within this secret chamber, so you wouldn't lose track of me. You know, time travel is an incredibly arduous endeavor. Now that I see you, I also realize that I might still be ensnared in the Slytherin study." The Slytherin study? Harry's voice rose an octave, springing to his feet in a flurry of urgency. "I will rescue you." "Harry," Vivi called, halting him. "Listen to me." Harry froze, feeling the distance between him and Valerity, and stepped closer, striving to bridge the gap. "Since I am not present, it implies that the time magic array is missing certain materials." Valerity spoke gently. "You will need several components: angel feathers, a dragon's heart, and phoenix tears." "The dragon's heart is manageable. Ron's brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania," Harry said impatiently. "As for phoenix tears, Professor Dumbledore has a phoenix, so that is not an issue. But what are angel feathers? Do angels even exist in this world?" "In the depths of Gringotts vault, I have stored some angelic feathers," whispered Vilacia. "Additionally, there exists a modest sum of money within the vault, which belongs to both of us." "I am not in want of funds, Vivi," Harry quickly replied. "I am well aware, for you are the renowned scion of the Potter lineage." Vivi smiled gently at him. "How do you know this?" Harry inquired, perplexed. "A century ago, the Potter family had not sought him out, as there are many Muggles who share the surname Potter. They merely assumed Harry hailed from the Muggle realm and thought little of it. At that time, he was oblivious to his connection to the Wizarding Potter family, believing himself to be of Muggle descent. Why does Vivi know this? More importantly, I must inform you about the final ingredient." Vilacia interrupted Harry's thoughts. "Oh." Harry scratched his head. "There is another ingredient?" "The last ingredient is the basilisk fong," Vilacia stated. "Basilisk?" Harry asked. Vilacia elaborated. "The basilisk is a massive serpent bred by dark wizards. It is said that the nefarious Herpo the Foul was the first to breed a basilisk, having incubated an egg beneath a toad, resulting in this creature known as the basilisk. Basilisks are exceedingly perilous. Their gaze can instantly kill any creature that meets their eyes, while their venom contains lethal toxins capable of slaying most beings." "Where can one find a basilisk?" Harry exclaimed. "I'm afraid, Harry, I do not know either." Vivi replied softly. Harry raked his fingers through his hair, feeling somewhat disheartened. They were so close, having obtained the legendary angelic feathers. Yet the trace of a basilisk eluded them. Must one truly breed a basilisk? How long would that take? Could Vivi endure in the Slytherin common room? "Calm down, Harry. There will be a way." Vilacia comforted him gently, as she always did. Hearing the soothing sound of her voice, Harry's turmoil began to subside. After a moment, he raised his head and asked, "Vivi, you mentioned that I am from the Potter family, and you are." "Oh, that." Vilacia's expression suddenly turned somewhat uneasy. She hesitated briefly before saying to Harry, "This matter is also related to the ancient curse upon you. If you were to learn everything, it might alter your perception of me." Harry felt a sudden surge of anxiety. "Why?" he asked. "I'm sorry," Vilacia bit her lip. "Perhaps you should see for yourself. Over there, yes, the pensieve behind you." Following Herdrishang, Harry indeed spotted a pensieve. Inside is the memory of your mother. Vilacia revealed a shocking revelation. "My mother?" Harry asked incredulously. "How can my mother come to the Chamber of Secrets?" "Because she is also an heir of ancient magic, Harry. The language of Vilacia is gentle and slow. Venture into the memories belonging to your mother, and perhaps you shall uncover the intricacies of it all. Of course, you may find yourself blaming me." "No, you won't," Harry assured confidently as he made his way to the pensieve. "Take a look," Vilacia's tone tinged with sadness. "Gaze upon your mother's memories." Harry nodded and leaned into the pensieve. Suddenly, he was spiraling downward through a chilling darkness, and in a moment, light burst forth before him. He found himself by the shores of the Black Lake, seated beside a girl with a face speckled with freckles, who was weeping. Harry lifted his gaze to the familiar waters of the lake, noting the subtle differences from his own memories. Before he could ponder further, He heard a voice he recognized well, one that often echoed in his dreams. Expelliarmus. Harry looked up to see a red-haired witch wielding a wand, his mother. Lily. Mother? He instinctively uttered. I demand an apology, Mulciber, you filthy mudblood. Before the Slytherin student Mulciber could retort, Lily's spell struck him, causing a cluster of greenish boils to erupt upon his face. Accompanied by two fellow Slytherins, Mulciber drew his wand. But the girl who had been crying now stood resolutely beside Lily, joined by another girl. With Mulciber rendered powerless, the odds swiftly turned against the remaining Slytherins. One was incapacitated, unable to utter a spell due to a protruding tooth. The other had been silenced and bound. Useless, Lily disdainfully hurled Mulciber's wand into the lake. The three Slytherin students fled in disgrace. Mary, I apologize. Lily gazed sympathetically at the freckled girl beside her. I'm fine, Lily. Mary managed a weak smile. You certainly dealt with them quite effectively, didn't you? Yet the other girl interjected, You ought to apologize. Those two are friends of your greasy Slytherin companion, are they not? I can't believe you associate with such people. Look, they're Death Eaters. Do you intend to? Marlene, Mary hissed, silencing Marlene McKinnon. Oh, my apologies. Marlene realized her faux pas and offered Lily an apologetic smile. Lily stood there, bewildered. She was well aware that those two were friends of Severus Snape. Yet Severus had been her childhood friend. Regrettably, it had always been a futile endeavor. Severus seemed resolutely entrenched in the Death Eater ranks, even delving into dark magic and inviting her to join him. Lily raised her head to gaze at the sun hanging low in the sky, inhaling deeply. With a sigh, she moved forward, and Harry hurried to catch up, wishing to linger with his mother a while longer. Along the lakeside, Harry followed his mother to a towering beech tree, where a circle of people had gathered. To his astonishment, as he squeezed in beside her, he found himself face to face with several individuals he had seen in photographs. Among them stood a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, apart from the difference in eye color. He was almost a mirror image of Harry at the age of 11. It was his father, James Potter. Opposite James lay a figure even more unforgettable, the potion's master, Severus Snape. Snape's mouth was frothy with soap bubbles as he continuously retched, expelling pink soap bubbles. In that instant, Harry comprehended why Professor McGonagall had warned that if Snape were to catch him cleaning Draco's mouth, the outcome would be considerably more dire. Let him go, Lily shouted. Upon hearing her voice, James abruptly turned his head, his expression shifting to one of deep solemnity and melancholy as he greeted her with a steady, bubble-laden voice. Oh, Evans. How are you? Let him go, Lily reiterated, her face betraying an intense disdain as she regarded James. What have you done to deserve this? Well, James feigned a thoughtful pose. It's primarily due to my mere existence, if you catch my drift. Laughter erupted from the gathered students, including a tall, handsome boy beside James, while a shorter boy behind him joined in the mirth. Yet, Lily remained unamused. You think you're quite amusing, she said coldly. But you're merely an arrogant, rude bully, Potter. I insist, let him go. If you would agree to go out with me, I would release him, Evans. James quickly retorted. Join me for an outing, and I want to even use my wand to bother that greasy git. Behind him, the effects of the barrier charm were gradually waning. Snape began to inch towards his fallen wand, crawling while continuing to spew soapy water. Even if I had to choose between you and a giant squid, I would never go out with you, Lily declared with contempt. Bad luck, pointy fork. The handsome boy said cheerfully as he turned to Snape. Oh dear, but it was too late. Snape had already aimed his wand directly at James. A flash erupted, leaving a deep gash on James's cheek, blood splattering onto his robes. James whirled around, and after a second flash, Snape found himself dangling upside down, his robes obscuring his head, revealing his gaunt, bony legs and a pair of underpants that were rapidly turning black. Among the small crowd, many cheered, and James and his two friends laughed heartily. Lily's cheeks twitched, and from Harry's perspective, it seemed she let out a cold huff. However, witnessing Snape's plight left Harry unable to share in the laughter. Snape's misfortune reminded him of the times he had been bullied at the Muggle school, much like how Dudley and his gang had tormented him, helplessly curled up in the midst of a crowd. The most challenging aspect of this world is the ability to empathize. Put him down, Lily shouted once more, drawing her wand. Oh, do not compel me to cast a dark curse upon you, Evans. Depart, you sniveling wretch. James sighed, conceding that Evans was fortunate to be present. However, Severus suddenly interjected, interrupting James's forthcoming words. I do not require assistance from such a foul little mudblood. Harry smacked his forehead in realization. He understood everything, truly everything. It became clear why Severus' professor reacted so vehemently to the tale concocted during their first year, even resorting to deducting points from his own house. The fury etched on Severus's face back then merged with the brooding countenance he wore now. It seemed that in that moment of anger, he was repenting for the words he uttered today. Chapter 94, Eternal Love. He averted his gaze from the scene where his father continued to torment Severus, turning to follow suit. He wished to no longer behold this spectacle. His father's voice echoed in his ears. Who wishes to see me strip the filthy undergarments off this sniveling brat? A shiver coursed through Harry's heart, prompting him to hasten after, eager to affirm his suspicions. Indeed, it was the room of requirement. He recalled Professor Dumbledore's earlier words, that his mother had employed an ancient spell to bestow protection upon him. It appeared that his mother was also a descendant of ancient magic. Lily halted before the entrance to the room of requirement, lifting the ancient magical sigil from the ground before stepping inside. Lily? Came Vivi's voice. Upon entering the room, Lily seemed to shed all her defenses. No longer projecting an air of strength, she knelt upon the floor, her hands covering her face as she wept unabashedly. What is the matter, Lily? Vivi's tone was gentle. I. Lily stammered, recounting the recent events to Vivatia with heartfelt candor. In vivacious presence, Lily held nothing back, as if they were the closest of confidants. I endured the disdain of the entire school, yet still regarded him as my dearest friend. Lily sobbed, her voice trembling. His friends cast curses upon my friends, yet he claims it is their right. Everyone questions why I associate with such a person. All look down upon me for being a muggle-born, yet befriending a Slytherin. I drew my wand for him, but what did he do? He called me a mudblood. It seems I have always been viewed as a base creature, unworthy of his friendship. Lily appeared genuinely heartbroken, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lily, Vivi softly consoled. In moments of extreme anger, one may lose their reason. Perhaps Mr. Snape's words were merely a thoughtless error. A thoughtless error? Lily gasped, even if that were the case. Such words are utterly excessive. What have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? You have done nothing wrong, Lily, Vivatia replied soothingly. The fault lies with those arrogant fools who deem their bloodlines superior. The voices gradually diminished, leaving Harry unaware of the conversation that had transpired. Once again, he was engulfed in a dizzying whirl. Before him stood a more mature version of his mother. Lily had shed some of her youthful innocence, appearing more confident and radiant than before. Vivi, she greeted the girl in the portrait. Do you have any delightful news to share with me? Vivi's violet eyes sparkled enchantingly. I have been rather troubled lately, Lily confessed, standing before the portrait with a conflicted expression. You know, that Potter fellow I often mentioned is incessantly pursuing me, claiming he would do anything for me, that he could change everything. Harry noticed a fleeting look of surprise on Vivi's face. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, I believe Potter is a commendable choice. Huh? Lily lifted her gaze. You cannot suggest I choose Potter merely because your good friend is also a Potter, Vivi. What more could you desire than a man willing to change for you? Vivi sighed softly. Seize the opportunity. I am confident Potter is sincere. All right, I will consider your counsel, Lily said, raking her fiery red hair. Not merely counsel, but a prophecy, Vivi whispered. Despite her words, Harry discerned the slight unease in Vivi's hand as she fidgeted with her hair, an indication of her dishonesty. Why would she lie to his mother? Once again, Lily appeared before Harry, slightly more mature, her belly gently rounded, radiating a maternal glow. Lily, it seems you're expecting. Congratulations, Vivi exclaimed, her joy palpable. Yes, indeed. I am pregnant, Lily said, caressing her belly, equally joyful in her response. Vivatia placed the book she held upon the table in the portrait and remarked to Lily, I believe this time you shall bear a son. Why is that? Lily inquired, intrigued. Have you forgotten? I possess the gift of prophecy, Vivatia replied, playing with her hair. Ah, forgive me. I had forgotten, Lily said, sticking out her tongue playfully. If it is a boy, I think I shall name him Harry. I still recall the tales you told me about that Harry Potter. He is your dear friend, is he not? I hope my child will be as strong as he. He will be, Vivi said, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, as brilliant as her hair. The scene spun once more. Wormy pads. Lily's voice rang out as she carried a large bowl filled with stew. Little Harry sat on a nearby stool, seemingly clutching a baby bottle. My goodness, what is that smell? Lily placed the bowl on the table, exclaiming, James, darling, how many times must I tell you to close the door when you use the bathroom? Sorry, sweetheart, James's voice echoed from another room. I was brewing potions. The stout man burst into laughter at the remark, clutching his belly in amusement. All right, you two. Lily tapped the table and commanded the two individuals. You, Ban, take out the trash. And you, Chon, go to Muggle Street and purchase some black pepper, for we have run out at home. At your command, madam. The two responded in unison, exchanging a cheerful high five before merrily departing. Harry watched as his mother entered the kitchen, shortly thereafter guiding a pot of soup into the dining room with her wand. After placing the pot down, Lily called out, "James, dear, are you still brewing potions?" To Harry's surprise, a rustling sound emanated from the restroom. James's deep voice responded, "No, sweetheart, I am currently in a lavatory." Harry couldn't help but chuckle. He had not anticipated that his parents' interactions would be so amusing. It seemed that Lily was indeed nurturing 3 grown children, James, Ban, and Chon. Harry observed that his mother appeared more weathered than usual, her face etched with fatigue. Vivi, the vitality that typically characterized Lily's voice had been replaced by exhaustion. "Long time no see, Lily," Vivi remarked cheerfully. "Little Harry must be nearing his first birthday, correct?" Upon hearing the mention of little Harry, tears streamed down Lily's cheeks. Vivi looked flustered. This was the second time Harry had witnessed such an expression on her face, the first being the moment he was struck by the Lamla curse. "Vivi, Professor Trelawney made a prophecy." She knelt on the ground, seeming utterly helpless. "She said that a child with the power to conquer the Dark Lord would be born into a family that has triumphed over him thrice. At the end of the 7th month, the Dark Lord has marked him as his rival, yet he possesses a power that the Dark Lord cannot comprehend. One must die at the hands of the other, for they cannot both survive. Only one shall endure. The child with the ability to conquer the Dark Lord will be born at the close of the 7th month." Vivi paused momentarily upon hearing Lily's words, then confirmed. "Are you saying the prophecy? What is the relationship between Professor Trelawney and Cassandra Trelawney?" "She is the great-granddaughter of that seer." Lily wiped her tears and replied. "This should be a cause for celebration. Why are you crying?" Vivi inquired. "Because this prophecy, for some unknown reason, has reached the Dark Lord, and he intends to act against us," Lily sobbed. "Are you afraid?" Vivi asked. "No, I do not fear death, but Harry." Lily lamented. "Harry is still not yet a year old. How can a child defeat the Dark Lord? Only one of us can survive, my poor Harry. He hasn't even had the chance to experience the world, to learn fascinating magic, or to play Quidditch. You haven't seen how adorable he looks riding on a broomstick. It truly is delightful. But how can it be so cruel? How can it be?" As Harry witnessed his mother in such despair, tears welled up in his own eyes. No one could remain composed in the face of a mother's tears. Vivi remained silent for a long while. Just when Harry thought she would continue in silence, she finally spoke. "Lily, we are the heirs of ancient magic," Vivi said softly. "I understand that the malevolent dark sorcerer has employed some form of dark magic, rendering him invincible. But what is it?" As Lily heard the inflection in Vilacia's words, a glimmer of hope ignited in her emerald eyes. Vivi paused for an extended moment. Harry perceived the struggle and conflict etched upon her face. Vivi murmured softly, "I know an incantation, an ancient spell." She spoke in hushed tones about this ancient spell, which not only could transfer your ancestral magical legacy to Harry, but also bestow upon him a protective charm, shielding him eternally from the torment of the Cruciatus Curse and the Killing Curse, turning any malevolence back upon those who harbor ill intent. A spark of hope flickered in Lily's verdant eyes. "Teach me, Vivi. I am willing to learn." A trace of reluctance crossed Vivi's gaze. "Lily, you must understand that such a spell comes at a price." With unwavering determination, Lily replied, "Name your price. Whatever it may be, I shall accept it, as long as it ensures Harry's health and happiness." Vivi closed her eyes, realizing the depth of Lily's willingness to sacrifice. "You truly are prepared to pay the price." Harry noticed his mother-esque expression had grown resolutely steadfast. "Anything." Upon hearing Lily's declaration, Vivi nodded gently. A sense of foreboding stirred within Harry's heart. Vivi's voice, though soft, trembled with gravity. "This spell demands your life as its cost. You must perish before little Harry as a sacrifice for the protective charm." "No, mother, don't," Harry shouted, but his pleas failed to reach Lily's ears. "Vivi, do not reveal this to her. Do not teach her this spell." Yet, Lily's countenance remained unyielding, and she nodded steadily, addressing Vilacia. "I am willing to give everything for Harry, even my life." Harry watched helplessly as his mother followed the movements of the image of Vivi, etching a mysterious ancient spell upon her arm. He cried out in a futile attempt to intervene, but he could not alter the course of the memories. He reached out, desperately trying to halt her actions, yet only grasped at air. He would rather perish than witness his mother sacrifice her life for his protection. As the spell concluded, a violet light flickered across Lily's arm. "Thank you, Vivi." However, she observed that the image of Vivi had sunk to the ground. "I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry," she murmured. Lily was oblivious to the full meaning of her words, responding cheerfully, "Do not worry, Vivi. This is my choice. Regardless, Harry will never blame you." Perhaps I shall replicate a portion of my memory into the pensive. I recommend duplicating more, so that Harry may catch a glimpse of you, including his father and your once dear friend, Vivi suggested gently. A splendid idea, Lily replied with a joyful smile as she approached the pensive, extending her wand to her temple. Strands of silvery essence were drawn forth by her wand, coalescing into the pensive. Perhaps this will be our final meeting, Vivi. Lily softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Professor. Vivi's gaze turned sorrowful, her violet eyes fixed upon Lily. Class is over, she trembled in voice. Goodbye, Vivi. Lily raised her right hand high, vigorously waving at Vivi, her face radiating pure joy. Then, she turned and walked briskly towards the door. At that moment, memories abruptly halted. Harry withdrew his head from the pensive, grasping his collar as he gasped for breath. Chapter 95, Vivi's Teaching. Fragments of memories surged forth like a tide, and he seemed to glimpse scenes from his childhood. The same house, the same people. His mother held bread and wine, serving the guests. Chubby, have some more bread. Harry observed the complexity in his mother's gaze, a blend of sighs and sorrow. Perhaps you will never again taste the bread I baked for you. He saw a plump young man nodding vigorously, his face contorted with emotion. The memory shifted again, and he heard his father's anxious shouts. Run, Lily, run. Then came the sound of a body crashing heavily down the stairs. He sat in his cradle, facing his mother, who bore a resolute expression. Harry, your mother loves you. Your father loves you. I wish for your safety, health, and strength. Your mother loves you, my darling. A voice, sharp as an owl's cry, pierced the air, and a green light flooded the room. Avada Kedavra. Time became indistinct, and he saw a young Snape entering his room. Upon witnessing Lily's lifeless form on the ground, he collapsed, his face transitioning from disbelief to regret, then to despair. This was the first time Harry had seen Snape weep. Even when subjected to humiliation by his father, Snape had not shed a tear. No, Lily. He clutched Lily's body, screaming hoarsely. After an indeterminate time, Harry realized Snape had vanished. Outside his door, a heart-wrenching voice echoed. Fork! Fork! Moments later, it seemed that person had cried enough, and Harry heard him rise. I will kill him. I will kill him. Harry! 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 Vivi's voice resonated in his ears. I'm sorry, she murmured. Harry, I have no other choice. Harry remained silent. The image of Voldemort murdering his parents vivid in his mind. Vivi, witnessing Harry's state, felt a sense of helplessness for the first time in her life. Just as she feared Harry would hold her accountable, he spoke first. Vivi, I do not blame you, he said. In truth, without your help, I would not have survived. My parents were no match for Voldemort. The portrait of Vivi could no longer contain herself. She covered her face, weeping mournfully. Perhaps this enchantment is the reason I am able to traverse time and space, he remarked. If I had not spent a few years studying at Hogwarts a century ago, I would never have encountered the friends of the Order of the Phoenix. And in the face of Voldemort just days ago, I might have met my demise. Nor would I have met you, he added. In that instant, Varish's eyes shimmered with tenderness. Harry, the immediate concern is to rescue you. He raised his gaze to Vivi and said, I believe I must act swiftly. Do you know where I might find a basilisk? Vivi paused in silence, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she responded, During our time at Hogwarts, I once heard in Hogmeade that there were individuals in Greece cultivating such creatures. But a century has passed, and regulations regarding magical beasts have become increasingly stringent. I cannot say where one might find a basilisk now. The discovery of Parseltongue is also linked to Omenes, who even insisted on testing Harry's blood to ascertain whether he might be a lost descendant of the Gaunts. He did not intend for Harry to reclaim his lineage. After all, the twisted atmosphere of the Gaunt family was not something Omenes wished for Harry to be entangled in. He simply yearned for a brother who was a bit more ordinary. The outcome left him somewhat disappointed yet relieved. Nevertheless, since then, Omenes and Harry had grown considerably closer. Harry nodded in understanding, assuring her, I shall take care of this. Do not worry, we shall reunite soon. Vivi inquired again, Are the others well? You know, I departed from school shortly after your disappearance and have not heard from anyone. No, I only know that Gareth has passed away, Harry replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Ah, time, the most merciless of entities, Vivi seemed to lament. Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, By the way, Vivi, I also encountered Pabby. Do you remember Pabby Sweeting from Hufflepuff? I certainly do. It was she who assisted me in hanging that portrait in the map chamber, Varisha softly recalled. However, she did not seem well when I saw her. She was being pursued by Voldemort, and it was I who saved her. At this, Harry remembered that Pabby had now transformed into a unicorn, and he informed Vivi, Pabby has mastered the Animagus transformation. She has become a unicorn and can no longer revert to her human form. A moment of silence enveloped them. Indeed, she has ventured into that spell, Varisha observed, her expression complex as she regarded Harry. I have long cautioned her that the animagus transformation is perilous, even for a creature as majestic as a unicorn. With its extended lifespan, it is not an undertaking for mere mortals. Well, Vivi replied, I have a conjecture, but I must wait until I see Pabby to confirm it. I knew you would have a way, Harry said, a smile returning to his face. The sensation of being in Varisha's presence was delightful, and Harry felt his intellectual acumen reclaiming its rightful prominence, albeit through external means. Before meeting Vivi, the external brain among their circle of friends was Sebastian. However, Sebastian's occasional flashes of brilliance could easily land them in Azkaban. By the way, Harry, Vivi continued, your wand, made of holly with a phoenix feather, 11 inches in length, is placed behind my portrait. It also serves as the token for our vault at Gringotts. Harry rose from his seat and approached the portrait, reaching out to touch it. Unlike his memories of Vivi, the texture of the portrait was uninviting, cold and coarse. Quick, grab a wand, Vivi exclaimed, a suspicious blush creeping onto her face. It's just a portrait. Harry felt his own cheeks flush, not due to any improper thoughts, but because he found Vivi's current state quite solitary. Yes, solitary. He hastily retrieved the wand from behind the portrait, only to notice that the tip seemed to bear a crimson gem, with red veins extending from it, curling down to the wand's base. He recalled that the last time he wielded this holly wand, it had not appeared this way. After you left, the wand was embedded in Lanrock's corpse. Valacia was still clutching that book, and, by the time I pulled it out, it had already transformed into this state. This wand is indeed the token for Gringotts, but I must caution you that the goblins may exhibit a slight adverse reaction upon seeing it. Oh, Harry said, waving the wand and feeling the familiar, joyful tremor of an old friend. He dismissed Vivi's earlier words. A minor negative reaction was inconsequential. The goblins at Gringotts were well-versed and would surely not be concerned. Tucking the wand into his pocket, Harry leaned against the stone, intending to engage Vivi in casual conversation to alleviate his turbulent thoughts. By the way, Vivi, have you heard about Gellert? What? Vivi inquired. Well, Harry gathered his thoughts and explained to Valacia. It's about our current headmaster, Professor Albus Dumbledore, who defeated your brother Gellert in 1945 and imprisoned him in Ermengarde. I have heard of this, Vivi replied with a smile. My foolish Gale was actually defeated, and his exploits are even inscribed on chocolate frog cards. The Grindelwald name has lost all its luster. Though she laughed, Harry, who understood her well, recognized that she was, in fact, very angry. How do you know about events outside? Harry asked, intrigued. Vivi cast her gaze downward and replied, Of course, it was Lily who informed me. After she first entered the map chamber, I inquired about numerous happenings from the outside world. Suddenly, Harry felt parched. He realized that to convey messages to him and await his return, this girl had infused her memories into the portrait, enduring over a century of solitude. The days at the Dursleys had felt interminable, and he could scarcely imagine the loneliness Vivi had endured in this chamber. Vivi, he said, spending over 100 years in the map chamber must have been terribly dull. Not too bad, she replied. Vivi casually remarked that while waiting may be tedious and monotonous, the moment one receives the results serves as a testament that the wait was not in vain. She added, This portrait is merely a replication of my memory. For me, in the Slytherin study, it is but a fleeting moment of the past. However, Valacia revealed a dangerously captivating smile. You must remember to inform that version of me about Gale. Huh? What do you mean? Harry felt a chill run down his spine, an ominous premonition enveloping him. He recalled the last time Vivi had smiled with such gentle yet perilous intent. It was because he and Sebastian had been clandestinely practicing the Cruciatus Curse. As Vivi led him to the Slytherin study, she had maintained that same unsettling smile. Upon their arrival, she insisted that he cast the Cruciatus Curse upon her. No, Vivi, I cannot. Only by using the Cruciatus Curse on me can we unlock the Slytherin study. Otherwise, we shall be trapped here forever. Crucio, the girl before him, let out a muffled cry, and the torment of the curse reverberated within Harry's mind. No, this was far from pleasurable. He noticed the corners of her lips stained with blood, a testament to the agony inflicted by the spell. Vivi, before Harry could finish, she suddenly lifted her head, gazing at him with a wild grin. Isn't it exquisite to torment Harry Potter? Ha ha ha. She seized Harry by the collar, her other hand, trembling yet resolute as it pressed his wand against her throat, creating a delicate swirl upon her graceful neck. Continue, she commanded. Salud did not teach you the essence of the Cruciatus Curse, but I shall. From that moment onward, Harry dared not wield the Cruciatus curse again. Save for that time in the Forbidden Forest when he had chosen to transfer the pain. Harry? Harry? Seeing him lost in thought, Vivi called out to him. A shiver coursed through Harry as an unexpected wave of sympathy welled up within him. Not only for Dumbledore, but also for Grindelwald. Yet, Dumbledore seemed to fare better. Harry believed the headmaster, the most powerful white wizard in the world with a century of battle experience, would certainly not fall to Vivi's whims. However, Grindelwald was a different matter. As a younger brother, he could hardly cast spells against a sister he had not seen for a century. Harry could envision the scene of the elder Grindelwald receiving a thorough beating from his sister, which would be quite the spectacle. Well, let us hope that his 17-year-old sister, considering that he was over 100 years old, would not crush his bones. Harry? Vivi's voice broke through his reverie. What dangerous thoughts are you entertaining? Wipe that peculiar smile off your face. I can see it. Oh, haha. Harry scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. I just want to spend a little more time with you. I'm right here. I won't run away. Vivi chuckled softly. Look at you, now a mere 12-year-old sprout. I've heard that children who stay up late won't grow tall. Do you wish to be shorter than me? Vera nodded in agreement. As she watched Harry's departing figure, Vivi suddenly contemplated a grave matter. Chapter 96. You were dumped by Cassandra. The following morning brought yet another potions class. However, he now understood why Professor Snape treated Gryffindor with such disdain. His feelings towards Snape were undeniably complex. At the very least, he had come that night. But who was the other person? The one calling out for their father. Harry rubbed his eyes, oblivious to the fact that Professor Snape was calling his name. Potter. Snape squinted, his tone sharp. Do you think thwarting Quirrell's scheme makes you impressive? Gryffindor will lose 2 points for your inattentiveness. Harry merely lifted his head and offered Snape a smile, only to find that this grin cost Gryffindor an additional 3 points for arrogance. Goodness, he truly was. After class, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron and Harry complained about Snape. I reckon he just has it out for you, Ron remarked. Well, he certainly does, because I resemble my father, Harry shrugged. Almost a perfect mold except for the eyes. Why is that? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Didn't you say your parents were good friends with Professor Snape? Why the sudden shift? At dinner time, with Seamus and Neville absent, the three of them lounged in the common room. Harry decided to be candid and shared some of his father's past actions with them. Goodness, Hermione gasped. Now I understand why Professor Snape harbors such animosity toward Gryffindor. Honestly, if I were in his shoes, I'd hold a grudge against the entire house as well. Just as you loathe Slytherin? Harry observed Hermione's silence, which confirmed his point. Ron, unsure of what to say, pondered for a moment before uttering something inappropriate. What will you do? Are you going to apologize? At this, Harry rolled his eyes. Oh, come on, Ron. Are you suggesting I approach Professor Snape and say, Oh, Professor Snape, I apologize for my father hanging you upside down, and for the fact that other students, especially my mother, witnessed your long-neglected, filthy underwear. Do you think that as an apology or a provocation? I have no doubt that if you said that, Gryffindor would lose 1,000 points. Ron swallowed hard. At noon, Harry ventured into the Forbidden Forest, but found no sign of Pabby. Upon returning, he learned from Hermione that she had informed Pabby about Harry's fainting incident. Originally, Hermione intended to feed Pabby, but Pabby planned to return to the edge of the Forbidden Forest next week to seek out Harry. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared something had happened to Pabby. After the morning classes concluded, they found themselves approaching the day of the final examinations. The final examinations do not permit students to bring their own writing materials. Instead, specially designed anti-cheating tools are distributed personally by the professors. In addition to written assessments, there are practical examinations as well. For instance, during the final exam in Charms class, the diminutive Professor Flitwick instructed each student to enter the classroom individually to determine if they could make a pineapple perform a tap dance across a desk. The Transfiguration class demanded even greater practical application, as Professor McGonagall observed how exquisitely each student could transform a mouse into a snuff box, the more elaborate the box. The higher the score, while leaving any trace of the mouse's whiskers would result in deductions. Professor Snape stood at the back, closely scrutinizing each student, his presence so palpable that they could almost feel his breath on the napes of their necks, inducing considerable anxiety. Who wouldn't feel apprehensive with such a formidable figure looming behind them? After all, no one wished to endure the venomous splatter from the old bat, especially Harry, who often felt as though Professor Snape were a specter trailing him relentlessly. Soon, they faced their final subject. The weather was oppressively warm, particularly during the examination, as the classroom felt hotter than outside, exacerbated by the fact that the subject was history of magic, which only heightened their agitation. Harry and Hermione quietly scribbled their answers, and to everyone's astonishment, Ron, who had always shown little interest in history of magic, was writing feverishly with his quill, fervently answering the questions. Even as he submitted his paper, he wore a jovial expression. The subject matter concerned the suppression of the Goblin Rebellion. Having spent so much time with Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid, even Ron, despite his usual disinterest, had absorbed the tales recounted by Hagrid. Moreover, the protagonist of the story was none other than Harry Potter, sharing the same name as his best friend, which naturally endeared the subject to him. Reclining on the grass by the Black Lake, Ron took a blissful, deep breath, mimicking swimming motions with his arms and legs, reveling in the fact that he no longer had to study. Indeed, it was a delightful reprieve. A serene voice echoed around them. "Hagrid!" Ron exclaimed cheerfully. Harry sat up and turned towards Hagrid's direction. "Oh, what are you doing?" he inquired, observing Hagrid grazing contentedly. Hermione mentioned that unicorns should eat some grass, Hagrid said, chewing on the tender blades with a cheerful tone. Hermione, slightly embarrassed, quickly interjected. "I didn't mean it like that, Hagrid." "Oh, actually, this is what I've been consuming in the Forbidden Forest all these years," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, bouncing over to nuzzle Harry. "Harry, I heard you fainted. Is it true?" "Nothing serious, Hagrid," Harry reassured him, reaching out to pat Hagrid's head. "However, I can remove the curse from your wound now." With that, he drew his wand, aiming it at the still bleeding injury on Hagrid, and recited the counter curse. Perhaps due to the potent magic of the Philosopher's Stone, the incantation proved effective, and Hagrid's injury healed completely. "I really did it," Hermione exclaimed joyfully, as she could hardly bear to see others in pain. Even in the presence of a unicorn, Hermione always empathized deeply. "Hooray!" Poppy exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. She bent her legs and called out to Harry, "Harry, Harry, hop on." Harry paused, momentarily taken aback. "Come on, I'll take you for a ride," Poppy cheerfully urged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Harry climbed onto Poppy's back, waving to Hermione and Ron, who gazed at him with envy. The unicorn galloped smoothly, far from the bumpy ride he had anticipated. Clinging to Poppy's neck, he confided, "Poppy, I found Vivi." Where? Where?" Poppy inquired, halting her stride. "The map room," he replied succinctly. "The basilisk?" Poppy shook her head. "I've heard that customs once seized a juvenile basilisk, but it has since been destroyed. If Cassandra were still around, perhaps her collection would hold something from the creature. You might consider asking her descendants." The mention of Cassandra sparked thoughts of Draco's notebook in Harry's mind. "Ah, Cassandra." Poppy whistled. "Do you remember our 4th year? That fight you had with Cassandra?" "I recall. She mentioned her family had a collection of magical creatures." Harry had a vague recollection. For reasons unknown, Cassandra had been angry with him and had ignored him for quite some time. Initially, Harry thought he would be delighted, believing that the annoying, haughty, and unpleasant Cassandra had finally abandoned her notion of having him as a follower. Yet, he sorrowfully realized that a significant part of his life felt absent. That day, Harry practiced spells tirelessly in the dungeon, seeking to forget that feeling. "Oh," Poppy exclaimed as she observed Harry vigorously dismantling a dummy. "You're practicing so diligently." The Hufflepuff girl laughed sweetly, like the gentle warmth of the winter sun, capable of dispelling the chilling solitude that enveloped others. "Don't disturb me. I need to practice my spell combinations." "Go over there," Harry replied impatiently, waving his hand. "Oh." Poppy's eyes widened in realization. She walked over to him, hands behind her back, and playfully peeked over his left shoulder. "You've been dumped." "Cassandra dumped you." "I did not," Harry instinctively retorted. "I wasn't dumped." "Then you must have cast her aside." Poppy bounced back from his right side, her head popping up adorably. What does it feel like to be rid of the wealthy heiress?" Frustrated, Harry cast a spell at the dummy. "Confringo. It's not at all what you imagine," he exclaimed helplessly. "Since I'm still here, why not lean on my shoulder and cry it out?" Poppy suggested, bending down, one hand propped on her knee, the other gesturing to her shoulder. "Here, shoulder. Why would I cry?" Harry queried, rolling his eyes as he set down his wand. "Even if I jumped off from here, I would absolutely, positively not cry. Why don't we have a chat?" Poppy exclaimed, her hands clasped over her chest, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at Harry. "I would much prefer to confide in Sir Nicholas, or perhaps engage in a heartfelt discussion with the Bloody Baron about matters of the heart." With a swift flick of his wand, Harry cast a spell that struck the training dummy. Poppy puffed out her cheeks, aimlessly kicking her legs forward, murmuring, "What on earth? I came here to offer you comfort, yet you not only fail to appreciate it, but you even choose to confide in the Bloody Baron instead of me." Indeed, Harry thought, his heart devoid of women, as he practiced his incantations with the focus of sorcerer. He seemed to envision the dummy as Cassandra, rehearsing his spell combinations once more. Noticing Harry's disregard, Poppy swayed her body from side to side, her eyes glinting mischievously. "Hey, Harry, Leviosa, Accio, Depulso." Harry tirelessly repeated the spell sequences, attempting to bury the discontent between himself and Cassandra. He was evading reality. "Huh." Poppy flashed a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox, drawing her wand and pressing it against her throat. In a booming voice, she stood on tiptoe behind Harry, whispering in his ear, "Practice those spells diligently. It seems our poor little Harry is trying to mask the pain of a broken heart through relentless practice. A shattered heart. Whom will it ever love again? When will the agony of abandonment subside? The only recourse is to transform this anguish into strength and release it." At that moment, Poppy leaped onto a chair, brimming with energy as she cheered loudly. "Let magic be the outlet for your suffering." Harry lowered his wand. Oh dear, is our little Harry utterly exhausted? Has he finally come to a realization, perhaps yearning for a heartfelt conversation with Cassandra? Poppy placed one hand over her heart and extended the other forward, as if reciting Shakespeare's sonnets with deep emotion. Harry turned his gaze toward her. Sensing his attention, Poppy quickly halted her actions, but lost her balance, struggling momentarily before falling. "Leviosa." Harry cast the spell, levitating Poppy and preventing her from tumbling to the ground. "Thank you, Harry," Poppy chuckled. Harry couldn't help but laugh, and in that moment of levity, he recognized the sincere intentions behind the girl's actions. "It is I who should be thanking you, Poppy," he replied with a gentle smile. "Thank you. I feel much better now." It was Poppy's words of encouragement that illuminated the source of his troubles. "I remember," Harry said softly, caressing Poppy's neck. "Without you, I might never have become friends with Cassandra." "You truly understand her," Harry sighed. Outside, the rain began to fall, and tears streamed down his face. "Why did it have to happen?" he lamented. "Why did it all have to come to an end? I am a strong girl in this vast world. It is not a significant matter if you choose to depart, yet I genuinely feel that I will miss you profoundly." Chapter 97. Cry? Crying counts as time too. Harry believed that the most perplexing beings in the world were women, and Cassandra was even more enigmatic than most. However, he was unaware that Poppy was the most restrained person around Cassandra, and not just Poppy. Even Vivi understood Cassandra well. Yet, the two of them had never disclosed their secrets to him, leaving him uncertain about how to communicate with Cassandra. "Your suggestion is excellent, Poppy," Harry remarked. "I think I should first inquire at the Malfoy residence about whether they possess any basilisk fangs. If they do, I might acquire some. Or perhaps at the shops in Nocturne Alley," Poppy added. "I recall that Borgin and Burke sell such contraband. I am sure he has his channels." "Perhaps not, mister. Borgin is not omnipotent," Harry replied, noticing Poppy slightly lean forward. "What is it?" he inquired. Poppy lifted her head and cheerfully responded, "Just grazing." Harry thought, well, who can blame her? She is a unicorn now. "Really?" Poppy gleefully bounced twice and continued, "In fact, this state is quite pleasant. Look, the magical creatures are very affectionate towards me. You know how much I adore them." Before Harry could utter another word, Poppy swiftly interrupted him. "More importantly, you should urgently devise a way to rescue Vivi. She has been trapped alone in the Slytherin study for over a century, while I frolic carefreely in the Forbidden Forest with magical creatures." "Indeed, you are right, Poppy," Harry said, reaching out to tousle Poppy's mane. Hermione and Ron were sprawled on the ground. One was lying in a relaxed manner, while the other skipped stones across the water. "Hello, Hermione, Ron," Harry exclaimed as he dismounted from the unicorn, greeting his two companions with a smile. Hermione tilted her head and scoffed. She longed to ride a unicorn herself, but she understood that unicorns were not mere horses, despite their horse-like appearance. Treating them as ordinary horses would lead to dire consequences. There have been instances where individuals attempted to ride unicorns, only to tragically find themselves with a gaping hole in their chest. Only those who are genuinely esteemed by unicorns are permitted to ride them. "Then, I shall see you tomorrow," Harry waved to Poppy. "All right, Harry." Pappy shook his head. "I hear you are to participate in the Quidditch final. May I attend?" "Of course," Pappy, Ron, and Hermione chimed in. "We can make room for you in Gryffindor. If you wish, we can even let you be the Gryffindor unicorn." "I appreciate your kindness, but I am actually a Hufflepuff," the unicorn replied with a twinkle in its eyes and a smile. "However, I will be delighted to visit Gryffindor." Hooray! The two little ones cheered together. The following noon, Pappy arrived at the Quidditch pitch as promised. The professors warmly welcomed a unicorn visiting the school. For such a sacred and noble creature, gracing Hogwarts was indeed a blessing from Merlin. Pappy graciously declined the professor's invitations and followed Hermione and Ron to the Gryffindor stands, taking the seat originally belonging to Harry. This match was the Quidditch final of the academic year, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Madame Hooch sat upon her broom and blew the whistle to signal the start of the game. In a mere 3 seconds, Harry caught the golden snitch, setting a record for the fastest capture in the history of Hogwarts. Consequently, he earned the nickname the Fastest Man. This moniker was bestowed upon him by the Weasley twins, who likely did not intend any offense. Yet Harry felt an uncomfortable twinge each time he heard it. Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, beamed with joy. Winning the Quidditch championship was his greatest dream since enrolling. And now, thanks to everyone's collective efforts, particularly the swift actions of 3-Second Man, that dream was within reach. Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him. He never imagined that the fiercest nickname in the school would not come from the Weasley twins, Professor Snape, or Draco Malfoy, but from the very captain standing before him, Oliver Wood. No, I refuse to be known as 3-Second Man, Harry cried out in desperation. Yet his pleas were in vain, as enthusiastic Gryffindor students hoisted him into the air, tossing him joyfully amidst their celebration. Fortunately, his protest bore some fruit, for the title did not endure long before being unceremoniously passed over. A most dreadful nickname, indeed, quipped Professor McGonagall. Pabbie had vanished at some point, and Harry searched in vain for him before resigning to the idea that he was gone. After celebrating with his Gryffindor peers, Harry made his way to the Great Hall. Miss Farley had been waiting for him at the entrance, and upon seeing Harry approach, she hurried over. "Hello, Gemma." Harry greeted her with a nod. "Could you please summon Draco for me? I have something to discuss with him in our usual spot, the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor." "Certainly," Gemma replied with a courteous nod before turning to leave. Harry then made his way to the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. Before long, Draco Malfoy appeared at the door. To be frank, Draco had been feeling rather unwell lately. On one hand, Harry's success gnawed at him, not out of jealousy, but from a simple irritation at Harry basking in the limelight. If one were to ask why he harbored such animosity towards Harry, it would trace back to the moment Harry had declined his invitation for friendship. St. Potter, on the other hand, it was because Miss Merope, who had always been by his side, had vanished. It was on the very day Professor Chilo engaged in his conspiratorial activities that Draco could only vaguely recall ascending to the 4th floor with his notebook. But what transpired thereafter eluded his memory. The absence of Miss Merope affected not only Draco, but nearly half of Slytherin, who were on the verge of madness. Miss Merope was not only remarkably beautiful, but also exceptionally gentle and understanding. Most importantly, she possessed profound expertise in charms, adeptly resolving even the most challenging dilemmas that came her way, effortlessly wielding various charms and techniques. Slytherin has always revered strength. This was true a century ago. And even now, despite many of Slytherin's ranks being the offspring of death row inmates, their intrinsic pursuit and admiration for power remain unabated. Power and glory. More than one individual sought out Draco, believing he had concealed Miss Merope's notebook. Yet Draco bore his own burdens, if they wished to inquire about Miss Merope's whereabouts. He too was eager to know. Although the Malfoy family is a pure-blood lineage, what Slytherin family is not? The Malfoys once wielded considerable influence, but as you know, that was in the past. This is no longer the 19th century, when Septimus Malfoy served as the Minister of Magic. The splendor of the Malfoy family is but a distant memory. Draco, feeling helpless, reluctantly permitted a search of his dormitory. And upon the discovery that the notebook was indeed absent, the Slytherin students had no choice but to relent. He felt discontent, not only due to the intrusion of these individuals, but more so because of Miss Merope's sudden disappearance. Fortunately, power still remained intact. Just as his irritation reached its peak, Miss Farley approached him, informing him that Potter from Gryffindor awaited him in the abandoned classroom on the 2nd floor. Draco, of course, would not let such an opportunity for revenge slip away. He could hardly contain his excitement, abandoning his half-eaten meal and hastening upstairs. The moment he laid eyes on Harry, a sinister yet confident grin spread across Draco's face. "Well, well, Potter." Draco emerged from behind the door. "If I were you, I would not meet me in such a place alone. Rest assured, I shall spare your life, allowing you to admit before the entire school that you are the savior. You are not worthy to know." Draco's brows twitched as he drew his wand. "All you need to know is that you, the so-called Saint Potter, are about to be defeated by me." Harry sighed. "Can't we have a decent conversation?" He did not even draw his wand, merely snapping his fingers, which enveloped both of them in a circle of azure flames. Subsequently, the flames swirled, and a blue fire lion leaped forth from the flames, silently roaring at Draco. Draco opened his mouth. He was at a loss for what incantation to utter in the face of such a fiery beast. After all, he was not Hermione, and his pursuit of learning was not particularly fervent. Thus, Draco could only futilely cast a few spells, which did nothing to affect the fire lion in the slightest. The flaming lion closed in relentlessly, forcing Draco into a corner until he plopped down onto a chair. "This is impossible," Draco exclaimed, his voice hoarse. "Absolutely impossible. Miss Merope bestowed upon me so much power. How? Why have you become so strong?" While the acquisition of power was indeed exhilarating, the increasing might of Potter inevitably filled him with despair. Harry couldn't help but chuckle. "Why have I grown stronger? I absorbed the Philosopher's Stone, my dear fellow. What about you?" However, upon hearing the name Merope, Harry let out a sigh of relief. "Do tell me about your Miss Merope," he inquired casually, leaning against the table. "No, I shall never reveal anything," Draco retorted defiantly, his neck stiffened. Seeing his reluctance, Harry retrieved his wand from his pocket. "What are you going to do?" Draco asked, fear evident in his voice. Harry had no time for idle chatter. He locked eyes with Draco, whose gaze was filled with terror, and uttered the incantation. Legilimens. Merope had granted him power, taught him spells, and he had disseminated notes in the Slytherin common room. The scenes flashed by. Malfoy Manor, conversations with his parents. The discovery of Merope's notebook. Finally, the image froze on Draco, frantically rummaging through the dormitory for Merope's notebook. "Feeling a bit melancholic?" Harry's voice resonated from behind Draco. "That is my private matter." Draco gasped, breathless. "Not for me," Harry smirked. "Malfoy, you ought to be grateful to me, for it seems you have been deceived." "Deceived?" Draco still had not regained his composure. Harry sighed in exasperation. "That notebook. Are you really that foolish? Think for a moment about your family, the Malfoys. Your grandfather, your father, and you, all with light blonde hair. I've seen a picture of Septimus Malfoy, and he too has light blonde hair. How could there possibly be a member of your family with black hair? Or red eyes? Impossible." Draco utterly refused to believe Harry's words. "Absolutely impossible. Miss Merope could never deceive me. Never." Harry, resigned, pulled out Cassandra's notebook. "Look, this is Cassandra Malfoy's genuine notebook. Yours is a forgery." "How do you know Cassandra?" Draco asked, panic-stricken. Upon hearing Cassandra's name, Harry twirled his wand. "No, don't use that spell." Draco recoiled, tears welling in his eyes. "If you wish to know anything, I shall tell you." "Let us discuss Cassandra," Harry replied, resuming his seat with a casual posture. "Why do you want to ask about her?" Draco stammered, the throbbing pain in his head leaving him in despair. Harry remained silent, waving his wand to conjure an alarm clock. He adjusted the time, setting it for 5 minutes, and placed the clock with a thud on the table. "You have 5 minutes. Otherwise, I will resort to the Cruciatus Curse," Harry warned him. "Huh?" Draco lost his composure again, beginning to sob. Despite his noble lineage, he was still just a 12-year-old child. Having been nurtured within the confines of a greenhouse, Draco, who had grown accustomed to the adoration and care of those around him, was utterly unprepared for such treatment. "Crying?" Harry responded with a cold smile. "Crying may indeed be a measure of time." Draco stifled a sob. "I must say," he began to divulge, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, the tales he had heard from Lucius. "Wait." Harry's heart suddenly jolted. "Are you saying that Cassandra stole your family's ancestral treasure and then vanished?" "Precisely." Draco nodded eagerly. He raised his eyes, furtively glancing at Harry, only to discover that the latter's expression fluctuated, seemingly troubled by the fate of Cassandra, the progenitor of the Malfoy lineage. "You appear quite concerned about my ancestor," Draco inquired, a hint of eagerness in his tone.